Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flaws, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Some people are so dumb that I genuinely wonder how they survive from one day to the next. And then I remember that jellyfish have survived for 650 million years with no brain. So I guess if they can do it.
Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Well, good morning, YouTube. Happy Wednesday. Hump day, right? We're sliding into the weekend. Oh, I got to tell you, this week has been a struggle. Haven't had time to put the office together because I've been online for 12 hours a day, which we are covering because more of the cases that we've been covering are now coming to fruition. For example, we've got, Lori Vallow Daybell case going on. We got the West case going on. We got the Gannon Stauch case going on, all in the same week. And these are major high profile cases that are actually going on at the same time that many of us have been following, at least from the beginning of the case. And Gannon Stauch is no different. We're not going to talk too much about the Stauch case until we kind of get to the end of our segment, because we're going to be dovetailing right into the trial of Letecia Stauch. But we are going to pay attention to some other cases that maybe you guys know about, maybe you guys don't know about, but I wanted to bring some attention to them. And then we're going to go over and talk about the KOHBERGER case, the Idaho 4 murders, before we move on into the Letecia Stauch stuff. So that's kind of it in a nutshell as to where the broadcast of this segment is going to be directing. We're going to talk about a few cases that maybe you guys have heard about. Nobody's really talking about them. And there's some awareness in here for parents. So if you're a parent of a kid, primarily a kid that's 10 years old and above, you're going to want to stay here for our messaging for this, because there is some things that are going on, and one child is now dead because of it. So I wanted to make sure that all the parents that watch me are aware of this particular matter in this particular case. And I also want to preface, it's very important as we have our children, as we're raising our children, to be nosy. It's our duty as a parent to be nosy, find out what they're doing and what they're doing online. Something that they see online can have detrimental effects to their health and to the point of death. And I want all of my parents out there to pay special awareness to this particular case. We're not going to go into that one right at the moment. We're going to be talking because there's been a lot of stuff going on. We know that a gentleman was arrested yesterday for killing a girl. She thought she was out in the country. She pulled up to the wrong house. They were backing out of the driveway, and a gentleman shot at the car full of teens. He hit the car and he hit one of the teens. The female succumbed to her injuries. She's dead. The man is in jail. And so when I was looking into it, we touched a little bit on it yesterday. And when I was listening to it, a lot of people were bringing up other cases. And one of them was Ralph Yarl. And Ralph Yarl is a boy, a good boy that was going to pick up his sibling and knocked on the wrong door and was shot. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that up right now. Well, actually, before we get started on the segment, I'm kind of missing a few steps. This is what happens, right? So I want to say good morning to everybody. I'm just going to take a few moments just to say good morning to the first few people in the chat. And for everybody else, it's a blanket hello. Good morning. I'm glad you're here. We already have 160 people in the chat, so please consider giving us a thumbs up, not only to me, to my beautiful mods that sit here and make sure that you guys have a great experience in the chat and get out of all the chaos that can come sometimes infiltrate our chat. So they work very hard on this channel to make sure that you, the audience, has a great viewing experience. So if you are inclined, please give us a thank you. It is free to give us a thumbs up to cover all this information. Yesterday, I had been up since 2:45 yesterday morning. Our live didn't end until close to 7 o'clock last night. So if that tells you how long this stuff, some of this stuff, and people don't realize it's not a set it and forget it type of thing. I mean, we do that sometimes, and every time we do it, we have problems with, the power. Like even this morning, I'm getting everything ready, and it's like the cord's plugged into the computer, and it's flashing that I'm about to drop, that my battery is dead, and I'm looking at the plug and looking at the computer and saying, what the heck gives? It's plugged in. I look down at the plug, and the cord has attached from the actual plug that goes into the outlet, right? So those are the types of stupid stuff that happen when somebody's not manning it. Not only that, we have an 1.5-hour lunch break that the audience needs to be entertained. You just can't have a dead screen during lunch break. So I'm trying to snack either before or after the lunch break. So you guys hear me mowing down to go, right? So good morning, Kathy S., for being the first to say good morning to everyone, followed by Sheila, the real me too. It's nice to see you. ZA is in the house and dying. She's like, Betty, you better get this live going. Like, I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs. I'm sitting here. I'm ready. I got my coffee. ZA is like, start the damn live. I'm just joking, ZA. I'm just joking. Akita Lover, nice to see you. Sonia's in the house. Van Lady, it's nice to see you, Van Lady. I know you've been here, but I have probably glossed over you a little bit. So good morning. It's nice to have you here. Skittles Riddles, tongue tire, right? Good morning to you as well. And I know we had a lot of conversations going on this morning before we start. Patricia Miller, nice to see you. Okie Crime News in the house. Nice to see you, Okie. Nice to see you. Princess Megan Elsa. Sharon, it's nice to see you as well. And our beloved Southern Granny Wolf. Good morning. Cynthia, listen to me. Samantha, it did say Samantha. Samantha, good morning. Marla, Misty, Jessica, Caroline. It's all nice to see everybody. Everybody else that I missed, good morning. You guys are beautiful people, and I appreciate your love and support this beautiful Wednesday morning. The sun's starting to come up here in Florida. I know that the rest of the country is probably still pretty dark out there, but we'll make it through, right? The sun will be coming up. It'll be a beautiful hot day here in Florida. Hopefully it's cooler. I haven't been out. I went out this morning. It was nice. I went out this morning just to get some fresh air, deal with the garbage. I had garbage that needed to go out. I had garbage cans that needed to be pulled back up. So we're starting the day off right. And we have the language of letting go. I'm not really going to read the journal today. I wasn't really moved by the messaging in the journal, language of letting go, but we're back to our original book. I really did like this Florida baby. I know, right? So Princess Mega Elsa must be on the Pacific coast. She's Pacific time and up entirely too early, but we bless you for being here. It's nice. So this was a good one. And I know we always talk about communication. And the reason why I like this one is because this is more in line with, you know, how we're out and about and somebody says, do you know what this is? And you say, sure, I know what that means, right? When we don't, like we would rather tell somebody and show face and say, yeah, we know it, right? We know what this is or what that is. And then we find out we have no clue. We knew we had no clue, but we still answered it like we knew what we were talking about. Anybody had that experience? I know I personally have had that experience. And I know many of you probably have had that experience as well. So this is kind of the crux of the messaging from the language of letting go today. And I thought it spoke to me. So I figured since this messaging spoke to me today, it's probably going to speak to somebody in my audience. So I've decided not to read the journal, and we're going to read out of the Language of Letting Go book as we normally do. And this is for April 19th. And it says, say what you don't know, right? So one day I was at a restaurant with friends. Now, my friends knew, particularly one of my friends, that I don't eat pork. It's not a religious thing. It's just I get sick from pork. Even the tiniest bit will give me a headache and sometimes nausea. So no matter how good that bacon looks or how much my mouth waters about pork chops frying in a pan, I stay away from pig. So we're at a restaurant. I looked at the menu and the waiter comes over and rattles off specials of the evening to us. The tortellini sounded pretty tasty. I knew he had used some other words to describe the tortellini, prosciutto. But I skimmed over the word and the whole dish sounded interesting to me. We sit and have small talk, then our meal comes. The waiter puts my dish in front of me and I pick up my fork and begin eating. Do you know what prosciutto is? My friend asked. Yes, I said, lying. Point to the prosciutto, he said. I picked out a vegetable that was kind of looked like celery and stabbed it with my fork. There, I said, that's it. You're kidding around now, aren't you? He said. Point to the prosciutto. I felt my face redden. I don't like being tested this way, I said. I know what prosciutto is. This, he said, stabbing a piece of something on my plate, is prosciutto. It's ham, Italian ham. I just thought you'd like to know since you don't eat pork. Oh, I said, pushing my plate back. I don't think that I'm hungry after all. I know this is an old lesson I've talked about before. I had to learn it again. Sometimes we feel inadequate, but what we don't know can hurt us. And besides, if we say we don't know when that's the honest answer, we just might learn something new. Today is the true and correct answer. Today, if the true and correct answer is I don't know, then I will reply, I don't know. God help me let go of the belief I have to know something I don't. Interesting. So again, I thought today's messaging in our Language of Letting Go book was very powerful, at least for me. I hope somebody got out of something, but we don't have to act like we know everything. And by not acting like we know everything, we might learn something new. So take that little tidbit of advice today and apply it in your life. When you don't know something, instead of trying to act like you know everything, just say, I don't know, right? It goes into healthy boundaries with the word no, right? We have to learn as human beings, in the way we were raised is to be of service to others. To be of service to others, to worry about everybody else. That's what we are taught. I say no. I say no. So I hope you guys learn that it is healthy to say no. You are allowed to say no, and you're allowed to inquire when you don't know. So hopefully somebody gets that and is able to apply that somewhere in their life for the benefit of themselves. What else do we have going on here? I think that was really it of the kind of the intro that I wanted to discuss. Now we're going to kind of go over to some of the stuff that we are learning today. Let me get this banner off so we can see a little better. There we go. And so this is Ralph Yarl, and his family right now is grieving because he went to go pick up his sibling from a house. His crime, why he's in that hospital bed, is knocking on the wrong door. Many of you guys know I am a proponent to guns. I think good guys with guns trump bad guys with guns. It's my personal views on the subject matter. It's what we do. However, I also promote responsible gun ownership. And that means knowing how to use your gun even when you're fearful, even when you're scared. And this idea that just because it is not unlawful anywhere in this country to knock on a front door. So the people that are responsible, now mind you, these are older men that are probably out there minding their own business, that don't have people come over, and it terrifies them when they see somebody in their yard because they think in this day and age that they're there to do, to kill them or rob them or something. So they have this fear within them, but it's not a fear of death. And that is what is required to take another person's life. So for example, the girl that died, that the car was shot at, they weren't any threat. They were inside a vehicle when those gunshots were done. When he shot at them, they were in the car backing out of a driveway. There was no need to shoot or warn the people inside, and it lost a young girl her life. When somebody knocks on a door, knock, knock, that is not a threatening knock. Now, kicking on the door, trying to break in, is threatening. But knocking on a door is not. You have no duty to point a gun at somebody that is not armed and not a threat. You have no duty to be able to shoot or discharge your firearm when there is no threat. So you've got two older men right now in jail that lived out in the country because they decided to shoot people that were unarmed and not a threat. So this story is basically a very sad one. I don't know if he's going to make it or not. I don't know if he has expired or not, but it was definitely, if he's still living or not, I don't know. I have not looked into this case that much, but this is more of bringing awareness to my audience that yes, we do believe in the use of firearms, and a firearm didn't discharge in this guy's direction. A human being that was in possession and in control of that firearm did, and they need to be brought to justice. And they need to be held accountable no matter what age they are. And I hope anybody that lives out in the country, I know my aunt lives out in the country. She has a home in Mayaca City as well as in South Carolina. And both of those houses are in country type of environments. My aunt is a gun-toting aunt. I don't recall her ever discharging her firearm at anybody for knocking on her door, and she lives alone. So, and she's got multiple guns. So this idea that we can just be willy-nilly and be the wild, wild west out in the rural areas of this country, that is a no-no. That is a no-no. So if you guys do have guns and you don't know how to use them, get some proper training. Get proper training, because I'm sorry, at the end of the day, you have a split second to react. A split second when there is truly a threat knocking at your door. This was not a threat. So there is a man that's going to jail. That man right there. He looks, I believe that people, but there are times when I think, just like driver's license, even though our country says shall not be infringed upon, right? And I believe that. And I believe it's common sense law. But I do also believe that there are, at some points, people of certain ages probably are incapable of handling a gun. And people that have, degraded mental faculties, such as the aging population, this is an area that I would be a little concerned with, personally speaking. So I am conflicted on a lot of my own stances with gun laws, because this is the second older gentleman that has fired at people for being on their property. And let me very, very clearly provide you guys the law. Because somebody is on your property, the law is you've got to ask them to leave. You cannot pick up a gun and shoot somebody because they are on your property. That is excessive force, and there was no threat that would elicit a fatal response. So this guy is absolutely in hot water, and rightfully so. This boy did not deserve what he received for going and picking up his sibling. Good morning, Jazz King. Nice to see you. So it's not just about being able to have a gun. Anybody over the age of 18, if you do not have a violent record, you are able lawfully to purchase and own a gun. If you don't know how to use that gun, get trained. You don't want to be this guy in this photo that's now going to have to go to jail, and probably the rest of his days on this earth are going to be behind a cell. We don't want that for our community. We don't want that for our audience. We want our audience to, if they own a gun, to be properly trained in the use of that gun. And remember, you, no matter what, do not have a right to assault somebody or shoot at somebody when they are not a threat. I don't care if they are digging up your rose bushes. That is not a threat to your life. You cannot use lethal force. I don't care if they're egging your house. That is not a threat. I don't care if they're TPing your house. They are not a threat. You do not point a gun at another human being and discharge that gun when they are not a threat. Guns are to be used to protect yourself. Not because somebody is knocking at your door and you don't know who's at your front door. is the case that I want every one of my parents that are in this chat right now to pay attention to. This is the case that I was talking about when we were going into the live this morning. And I said, we're going to have a very good message and a messaging that of parents to beware. You are responsible for your child. We talk about, parents like the Struthers having the party house, letting the kids go wild at their house, not reining it in. Parents are responsible for knowing what their children are up to, in my opinion. I truly believe that being a nosy parent is being a great parent. We didn't get away with a whole lot with my mom. My dad wasn't so involved in a lot of stuff, but my mom washed our clothes. She put our clothes in our drawers. She made our bed in the morning. Like, my mom was hover mom on steroids. Okay. Hover mom on steroids. That was my mom. And she was very nosy. And guess what? If we didn't like it, oh well, not her problem. Not her problem at all. Going in and taking my TV out of my room, if I was bad, not her problem. If I lost the phone that was connected, we didn't have cell phones back in my day. We had corded phones, and then after that, we had cordless phones. Before that, we had rotary phones. My upbringing, the first 5 years of my life, was on a rotary phone at my grandfather's. Every time we stayed out there, if I wanted to call home, I had to use a rotary phone. Shh, do 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 do. Shh, do 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 do. Shh, do 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 do. Shh, do 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 do. Right? When my grandfather finally got the push buttons, with those big numbers on them, for people that can't see, that was like, we thought we were rich out there in Mayaca, right? We had this phone that was corded and had these big numbers on it that we could clearly see, and we just had to push and you hear deet, 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 right? So, but my mom at least was very involved, and you didn't get away with much, and she didn't care about being nosy. And if we didn't like it, it was oh well, right? And that's where we need to get back to. This 13-year-old boy right here is now gone. His parents will never get to hold him, never get to tell him that they love him, never get to watch him grow up, never get to see him go to his prom, never get to see him graduate school, never get to see him go on his first date, never get to see him drive his car for the first time, never get to see him get married, never get to see him have a family of his own. Gone. He's no longer with us. He's dead after the TikTok Benadryl challenge. The TikTok Benadryl challenge. These are the types of things that being a nosy parent is all about. I don't know what happened in this child. He sounds like he has great parents. The parents have lost their son. And it was something over something stupid that is going on TikTok. The Benadryl challenge. Benadryl, any over-the-counter medication, and this is for all the parents. I don't expect parents to know everything in the world, just like I don't know everything in the world, right? But Benadryl and a lot of over the counter prescriptions can, in volume, can kill you. Even drinking too much water, many people don't know, can kill you. Anything in your life in excess can kill you. Benadryl is no different. It's an over-the-counter medication. I can't even take but one, and that is when I'm really stuffed up. I'll try to dry everything out because it knocks me slap out. One Bullhorn Betty's done. One and done with the Benadryl. And this poor boy thought it would be fun. to do this challenge on TikTok. TikTok, guys, I'm going to tell you, is not a good place. I know all the young kids are going to TikTok. I was on TikTok. I got a lot of, in the short time that I was on TikTok, I grew my channel in a short amount of time to a massive audience. And the one thing I didn't like about TikTok is everything on there is shaking your booty, exposing your body. These are things that our children are doing. They're letting the whole world see the stuff that shouldn't be let out to everybody to see. So I'm really kind of off with the whole TikTok. I don't really care for TikTok. I don't really go on TikTok. Occasionally I'll throw a video up just to keep the account and some of the audience over there still, consumed on Bullhorn Betty. I've obviously brought some people from TikTok over here to YouTube to watch this channel, which is great. But I'm not really all about the TikTok and the slinky clothes, just like Instagram. Seeing Maddie and Kaylee's photos on there and what they were wearing, and it's just like, I know the kids are doing that. That's what is acceptable. I don't accept that to be acceptable. Our children are not sex objects. Our children should be covering up their bodies. And, you can't help once they get out of your house, but you surely can control what's going on while they're in your home. Oki said, what happened to him, Betty? I'm being that nosy parent. I have very productive adult children now. Thank God. Good. He ate Benadryl. He did a Benadryl challenge. There was some sort of Benadryl challenge on there. He probably just took a handful and popped them back. But when they start to go into effect, it's too late. It's too late. And he died. So getting on with another story here, just to kind of bring awareness. This article here kind of caught me by surprise. I've seen it going around for a few days now, and I it just keeps popping up in my Twitter feed. So I figured, we always talk about things happen for a reason. And so this morning it popped back up, people are commentating on this. And I thought, you know what, maybe we need to discuss this because this is becoming more prevalent in our schools. Once upon a time, we were nervous about having the men teaching our children, especially our young girls. There is a stigma, that it's a stereotyping, if you will. I definitely acknowledge what it is. But we have always, we're always kind of worried about the men's involvement with our kids at school because, girls are sometimes more impressionable, more swayed. But we're not listening to or realizing that there's other types of stuff going on here. And so this article kind of just jumped out at me and made me scratch my head and say, what in the world is going on here? What in the world is going on with our female teachers? And, it's hard for me not to equate these teachers and this whole new sexual dynamic in our classroom. It's really starting to affect our children, and it's obviously starting to affect our teachers as well. So this article was interesting, even though that person is on here. This is not about just her. At least 6 female teachers were arrested for misconduct, S type of misconduct, with students over the last 2 days across the United States. We've never had articles like this about men. But we have now an article about this for women. Oh, no, we covered 2 different cases here. So I think they're talking about Ralph Yarl. He's home, I think is what it was, because he was shot at the door. And then we have the 13-year-old that did the Benadryl challenge. The 13-year-old that did the Benadryl challenge from TikTok is dead. He died. The boy that went and knocked on the wrong door and was shot, it's my understanding that he survived and might be home now. That's what I'm assuming the conversation is about, Oki, just to clarify. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. They may be talking about, but I definitely know the 13-year-old for the Benadryl challenge is no longer with us. He has expired. He has met his demise. Very senseless, very stupid. But we have to start realizing social media. You see what we go through, us creators go through on social media just to be a creator here. Why would you not be monitoring what your child is going through, knowing how dangerous social media can be? Social media is dangerous. I can tell you that. The stuff that I went through and still going through 2 years later after becoming a creator on here, nobody should ever have to go through. And believe me, I am, it's going to take a while, but I tell you, I'm bringing awareness to this every opportunity I get when I meet politicians. And I can guarantee I meet with more politicians than anybody here on YouTube. I can guarantee that. Week after week, I'm meeting with people. If I'm not having a phone conversation with them on the phone, I'm meeting them in their office. So, I am working on it. I am working on it. And I realize it's not a high priority in the craziness that we call the United States of America right now, where we have spy balloons over us, things exploding left and right, buildings crumbling, explosions, and then, parking lots are collapsing. I mean, we're having this all over the country. And I'm telling you guys, I see Dolly is in the house. Good morning, Turtle King. Nice to see you here. But this is I know that this is not something that's going to be something resolved soon, but hopefully through, proper advocacy, we can definitely do something about it. But this here is really kind of getting under my skin with our women educating our children. People really don't think that, it's like a kid's dream, right? And so guys play it off. But the bottom line is these women are preying on our children in school and assaulting them. And while we're looking, because we're stereotypical, it's almost ingrained in us that we equate men teaching our children as being part of the problem. We're not really observing the females that are becoming a problem. This is a major issue here. At least 6 female teachers arrested for sexual misconduct with students in the last 2 days across the country. That is a terrifying thought for me. Terrifying. So I'm just going to see if we can get in here and just read a little bit about this. So it says at least 6. Let me get through all the stuff that pops up when we go in here. It says at least 6 female teachers were arrested in the span of 2 days this week for having S with students, including a Kentucky staffer who allegedly had a tryst with a pair of 16-year-old boys. Now this is insane. We try to protect our children from this and delay that part of their life as long as possible. And here we've got teachers having threesomes with students. This is just insane. So Elaine Schell, 38, of Danville, was arraigned by a Girard County District Court on Thursday after prosecutors said she had S with teens on 2 separate occasions in July and August of last year. Schell worked as a teacher's aide for teacher's aide at Woodlawn Elementary School. She was an elementary school aide and was employed by Lancaster Elementary School prior to that. The outlet reported that Boyle County school officials sent out a letter to parents alerting them to the arrest. Schell has been placed on administrative leave. The bus was just one of 6 recent cases of female teachers engaging in this type of misconduct. And there's her school. Now we're going to go over to the next one. Arkansas. Arkansas educator Heather Hare, 32, was expected to turn herself in Friday for alleged S relationship with a teen student and is now facing a first-degree felony assault rap. An Oklahoma teacher, Emily Hancock, 26, was also arrested Thursday after local police were tipped off with her relationship with a student. A former substitute with Williston Public Schools, Hancock allegedly began communicating with the teen last October and eventually began sending the 15-year-old nude photos. The pair eventually had illicit relationship on school property, the outlet reported. We got Kristen Gannon, 36, an English teacher at a Catholic high school in Des Moines, Iowa, was added to the tally Friday for allegedly having S with a teen student 5 times inside and outside of her school. And we wonder why parents are so sick and tired of our school system. We wonder why parents have had enough. It's not enough that when you send your kid to school, they think that they can make all these medical decisions for your child. Now they're sending children into classes with people that are doing S with them inside and outside of the school. She has since been fired and the school by the school and now is answering felony counts of S exploitation. In Virginia, Aaliyah, I can't even pronounce her name, Caradmond, 33, a teacher at James Madison High School, was also nabbed for alleged S with students over the course of several months. A learning disability teacher in Fairfax County Schools since 2016, Carad has been charged with 4 counts of indecent liberties and being held without bond. Finally, a coach. Pennsylvania Javelin coach. I don't know what that is. I can't pronounce it. Javelin, Javelin coach. I don't know if that's the pronunciation of it. Allegedly had S with a 17-year-old boy she coached. Hannah Mathis, 26, was arrested after police learned she had engaged in an S relationship with a Northampton area high school student or high school track and field athlete. 26-year-old sent the teen text in May 2021 and invited him to her home where the two allegedly had S. Northampton District Attorney said in a news release. This is being problem. I'm sure. Let's see. Teachers in the hood don't give it up. Had no luck. But it's funny because in all fairness, we really do equate the the male students to doing, or the male teachers to potentially do this. I think we're uncomfortable when we find out like one of my teachers, my science teachers was a man. But it makes you concerned because these guys, girls are hot for teachers. Oh, Lord. The Turtle King has spoken. He says it's the dream come true for a young boy, right? For a teenage boy. Getting it on with the teacher. I guess it's probably a fantasy. I don't know. I have a problem with it. I have a problem with it. Our kids are going to go out and do it eventually. It's natural. It's part of life. Our bodies are designed for it, right? But we want to try to hold that off as much as possible because we want our kids to fall in love and have a relationship, not relations, right? So it's hard for me to swallow this, Oh, Lord. That did not sound good. I'm sure they're going to clip that, right? But it's hard to to hear these female teachers engaging in this and in such a large way. I think that's what's concerning for me, is that these female teachers are doing this. And these female teachers, I mean, all teachers are taught you don't engage like that. You know, they have rules to make sure that teachers aren't alone with students anymore. And it just seems like every time I turn around, these rules and policies, they're not helping. And actually, it seems like the issue is getting worse. But, you know, this is a true testament to why parents are tired of the school system. Every time they turn around, it's something new, and it's going to affect their child eventually. So a lot of people, especially here in Florida, have had it with our school systems and are starting to use vouchers to send their kids to private school, or to take that tax money and homeschool them, you know, to provide them a better education. That's what's going on here in Florida. And I know that that's going to be penetrating around the entire United States as new communities start looking at a better example of what can be. We send our kids to school not for babysitting purposes, but to get an education. This is not the type of education that any of us is paying for. I can tell you that. And then we got a couple other things, and I like this statement. That's why I'm bringing it up to you. This is from Crime and Wine on Twitter. And she says, I'll never understand why people feel the need to sensationalize an already horrific and heinous crime, especially those with massive accounts that don't need the clicks and views, that could focus on true advocacy and visibility for victims. I also don't understand why people feel the need to be subject matter experts on every given topic. So many people, armchair detectives, have done amazing things for victim advocacy without credentials. Advocacy should never be for personal gain. This should never be about the person. This should never be about the person speaking. It should always be about the person spoken about. So I really like this, because many of you guys know that this, you know, doing the true crime and covering these cases is only a small part of what I truly do. That I do go out and advocate for children and laws to help them. I also advocate for tougher laws on things like cyberbullying and cyber stalking. You know, I'm constantly advocating and working with politicians around this country for these students. Those things you guys very rarely hear about, ever. Because I do agree. It should be about the person. It should never be about the person speaking. It should always be about the person being spoken about. When I'm at the county, I fight for the residents of this county. I don't fight for my personal stuff. Because if that was the case, instead of the toilet, I was making a comment like they were wanting to give people credits for changing out their toilet. And I'm just thinking, we're just coming off of a hurricane. Who gives a damn about the toilet? Where's the credits for the roofs? You know? But I wanted to let them know, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm not for this credit to people from the county. Like, if you want something, go get it. You don't need a credit from the county to get. But hey, if the county's going to throw some money, let's throw it on some roofs, right? But I was making the point that we could really go to the end of the day of all these things that people would want to put in their house that they would want rebates back for from the county. You do it for one, you got to do it for all. So I'm totally opposed to any of it. Those are things, but those are things that cost our county money. So when I'm up there, I'm worried about the tax dollars for our county. And this is kind of no different. We should always be advocating for people, not for ourselves, but for the people we're advocating for. So I thought this was a great message. And I definitely believe what she says. There's been a lot of people out there on social media that has done a lot of great, a lot of good for victims of crime. And I'm very pleased to be a part of this community, the good part of the community. All the hate and all that can go wherever it's going. Those people are miserable. There's nothing we can do for them until they pull their head out of their butt. So, let them just keep hating, but we will always advocate for the victims. We will always advocate for the truth in these cases. So I just thought that was really something nice that really kind of hit home for me. Here's another one. This is from my friend Dell. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on, you can't hear it, but this is you saw it, right? That was the pizza guy. The pizza guy was the if I could get this thing to pause. The pizza guy was the savior of this, but let me get this up so you guys can hear it. I know you guys can't hear it on my all screen, so let me pull the video up on a different way so you guys can hear the volume. So pizza guy saves the day. Pizza guy saves the day. You guys are going to want to watch this. Watch the pizza guy. I wish I could blow it up, but I can't.
Oh my God, Jaeger! Oh my God, Jaeger!
He's like, what the hell's going on here?
No!
He trips the guy. He's like, boom, you ain't getting away here. He's just stuck his leg out. He holding on to that pizza. He's like, man, don't be messing with my pizza. I gotta deliver this. I gotta get a tip. Don't mess up this pizza, man. Pizza delivery guy, double dutying. He's helping his community while delivering pizza. Let's give him a round of applause today.
Oh my God, Jaeger! Oh my God, Jaeger!
Definitely, it looks like somebody is running from the law. Running from the law. He's like, what do I do? What do I do? Okay, I'm gonna trip him. That dude fell hard. Did you hear that? Bam, bam on that ground. His face has got to be hurting after he did that fall, because his face was planted literally right into the ground. Listen to it. I want you guys to hear. He sees the commotion of the officers coming up. He hears that there's something going on. He's like, what's going on here? And so he's running, and then he starts seeing other officers coming around. He's like, well,
oh my God, Jaeger! Oh my God, Jaeger!
And so he's like, I don't know what's going on here. He still hasn't given up the pizza to the homeowner that's standing by the door. And he's like, what? Maybe I should do this. Oh, boom. Listen to that. Boom. And he fell right on his shoulders in the side of his face. So we need pizza men, pizza delivery guys like this all day long. We need pizza delivery guys like that. Helping keep the community safe. I don't see a round of applause. Everybody needs to give the pizza guy a round of applause. And you know what? Let's order pizza tonight. And let's order pizza tonight and tip the driver an extra couple bucks. Okay? Order pizza tonight, Wednesday night. I just did dinner for you. There you go. Everybody in chat, order pizza for you and your family, and make sure you throw the pizza guy an extra couple bucks, because it's people like him, these people out there that see something and jump into action. And he didn't do anything. He's holding that pizza, but he stuck his foot out, right? He's like, don't be messing with my pizza. I still got to deliver this mofo. But I was so funny because he's right there by the homeowner. You would think that he was just gonna turn around and hand the pizza over, and he's like, what's going on here? Hold on, lady. I got your pizza. Hold on. Let me bring it over here. And he's holding it out. He's making sure that he's making sure that no damage happens to that pizza. He didn't want to have to replace that pizza, right? So he just held it there. After this all happened, he probably walked up and said, here you go, ma'am. Hope it's not cold. Maybe he was questioned by the police, and he's like, I really need to deliver this pizza. So this is coming to a case that I said I wasn't going to cover because of the family and how rude the family has been. So we're going to cover a little bit of it. It's not going to be the kind of coverage that the family really wants us to cover. But this is Sarah Dreyer, which has been missing. And I've been working in the back. Her family, basically dogged JLR. And if anybody knows, JLR is like a brother to me. And so, I have a little, it's no different. I mean, even Dolly knows. If somebody was talking shit about Dolly, I would probably say something about it as well, right? So this family, I don't think they understood exactly what they were doing. But this girl here, I'm looking into this case. She has drug and alcohol problems. She has drug and alcohol problems that we're learning on the backside of this thing. So I'm not saying she's not in danger, but there is the possibility she ran off and is, doing what she does. So I don't know if that has anything in here. Not only that, but this gal here is from Illinois. It seems like that's where she loves to be. It seems like that's the state that she considers home. So it's possible she just said the hell with all this and went back to Illinois. So I think that people looking around this house now, I don't know the everything that's going on with her, but I definitely know that she has drug and alcohol problems, which could be contributed to why she's missing. And why would it contribute? Because some people, when depending on what type of drugs they are, they go on what there is known as benders, right? We've heard that word before, binging, benders and stuff. I don't want to take away from her case, but there are other possibilities out there that the family is not being forthright with the community about this disappearance. And I have, questions for the family. How often has she disappeared like this before? Have you checked with her friends in Illinois? The family's not really communicating. They want all this help, but they don't want to communicate about their missing loved one. And, God bless JLR, because even after being disrespected by this family, he's still out in the woods looking for her when nobody else is. I don't think she's out there. I think she's somewhere else. And wherever she's at, I believe she went to on her own free volition, as opposed to being hurt, injured, or anything like that. So I wanted to make sure that we did cover her case. I swore I wasn't going to cover her case because I thought her family was very rude and inconsiderate of the people that are out there helping. Somebody said she may have overdosed. It's possible, because we had Stephanie Shenefield. Remember, she was the bartender here in my community. Nobody knew where she was at. We knew that she had a drug problem. We figured she was probably on a bender, and maybe that was why she wasn't found. And then her body is found in a ditch in Palmetto, not too far away from me, about 20 minutes away. And it was her drug dealer. She was at her drug dealer's house. She overdid it. She was already complaining of heart problems the day or two coming up to this day that she decided to take an Uber over to her drug dealer's house. But while she was dying, her drug dealer AR'd her. And then when she finally expired, he threw her away like a bag of garbage, and then went to his girlfriend's birthday party the next day. A real despicable guy. There is this situation like that. So I do believe that there is a possibility of that. But here's what. They were able to find Stephanie in a matter of days. This has already been going on. This lady is not out there. She's not out in the woods. People saw her leaving willingly. So she's either with someone doing things that she shouldn't be doing. She could very well be deceased, or she could have went back to Illinois. This is what I wanted to make sure that her face was brought up. And I also wanted to make sure that everybody had the reality of this case. And again, the family has not talked about her drug issues. They have not talked about her alcohol issues. And they're basically saying that she's missing. And she very well may be missing, but they're preventing people from really truly helping, because they're not telling everybody all the information necessary to be able to be a benefit. So that's our coverage for Sarah Dreyer. We hope that she is found and brought home safely. We definitely hope that, nothing is happening to her, and that this disappearance is by her own hand, which I do believe it is, because she had to move back home. She's not living alone. She's back home. She's not taking care of herself. She's living with other people. And she disappeared. There may have been a fight in the home that the family, they're withholding major information from the public. They may be withholding the fact that there was an argument that took place and she left. But I would caution and actually ask the family, to please start giving us some information if they really are trying to help find her, so we can do our job and help bring her home or find out where she's at. So are the parents on drugs? I don't think so. But she is, or has been. Now, I don't know to the extent of it, if it was an active, I'm communicating with some people behind the scenes related to her. And it sounds like this was well known. So we'll see how it all pans out. But there's Sarah Dreyer. She is missing. She's missing from Florida. Nobody knows where she's at. She doesn't really have a whole lot of criminal stuff in her background. It looks like she's got, a DUI and, a speeding ticket that I can locate. Nothing major, nothing that's saying that, she's, done, sold or, anything like that of herself. So it seems like, this is a situation where she may not have been happy. The family may have, the family may feel that she might be harm to herself. But again, we're not getting that information from her family. We are able to find out a little bit, and I have open communication with somebody that directly knows her. And so I am trying to get as much information as possible. And I don't know if I'm going to cover this case. I really don't. I'm kind of, I got a sour taste in my mouth. I like to work with families that like to work with me. If you're telling me to stand down, I'll definitely stand down. But when I do find out something that doesn't look good, I'll definitely make sure that it's brought up because I feel deceived by this family, period. I think the audience should feel deceived by this, not the parents, the family. And it's not fair for you to be so disrespectful to social media that's out here trying to help your daughter, and you're not even telling us the truth, or your sister, and you're not even telling us the truth about why she left, or what her past is. And that goes directly, if she has a drug problem, and we know how drug problems are, why are we out in the woods looking for her instead of in the streets knocking on doors, especially in areas that she frequents to buy drugs? These are things that we need to help find her. So that is about all I've got on this related to her. I'm taking her face off of here. And here is an update from the Lori Vallow case that I thought you guys would find interesting. Many people know who Lori Hellis is. She's a lawyer. She's an author. She's a veteran. And so she had an incident that happened on the 18th, yesterday, at the court hearing for Lori Vallow. She's actually meeting with the judge this morning to discuss it because she was, first of all, she follows the rules. She wasn't breaking any rules. She wasn't taking photos in the courtroom, and she was being targeted by, I believe, an attorney or maybe another person there. But I wanted to read this for you so everybody knew what happened in the case of Lori Vallow. And it's this morning, I was sitting in the courtroom when a deputy approached me and asked me to step outside and bring my phone. This was before court started, as people were still coming in. The judge was not on the bench and the jury was not in the room. I stepped out with the deputy, who told me that he had a report that I had taken pictures of Lori in the courtroom. I later was told it was Jim Archibald who complained. I didn't take a picture, and I handed the deputy my phone. He confirmed that I had not taken any pictures in the courtroom. Despite that, a second deputy walked up to me and told me he was going to confiscate my phone as evidence. Yes, I was pissed. After further discussion, the first deputy allowed me back into the courtroom with my phone. When someone asked me what happened, I told them. The deputy then pulled me out a second time and told me I had made a disruptive comment by telling somebody what had happened. This was while people were still milling around and the court had not started. I said I wasn't saying any more. He sent me back to sit down. A few seconds later, the judge came on the bench and said I had disrupted the proceedings and had the deputy escort me out. I was told I could remain in the overflow viewing area where I stayed until the noon break. At that point, the court administrator came in and asked me to leave the building. She said I could return tomorrow if I wanted to meet with the judge. I have a meeting tomorrow at 8 a.m. I hesitate to say more, but it feels personal. So I wanted to let you know what was going on inside that courtroom with Lori Vallow. If you guys got wind of that, that is what was happening. She is proclaiming she did nothing wrong, that it felt personally attacked by Lori Vallow's attorney. She was not taking images in the courtroom. And not only that, but the Lori Vallow Daybell trial, it's not like it's not being recorded and photos are not being taken. She's well known. She can reach out to the pooled photographer and the pool videographer, and she knows that. So she doesn't need to take photos on her phone. She will have access to everything that is from the pool photographer and the pool videographer. And most people that go to these cases know that. You don't need to do sneaky stuff like that. This is kind of going into the situation. We're going to kind of dovetail a little bit over to BRYAN KOHBERGER, because there's a lot going on in Wazoo that kind of, excuse me, these hiccups are driving me crazy. And I only do it when I'm live. I don't have hiccups any other time of the day except when I'm live. What state is it? Gregory, the one that we just went over was Lori Vallow Daybell, which was Idaho. So we have a case in California, a case which is the West case, a case in Colorado, which is a Stauch case, and a case in Idaho, which is the Vallow Daybell case. But, yesterday when we were talking before we kind of got into the Letecia Stauch trial, we started hearing some rumors about deaths on Wazoo campus. This is the campus that BRYAN KOHBERGER was living. This is the campus that he was at and going to school at the time that he allegedly murdered Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Krenodal on March 13th, 2022. Well, this is not strange to this campus. There's other people dying. And I found it kind of odd, because you've got these two universities. You got the University of Idaho and the Washington State University within 9 or so miles apart from each other. And they're kind of in these rural areas that they are really the breadwinners for all the people there. For example, there's a lot of student stuff like Moscow. It's nothing. If it wasn't for that university, there would be nothing there. There would be nothing there. People, the businesses there are there because the university is providing them the funds to keep their businesses there. For example, the restaurants, right? If there's no students going to Idaho, the University of Idaho, many of those restaurants wouldn't be able to stay open because the community itself is so small that it's not enough to support all these restaurants. So that university really is the blood of the community of Moscow, Idaho. It really is. It's what's able to allow people in that area and that community to survive, is that university. Now, further away, again, 9 miles or so away, about 18 minutes to get to from the University of Idaho to the Washington State University. And the Washington State University is in more of a not so desolate area. It's a much different vibe, but it's still the heart of that particular community in Pullman. It's not as dependent on the university as Moscow, Idaho is, but it's still dependent on that additional revenue that university provides the community to survive. And in both of these cases, when we heard the 4 university students were murdered, we looked into the University of Idaho extensively. And we found that there was multiple people that have died within the last year at the University of Idaho. Well, we're learning today that that Washington State University, which we know as Wazoo, is also having problems with death. So since this murder, there have been 2 additional people that have died in Wazoo on the campus. One was at a fraternity house. One was on the Stevenson campus. The one on Stevenson campus, it sounds like it is this person unalived themselves, don't want to be here anymore. But I was still very skeptical and still haven't received a whole lot of information about the one at the fraternity house. So there was a party at the fraternity house, and some hours later after this party, or while this party was going on, they called 911 to report an unconscious person. That person died. I don't know if it was from alcohol poisoning or something like that. But I don't know if it was an unalived type of thing at the fraternity party. That just doesn't make sense. But I guess there is a possibility of that. So parents, this is another concern for me, is be careful where your children go to college. I know your children want to go halfway across the country to college, and we want to give them, we want to clip the umbilical cord and push them out of the nest and let them finally stand on their own feet and kind of have some real adult responsibilities, like getting up and going to class, doing your work, giving them that leeway that you're not hovering over them. They're adults now. We're sending them off to college, our beautiful children that we feel we've raised the best we can raise. Now it's time to, lightly push them out of the nest. We don't want to mule kick them, we want to give them an opportunity to spread their wings and fly, right? And we've got to start looking as parents. And I know that I have a lot of people in my community here that have parents of young children. And as we're going to be growing together, your children are going to be growing with us. And there's going to be a point when some of you mommies and daddies out there that are going to have to send your children to college. So when you send them to college, you need to start doing more due diligence. You need to look at the fraternities. You need to look at the crime. You need to be asking the right questions, especially with children's deaths on campus. When you have a community college that has, 3 or 4 unalives a year, you've got to ask yourself, is that too intense for my child to go to? Is there something else going on behind the scenes that are making these kids feel inept and ill-equipped and want to make a temporary issue a permanent issue? You want to be checking on your children often to find out where they are at. Are they having any problems in school? Do they have any bullies? How work is going. You want to ask them. You also want to make sure that they're not partying too much. We know as we send our children off to college, they're going to be experimenting. They're going to be experimenting in a lot of stuff that we don't want to know about. I can be honest with you. We're not going to want to know what they're doing in college. Don't ask, out of sight, out of mind, but you still want to be involved, and you want to make sure that your child's not partying, that you're not seeing these major behavioral changes in your child. If you do, you're paying that bill. Pull that child out of school. It is our responsibility. We don't want to raise our children to this point and then have them drive off the cliff, right? We want to see them become that responsible adult, that responsible parent that is able to take care of themselves and have an amazing job and to live the American dream. That's what we all want for our children and our grandchildren. So the reality of this is just be cautious of where your children are going. Be cautious of what your children are watching. We just heard about a 13-year-old, participating in this Benadryl challenge that took his life. So we have to monitor our children and what they're watching. If it was up to me and you have a child 15 years or younger, and I would say even 18 years or younger, but I'm a reasonable person, 15 years or younger, take the TikTok app off their phone. Seriously, take the TikTok app off their phone. I have not seen anything on TikTok that I really like anymore. There's some true crime people out there, but everything else in my feed is all about shaking booties, watching these girls with hardly nothing on. That's not what you need to be subjecting your 10, 12, and 13-year-old children to. I'm sorry, it's just not. It's not going to help you maintain a healthy household, because now they're going to be mad at you and resent you because look at all these other kids and what they're able to do, and you're not letting them dress that way. You're not letting them act that way. It's causing problems in your household. Have them delete the TikTok app. Ban it. It sounds like that's the way this country is going to be going with TikTok anyways. So you might as well just start, weaning your children off this TikTok app. It is not good. And there's too many young children dying because of it, whether it's because they're wanting to do that bike trick that they fall and break their neck, swinging from, kids do some stupid stuff for attention, period. They do some really crazy, wild stuff for attention. And if they see it, they're going to want to do it. From jumping, from hanging off cliffs with no proper gear, to doing Benadryl challenges, doing all this other stuff. You know, I go on TikTok occasionally, but I have to be honest with you, with all the exposure and the sexualization of young children and teenagers, I don't like it. It's not for me. I'm one of those people that like, you know, bodies covered up and wear, you know, don't wear dental floss for underwear, right? I'm like what I consider a normal person. What is normal? I know. So we'll say majority. I'm part of the majority. So we want to know what our kids are doing. So make sure that whenever you guys are doing anything, I know that we're getting close to the end of the year. Some of you that are in my chat right now are already planning on, you know, sending their kids to college and sending their kids to a university. Ask the questions. Ask the questions about crime. Ask the question about, you know, health of the students. Ask them for the resources that they have there. A lot of them have resources that many students don't use. And when you see a behavioral change, start getting the school involved. That's what we can do as parents when it comes to our children. Even Instagram is getting weird. Mary, you're absolutely right. You guys don't see me participating too much on Instagram. That's where Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez had the majority of their photos. And I have to say, if that was my child, I know it's common. My child would hate me and say I'm the worst parent in the world because I would never allow my child to expose themselves that much. Even as adults, I would be having a conversation with them saying, you know, like we talk about here all day long, you know, do you want a man to love you or use you? Do you want to have a relationship with him or be his toy? You know, we have to instill this in our children because they're getting a lot of attention from good-looking boys that don't want anything to do with them. They're a hit it and quit it kind of guy, right? The walk away Joe. We don't want our children being used like that. It's our responsibility to say, you know, what does this say about you? You know, that you have to be in nothing to get attention from friends. Those aren't the friends you want. Those aren't the friends you need. We need to teach our children because I think a lot of this stuff has gotten out of hand and it's progressively gotten out of hand for so long. We kind of tune it out and don't realize it's affecting our kids. This is affecting our children. This is affecting our young adults. Social media can be a very dangerous place. And we need to protect of all people, our children. So I hope we do. One of the kids that died at the Wazoo campus, one of them died by suicide. The other one died by hazing. So we're going to get to this video here. I want you to hear about the hazing incident, what they perceive as the hazing incident. I think it's assault, but you know, according to Glenn County, it shouldn't. According to Glenn County, Georgia, these types of events don't rise to the level of what they perceive as needing resources, which is disgusting. And I hope Keith Higgins from Glenn County Prosecuting Office has his feel of the social media and normal people coming out and saying, how dare you talk about this boy that way? He victim shamed like nobody's business because his friends, the Struthers, are in the hot seat. And he downplayed it and downplayed it and downplayed it. Shame on Keith Higgins from Glenn County, Georgia. And I hope if you guys haven't and you'd like to, send him an email and express how you felt about how disgusting his press conference was. How disgusting it was. It didn't make me feel better. It makes me want to go and tell him to go F himself. Like that's where I'm at when I heard what was coming out of that man's mouth. But let's go ahead and listen to this. This is the kid that the hazing. This is on Wazoo. Let's listen.
Hazing contributed to your son's death?
No. We believe the rituals that were part of this fraternity had dangerous components that contributed to his adverse mental and physical health.
In August, John and Colleen Tyler dropped their son Luke off at WSU to kick off his college career. He couldn't wait to be a Coug and a Theta Chi fraternity member. That's him outside the house under the flag last summer. 5 months later, this 19-year-old died by suicide. The coroner found a toxic mix of alcohol and Wellbutrin, a commonly used antidepressant, in his system.
Every day is a new day.
And I want to tell you, that is an antidepressant. What did we find out from Trenton Lear Camp? Right? Alcohol and what? Antidepressants. This is what kids are doing in these colleges and high schools.
To just realize he's gone again. And suicide was the furthest thing from our mind.
The Tylers say suicide was unthinkable. Luke had never shown any signs of depression, no indication of mental health issues whatsoever.
Couldn't believe it. Couldn't understand why.
Don't be these parents. Look at look at their face. We're watching this and we can feel some of their pain. Some of it. Definitely not all of it. You want to protect your children. You need to protect your children. You need to know where they're going. We watch what they eat. We watch what they're paying attention to. We're restricting their ability to play games. We're making sure that they're doing their homework. We're making sure that they go to the doctor's appointments. We're making sure that they have their dental appointments. We're taking care of our children, but we're not asking the right questions when they're going off to college. We realize that that is just the beginning of their adult life, that this is the college and university experience for them as they're cutting those umbilical cords and being gently pushed out of the nest. And we're wanting to watch, you know, the good that we've done raising our child and seeing what beauty that they can do for this country and for themselves. And we're enamored by our children and we want the best for them. But are we doing everything we can do to make sure that they're safe when they go to college? A lot of people are making fatal flaws. They're looking at their test scores and all this other stuff that shows these colleges are elite. But are we looking at the sororities that our young girls are going in? Are we looking at the fraternities that our young boys are going in? Are we looking at the actual mental health of the students and the faculty at that school? These are the important things. Screw the grade that school has. There are so many more important factors. A good kid is going to get a good education just about anywhere they go. But are we doing enough to protect our child from the people at the university, from the other students at the university? We're looking at grades, we're looking at programs, we're looking at all this stuff, but we're not looking at how to keep our kids safe on these campuses. And believe me, no matter what principal, dean, or anything else tells you it's safe for your child to go there, what they don't know can kill your kid.
The family was full of love, direction. It was, when I heard that, it didn't make any sense.
Luke's parents say they didn't send a troubled teenager off to school, but a young man full of life and hope, a dedicated family member who loved boating, teaching sailing to little kids, travel, adventure, and sports.
Go, Luke!
Yeah, very good.
That's him, number 21, playing lacrosse.
Oh yeah, Luke!
Luke was also a nutrition and fitness buff. He even entered a bodybuilding competition and won it. The Tylers say this was the picture of their son, a freshman just starting out with goals, friends, and support.
It's just such a dichotomy between the bright, healthy young man that we sent to WSU and in a very, very short amount of time, him having, depression or needing antidepressants and then taking his life that way. It doesn't make sense.
After his death, the parents say they found out Luke had kept a troubling part of college from them. At least 6 friends came forward saying he was struggling with hazing at the fraternity.
What he expressed to his friends was that it wasn't what he thought it was, and that it did push him to his breaking point.
A few of those friends started this petition, urging the school to shut down Theta Chi because they said Luke's death followed a long and cruel pledging process.
We are so disappointed in Theta Chi. They should have known better. They should have done better.
The Tylers say fraternities at WSU should know better than anyone. Just 3 years ago, 19-year-old Sam Martinez of Bellevue died at Wazoo from acute alcohol poisoning. It happened after a night of hazing at the Alpha Tau Omega House, just a few short blocks from Theta Chi. That tragedy led to new policies and training on campus and a sense of security for Luke's family.
I thought you said that you felt.
So they did look at this. They did realize that there was some things going on in this school, but the school, puts word salad out there for their parents, for the parents of these students saying, oh, we've addressed this. It's safe. And then we come to find out this has been their past, present, and hopefully not their future of this fraternity. Calling many to cancel Theta Chi and remove them, revoke their fraternity. So, oh my God, same school as BRYAN. Yes, same school as KOHBERGER. Say absolutely. Oh, thank you, Carla. God bless you. Same school as KOHBERGER. That's why I said we have to, it's more than just, the ratings of that school and the passing rate of the students in that school. Is the school safe? You're talking to two parents and you saw that kid. He looked happy. He looked healthy. He seemed very proud of himself. He had a great body. He was proud of the work that he did on that. He was proud of the sports he did. It seemed like a very well-rounded child. I mean, they're thinking, our child is going to go to college and be a flippin' rock star. And when you get into college, you got all these sororities and fraternities, depending on if you're male or female, what to do. And you want to get involved and you want to have that on your resume that you were part of this fraternity and were successful in this fraternity or sorority, depending on who you are. You want that on your resume. To what extent? To the point of death? I can't imagine what this family is going through. I cannot even begin to imagine. So let's just keep going.
But like it would even be one of the safest places to be.
I did. I really, when you think about it, it's like after Sam died, I would expect that the school, the Greek system, would be implementing
another good-looking guy gone.
Stronger policies. We trusted WSU. We trusted the Greek system with our son.
Just this week, the university announced they're investigating Theta Chi for allegations of hazing, providing alcohol to minors, and reckless endangerment. And they said, if we determine hazing has occurred, we'll hold people and groups accountable for their actions.
That's not good enough. I don't know what is going on with these universities. That is not good enough. You know what will change these fraternities and these sororities? Closing them down. Not holding the individuals accountable, holding the damn chapter accountable for their members' actions. You close one Greek sorority or fraternity down, it will send a strong and powerful message across this country and across the universities that these schools have had enough, that they're tired of their students coming there and leaving in body bags. Now, granted, we have thousands and thousands of students that go to these universities and only a handful of them don't make it out. But you tell that to the handful of families that are left there crying. Their kids' life mattered. This is unacceptable to me. And hearing this word salad from university to university to university across this country, this is not unique to Wazoo. This is going on many campuses across this country. If you hear it, sniff it, even smell it, shut it down, suspend them, close the fraternity or sorority down, period, done. You do that one time, it will send a message across the United States and through our university systems, as well as our Greek system. But you as parents have to ask the right questions when you're sending your child to a university. It's all about the money. It is. It is. It is. It is a tragic loss for Wazoo. But again, when I started out this morning, I said we're going to have a lot of, awareness to our parents that are out there because these are some, we have Benadryl challenges killing our young kids. And we have sororities and hazings and the depression and the breaking of the students when they get to a university. It's not fair. Life is not fair. It is our responsibility to continue to protect our family, even when we're gently pushing our family out of the nest. So with that, we're going to go start working our way over to BRYAN KOHBERGER to talk about some of the stuff that's going on in the BRYAN KOHBERGER case. I have to say I was a little disappointed because I got this new external drive, right, to hold my stuff. And when I was clearing off the 128,000 gigs of memory on the computer, I put it on here. Well, believe it or not, thank God I haven't dumped my phone. I need to dump my phone soon. But thank God I haven't dumped my phone yet, because I literally, it did not copy over before I deleted everything off the computer. So it didn't copy over right, but I didn't lose any of my actual original content because it's still all on my phone. But I lost all the court documents that I've been saving and going over, with the exception of the ones that I printed. With the exception to the one that I printed, and this was the abrupt pain affidavit, which, as you can see, I went through and highlighted, a lot of stuff that I wanted to go over and talk to you guys about as we're going to be, proceeding with the Idaho 4 and realizing that we're going to be locked out of the case for the better part of the pretrial stuff. There is a action going on that many that follow me know about, that the press has taken the court, Letecia County Court, and the judge's recommendations. They're appealing it and sending it up to their district court of appeals. They filed their response on March 10th, and I figured that they would be setting that for trial, and I figured that the turnaround time on that would be like 30 to 45 days. I was hopeful for that, but we're kind of right at a little past 30 days as is, and I don't hear the hearing or anything on that particular matter as of yet. So I don't know what's going on with the DCA from the 30 or some odd media organizations that are suing Letecia County and Judge Megan Marshall on her ruling to seal just about everything in this case. Like, everything's under seal. Everything's under seal. It's a public case, but everything is under seal. And so I do have a problem with that. I do have a problem with this attack on the freedom of press and what the public is, even though it's the right of the public to know, this tug and pull with our judicial system about what we can and cannot provide. Now, granted, I don't want to ever cover something in a case that is totally detrimental if it was exposed. Those are the types of things that need to be sealed. Every little pleading in a case does not need to be sealed, nor rises to the level to fall under seal. I don't know if they're going to be able to continue this, especially after the District Court of Appeals hears it. And here's why: because they have so many other remedies that are less restrictive at their disposal. They're using the most restrictive means. And I think that that's going to be hard to explain. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on with my internet. True crime. I'm not on the hotspot. I should not have problems. Hold on, guys. Let me go ahead and refresh this. It's going to go down just for a second. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, that seemed like it fixed it. At least it didn't have the drop. I don't know what was going on. It was really weird, but it froze on me. And I've got amazing internet here at this house. It's a pretty fast stuff over here, you know. Stuffers, I am so glad to see you here. I heard that there's a few people out there not being so kind to you today. So I really do apologize that you're going through some stuff, but you're always here and welcomed here. So if you ever need to run away, just come over here. You're always loved over here. The original coffee bean Stuffers is in the house. So before we get started on KOHBERGER, I think I'm going to open the phones up just for a few moments. But first, I'm just going to take a quick break. We've already been going for an hour and a half. This is going to be most likely a 12-hour day, a 12 to 13-hour day for us here on the Bullhorn Betty channel, because as we get through BRYAN KOHBERGER, we're going to be going right into Letecia Stauch's case and getting us prepared for her 11th day of trial today. Lots of stuff came out that many of you guys, if you haven't been able to watch the trial, you're going to want to stay here. We're going to give you guys some updates and some of our I'm wondering if they have something going on in another remove. I don't know what's going on here. Now I've got two things open for my life. Either way, just give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. I'm going to throw some music on here. It's the same song that we usually hear. I need to update some of the songs and stuff like that when I get time. I haven't had time. So I'm probably just going to do some intro music here. I'll be literally back before the song ends. I just need to refresh my coffee and use the little girls' room, and we'll be back. We're going to talk about BRYAN KOHBERGER, some updates in that, as well as we're going to work our way to Leticia Stauch, and we're going to hear Jennifer Coffendoffer having to eat some words, and do respect her and glad that she came out and said that she was sorry. We're going to get into that. What did Jennifer Coffendoffer apologize for? We will be right back after this song, so stay tuned. Actually, let me see if I can. Nah, we'll use it. Do we want some different music? We could probably do some different music. Maybe we'll do some different music. I'll put this on, and then we'll put the different music on. Hold on a second. We'll put this on. Can you guys still hear me? We'll put that on, and we'll put this on.
Slow up, no, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up. No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up. No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, isn't that? Spitting slow, spitting fast, I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams is of modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head
So I stopped there. I like those songs. I need to upload some more songs because you can hear it and I can be in the background. We can lower the volume so we have a little bit of sound coming through. Maybe we'll do like I don't know, a ladies' night that has like candles and relaxation music, something that we could really appreciate, right? That we could really appreciate. So I'm going to go ahead and open the phone lines up. I know we lost a few people in the little break, and that's okay. But I want to hear what your thoughts are on, the college. So the stuff that we've talked about up to this point. We're about to get into the meat and potatoes of the segment, even though we're already 2 hours in, as we're winding up to start the trial of Letecia Stauch. But I have to have things to keep you guys busy all the way up there. So that's why we're kind of dragging some stuff out this morning. So we have a lot of talking points and stuff to discuss while we're waiting for the Letecia Stauch trial, because she's two hours behind us. So 9 a.m. For their court case is 11 a.m. for us. And we're just about to cross over to 9 o'clock this morning. So we still have like 2 hours of stuff that we need to discuss and talk about before Leticia's trial starts, So, and I find it a lot easier to just dovetail so people out there know that when we have these trials, you got the coffee club for the first 2 hours. So if you want to do the replay but don't want to watch the entire trial, you can watch the first 2 hours of these days and know that you're getting the coffee club segment of the Bullhorn Betty channel. So we're going over the docket. Nothing has really changed on the docket, and nothing's been added. Nothing has been taken away. It is all just right here. And the last thing that we had on this, I was looking at Vallow Daybell, because we got some major cases in Idaho. So I was going through the docket and saw all of this, which we've discussed the majority of it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe to see this many documents on this docket and to think that we have gone over the majority of all of this on this channel. Like, we have really worked very hard to, keep you guys abreast of this. I've made 2 trips out there. The trips were quite expensive, as many of you guys know. I mean, the flight to that area, there's no real cheap airport that you can fly into in Idaho. Even when we try to go to Boise, which is a bigger airport, or Seattle, it's still an arm and a leg for that. And actually, I just seen Jennifer L. in here this morning, and I've been meaning to find a way to kind of dovetail this in. I'd like to say prayers for anybody in the chat that's struggling. Jennifer just had, things happen with a family member, and we just want to uplift people that are struggling in here, people that are dealing with family stuff, loss of life, and other things. So I just want everybody just to take maybe 30 seconds right now and just, take a moment of silence so we can just say a quick prayer for anybody and everybody in our chat that's struggling, that needs some healing power and thoughts and good vibes. We would like to go ahead and take a few moments to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn my camera off, and we're just going to take about 30 seconds just to say a prayer for those that are struggling. Those in our chat and outside of our chat. Thank you guys for that. And that goes to anybody and everybody struggling today in our chat room and further abroad. That was kind of my, I didn't just keep it here to the chat. There's a lot of people out there that struggle every day. We cover a lot of those struggles here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. A lot of them are not good cases, and there's a lot more than just the people we cover that struggle. So definitely just want everybody to know that we are a family here. We do care for one another. I do care about your well-being, and when you guys are in pain, I'm in pain as well. I don't like seeing any of my family struggling or in pain. So I know that there's more than just Jennifer that's in this chat that needs the prayers. That's why I make sure whenever we do have a little prayer session, we pray for all and not just some. So, I definitely, tomorrow is a solar eclipse. It will cause all kinds of crazy stuff with electronics, animal behavior, moods. We're shutting the Bullhorn Betty channel down tomorrow. I don't want to be Strangler Betty tomorrow, okay? Because I might catch some of them cockroaches. I should stop. I'm just joking. All right, so the phone lines are going on right now. Let me get them pulled up. Don't do anything just yet. Oh, shit. I hate when I do that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. But I got it on the wrong one. Sorry. My glaring defects. I'm like, shit, I can't remember what. Sorry for cussing too, but I didn't mean to do that. So give me just a second. Let me get this over to, is anybody, okay. Those are no phone numbers. Those are from, I was worried about the phone numbers, but I don't have to worry about it. I just looked at them. Because I just opened this new phone for our lives. Apparently it's a number from somebody else. Well, I've been getting a mess of calls from a prison. I don't get them. Like the phone doesn't ring because I turn the ringer off of this thing, even when we have people on them. But it's crazy because all of those numbers that you saw were people from prison trying to get a hold of their loved one, but they don't realize that it was a Google number, and I now own the Google number. So whoever had this Google number before me, you might need to get some new friends. It sounds like a lot of your friends are in jail, buddy. Just saying, right? Yeah, I know. I've been trying to stay away from the F-bomb, but the S word still rolls right off the tongue. And so does the HE double hockey sticks. That just kind of rolls off the tongue too. So I really am trying. You guys know I have been trying, but occasionally something slips out. So I'm sorry for all the little ears that might be listening. That's a bad word. Don't ever say it. Or Bullhorn Betty might have to come with my belt. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Okay. Let me get these phones on. So I'm just kind of seeing if anybody has, and then we're just going to, while the phones are on, I'm going to go on ahead and dovetail into some of this segment. So if anybody wants to call, they're more than welcome to call. If I don't answer, it's probably because I think you're a troll. You might have to say, hey, that's me calling. Because I don't like answering calls that say unknown caller. It always gives me the creeps, right? I don't even answer them on my own phone. Actually, it's funny because even on my actual phone, I've got the do not disturb. Had I known, like, apparently all these phones have like a do not disturb feature on it. I was none the way. This is Betty.
Hey, Miss Betty, Turkey Man.
I thought I recognized the number, and I'm like, who is this? I know who this is.
You need to bookmark that, as you call it.
Yeah. So how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. I was listening to you talking earlier today, and you was talking about we need to know what something means. You know, when you're talking about.
You're talking about my language of letting go that I don't know.
The word where you're talking about eating, not knowing what that is asparagus is, or what he's talking about.
Oh, it's a
the
lady
night-
that was at a restaurant, and she can't eat pork because it makes her sick, gives her headaches and nausea,
Right.
and she didn't know what prosciutto was, and she ordered
Right.
something with prosciutto in it. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Well, that's one thing that a lot of times we'll agree to something, or we'll say something's all right, but we really don't know if it's okay or not.
Yeah.
And I remember hearing a long time ago, way back when I was younger, I always loved listening to the radio and especially talk show or like local DJs and talking and stuff and going to and from work. And this guy had his kind of like me as being turkey man, cut up clown would come in and he called him John and he asked him, he said, John, you feeling egregious today? Well, he said, I try to be. I hope to be. Well, the bottom line, there ain't no such word as egregious.
Mm-hmm.
But how
I've never heard it.
No, it's not. You can pull up in the dictionary. Egregious, there's not a word.
Mm-hmm.
It don't have a meaning to it, but it sounds like it is something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's how you put it in a sentence. And there's a lot of things that's been made to be that used to be. I mean, like I don't understand kids nowadays. I call it send daughter to college. She goes to college, and she comes back. I mean, perfect. And she comes back like this and like that and like this and like that, and everything's like, and not everything's like that. You eat something that says chicken. Well, it's like chicken. No, it's not chicken. It's this is different. But that's my 2 cents on that. The other thing I was going to talk to you about, I was thinking about. I was going to ask you this here a while back, but John Murray Ramsey, the little girl that
John Benet Ramsey, yes, there's the
right.
quarter-century-old case of yes. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, that was my thought. Do you think that wouldn't have happened? You think that she'd probably still be with us if her mother hadn't took her to all these different places and put her in these things for people to see?
I think it did contribute to it. I mean, this is just, speculative in nature, but I definitely think, her daughter was a beautiful little girl. And, her daughter apparently loved these shows. A lot of people believe that it was her mother that was forcing her into it. From my understanding, this little girl loved being a part of it. Do I think it brought her unnecessary attention? I do.
Mm-hmm. I do too. I think it contributed to it, and I think that's where that when we put our dress a child outside of having a tea party at the house.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Having dress up's fine. My daughter, I fell asleep on the couch during her time of rest. I wake up, I got lipstick on. I've got a some kind of thing around my neck. I look up, and she's standing over me, and I say, "Hey!" And I looked in the mirror. She had me dressed up.
Yeah.
I mean, a little girl wants to dress up, play tea party, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And a girl dad is gonna help her with that, but not take pictures and put her out there where a pervert can see it. And that's just I think that's something that we need to be more guarding of our children. And I mean, that's old school of me, but that's I mean, really and truly, you talk about TikTok and all this, that, and the other. People don't understand. People that know me in 2015, I didn't know how to turn a computer on.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know how to get on Twitter. There was a show that was on the radio, was FM AM radio. My daughter's going to school. Said, "Daddy, you can listen to that on a computer." I said, "I don't know how." So she showed me how. Then I had a flip phone, and she got me on Twitter in 2016. I was listening to a radio with aluminum foil on the antenna in 2015. I'm 70s, in my 70s now, and I didn't even know how to turn. And now I carry an iPhone. I'm doing a YouTube page. I'm technical turkey man. That's right. But what I'm trying to say, they're saying you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Well, if the dog wants to learn a trick, he can.
Yeah.
These people says, I looked at it and said, I can't. My grandma dead and gone, but she said, can't never accomplish a thing.
Yeah.
And that'd be my put out there today. I always enjoy catching you and talking to you a few minutes. I know other people want to get in, but wondering how much putting our kids in a bad situation has caused for them to be in a bad situation.
Yeah. And this day and age with social media, it's so much easier for people to prey on people.
That's what I was saying. That's my point. You took it. You took what I was laying down, as you say. But something I was thinking about as you was doing your 30-second silent prayer,
mm-hmm.
and I was sitting there, and that screen is blank. That was half a minute. A minute of a child being abused.
Yep.
A minute without a child being looked after. My mom would always say, and I always said when I had our daughter growing up, if it got quiet, you never go listen. You go check.
Yeah.
I've
got a story on the quietness. I'm going to tell you that after you're done.
But you think about that. You take that blank screen, that second. What can happen? What can happen in that time? By the way, Miss Betty just dropped our new video for the week. It's a little while ago, about an hour ago. And get a chance to check it out. You might enjoy it today.
Yeah. We'll have to pop some little clips up for your channel. So if you guys
how to go grab.
Go ahead.
You probably know how to grab it there. I don't know how to do that, but I probably could send it to you. If we had a phone that I could send you stuff, I could do that every once in a while. But
yeah, let me go here right now, and I'm going to look you up.
But anyhow, I want to hear what your story says. You want me to get offline? Or
no. I'm going to tell you the story here in just a second. So, you were talking about quietness, and I remember, this is when me and my little sister or my older sister were really young, and I remember, and she told a little part of that story last week, but we were at the house, and my mom, this was a house that was like two sections, like two sides of the house, and we were really young, and we were living in Bayshore Gardens. And I remember my mom was working, and she's like, I don't hear the kids. And so she walks in the room, and at this time my sister has the scissors and it's literally cutting in my entire hair off. So it's very important when you don't hear any noise to get up and run, because one of your daughters is probably losing her hair. I'm just saying.
Oh, well, when somebody tells something, then it brings memory of something else.
Yeah.
Well, we had a cat that raised our daughter, and that's a story in itself. But all day, she took the scissors and cut a big ball of hair off of one side of that cat. Now, she worked all day keeping that bad side away from me. Wherever I went, the good side was showing.
Yeah.
And my wife come in, it was her, and she said, honey, why'd you let her do that to the cat? I said, what did do to the cat? Turn around, and it looked like Elmer's foot on one side with balls. I said, Michaela, what'd you do that for? Daddy, I don't know. I just going to see what it looked like. Kids are going to be kids, and parents need to be parents.
Yeah.
And my dad, and it was true. My dad said when he went to discipline, he said, it hurts me a whole lot more than it does you. And I'm thinking, this is a lie. It's like a piece out of your hockey sticks, as you say.
Yeah.
This is a lie, but it does.
Yeah, it does. That's why, I even when I hated disciplining my grandchildren because they're sweet, they're sweet girls, but they do some really horrific stuff sometimes to each other. And but I can tell you, I've always calmed myself. I remember I think the first time I had to spank one of my grandchildren, I went into the room after I was done and I cried. I have to be honest with you. I cried so hard because I didn't want to do it, but I knew it had to be done. And I remember just boo-hooing.
and that's what people don't understand. There's a difference between loving discipline.
Mm-hmm.
The word tells us that if we basically if we don't love our children, if we don't discipline,
right,
and that's why he disciplines. That's why we discipline us when we don't do what he has guided us to do.
Exactly.
And that's why that you're gonna have to get you a fruit jar. I don't think you can do a pickle jar. I think you're gonna have to get big tall, big double. And put you,
I see you have faith in my mouth. Stuff just kind of pops out.
I want you to put $1 every time, and I tell you what, you won't have to worry about funding your trips to go somewhere. You will have to right back.
I'll cuss my way to my trips.
You'll have people wanting to donate $1 to
Oh Lord.
But anyhow, God bless you.
God bless you too. It's great talking to you, my
friend. Before I go, let's have prayer.
Yeah, let's have prayer. Pray for us.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to cut up with Miss Betty and all the Coffee Club members and those people come in. And, we know each one of us has a burden. We don't know, but you know the hair on our head, you know everything about us. And the hands, and that if you love a sparrow so much, I know you love me. I know you love them. And whatever their problem is, whatever's going down in their time, reach down and hold them and let them know that you love them too. Because you are love, and we are to be as you and love one another. These things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you for that, Turkey Man. That lifted a lot of people in the chat this morning. So thank you for that.
Well, look, I love you guys, and God bless you. And checking old country boy out that just now learning how to do all this technical stuff, and I'm trying my best to pass some things along. That's what it's all about. I want to leave something and here that people can say, I need to know that.
Yeah.
And you Google it up, you'll probably find something that Pastor Steve or Turkey Man, whichever, and used to be Coach Steve, and so on and so forth. But God loves you, and we love you too. God bless you.
Thank you, Turkey Man. Have a great day. God bless. Oh, what a sweet prayer we had and conversation. I love those conversations. We all love the Turkey Man. So let's throw some turkeys. I saw some people throwing some turkeys up in the chat when he came on the phone. So don't forget to say thank you to the Turkey Man, especially for that wonderful prayer, which many of you guys know. We were just looking in the chat. There's people in this chat that definitely needs prayer. I need prayer every day. But he did give me a new opportunity to save money for my trips. This is Betty. Goodbye. I wonder if I got the I don't know why it does the do-do-do type thing. But anyways, so thank you for that, Turkey Man. We definitely could use prayers today. It's a beautiful day out. Today's Wednesday. Many of us are excited because we're finally starting to get into, that looks like the jail. It looks like the jail. I've recognized that number because when I went in here, I looked at the whole stream and it's like an 850 all the way down. And I'm like, So we'll pass on that one. But let me get over here to T. Let me see if I can. There we go. Let's see. They said they dropped a video. Let's see what kind of videos they're doing. There's Turkey Man. I see Turkey Man. Let me get over here. No. Turn that off just for a little bit. Let the prisoners. So about an hour ago. So sighting in T-Carp 12 gauge. So how to call a turkey. We'll do. He's doing a premiere on how to call a turkey on February 26th at 8 a.m. So I'm going to drop this. I expect everybody to be over there for this for Turkey Man. We're going to learn how to call a turkey. That's how I call a turkey. They usually run. They usually don't come toward me. They usually run away. But there you go. He's going to be doing a live in 6 days on April 26th. So we're going to want to definitely provide him some support for his first live. I don't know if it's his first live, but the first live we're going to be able to catch, right? The first live we're going to be able to catch. So that's super important. So, and here, let me go back to this front. For those that have not signed up or subscribed to the Turkey Man. Ooh, I gotta sneeze. Sorry, guys. As you guys can imagine, you guys are seeing me with a tissue. I've got major allergies. They're not going anywhere. I was hoping I'd be over them by now, but they're not going anywhere. So, and here is his it right there. So if you guys would like to go over there, we're going to be, I actually would like, we might have to on the 26th, we're going to have a late live because we're all going to have to be over at Turkey Man's channel. We're going to have a late live. And he's got some good subscribers. He's increasing in his subscribers, guys. So if you haven't gone over there, everybody loves Turkey Man over here. Go over there and sign up. It's a different type of, it's not true crime. It's something to take your mind off, something more positive, like turkey hunting season. Who could use a fresh turkey for Thanksgiving? I know this girl can. I know this girl can right here. Thank you for all the bless me. It's a process over here. It's a process. Yeah, I have to figure out about the let's see here. Building. Let's see what we got here. Calling them. Let's listen to this one. Let's listen to this one. Oh, let me pull this up real quick. Sorry, guys. It just takes a little minute. There we go. There we go. Pull you on up. Turkey Man in the house. Turkey Man in the house. Let's listen to how do we call him. Let's listen. Let's see what we got. It definitely doesn't sound like the Bullhorn Betty turkey call. So if you need to find out how to call the Turkey Man, you know how like Batman had the light? This is how you call Turkey Man. Now listen very closely, okay? And I expect everybody in here to have this down pat by the time we leave here today. I want to hear the turkey call tomorrow. He got that turkey call down pretty good. So there you go, guys. We're going to be supporting the Turkey Man. That's cute. Excellent turkey call. It doesn't look like he has anything in his mouth. I think that's his original call. We're going to go, next time we talk to Turkey Man, we're going to have to ask him. Sounds pretty cool. All right, guys, I've already shut the phones off just for a little bit because the person from the jail, the inmate in whatever kind of jail around this country is mistaken the Bullhorn Betty phone for the phone that he thinks somebody cares. Like, dude, you're in jail. You probably belong there. Don't be calling me. I'm the wrong phone call. I'm telling you, I'm the wrong phone call. My first question is why are you calling me? Well, I thought you were so-and-so. Are you in jail? Yes, I'm in jail. Well, I am Bullhorn Betty, and I cover true crimes. Have I covered one of your cases? Should I? Do you need somebody screaming in a bullhorn? Do you need somebody screaming at you in a bullhorn? Oh, okay. Well, you probably want to stay out of jail. So, I did go through some other stuff with the BRYAN KOHBERGER case. Nothing that really produced anything for me. For example, I'm going through Pennsylvania trying to find out what all they have. And of course, the only thing that I've been able to really find on the Monroe County is just basically this docket that doesn't have a whole lot on there. And of course, we do have the court records from the courthouse is another document that kind of gives us all of his exhibits from Pennsylvania right here that we can actually pull from and review what they did, which I am planning on doing, because what we're going to end up doing, well, I'm not going to go ahead and tell you guys everything. Betty is 850 at Betty Connie Branch. Hold on. Okay, Connie Branch 850. Let me see if I can find you. All right, give me just a second. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. 850, 850, 850. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Wow, we've been talking an awful lot. Oh, we got some gifted memberships too. Hold on, Connie, before I get to you. Let me just go through my viewer stuff because I missed a lot of stuff this morning and want to give a shout out. Okie Crime News. What happened to him, Betty? I am that nosy parent. I have very productive adult children. Thank God. Okie says she was confused. We discussed that. Carla sent me a super sticker that says, "You are amazing." Jennifer L. gifted 1 membership this morning. Jennifer L., good morning, love bud. Live like there's no tomorrow. Amen. Good morning. She also gave a super sticker of thank you, followed by Steffers. So thank you so much. I didn't catch the gift membership on this side of the screen, but I do appreciate, let me take this banner down because we don't have the phones open just yet, but we will have them back open as we start proceeding through some of the BRYAN KOHBERGER stuff. Let's see where we're at. Got that. Now I got to go all the way back down. Oh, that's what I was up there for. Shoot, Connie, I forgot all about you. Did you guys say she was at 850? Connie was at 850? Am I reading that right? I don't see Connie at 850. Let me go back down and read their messages and see if I can follow it up just a little bit. I just gave her the big boot. Connie Branch, the 850 this morning was me the other time. I'm not sure about. I just wanted to call and say thank you. Oh, it was you that called. Okay. Now, oh, I got you. Now I'm getting it. Connie, well, call back in. I'm sorry about that. Call back in. Let me turn the phones back on. I apologize. That looked like the person that was calling from the jail. So, Connie, it's not the jail, Miss Betty. Okay. Call back. Don't call back. Let me take this off the screen first so nobody gets your number first. All right, you can call back. I got the phones open. I'm so sorry, Connie. It took me a second to realize what you were talking about. I'm going up to the chat, to 850 in the chat. I didn't realize that was you. I'm sorry. It looked familiar. That's all I'm saying. I've seen a lot of 850s and the voicemails. This is something county. Connie Branch, we need a bail. Somebody got bail money. Connie Branch needs to be bailed out of jail. Who's got the bail money? Who's got the bail money? We got to be careful. We're starting to sound like the cockroach channels. We got all of our people getting arrested and chained up in those county jails. What's going on here? We can't be like them. We leave them to do all that. No, I'm just joking. I should stop. Oh. So we got some people. Oh, it does say Connie on here. So the 479 telephone number, if you'd like to call back, you're more than welcome. I just got your message as well. if you'd like to express what's going on. But Connie, you're more than welcome. Oh, I guess it'd help if I put the phone number back up. You probably don't know what number you called. There you go. I've got the phone numbers open just for a quick second to let the last couple people that wanted to call in, and we'll get moving over. Right now, it's right past 9:20, so we have about another hour and 40 minutes of conversation. There we are. What's up, Jailbird? Oh, that's too funny. That is too funny. I know, and I'm like, this must be the Jailbird. Who knew it was funny? Yeah. Okay, hon. That's perfect. That's perfect. How's the moving? How's the moving coming along? We're getting down to the wire on this because you told me this, a couple months ago. So it's coming quick now. Oh, hold on, Connie. Hold on, Connie. They're not hearing you. I set this up wrong. Give me just a second. I'm gonna try to finagle this so nobody sees your phone number. But I hit it. I hit it the wrong way. Hold on just a second. Let me get myself ready to do this. Okay. There we go. I got it. They can hear me.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Connie's not in jail, I promise. Yeah, now I'm getting, like, I'm not going to prep I have a huge aquarium, and I don't know how that's going to do. I think I'm just going to have to do the unimaginable to my fish.
Yeah.
And
well, it might be a good, you might want to consider using Facebook, and you could probably, sell the fish, or, I know you're traveling across country. Another option is to put them in the bags and pray.
Well, no, because these are the type of fish that they can only go without filterization and oxygen for 8 hours.
Yeah.
And we're going all the way to California. It's going to be more than 8 hours.
Yeah.
So I got it on Facebook, and a friend of mine did reach out, and she's trying to get a tank big enough. I'm not giving up my aquarium.
Right.
I'm taking it. That was a birthday present from my husband. I'm not getting rid of it.
Right.
And it seems to be there's a lot of memories and everything I got, and I'm not getting rid of it. And yeah, we're going to need a really big U-Haul, but that's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Well, I used to have pretty big fish tanks myself, and actually one of my friends, and I talk about him often, he's the boy that ran into the shed and killed the people that were sleeping inside a shed by accident and off the road. He actually had an aquarium business. He built these huge, elaborate aquariums.
Yeah, I love mine, Betty. It's so smoothing. It's 100 gallons.
Mm-hmm.
But and my grandsons can't wait for the aquarium, so that's going with me. But of course, today is going to be a really hard day for me because I'm packing his clothes up and giving them to Goodwill.
Right.
Or to Catholic Charities. Probably more likely, because they're really nice clothes, I'm going to give them to Catholic Charities because I really don't want them sold.
Right. Right. You want them
and they have clothing donation.
Yeah.
So, but today that is going to be done.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, we opened a community pool here in one of the areas that are disadvantaged. So we did a big coordination with other like Bells and stuff for swimsuits, because some of the kids that go there their family can't even afford swimsuits. So I think Catholic Charities is really the right way to go.
My husband drove a dump truck, of course, you know that, for 47 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I still ironed his work clothes. He never got out the dump truck, but I still ironed his work clothes. So, that he dressed to the nines going to work to drive this dump truck.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I figured I want him to go to somewhere that's not going to turn around and sell his shoes for $30.
Right.
They need to go to someone, and that's what he would want, is for them to go to somewhere that's going to help.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, I'm taking my dishes and, you know, all of that too, because my sons have dishes. And right now, I'm not even going to have a permanent place. I'm going to be bouncing between the two boys' houses because they live like 30 minutes apart.
Yeah, well, that would be nice for a little while, but you're going to want your land feet in your own little area eventually. So
yeah. That's what I told them for a little while.
Yeah.
And one of them's like, "No, we got your bedroom all set up already." I was like, "That's what I told you not to do."
Yeah, but that's sweet. At least they made you a nice little area. That's got to be, you know, for a mom that hasn't been around their kids and their adult kids in a while, you know, knowing that they made her own little space. That's sweet.
Well, my son and his wife gave up their master bedroom.
Aww.
So I would have my own bath and all of that.
Aw, that is so sweet.
It is, and they have the 7 boys.
Wow. So you're going to be walking into some chaos. You know what? I just got to say, what you do is you just have different length of belts on your wall and just pick the one that you need when you need it.
That's right. You know, I had 8 kids.
Yeah.
So I told them, please don't compete with me. I said, and obviously God does not want you to have a girl. So you really kind of need to stop. I love each and every one of my grandchildren, but they want a girl so bad. I'm so scared. You know, the youngest is only 2, and then we have 3, 4, 5, 9, 12. Twins are 12, and then a 14.
Wow. Well, hey, at least they gave a couple years of a break there.
Well, yeah, there for a while they did spread them out a little bit, but then it went bam, bam, bam,
bam, bam.
And I said, you know, I love each and every one of my grandchildren. Of course I do. But the good Lord does not want you to have a girl. You have 7 boys. You really need to stop.
Pretty soon you're going to have your own football team. They don't even need to worry about going to college for football. They just bring the whole family.
I told my son I would pay for the vasectomy.
Well, I know,
but anyway,
I know it's going to be a little different for you when you get there, but I think you're going to be happy. You're going to be around people that, you know, family. I mean,
right now
I think that this is going to be a great.
This is the longest conversation I've had with someone besides my 2 boys in 6 months.
Aw, well, you got my number, so call me. So call me, and we'll chat as things get, you know, going.
But I guess,
you know, when you get there, it's not home, and you're having those. You don't want to talk to your kids about, you know, that. Just give me a call. I'm here.
I will. But I just wanted to call one last time before I really get into this, and you know, because it'll be a good month before I even have the option to call again.
Yeah.
I just wanted to call and say thank you.
Aww.
For helping me get through everything, and helping, and the chat has been so great.
Yeah. Well, you're part of the family, so we hurt when you.
And your mom is wonderful. So I just wanted to say that, Betty, and I'm starting to cheer up now, so I'm going to say goodbye.
Oh, thank you. All right, Connie. God bless you. I love you. I love you too, honey.
Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So, no, the person that says, please read that comment privately, she's 479. I got a message. I did get it. And so I didn't know if they wanted to come up on, and they said no. So no troll. That wasn't Cousin Eddie. I don't know if something else transpired, but no, that wasn't Cousin Eddie. That was just somebody I was having a conversation with that had called and left a message on the channel. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the volume off of the phones. I was going to leave them on, but at this point, I'm just going to turn them off. And where are we in our time? I think now, how many, let me just go through here. We went through some of this KOHBERGER stuff. So we're going through some of the Pennsylvania paperwork. We also still have a mess of Idaho paperwork that we've all gone through. We've already went through the docket one full time for the KOHBERGER case. We've definitely have done that. So I'm going to leave these here because I'm going to want to look at these a little deeper for tomorrow. I just didn't have time to read through all of this stuff and refresh myself this morning. And last night, honestly, as soon as this was done, I literally crawled in bed. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I was so exhausted yesterday. I crawled in bed. I woke up last night at 9:30 in the morning, or 9:30 at night, thinking it was morning. I went out. I was tired. I was one tired cookie. And then so I get up at 9:30. I look at the time, realize it's 9:30, and said, I need to go back to bed. And I didn't wake back up this morning until 4 o'clock. until 4 a.m. this morning. So, and usually when I go to bed that early, I'm up at like 2:45. Not last night. I was tuckered. Let me see what this one is. I pulled all this stuff up. So now we're going to start moving into Letecia Stauch. There's a lot of stuff that I want to go over with the BRYAN KOHBERGER case, but we did kind of take up a little too much time. And because we're gearing up to Letecia Stauch's hearing's about to start. It's going to be starting in an hour and a half. I want to get us all up to speed on this case. So with Letecia, there's definitely been some commotion inside the courtroom related to some of her behavior inside of that. And this is part of that right there. The whole middle fingers to, let me take this banner off. Middle finger to whoever was up on the podium and giving their testimony. She was making obscene gestures to the people. Why isn't it? There it goes. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to. Sometimes my fingers work. Sometimes they don't. So there we go. She's got the middle finger up here as they're talking, and then this nonsense right here with her middle fingers. Now, mind you, this woman is accused of killing an 11-year-old boy for no reason. Whether he was bad, messed his pants, literally, it doesn't matter. No reason. Kids are kids. Kids are kids. She raised a kid. She should know how this works. The only difference I see here is that Gannon was a boy. All the girls were fine. The boy, not so much. The girls, fine. His sister, fine. Everybody, fine. All females, fine. Male in the house, not good. So I keep wondering, did it have something to do with him? Did she just not know how to handle boys? I don't know. But this is what got her in trouble in court this week. So much so that the judge actually she was on the side where you see her here on the side of the table. She was in a rocker chair that kind of pivoted and moved and stuff, like an office chair, a regular office, higher back office chair. Well, the judge was so appalled by this behavior, and it had been brought to his attention by jurors. Nonetheless, the jury, one or two of the people in the jury was questioning whether they can use her behavior inside of the courtroom as part of how they can weigh her guilt or innocence. And the judge declined to comment on that, hoping that it would, and this was last week, hoping that that question wouldn't come around. Well, this week, while one of the people, and it might have been at the tail end of last week, I can't remember exactly when this photo was taken. Actually, I probably could tell you. This is from April 14th. So this was last week, the end of last week. But he addressed it on Monday at the court hearing, basically saying, you can't do this. He moved her chair. He took her out of the rocking chair that she had, the office chair, the desk chair, the high back chair like I kind of have. Not high, because mine goes up to my head, but a higher back chair where she can rock and move. And they put her in a stationary chair. So now she doesn't have the ability to rock, move. Many people aren't seeing her on the corner of that desk anymore. And it's because the judge made her move in between her two attorneys. So now she's sitting in between her and her attorneys so the judge can watch her and make sure she's not doing anything appropriate. Now, he did say, he can find her in contempt and put her in jail for 6 months. But when somebody's facing a life sentence, 6 months is really not a deterrent for her. And I have to agree with that. But what he did say he can do is he can bolt chains up under that desk and have her handcuffed up under that desk so nobody can see the chains on her. And he would absolutely do that. Since then, during the testimony, you see her looking down. But every time her attorneys want to talk, you always see her you'll see her head pivot and her ear kind of lead the way because she's eavesdropping on what the attorneys say. She does not seem to be bothered by this court. She's not remorseful. She's not crying. The way you see her now, this facial expression that you're seeing on her face is about the facial expression this entire time. And they're showing horrific photos and things that she did. And she is not even ashamed of her actions. This is her behavior inside that courtroom while she's facing trial, as she has now alleged and pretty much admitted to bludgeoning him, stabbing him, and shooting him, an 11-year-old boy. And this was his stepmother. Because she has changed her plea from not guilty to not guilty by reason of insanity. So she's basically saying, I'm not guilty because I'm crazy. That's what she's saying. I killed him, but I'm not guilty because I'm crazy. So I want that to be set in your brain. She has basically admitted to committing this crime by the way she pled in this matter. So she's done this, and this is her response to people that are trying to seek justice for the kid that she killed. And this is how she is reacting to that. This woman has no remorse whatsoever. None. And she's most likely not going to get DP, which is really disgusting. If anybody deserves DP, this woman here deserves it. Look at her, an 11-year-old murder child's trial. This is the conduct of this woman. There is something seriously wrong with her, but she's not crazy. She's definitely not crazy. So now we're going to go over to Jennifer Coffendoffer. Jennifer Coffendoffer is apologizing today. So Jennifer Coffendoffer said, thought a lot about my previous post concerning Letecia Stauch's daughter's testimony. I think I was out of line. While I can't believe Gannon's little body was not severely decaying, I was too harsh. She was young, and it was her mother or her mom. Apologies. Well, thank you, Jennifer Coffendoffer. I think, in all honesty, I think we all had those inclinations, and I know I've expressed it too. Like her daughter had to have known. I think in the back of our minds, we still believe she knew more than she stated on that stand. That's just for me personally. I believe she knows more than what was presented on the stand. However, seeing her and seeing how upset she was, I think that really changed our mind. And some of her testimony, primarily at the end, really kind of sealed the deal when the prosecutor did the redirect. And he's like, why didn't you look in the bags? Why didn't you look in the bag? And she clearly said, it's my mom. I would have never thought. And that's when it kind of hit home for me. She's right. Because my mom's in the chat right now. And if somebody came to me and told me that this woman that raised me did something like this to another person, I wouldn't believe it either. And when my mom comes to me and says they're looking at the wrong thing, they're trying to pin it on me, I would believe her because she's my mom and I've lived with her and I know she's not capable of this. So this girl, Harley Hunt, she believes now. She knows her mother did this now. But she fought for her mother. She listened to everything her mother's told her. She believed everything her mom said because it's mom. If my mom calls me right now and tells me this, that, or the other, I'm not questioning my mother and thinking that she's some sort of manipulative woman that's just trying to get her way. Coffendoffer is too textbook for me. I agree. I find that in a lot of law enforcement because they're taught in such a way and they're taught to follow orders and follow directions. And they're really taught not to think outside of the box. And I think that's where the benefit comes with the public is because we're not, trained in such a specific way that we have to kind of figure it out. And it's that figuring out process that helps us kind of think out of the box because we don't have all these tools at our disposal. We don't have all these tools at our disposal at all. So we have to find ways to get to the information. And many of us have, sleuth. We have creative ways to find out information. We reach out to certain people. You know, we have a way of doing the work that we do, but I have to agree with you. She is a little textbook for me. And you know, that's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a double-edged sword. Like you have a text, you have ways of doing things, but there are times when you need to think outside of that box. And I believe that she is so closed-minded, like a lot of law enforcement. And it's not that I'm saying that in disrespect. I'm saying that that's just the way they are trained. They are trained to do X, Y, and Z. Whereas for us, we do it A, B, and C. So there's just ways, there's always multiple ways to skin a cat. You know, the old adage is there's two ways to skin a cat. There's multiple ways. Okay. There's multiple ways to skin a cat. And as long as we're working toward the truth, I think that is the defining factor that makes good people, right? That we're trying to get to the truth. However we get there, that's the path we're trying to take. I think coffendoffer lives with a lot of past anxiety. She probably does. I can't imagine what it's like being a FBI agent, that the extensive training that they go through. A lot of these people are military. If you know anything about military, they break you down to nothing to build you back up to this mean green fighting machine. And I had to think that a lot of that's like that in the FBI, because the FBI is like the elite of, you know, just like SWAT. You know, it's the elite of law enforcement. Many people strive, and it's so hard that many people fail to reach that success. Jennifer Coffendoffer has reached that success in the FBI. She's no longer with the FBI. And she's kind of made her debut across social media and other news organizations as she covers these cases and in true crime and gives her professional and expert opinion as a past FBI agent. But, you know, even sometimes she gets it wrong, or maybe is too harsh. I've been very harsh in the past. I definitely don't believe that she could not smell Gannon in that car. I mean, you're talking about a 7-day-old body by the time she dumped it. So I have to think it was pretty ripe. But we also know that it's her mom. So there could have been a lot of manipulation in there. You know, I know I even brought up some excuses of part of manipulation that could have transpired that Harley may have forgotten, such as when she got into the car, maybe she had a foul odor. Her mom's like, that they gave me this van like this. It smelled. I know, we're just going to have to work through it. And then over time, if you're in just like any other house, I don't know if you guys have ever walked into a house that had cat urine in it, that strong, pungent cat a urine smell. It almost makes you gasp as you walk into the home. But as you're there for a few minutes, the smell almost dissipates. And it's not that the smell dissipates. The next person that walks in the house is going to be hit with that strong ammonia smell. The reason why you're not smelling it is because you've been in it. Your scents have adjusted to that scent. So now it's almost excluding that scent. We know that they were in this van for hours and hours on end. Is it possible? Is it possible that they just adjusted to the smell and they no longer smelt it? We definitely know. I guarantee anybody that has had a friend that has had a cat that has had that urine smell, you guys know what I'm talking about. When you walk into a house where somebody is not, you know, constantly cleaning the cat litter box, you have that pungent cat odor. And actually 90% of the houses that had cats, I remember always smelling it. It wasn't until I have one friend that has a cat, and I can tell you that when we're over at his house to collaborate or whatever, you do not smell that cat. That house smells as clean can be. And it's surprising that it's a man that owns the cat that has this house so clean. I've never smelled any, like, if you didn't see the cat, you wouldn't even know the cat was there outside of the hair and the toys, right? I mean, you don't smell his cat. You just don't. He takes very good care of the cat. The cat uses the litter box. It's immediately cleaned. But some people aren't that way. But you guys know, whoever has ever walked into a house, even a stinky house, whether it's, smells mildewy or moldy, you smell it when you walk in the door, but as you sit there, that smell dissipates. So I do believe that there are some explanations as to why she didn't smell it. We were all on the same page. Even when we were talking about Harley and everything going on, and I found out that she was actually in the van with her mother going down to Orlando, I even myself said, there's no way she didn't know. There's no way she didn't help her mom. And now, after hearing her testimony, I believe she was deceived by her mother. I believe she was manipulated by her mother. I feel bad for Harley. My heart broke for Harley. And so I have to agree with Jennifer Coffendoffer, because my brain went there too. So Jennifer is not alone. And we all know that, because many of us have discussed it in this chat, where this statement right here, I think we all have had that statement in our minds in passing. And what changed is the fact that Harley got on that stand. And when we finally saw Harley's heart and saw who she was and how she spoke, we knew immediately that she should not have been here. Her mother should not have put her in this, and shame on her mother for doing so. She was a very believable witness. She was very authentic, in my opinion. We know she was hesitant on some stuff, but again, guys, this is her mother. I can't imagine how hard this must have been for her. I just can't. So we definitely appreciate Jennifer Coffendoffer coming up and saying that. I definitely, my heart broke when I finally got to see and hear Harley's, her story, the story as she saw it, her truth. It was hard. It was hard to watch. And then getting over to some of the other stuff that we learned, and this is going to be hard for some of my my viewers as well. So this is the trigger warning. Half of the sharp force injuries were on Gannon's hands and arms, meaning he was trying to block the blows and stabs at least 9 times. We heard from the experts that are coming up on the stand in the Stauch case, and these are people that weren't there when his body was still in that room. They were the investigators, the detectives, and everything that came in afterwards. After the crime scene unit had already marked up everything, now you got the blood spatter experts that are coming in to see if they can make a pattern, if they can, make heads or tails as to how many different injuries they see this blood spatter coming from. But it was cleaned up, and so it made it very difficult to find out which ones were high velocity, medium velocity, and low velocity blows. So you've got a high velocity, such as a gunshot. And then you have like a medium velocity, which is, say, getting struck by a bat. And then you have low velocity, such as being stabbed with a knife. So you have different types of blood splatter that is casted off those items. They're cast off from your body during those events that make different types of patterns, different types of spots, whether they're larger spots or smaller spots, whether they're sprayed or they're slung. And you can tell a lot from the blood splatter, but here in this situation, that blood splatter was cleaned up. So somebody wiped down the walls and removed those the different size dots, the different size splatters, and there was only limited. But one thing we learned early on with testimony from the experts is that they were taken back by the amount of this blood and stuff in the corner of that room, that this, in their opinion, was a very violent event that happened in there. They were able to tell that with the little bit of evidence that was still left there at the scene that was not fully cleaned up by who they believe is Letecia Stauch. I keep wondering, what happened, but I truly believe she lied to her daughter, and I believe she knew her daughter would believe her because she was mom, and she used that for her advantage and further manipulated her daughter. I think what was heartbreaking is that her daughter found out since this had happened. She was told her whole, since her father passed away, that he was robbed and killed. He was killed in a robbery. And she learned that through the course of November of last year, just recently, that her father actually died from an overdose. Her mom lied to her about how her father died. Her mom lied to her about literally everything. And she's just now coming to grips with her mom, being charged with this capital crime, and also learning that everything that she trusted her mom and that her mom has told her throughout her life was all a lie. So this little girl has a lot to deal with. And I saw somebody says we're praying for her mental health. We do need to pray for this young woman's mental health, because she is so sweet and she seems like she's really trying to do good in this world. She's wanting to become a nurse, and her personality and mentality, she would be an amazing nurse. She's so well spoken. She's so calm. You can tell she's scared, and we're going to watch a portion of that video here in just a little bit. So stay tuned for that. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and put, which one am I putting up? Hold on a second, guys. There it is. I couldn't find it. So we're going to put this up and watch this real quick. This is from, I think it's 9 News. It's another news organization that's really covering this case. But I did want to give you guys a little insight in on this. We're probably going to have to watch it. I don't know how long this is. I think it's only 3 minutes.
Like the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? No, sir. Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Oh, this is 3 hours. Hold on. This is the one. I don't want to play this one. I thought that was only 3 minutes. We're going to play this one. This is the one from my page. And I wanted you guys to see this. I wanted all the people here. Okay, here it is. I want all the people here to see this because it was really sad. So I'm just going to put this up. We're going to let it just play for a little bit. I went ahead and I was able, since this was on a video, I was able to increase. Oh, I guess I can't increase it while it's, hold on. I can increase it like this when it's not in full screen mode. So that's good. And so I wanted to see, because a lot of people were a little concerned because, we can't expand it when we're live, but I wanted you guys to see this. This is, I want you, whoever's in here right now, I want you to watch this child go to the stand. This is the witness prior to Harley coming up there. We're going to play it because it's going to take 5 minutes to get her on the stand. So I'm going to go ahead and play this now.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Actually, I think I need a... So they're calling her, and I want you guys to see this, and then we'll go up to the chair.
Ms. Hunt, if you would step forward and raise your right. Oh, where is she?
So they're coming in saying there's something going on.
I just saw someone coming through the door.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, that was me.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to sneeze on you. I sneezed on the restream of this. So he's sitting there, and she's just not coming in. I want you guys to watch this. I believe she's 19 now. She's still very young. We're still waiting for them to get back into the, I'm not sure what they're, I guess we're waiting for the next witness or waiting for them to. I didn't even know it was Harley at this point. I didn't even pay attention to they called Harley Hunt. But you just
Thank you guys. I see your chat.
You just see him sitting at the lectern waiting for the witness to come in, and he's allergies here in Florida aren't any joke, man. It's hard talking over this video. But I think it's because I cleaned.
Didn't just sneeze.
This
that
house
was from when we recorded
clean.
this. I didn't just sneeze.
I don't know what else to say. I'm sure there's still some dust lurking somewhere that I haven't gotten.
That's me
yet.
talking on this video, just to let you know. I didn't just sneeze. Sneeze.
The daughter. Holy shit.
Oh,
strikeys. I caught myself, but it still came out. Uh-oh. She's got to be nervous. Oh, my gosh. They're having problems. The attorney finally walks out.
Oh, this is a nail biter.
The attorney had
This
to
is a
leave.
nail
Biter, guys. Is she going to come? Oh my gosh. She's not here. Like she's supposed to walk in. Now she's got to be freaking out right now. She's got to testify against her mother. Look at her mom. Look at her mother's face.
It's hard
Look
to see
at her
because even
mother's
when I blow
face.
this
She's
up,
like, don't. She
it's
better not come in
blurry.
here. She better not come in here. She better not come in here. There she. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. Guys,
Right,
she's
Ms. Hunt, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
she's going on the stand right now. I
Turn
feel
forward,
so
right,
bad for
it's okay.
her. She's got to be terrified.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Look
the
at
truth.
her face. That poor
Right,
that
you
poor
have seen the
girl.
witness stand. Please watch your steps as you step into the stand.
Oh, that poor girl.
I want you guys to hear her.
Oh,
as
she should not have done this to her daughter. That is just, look at her daughter. Her daughter is terrified. Her daughter
morning,
should
Ms.
not
Hunt.
be put in this position. Listen to her voice.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Harley Hunt.
Oh, this poor baby.
Very difficult for you right now.
She's just crying. I mean, they're just rolling with my
down
heart's
her cheeks.
breaking. I'm gonna cry, guys. I'm like literally about to start crying.
We're going to get through this, okay? I'm going to ask you some questions, and we're going to
Oh,
have a
I feel her
conversation.
pain.
I want you to do the best you can, all right? Everything we say is being recorded, so if you can, speak as loud as possible. You can
Y'all
also
say a
pull that
prayer for this
microphone
baby.
closer to you
Say a
if
prayer
you
for
like.
strength. Pray for her.
Okay.
All right. So before we go too far into this, I wanted to show you how she was when she got on the stand. She was a wreck. I don't think people understand the gravity of what this girl has gone through. I certainly did not. And it kind of dovetails back to, the apology of Jennifer Coffendoffer, because when you hear about this case and you hear how Gannon was, trucked from Colorado to Florida, and she was in the van with her mother, we're all, wondering, we look at her mom and wondering, this child, the fruit can't fall too far from the tree, right? This girl here is amazing. She is absolutely amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys to hear her. I'm going to mute myself, and I just want, this is for all the people that didn't get an opportunity to hear this. We're going to be playing this, clips of this throughout this week as we prepare for trial. So today's Thursday, so we're going to hear a portion today, the beginning portion of this. Tomorrow, we're going to hear another portion of this, and on Friday, we're going to hear another portion of this as we kick back to this. She gave very powerful interview in this case, but I think everybody should be watching this because she's the one that had the most contact with her mother. She is the one that had the most contact with her mother. Now, I do want to caution everybody, if you blow this up on your TV, I anticipate this being blurry. The feed coming from the courthouse is blurry. So the larger we make the image, the blurrier the image gets. It just comes into it's the cameras that they're using. It's the system that they're using. It just doesn't give you a crystal clear HD or 4K quality image. This is more kind of a 480 type of image. It's even less than a 720. So yes, her mother did control her. You hear it, but I want everyone that's in my chat that cannot watch the trial, I want them to hear her statement. And so we're going to play it. I'm going to shut up now, and I'm just going to let this roll on through. If you guys have any questions, you may hear me over talking on it because this was from my live. So if you guys watch the trials with me during lives, I do sometimes talk over what's going on the stand as I'm giving context to my audience as people are coming in. So I'm going to shut up now and let you guys watch. This was a very powerful, this broke me. I can tell you that. I was crying by the time she was done. And I was literally, she was on this stand for literally 7 hours. And I can tell you that I was hooked to every word she said when we were watching.
How old are you, Harley?
I'm 20.
And who's your mom?
Leticia Stauch.
Oh.
Is it the same Letecia Stauch who's seated to my left here in the middle of these two gentlemen?
Yes.
And the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect that. Go ahead.
Have you lived with your mom your entire life?
Yes.
Guys,
the
this
last
might be
time you
hard
saw
for
her
some
in
of you,
person?
so if you can't watch, we understand. This
The
is
day
hard
that
for
she was
me.
arrested.
Would that have been March 2nd, 2020?
Yes.
And was that in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Do you live out in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina now?
I do.
What do you do out there?
I go to college.
What are you studying?
Nursing.
How much longer do you have for that?
A year and a half.
Pretty excited about that?
Yeah.
Things going well in school?
So far, yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your family.
Look at her mom's face.
Back in 2015, 2014 timeframe, did your mother marry someone named Albert Stauch?
Yes.
And did Albert have kids of his own?
Yes.
What's his kids' names? Do you remember?
Lena and Gannon.
May I approach you?
You may.
I'll show you what's been introduced in evidence as People's Exhibit 1. Recognize that person?
Yes.
Is that Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And Lena Stauch is young.
Hey, Sean. Yeah, you've been watching this trial from the beginning. So is this a repeat? Yeah, I decided to, because I thought her statement was so powerful, Harley's statement about her mom. She was the one there during all this. She was the one there traveling with her mother. There's a lot of people that didn't participate in the trial itself. So I wanted to make sure everybody had an opportunity to hear her statement. So we're going to play about an hour of it today. And I actually might go ahead and increase while we're at a stopping point here because, oh, shit. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Exchanged amongst the experts.
Sorry, I didn't mean to curse. But we might go ahead and fast forward it because they did talk a lot about stuff that really wasn't relevant. I really wanted to get to, here we go. We're going to get to the text messages. I think these are more important. So I'm just going to go ahead and increase this to an hour, right about an hour. And we're going to get back here because I want you guys to hear the text messages. And they were just building he's asking her a bunch of questions that I just skipped over, but it's just building the foundation to get here to these text messages. So this really she is very beautiful. And I've had an opportunity. Somebody sent me her TikTok. And typically, when we're covering the cases, we go into TikTok accounts and pull TikTok's videos out and, talk about, but in light of this particular case, in light of, her truly being a victim of her mother's, I didn't want to expose her to further, I didn't feel right. I feel bad for her. I feel really, really bad for her. And so I didn't want to cause her any additional disruption in her life as it's already been disrupted enough. I did have an opportunity to look at her TikTok account. She's beautiful. She seems like a normal, 19-year-old girl. And, so her page is similar to what I would expect for a 19-year-old girl. But Sean, yes, this is a kind of a replay. We've got about an hour to kill about 55 minutes to kill before the trial starts. So I figured giving everybody an update on what's going on in this case might be beneficial. So sorry for you, it's going to be a repeat, but it's only going to be a repeat for the next hour. And then we'll be back to the trial.
Right. All right. So you go to work that day. So obviously you didn't get to go on the hike. Do you know whether or not your mom and Gannon and Lena went on a hike?
They did.
How do you know that?
She told me, and I got sent pictures.
And whose idea was it to go on this hike? Do you remember?
No.
But it was a planned event where you were actually going to go on it as well?
Right.
Did your mom tell you anything about what had happened on the hike, in particular with Gannon, while they're out at the hike?
Yes. She said that he had used the bathroom, in his pants, so they had to leave, go home.
And how were you communicating with her?
Through text.
And do you know where they went to go on a hike?
I think it was Garden of the Gods, but I could be wrong. I don't remember.
Your Honor, may I approach a witness? You may. They hand you what's been marked at 2:05. You guys. May I approach her? You may. I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 205, which is a notebook. Recognize that notebook?
Yes.
You have an opportunity to look at that last night?
Yes.
And do you know what that notebook is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's text messages between my mom and I.
And are those text messages between January 25th, 2020 at 3:42 p.m. all the way January 29th, 2020 to 4:27 p.m.?
Yes.
And does those text messages in that notebook accurately reflect the conversations that you were having with your mom via text messages during that time period?
Yes.
This time we'd move to admit People's Exhibit 205.
Exhibit 205 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, in People's Exhibit 205, we're going to publish that and go through them, okay, Ms. Hunt? Would that help you kind of establish a timeline as to when conversations are being made?
Yes.
You can go ahead and publish 205, please. And Ms. Hunt, you can either look at the notebook or the TV screen, whatever is easier for you. So on the first page, we see a text on January 25th at 9:09 p.m. You see that?
Yes.
And do you know what that's regarding?
Something about our dogs.
Now, for the jury's benefit, there's a blue bubble and a green bubble up on the screen. Who is the blue bubble referenced to?
I am the blue bubble.
So that's coming from your phone?
Yes.
And the green bubble?
My mom.
And this, what we see on the screen behind us looks like a picture. See that?
Yes.
What is that picture of, you know?
Of one of our dogs.
And do you know why it says maybe Nicole there on the green bubble?
Do not.
But you know that's your mom's phone number, right?
Yes.
And so do you remember having this conversation with her back on the 25th?
Yes.
I would have liked, let me just pause this real quick. I would have liked him to have asked her what is her name normally come up in her phone. And you're going to find the reason why I'm asking this in just a second, because you're going to hear some stuff coming from the defense side of this. When the defense questions her, it was, to me, it damaged their defense. It really did. I think they should have just maybe addressed some things, but they were trying to have an I gotcha moment with her daughter. And it really, really, in my opinion, backfired pretty bad. So there's going to be a reason why he's asking these questions and about the name that's on these bubbles. But I would have liked to him when he said, do you know why this says Nicole maybe on it? And she said, no. I would have liked him to have followed up and said, what is her name normally in your phone? Because this is all going to make sense, because I'll just kind of do a spoiler alert. There is a point when he asked her, do you think your mother changed her name in your phone? So I would have really liked to have heard what her mother's name was set in that phone before it went to Nicole maybe. That would have been I think that was a very important question and a missed opportunity for the prosecution.
The next message says they are saying it may have been his daughters. Do you remember what that was reference to?
No.
Is this about the same time when Kobe Bryant, the basketball player, died in a helicopter accident?
Yes.
And were you and your mom discussing that prior to you going to work that day?
Yes.
Do you know if that's in reference to perhaps Kobe Bryant's daughters being on the helicopter?
Yes.
And do you remember having that conversation now that I've said those things?
I do.
Okay. If we can scroll down, please. Now, we have a blue bubble that says daughter up at the top.
Okay. Thanks.
Is that your phone number at the time?
Yes.
So you say, oh no. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you scroll down, please? That was with him? Is that what you say?
Oh no, yes.
Nice to have you here,
Can we go ahead and scroll down a
TCCT.
little further, please? Go back, sorry. Back, right there. All right, so we're now at January 26, 2020 at 5:11 p.m.
January 26th, a day
You're
before.
where at this time? Do you remember?
I'm at work
And do you know where your mom and the kids are?
on a hike.
So you say where you're going, right?
Yes.
Are you there at 5:11 p.m.?
Yes.
You can look at the TV if it's easier to see it, okay?
Okay.
She says, get good. Can we scroll down? She says food. For that?
Yes.
And why are you asking her where? Anywhere close to my work, I want chips.
Because I was hungry.
You wanted your mom to bring you some food, right?
Yes.
Do you remember having this conversation with her back then? Now, here she says, no, LOL, we were going up the street because Gannon pooped his pants. Is that the first time you hear about Gannon pooping his pants?
For that day, yes.
Had that happened before?
Previously, yes.
Gannon had some stomach issues.
Yes.
That wasn't too surprising to you when you saw this message?
No.
Was it surprising to your mom?
No.
You say OMG. What does that stand for?
Oh my gosh.
I think everyone knows that, but I hope you understand why I asked that. Okay. Can we go ahead and scroll down, please? So does she? What do you think she means when she says, "Yeah, all that"?
And like exercising or moving around.
Did that in the past cause issues with Gannon's stomach and cause him to have accidents?
To my knowledge, yes.
So she knew that this activity would cause problems.
What I was
for him.
told. I don't know. I don't know because it was said multiple times, so I don't remember.
We can go ahead and scroll down, please. Okay, let's stop right there, please. So now we're at the point, it's January 26th at 9:54 p.m. Are you still at work?
Yes.
You remember getting this text message that we see on the screen now that says, "Do panic, but Gannon turned on a candle downstairs, set the downstairs on fire. I had to get the dogs and Lena out and run back downstairs and jump on him with a cover and put it out. I kept jumping on it."
Yes.
Okay, I want to stop there. I want you to hear this. This is the candle incident. This is the text messages related to it. Again, I just want to state that it is my belief that her mother did something to Gannon at this moment. We'll have to go back to earlier footage of the trial
back to day 1, 2, or 3, where they show the pictures of the melted. Let me put my face up here so you guys can see me talking. So there's melted fabric on this couch. There's melted fabric. There's a spot in the floor that burnt so far through the floor that it melted to the concrete. There's visibly, so it did burn through. But if you look at the pattern of this candle, and this wasn't brought up in the trial, and it might be brought up later, but I still feel like it's a missed opportunity because there's something with that candle that does not make sense to me. Somebody brought up that it's possible that, they went on this hiking trip, which it sounds like Leticia should have known that this would upset his stomach, but did it anyways. And so it did upset his stomach, and he had an accident. So somebody in my chat said, well, maybe she did go down there to light the candle to freshen up the place, especially if he had to go down there and clean up or something like that. And that did make sense to me. That did make sense to me. That is a plausible explanation as to why this candle was lit. But that has been so far the only plausible explanation that I found for this candle to be lit, because we're going to hear in her daughter's testimony, not right now, it's probably going to be coming out on tomorrow's segment, but she states that her mom doesn't go down there. Her mother never really goes down there to tell Gannon good night or anything like that. So if she barely goes down there, and this kid's 11 years old, boys are not running around saying, hey, can you light a candle for me? Candle, right? Boys aren't like that. So how did this candle get lit? Why would this candle get lit? And not only that, but you have this wax. I mean, there's a lot of wax in this event on the couch that literally melted the fabric. And it was an extensive amount of wax. Normally, and you can do this as a test in your home today while you're watching this trial or at work, wherever you're at, and light a candle. See how long it takes for just a little candle to liquefy. Now you're talking about a much bigger candle because of the section in the floor that was burnt. It appears to be from a much larger candle, maybe one that's like a Yankee candle, one of the normal size Yankee candles. But the amount of wax that came off that could have burnt and seared that couch was a lot of wax. So I'm thinking that candle had to have been burning for a while. But that's not the problem with it. The problem with it is the angle in which it was cast off. So there's a spot. You can see the couch. You can see the spot. It almost looks like it's going at a diagonal angle. We know for a fact that Gannon was burnt with melted wax. There's no way he could have dumped that candle, tripped over that candle, or anything else, because you can clearly see that he would have been on that couch in the direction the wax was going. So it makes me wonder, was this her first attempt? I mean, heck, they were out hiking. Was she trying to find a place to shove them off at? I mean, these are all the questions that are just spinning in my head that we will never have answers to and can only speculate one way or another. But there was a lot of weird events that happened right about the 26th and the 27th. He was gone. From the mess in his pants to the hike to this whole candle incident. How did he get burnt? If he knocked the candle, think about it. If it was on the table or anything else, if he knocked the candle over and it fell on the floor and slung wax in the opposite direction, how did he get wax on him to burn him? But when you look at these pictures of this wax, and this might be information that they're not allowed to bring up in this trial because it's prejudicial to her and her defense. And the probative value doesn't outweigh the prejudice that it's causing. So they may not even be able, they may be able to talk about the event, but not go into expert detail on that event because it may have been a pretrial conversation that the judge said can't be brought up in this case because it's prejudicial. We don't know. I'm just telling you what I saw, and it looked like that candle was shooting toward the couch. The wax was going toward the couch. It was going in an angle position. We know Gannon was burnt with that wax. There's no way he could have kicked that candle over on the floor where it was and be sitting on the couch where he was when he got burnt if he was the one that knocked the candle off or threw the candle. or did something else? But something was going on. And that candle had to have been burning long enough to melt enough wax to cause that damage. So this is not a candle that was just recently lit. This was a candle that had been there burning.
What were you doing at Massage Envy? What was your role?
I worked at the front desk.
So were you able to read these as soon as you got them, or have customers, or what was going on?
We were pretty busy often, so I was probably reading it in between.
And then she says at 9:54 and 52 seconds, he is fine, he is scared and saying sorry and freaking out. Do you remember getting that?
Yes.
And do you remember how you responded to these text messages from your mom?
Yes, I was reading them pretty quickly because I was at work and I thought she was saying that the fire was on our dogs.
And you know that because the text messages are coming up, or do you remember doing that?
I remember, yeah.
And tell us about your dogs. How many dogs did you have?
We had 2 dogs, a French bulldog and an English bulldog.
And when did you get those dogs? Do you remember?
A little before Christmas.
So shortly before all this happened?
Yes.
So December 19, 2019?
I think it was closer to like November.
And do you currently still have those dogs?
Yes.
What's their names?
Sadie and Chance.
What kind of dog is Sadie?
A French bulldog.
Chance is
What did he?
An English bulldog.
And Chance was named after who?
I still
My
believe
dad.
Alex did it, but
Did you go ahead and scroll down?
I'm still interested in more information.
So you say the fire was on Chance.
Yes.
Now, are you saying this because you didn't really get a chance to read the text, or?
Yes, I didn't really get a chance to read it, and it was just like a lot, and I was so confused what was going on.
Would Gannon have a habit of lighting candles and hanging out in the basement by himself?
No.
You ever seen him light a candle and sit on the couch, hanging out next to a candle?
No.
So eventually when we scroll down, we'll see that your mom makes it real clear that it was Gannon that was involved in this candle. What were you thinking when you were getting these text messages?
None of the texts were fully clear. So they were really confusing at first. So I was kind of asking to elaborate.
And did she actually send you a picture of the area where this candle supposedly fell down?
Yes.
Do we see that now on the TV screen?
Yes.
This is said January 26, 2020 at 9:57 p.m.
Yes.
Can we go ahead and scroll down again, please? So she says when you ask about Chance, she says, no, Chance was upstairs. The house is smoking. You remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Scroll down, please.
Yeah, I don't think Gannon would light the candle either, and she confirmed that he wouldn't do something like that.
Said the first was on Chance. What did you mean by that?
I meant fire.
So do you think there was 2 fires, or?
I thought that's what she meant the whole time, that the fire was on Chance, because she never said any names.
A fire, and then she says, I jumped on him with a cover. Remember that?
Yes.
You ever talk to your mom about this text message on the phone or in person about what the heck are you talking about? What happened here?
I did once I got home.
Talk about that when we get there, okay? Let's go ahead and scroll down and look at the text. So you say, oh, okay, and she says, I never said Chance. Remember getting that?
Yes.
You said jumped on him.
Well,
You said
Tay,
oil.
in the wind.
Yes.
She has admitted.
Says yes, but never said chance.
She will get to it.
Read again.
Yes.
Ever saying that?
Yes.
That I just had a heart attack.
Yes.
Why did you heart attack? But why did you say I just had a heart attack?
Because I thought that she meant chance, and still no names were said. So I don't know who she was referring to at that point in time.
Did you eventually, as we'll see as we scroll down, find out that it was Gannon she was referring to?
Yes.
Obviously, when you get home, you find that out.
Yeah.
So you're asking where the other dog is, Sadie, right?
Mhm. Yes. Sorry.
And your mom responds she was in the chair.
Yes.
So you're concerned about the dogs.
Yes.
Go ahead and scroll down some more. Then you say OMG by the fire. Right?
Yes.
So your mom says that Lena grabbed Sadie and I grabbed Chance R and R. Right?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about that?
Yes.
Dance, now all of us were upstairs. You remember her saying that?
Yes.
Then scroll down. He was downstairs. You know who she was talking about when she said he was downstairs at that point?
Not until the next message.
So you say Gannon was downstairs.
Yes.
She says yes, right?
Yes.
During this conversation, is that the first time that you realized that Gannon may have been burned or was part of this fire situation?
Yes.
Yeah. OMG. You ask her, how did he knock it over? Why did you ask her that?
Because at this point, I'm still confused of what happened or how it happened.
Was there some confusion based on?
You know who she reminds me of? Call me crazy, but I'm watching her and it just when she said, you know, she's confused, she didn't know what had happened. There was a conversation I had with Olivia. And I remember her saying, you know, I was confused. I didn't know what happened at this point. And I remember her saying that to me. I can't remember what we were talking about, but when she just said that for the first time, she reminded me of Olivia. Chronicles of Olivia, which even breaks my heart even more, you know, because I couldn't imagine Olivia going through something like this. But her personality and her demeanor gives me that Olivia vibe.
On your experience of Gannon not being the type of kid that would hang out by a candle in the basement?
Yes.
Scroll down. As he said, he must have fell asleep. You say, so it wasn't? I think you meant to say knocked over.
Yes.
I don't even know how you pronounce that. And you can go ahead and scroll down.
Well, the family can be positive.
He
right?
says, yes, OMG.
They're going to be adamant
read.
that he didn't do it. I don't trust his family.
Sounds like a typical
More than I
mother-teenage
trust him.
daughter text conversation going on here, right?
Yes.
Other than the obvious fire situation.
Yes.
So how did you respond to that, you know?
Yes.
But she goes on and says, he must have knocked it over while asleep unless he was awake and lied. That sound like something Gannon would do?
I don't know, because kids will lie sometimes, so I can't really answer that.
No problem. Go ahead and scroll down some more, please. She says, but he acted sorry for sure. And you say AWW. What does AWW stand for?
Oh,
Like O?
no, like, oh.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. So, do you remember about what time you got off work on the 26th during this text messaging process here?
Yeah, it was late, around like 10:30 or so.
If the information from Massage Envy says you clocked out at 10:18 p.m. on January 26th, would that be accurate?
Yes.
Just refreshing your honor.
Yeah, what, you can ask her what time she thinks she clocked out.
Do you know approximately what time you clocked out and left to work that day?
Yes, a little after 10 sometime.
In between 10 and 10:30?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got home?
Takes me like 25 minutes or so to get home, so a little bit of time after that.
Did you talk to your mom on your way home from Massage Envy that night?
I normally tell her that I'm leaving, so probably yes.
So, what do you see when you get home? Describe to the jury what you see in the house when you got home from work.
I get home. My mom and Lena are in the living room, and they're telling me about the fire. Gannon wasn't upstairs at this point.
So, who you said they are telling you? Were both Lena and your mom telling you about what happened downstairs?
Yes.
What did your mom tell you at this point?
She told me that the candle was knocked over. She thinks that he was playing on his Nintendo when he wasn't supposed to be, so that maybe that's how he knocked it over. That after the fire, they ran outside, and she called her fireman friend and asked if the fumes in the house were okay for us to go back inside, and they said yes. And she said that when they were in the street, Gannon was screaming that he hates his life and screaming different things.
What did you think about that last part your mother just told you about Gannon? Why?
I didn't think that the candle thing was a big deal, so it was just still so confusing.
Was your mother concerned about Albert finding out about this and being upset about it?
Normally, Albert's not the one to get mad about like stuff getting messed up, so.
When she told you about Gannon going out in the street and yelling that he hates his life and things like that, did that sound like the Gannon that you knew?
No, he hasn't done that before.
You said that it was Lena and your mom upstairs when you got home on the 26th after.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where Gannon was at?
Downstairs.
Did you go downstairs?
Yes.
What did you see when you went downstairs?
Him laying in his bed.
Did you go into his room?
By the doorway.
Was he asleep?
I don't remember.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Was the light on in his room?
I don't know.
Is that the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Were there any windows open in the basement when you went down there?
Yes, the windows were open. It was cold down there.
How many windows were open down in the basement?
I don't know.
It was January 26th. And you know about what time it is now when you went down to Gannon's room?
It was a little later.
Pouring my coffee in the studio.
Gannon, good night. That's why we went down.
Anything unusual about your mom saying, let's go tell Gannon good night?
Not something that she normally would do.
It's not something she would normally do?
Correct.
That's surprising to you when she said that?
Yes.
She go down there with you when you went to Gannon's room?
Yes, we both went down there.
Do you recall your mom talking to Gannon?
She said goodnight to him. She was like, good night.
You know whether or not Gannon responded?
I don't remember now.
So was Gannon's bedroom window open as well?
I don't know.
Was it cold down in the basement?
Yes.
Did you sleep down in the basement that night?
No.
Where was your room within the house?
In the basement.
Would it have been close to Gannon's room, or was it like on the other side of the basement?
On the other side of the basement.
Was your room cold in there?
I don't remember.
Why'd you sleep upstairs?
Because it was cold downstairs. You could still smell like the fumes, and like everything just felt like everything in the house just felt weird.
Why did it feel weird?
Because my mom made the comments. She was like, Gannon's acting weird.
She
I don't know what's
setting it
wrong
up.
with him.
I wonder if she killed him that night.
She said that she was scared.
Who else slept upstairs?
Lena.
Is there anyone else in the house?
No.
So it's you, your mom, Lena, and Gannon?
Yes.
Gannon's the only one sleeping in the basement?
Yes.
It's cold down there?
Yes.
Are we talking freezing cold, or was it just colder than the upstairs?
Colder than the upstairs.
It's Colorado
That's why you didn't sleep.
in January.
And where did you sleep? In particular, what bed?
In my parents' room.
Did you sleep with your mom in the same bed?
Yes, sorry.
There you go. Okay, good.
Young, if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes, please.
This is a good breaking point right now, Judge, if you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess until
Okay, we're
10:45.
gonna-
Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, let me get over to the. Oh, I went too far. Shoot, I forgot where we were.
He exchanged a month.
Shoot, let me make this smaller.
It seemed fine. I think his mom came to visit after that.
Yeah. Okay, that's where it stops. Let me get back just a little bit. Okay. All right. So I was just putting it there because I wanted to get past the break and everything like that. But as you see, I mean, this is, I kind of fast forwarded like into the testimony about an hour, and that's where we're hearing kind of, we brought it right up to January 26th, the day before. A lot of weird stuff is going on this day. We know he messed himself. You know, I think she might have been mad at that. You know, she may have thrown the candle at him. She knew he was hurting. Remember, she made that weird recording. Why she was making that recording, I have no idea, to document it, because she knew she was going to be in trouble. And she must have just concocted this plan. I mean, I don't know, because you know, when I, this is the second time of me hearing her testimony, and so now that I'm able to listen, before I was like glued to it, and I'm sure all these questions were coming in my head, but now that I heard her testimony from the beginning to the end a couple days ago, Monday, as a matter of fact, this is when this testimony was given, was on Monday morning. So this, you know, we're all hearing this, but I'm not hearing. This is the first time I've been able to pay attention, like now that I've heard, I know her testimony to the end, so I'm not looking for all those new information, because the first time we heard her testimony was new and fresh. And we didn't know what she was going to say. Now we've watched it. We kind of know what she's going to say. Now we're picking up on all the little things that we didn't pick up on the first time around. And I did pick up on the candle and how it doesn't seem probable that he would have lit the candle. Somebody else would have had lit the candle. But now we're hearing kind of this mess happen. This candle was lit. This candle was burnt something that night. Did it have to do? And somebody brought up, you know, maybe he was supposed to go change his clothes and went down there and started playing the video game and didn't change his clothes. You know, we don't know what happened, but it seems like this event, this soiling of the pants, really set this whole thing off. But she was doing an activity that she knew would upset his stomach and would most likely elicit an accident like this, because it's happened before, according to Harley's testimony. So I've just fast forwarded. Let me see. Let me fast forward it past the commentary. And so we're going to get back here to where the judge, we're back from recess, and we're going to continue. Let me see if we can continue on. She's back in the witness stand. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah, I think right here is where we need to be. All right, I'm going to put it back up, and we're going to watch just another few more minutes of this, probably about 10 more minutes of this, and then we're going to start eyeballing the trial, which is now about to start. It's starting at 11 o'clock our time, but it never really starts right at 11, so it's going to be like 11:05. So we're going to push this as far as we can, and then I'm going to stop and start monitoring the feed from the court. Oh, I got to put it back up. Let me get it any bigger. But the good news is today, I wish I would have known this yesterday or Monday. Okay, can you guys hear now?
We took our break. We were in the midst of the testimony.
Okay, I got to keep mine on. All right, that's what I was trying to find out.
Thank you, Hunter.
So you guys are going to hear me make lunch.
Two more text messages from January 26th that I want to cover with you before we go into the 27th. Your book should be opened up to January 26th at 10:30, or excuse me, 10:10 p.m. Do you see that? You see a text from your mother that says, "My arm is burnt."
I agree with that, sweetie pie. She definitely resented that.
Are you still at work when you get this text?
Family.
Yes.
So you say, "OMG."
Sorry, guys, you're gonna have to hear me beating around over here. Try to.
You say the fire was on Gannon.
I'm gonna mute myself so I know which one's me and which one's
Things
not.
becoming now clearer for you as to what she was talking about in her text message.
Yes.
Let's scroll down. Go ahead and go down a little bit further here. And she responds, "No, the cover was." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. He was wrapped in it. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Now, when you got home, I know we talked about what we saw, but did you see any injuries to your mom?
No.
Did you see any burn marks on her arm?
I don't remember.
When you got that prior text about her saying that she burned her arm jumping on him, were you concerned that your mother may have been burned during this fire?
Yes.
Did you ask her about it when you got home?
No.
Did she say anything about being burned when you got home?
I don't remember.
Go ahead and scroll down. She says, "I jumped on him, though, because he had the cover around him." Remember her saying that?
Yes.
You say OMGG has. And it looks like we can scroll down again that she sent you a picture. Do you remember what that picture was?
Oh, the couch being burnt.
Was it the floor area with some blankets around what appears to be a burned area of the carpet?
Mm-hmm. Yes, right.
You were getting that night?
Yes.
Go ahead and scroll down, please. And you ask, "What is that?" Did she ever answer that?
No.
And so, do you remember about what time you went to bed that night after you got home?
No.
Do you remember whether or not you had to work in the morning?
I did, yes.
And what time did you have to be at work now on the 27th of January 2020?
By 8:30.
That normal working time in the morning?
Yes.
We can scroll down now to a text from January 27th, 2020. Again, The blue is you. Do you remember making that text, "Are you here?"
Yes.
Why did you ask your mother if she is here? Remember?
I don't remember, no.
When you say here, are you referring to the house?
Yes.
Were you still at home at 7:20 a.m. on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time you left the house?
Around 8 o'clock.
So earlier you testified that you slept in the same bed with your mother that night.
Mhm.
Does that give you any context as to why you might text her and say, "Are you here?"
I don't remember why I said it. 'Cause I didn't see her.
But she wasn't in bed when you woke up, maybe?
Yes.
You know where she went or where she was at?
No.
Can you scroll down, please? It looks like that she texted you another picture, January 27th at 9:05 a.m. Do you recall getting a picture from her then?
Yes.
Do you know what that picture is?
Of our dog.
You know which dog it is?
Yes, Sadie.
Is that the first time you had any communication with your mom that morning?
Yes.
Would you have been at work by then?
Yes.
I know it's been over 3 years, but do you recall whether or not your mom's vehicle was at the residence when you went to work that day?
I don't remember.
What kind of car did your mom drive?
A black Volkswagen Tiguan.
Fairly new?
Yes.
Was it under lease?
Yes.
What kind of car were you driving?
A Volkswagen Jetta.
And what kind of car was Albert driving when he was home?
A Nissan truck.
Remember what color that truck was?
Red.
So you go to work. Are you at work then when you get this picture of, did you say that was Sadie?
Yes.
So you are at work then?
Yes.
And what was your shift going to be that day? Do you recall? What time would you get off?
I don't remember. It was like a morning shift, so it lasted until 4:30 or so.
Go ahead and scroll down, please. So when you get the image of Sadie, you say, "OMG." And she says, she was like, "It's warm. Let me try." Is your mom talking about Sadie?
Yes.
Did you know that when you got this message?
Yes.
Can you scroll down, please? Then on January 27th at 9:27 a.m., your mother texts you, "OMG, something isn't right." Do you remember getting that text message?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what that meant?
No.
Do you have any idea what that means now?
Yes.
What does that mean now?
She sent me screenshots of text messages after that.
And what were the screenshots and what text messages?
It was a
Good morning, all the
conversation
new people coming
between
in.
her
Good
and
morning.
Albert.
Good morning. So one's name is Chase
Remember
and
what the
one's name is
substance of that
Cindy, I
conversation
believe.
was?
About bath salts or hanging out with Gannon's older friend.
How did the bath salts and the older friend relate to Gannon in this text message?
It was said that that's what he had mentioned.
Did you ever know Gannon to use bath salts or have any association with bath salts the entire time that you knew him?
No.
Okay. We can scroll down, please.
And I want you guys to also think about it. Hold, let me get over here and pause.
So we see now.
I also want you guys to think about this. She's trying to find, and she meaning Leticia, I'm referring to Leticia when I say she. When we're hearing this testimony from her daughter, we're hearing about how he's being bad. We're hearing about, well, we haven't gotten to the cigar in the backpack yet. And now we're hearing about bath salts, all out of the pale of what Gannon normally does. She's with, excuse me, Gannon. Her mother's with Gannon. She's never heard Gannon talk like this. And then boom, all the right here around January 26th, January, you know, that this area of time, that day, all this weird stuff is happening. All this weird stuff. Gannon, she's hearing Gannon's running out in the street saying he hates his life. She's finding out from her mom or something related to some bath salts. Like, these are all actions that just a 11-year-old kid just doesn't wake up one day and decide that this is going to be his day. You know, if he's never been exposed to this stuff this doesn't make sense to the normal person. But here it is where Leticia is literally trying to set it up so it looks like Gannon did something wrong. That it's all Gannon's fault. She's already setting all of this up before he runs away on the 27th. Little odd. I just happened to notice it. Thought you guys would like to hear my thoughts.
Now, images on an attachment that was sent from your mom. It looks like it was sent to you at 9:29 a.m. on January 27th. Is that the screenshots that you just talked about that she sent you?
Yes.
What were you thinking was going on here? I mean, had she ever sent you any messages like this before in the past?
No.
Any messages related to how Gannon and his activities and what's going on with Gannon ever sent to you in the past? Like,
not like the messages, no.
was it a shock for you to see that somehow Gannon may have been related to bath salts?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't even know we had bath salts, and I wouldn't even think you would know what those are.
Did you know what they were back then?
Yes.
What were they?
Put them in the bathtub.
Ask a stupid question, you get right. Did you know whether or not kids were using bath salts at this time frame as a drug or a method to get high, that kind of thing?
I did not at the time, no.
Later learn about that?
Yes.
So she didn't even
But when
know.
you get this message, you didn't connect
she's
that
the oldest
to
person.
being Gannon.
She's the oldest person in this household. And she didn't even know what bath salts, that people use the bath salts to get high. The only reason why I've ever heard about them is because there was an article in one of my newspapers talking about how this guy had super strength and it took like 10 officers to get him down, and they believe it's related to bath salts. And I remember the first time I heard that, and I'm like, bath salts? What the F are they talking about, right? And so here's the oldest person in their household, doesn't even know about them being used other than like I would use them in my bathtub. I don't have a bathtub anymore. I still have bath salts from my other house that I can't use because I don't have a bathtub here. I have a shower. I want to convert it back into a tub. That's the way I bought it. But I myself, as an adult, up until that, and I think I read about that maybe 8 years ago, even me as an adult, never even thought anything else with bath salts. The only reason why I only use certain types of bath salts is because they affect my body in certain ways when I'm showering. And women can kind of understand where I'm going with that. So, you know, I didn't even know. And I was, you know, I've been sobered up by this time for some point in time, but I didn't even know, even being out there partying and hanging out and using and stuff like that, I never even heard about bath salts. So how is an 11-year-old kid hearing about it? I mean, now it's more prevalent, I guess you could say. You know, we've heard about it. I don't hear too much about it anymore. I think people realize they don't want to be zombies and eat their bodies. So I think they're staying away from the bath salts. But, you know, how does an 11-year-old know this? So that's just another key that I thought was interesting as we're hearing this plot to set, you know, that Leticia's planning to set her stepson up as if he's the bad kid.
And may have been trying to get high on bath salts or something?
No.
Exactly.
Scroll down, please.
Is that Megan? Mega Million? Thank you. Yes.
So you didn't respond to that, but at 4:20 p.m., you text your mother, just got up.
Yes.
What is that?
I always text her when I leave or I get off.
Do that pretty routinely?
Yes.
And how did she respond to you saying just got off?
She said yay.
Had you talked to her on the phone at any point up until this time frame when you got off of work?
No.
Had you had any idea what her plans were that day on January 27th, 2020, when you were at work?
No. I did get a text message though from Gannon's phone.
So this is, where I say this is kind of, remember how we're talking, and we're going to listen to this. We're going to have to dovetail over to the trial now here in just a second, but I'm going to play this last few minutes or the last, 30 or 45 seconds here in just a second. But you guys have heard me talk about this case, and you have heard me state that here in these court hearings, there's a lot of pretrial motions. There's a lot of things that are set in the sand, but prior to the trial undergoing, and primarily objections on evidence that's going to be brought in as, it's irrelevant, it's prejudicial. There's a lot of different objectionable grounds that they can object for certain testimony and certain facts to come into a murder investigation. And so this is one that you can clearly tell that she was well aware that she may not be able to get into the topic of. I'm hearing movement in the court.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect.
Okay, we're going to have to pause right here and go right into this.
But they did turn on the air last night, so it's better now than it was yesterday afternoon. And are we resuming the video where we were?
The audio. Yeah.
Or the audio, yes, I'm sorry. It was 29:45 or something like that.
Something like that.
Okay. Is there anything that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution? Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
All right, guys, so now we're getting into the trial. We're going to have a little bit of a better viewing experience today now that I had an opportunity to play around with the system a little bit more. And I think you guys will enjoy it a little bit better. There is some sensitive topics, thank you, I Am Team Summer, that are going to be brought up in this trial. If you have, any kind of PTSD or anything and can't watch, please don't. This has been an emotional trial so far, at least for me personally. So I do want to caution people, if you are going to watch this, understand that they are talking about, this is a sad case.
All rise for the jury, please.
And sorry if you guys can hear my coffee and stuff. I didn't realize how loud it was until this trial was until we were playing back the earlier, just getting an update on what the daughter said and everything. I feel so bad for that girl.
Seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, it's better in here today than it was yesterday afternoon. I think shortly right after you guys left and we were still in here, they turned the air on. So now it's nice and cool. If any of you need a jacket, let me know.
Goes from steamy
and
hot
we'll
to
start the same way
ice
we have
cold.
every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. With that, yesterday when we took our break, we were in the midst of a audio. That's where we will resume. With that, Ms. Gratiano.
How many days has it been? There is nowhere that I could take in that he would just be gone that many days. You have to put that in your brain.
Oh, yeah.
It is in my brain. It's in my brain that he's gone and there's nowhere he could be safely, okay, because he's with this Quincy Brown guy who's a freaking sex offender, jumping bail, whatever you want to label it. But whatever, I don't know. I don't know all that shit, okay? He's just a bad dude and my son's with him. Okay, all right.
I told you what happened.
Okay.
I told you when we came home. I already told you all this.
I decided to focus in on her screen so you can watch how she's reacting to all this.
Hey, that's not how it happened.
But you told me the truth. You told me 4 different versions of the truth, Tisha. That's where the problem is, okay? I want to believe you.
The details, and you're asking me 3 weeks later, detail for detail.
But yes, absolutely. In your own words, now that you've slept on it, now that you've recovered a little bit, you're starting to remember more and more and more. So what I want to know is
giving you everything I remember.
Okay, the detail I want to know is what did Quincy Brown do with Gannon? That's the detail I want to know. That's the question.
Where he took him, I don't know. Where they went. Don't you think for a second if I knew that, Albert, I would tell you.
Where did he take him from? That's a starting point. Where were you at when he took him?
Home.
Okay, so yesterday it was a bike accident in.
I already told you the bike accident. You already talked about.
Fine, but I'm saying yesterday he was taken from Douglas County. Today he's taken from El Paso County at 6627. Right, but then you changed it, then you brought it back, then you changed it, brought it back.
I said that to you because you just want me to say whatever they got you thinking.
I'm thinking what I'm thinking, okay? These freaking police have not told me a damn thing other than my son is missing and that they're supposedly looking for him. You're the only one telling me anything about their situation. Yes.
Get towards done. I couldn't do anything. You talk about how you have to live with that. Do you know how I have to sit here and be like, oh my God, what could I have done to protect him better? Because Albert's going to turn it and say that I'm a horrible person. You think I want to lose my entire life because I couldn't protect someone for 100%?
Well, do you know if Gannon is alive, or was he alive when he took him? Was he hurt?
I don't know. I was out of it. Do you not understand this?
So you were out. So you blacked out, right? And he took him while you were blacked out.
No, I just said I was aiming out of it from trouble. I hit my head. I'm getting out of it.
Okay.
You put my arm to title. You would not listen to me on that. You know what you should have done? As my husband, you should have said, "Oh my God, this fucker not only hurt my wife, took my son."
Okay, so
you should be safe.
I'm trying to believe you, okay, but that when I got home Tuesday, you had no sign of anything, no marks on your head, no marks on your arms.
Oh, that's okay. You want to know why? Because it's all on social media where I have Band-Aids on my hand around our arms on it. So that's a fucking lie.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
It's on social media.
Okay,
well. Social media, why? All kinds of everything.
Well, it's on social media. It's on social media that you killed him. So you want me to believe everything I hear on social media?
No, because why in the world would you think that?
I'm not thinking that. You just told me to believe social media. Social media says you're a killer.
It's on there, meaning they saw it.
Okay, so
they saw a picture of me. That's all I meant. They didn't see a picture of me doing it.
Social media says you're a killer and that Lane is the hero. Do you want me to believe that?
If you believe that, you're dumb. Wanna know why? Because you know better than that.
Okay, well, I mean,
you're treating her like she's a hero. Exactly what you're doing. Instead of being with your wife, you've been with your ex-wife.
No, I haven't been with nobody. I told you, I've been with my family.
Supposed to be?
You can attack me all you want to, okay, but it really doesn't matter. Yes, that's an attack.
You should be with your wife.
Okay, well, what's with all this crap you're sending her now? You're telling the world how much of a piece of shit she is, but now you're trying to.
Anything. My shit has been hacked. Don't believe nothing unless it's my daggone Yahoo. People have created a fake profile under my name. They screened them, the profiles, everything. People are the only thing I have secured is because I contacted Yahoo is my job.
Okay, fine, but you sent her a message that said the same thing you tried to say to me initially about this ransom and these phone calls from DC. So yes, I do believe that you sent her that. That's what you told me.
From DC.
That's what you told me. That's what you told me.
Oh, do you know why that done that? That's because he sent it from a stupid messenger thing. And when I switched out to do my phone thing, I was trying to write back from. I was like, I'm gonna send Landon this too. I was gonna copy both y'all in it because I couldn't get you. And then I hit draft. So if it went through, then I didn't talk.
No. You or Landon didn't send anything from DC. You said that the messages came from a DC number or something. That's what you said.
It said like Washington, Seattle.
Oh, Washington, Seattle. Oh, okay, gotcha.
I did tell you that. I said Washington. I said Boyd Elementary.
Okay,
I didn't know. I haven't said another word to her. Did you read the emails I sent her when she wrote me? I told her fuck her. She ain't done a goddamn thing for those kids. Don't be fucking playing hero. Read them.
All right.
She was sitting right beside her.
They went to Texas. I ain't reading shit. I just saw what she forwarded me. She forwarded me something about ransom.
She wrote you. You wrote me that night. As soon as I said something to you about her saying bingo, you had to be sitting right beside her. You had to tell her that.
Wait, whoa. No. You talking about when she replied to you after that one email you sent when you said fuck her? No, I'm going to tell you what happened. No, she didn't. Okay, I'm going to tell you what happened. I was sitting there in the room. They had another hotel room. It was at that time of night when Lena was going to bed, and every night I put Lena to bed, and the email came through, and she read it, and that's when she messaged you back, and that's the absolute truth. And you can question it all you want to, but that's what happened. But I don't show them shit, okay? Because I
defended you, and I defended myself. I said you ain't done no fucking thing. Don't be coming up to my house. You said, did she tell you I said all that?
Listen, I don't get into nothing she's saying. And that's the God's honest truth. She's freaking out every single day, and it's driving me nuts. So I'm glad they went to Texas. Okay?
Yeah.
Because it drives me, between her and Veronica, it drives me freaking nuts.
So why do you have to be around them?
I'm not around them. Okay? We're looking for our son. We have a shared child in common.
Stress on you if you are listening to this right now.
And guess what? You know me well enough to know that I'm going to get myself out of stressful situations that are not productive, and you know that.
I know that. So is this why you don't want me and Harley to be with you?
I never said that.
Keep doing that?
I never said that.
I've agreed to do everything you've asked. I've asked you, told you, whatever. I've agreed to testify. Okay? I've agreed to help find him. I've agreed to do everything. I'm tired of being portrayed as the killer of a child that I love. If you want to know something, I have a better relationship with Gannon than I even do Lena. Gannon and I are so much alike. This is why it's killing me. It's killing me because it's straight wrong.
Okay, so let's pump the brakes here, okay? I'm seriously, let's pump the brakes. If you give me the truth, and I hate to say it like this, but the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and you just lay it on the line for me, no matter what the truth is, okay? The absolute truth. I don't want no more Quincy lying on the road, Quincy bike accident, Quincy hiding in the house, okay? Quincy's secret messages, ransom. I don't want no more of that, okay? This is driving me freaking nuts, okay? I just want the truth, and then hey, listen to me for a second. I want the truth right now, and then I'll be willing to meet you.
Maybe. Like this week. That's all I get is to meet you.
Listen.
Hello?
Listen, I'm sitting right here. I'm trying to work with you. Okay, that's a start. Okay? That's a start. I told you yesterday. I told you yesterday.
My family.
I told you yesterday the biggest thing in between us right now is the truth. And we have a big gap between us and the truth right now. Okay? All right? I'm not promising you. Listen. I'm not promising you anything. Okay? I want the truth, and I will promise you. I promise you a meeting. Yes, you're my wife, okay? I'm not promising you anything today other than a meeting. You give me the truth, you get your meeting, you get your face-to-face, you get to see me. All this wonderful things you send me on email about how much you want me.
you.
Okay, you get to meet with me today. That's what you get. You left, and I'm offering you a meeting.
What is it? Just a meeting? I left, or I was taken away.
No, you left.
Not against me about me. No. You brought your ex-wife to our home, and that was wrong.
I didn't bring nobody. She got her
Her
ass on her
son
way
was
and came,
gone.
and the messages show that you told her that you would support her when she got here. So we're not playing this game. She is irrelevant
This
in
lady's
this
giving me a
conversation.
headache.
Asked Albert, and then what did I do? I got on the phone with you, and I said, I don't agree with this.
Okay, fine. You know what? My son's missing. I don't care about stupid, petty. You think I'm hooking up with her. It's about
Amen.
Gannon. So you give me the truth, and I'll meet.
It's not about hooking up with her. It's about you.
But that's all you said. Teacher, stop. Take the brakes.
On TV hugging your ex-wife.
Actually, I should, because she's the mother of my son, and I'm not playing this game with you, okay? Do you want to meet? Do you want to meet or not?
Do you want to know what?
Do you want to meet or not?
You want to know something? You should, but then guess what? This wife of yours has done everything that that sorry-ass motherfucking mother hasn't done. Okay?
I'm not arguing with you about that. I'm not arguing anything.
Do you think I got
That girl has some freaking nerve.
You got plenty of hugs. You got plenty of hugs until you decided to bounce and come and get your shit and bounce.
I asked for Valentine's Day. I said, hey, let us come stay. Do you think you gave me anything? But you can give her conversations every day. You can talk to her every day.
Listen, you've been begging me. Listen.
You tell the shit to the kids.
Let me tell you something. Listen.
You,
you're not making you're not making yourself believable to me. You offered the truth, okay? You offered lie detector test. I don't even believe you're anywhere close to here. That's why you're dodging this meeting. Okay? That's the God's honest. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You're dodging this shit.
Come to your hotel. You won't even tell me where you're staying.
Well, I asked you the same question, and you won't even tell me where. You tell me.
I gave it to you.
You said the North End.
Place I was staying.
You said the North End. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Say America. Yes, I did.
Bullshit.
You go look at your email.
I know, and it's bullshit. You don't think I didn't drive around there just like I drove around looking for other shit?
Drive around there. I don't have a car.
All right.
You're going to find me.
Screenshot me a receipt right now. Send me the receipt from your email because I know you got it because you always get them. Okay, so don't play me, homie. All right, send me the shit and then I'll believe you.
He's not funny, but he's just not having it.
I paid for this.
He's just not having it.
All right, fine. All right, back up. You give me the truth and I'll drive to freaking Extended Stay America right now. Give me the truth.
I gave you the truth. I walked you through what happened.
No, you walked me through 27 versions of a fake bullshit lie, okay? All right, tell me the truth right now.
So now you want to know that you just told me it was a lie.
No.
You're not trying to be on my side.
I am. I'm trying to meet you.
You literally just told me it was a fake bullshit of a lie. You just told me none of it was true.
Tisha, I got to ask you every day. I got to ask you every day, like yesterday was the bike accident. That was the first time I heard that one after 3 weeks. Okay, now today I call you back, willing to work with you for a lie detector test, and that's a bullshit story. Okay?
I already said I would do a lie detector test. I already told you I would do a lie detector test.
That's completely irrelevant. What's relevant is the truth. You get me at Extended Stay America. Listen, you get me at Extended Stay America. You can do whatever you want to with me. Okay? I just want the truth, and that's what you get.
Okay, like you're really gonna let that happen.
Listen, you give me the truth that we find my son.
If you wanted me, you would not be apart from me.
Tisha, watch your interview. You said you left because of Landon. You said that, not me. I didn't say Tisha leave. I said, everybody come together, be a team, let's find Gannon. That's what I said. And that's what I've said from day one. And you bounced on me.
Left from the house because you had her there in our home.
It sure did. And I'll tell every judge, jury in this country that I had my ex-wife, my mom, my two sisters, my uncle, Aunt Veronica, two other freaking women, Landon's brother. I had a team of like 15 people supporting the family, working as a team to do everything we could to find Gannon. That's the truth. Okay.
I'm sorry if it sounds selfish, but I hate that bitch.
Okay. But guess what? Listen to what I just said. Listen to what I just said. I had everybody in the house, but you know who wasn't there? My wife and my daughter. They bounced on me, okay? They bounced on me, but me being a good person, I'm still here willing to listen to you.
We had to turn the keys into you.
I told that you can come get your stuff after you said you didn't want to be there anymore. Okay, you left. You and Harley got in Harley's car, packed suitcases, supposedly going to the police station, and you never showed up until like the next day or some shit like that. Okay, so if you would have done what you were supposed to, you listen to me. If you would have done what you're supposed to do, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Okay, so don't turn this on me. I've been a team player this whole time for the entire team.
Be together right now is what you're saying.
If you would have never left, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You got your shit and you bounced, okay? What we need now is the truth.
You're saying if I would have never left, we'd be together right now.
I'm saying you bounced, okay? You bounced.
Okay, see, that's your point. You don't have any. You don't want to be with me.
That's not what I'm saying. It's not about our relationship. It's about Gannon. And you're dodging me when I keep asking you for the truth, saying I'm going to drive to you and extend to stay America. She hung up.
That was insane. This woman is not insane. She is a manipulating beast.
Cronin, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
What we hear in this particular phone call, and then the prior phone calls that we heard while Mr. Stauch was on the stand, were you present for all those phone calls as well?
Yes, sir.
Fairly consistent approach from Al in trying to get information from the defendant in those phone calls?
Yes.
Trying to get details about where Gannon may be?
Yes.
Was it fairly consistent through all of these phone calls for the defendant to then distract away and cause a tangent discussion?
Yes.
Is that what we hear when Al starts pushing her to give the truth and then it turns into a discussion about ex-wife?
Yes.
At the time of this particular phone call, there's some discussion about extended stay America. Is that the hotel that the defendant was staying at right after Gannon's disappearance with family members?
Yes, I believe so.
Is that on the north side of Colorado Springs?
Yes.
Did you know at that particular time of this phone call, so February 15th of 2020, where the defendant actually was located, and whether in the city or anywhere?
Yes, we know.
Where did you know her to be at that time?
South Carolina.
How did you know that information?
We had tracked her purchases and then got video of her crossing the country.
Okay. So when she's agreeing to potentially meet if information is given, was she implying that she was still here in the city?
Yes, she was.
In your opinion, was that a distraction attempt by her?
Yes.
Throughout the course of your involvement in the investigation and what you observed, was it fairly common for the defendant to try to manipulate the investigation the way we just heard in this phone call?
Yes.
Was there any indication that Quincy Brown was involved in Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
No.
Did you have a chance to look up who Quincy Brown was?
Yes.
And who did that turn out to be?
He was a sexual offender that was on the most wanted list that week of offenders or fugitives in the Colorado Springs area.
Is that commonly published in this area by the media outlets, including the Gazette and I think KKTV and those types of outlets?
Yes.
And he was listed on that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn, based on your knowledge of investigation, that he was not even in the country anymore?
Yes.
Okay. I want to next jump to another phone call that occurs on February 15th, 2020 at 12:10 p.m. Were you present for that call as well?
Yes.
Again, same process that you described yesterday about passing notes to Al and suggesting questions and coaching him up?
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would request permission to publish People's Exhibit number 52. This one is longer. It's an hour and 4 minutes long.
All right. We should be able to finish that, and then we'll take our break.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. And Agent, you can step down if you would like to do so.
Hey. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So I just got off the phone with that Amber lady, and I don't know, I kind of feel stupid now because she's like, no, I ain't heard from nobody about nothing like that.
That's her message.
I'm just telling you what she said to me.
Send it to the number you gave me. So if it's a landline, maybe she didn't get it, but if it's a cell phone, then she got it.
Okay, I'm just telling you what the lady told me. I don't know. Like I told you, I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Is it a cell phone or a landline?
I don't know. I called and she answered. That's all I know. I mean, you want to hang up and try to call her?
Telling me it's got to be a cell phone.
Do you want to hang up and try to call her? I mean, I'm just so sick of this. I'm just listen. Things were great.
I hanging up to call the FBI.
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying, do you want to hang up and try to call her instead of message her? What I'm trying to say is, like, I just want things to go back like they were like Christmas. Like right when we got the 2 puppies, all the kids were there. Everybody was so happy. Kids were playing their Switch. We were playing with the puppies, and it's just life was just like happy as could be. And then and then here we are. I just want to go back to that, Tisha. Why can't we just get back to that place in our life?
Over.
What?
For a second, that is not on my mind every single day, and that's not what I want. I put in so much effort in Christmas, and what you're saying, so much effort I put into Christmas and holidays for everyone, and you think for a second that's not what I want? I go out my way for all of our children. I have tons and tons of clothing, everything I saw, but the one that has online, who do you think bought it? Who do you think did all that? Don't you think I was doing that? And I pray every day that day I wake up every morning looking for you. Then realize I'm not beside you. Then realize I'm not helping the kids get ready for school. You think I don't know that and want that? I wasn't going through some turmoil where, oh gosh, I don't love my life, I hate myself. No. We had a great house. We have a great family. Like, really? So don't bring up Christmas. Now you want the dog. You think me that I don't get to be like, oh, gosh, this year was this. Guess what? 17th, I always post happy anniversary. 17th, month by month by month. Think that's not coming up? Think I don't want to do that? You think the kids? Think I don't think about that every time? Oh, because you know why? Landon popped up to be the Saints. This is the 100th day of school. I got the kids in the school. I kept them in school. I homeschooled them. You think I don't want? Come on now.
Well, how?
Like doing all these different things with Gannon, I only get to middle school because maybe the whole point of us going on Twitter was for him to get called to Oscar. I'm so excited. Seemingly he got interested in the sport that I can be at the schoolhouse and be a part of. That's all this I wanted.
Well, how do we get it back? How do we get back to just a month and a half ago? That's what I want to know. Because a month and a half ago, there was 5 people and 2 dogs. Now it's just me. So how do we get back there?
Albert?
Like, I don't even have, listen, I don't even have Lena. She's in Texas right now. I'm freaking.
Let me just go ahead and tell you. Because you shouldn't allow that to happen. That was irresponsible on your part. Okay? And you can think that I'm wrong or for whatever reason you want to. I don't agree with that because at the end of the fucking day, she's still a drug. She still don't take care of her kids, and she still don't have a place to live. I wouldn't have let my child live with her. So that's on you. That's not me. I didn't make that decision. They would have never made that decision.
But she's coming back. Don't get me wrong. She's coming back. I'm just talking about this weekend. Okay, she's down there with them. But even then, how do we get back to the 5 of us? The 5 of us, me, you, Harley, Gannon, and Lena. How do we get back to that point? How do we have a family and 2 dogs and a 2-story house and all the things that we had and 3 cars and, the American dream? Right now I'm living the American nightmare. How do I get back to the American dream? I need you to help me get there.
Albert, the first step is we figure out what the people in this world are cruel, okay? They are. People are cruel. Okay? You in your mind know better than us that American dream you just talked about. We would have never had it if any of those 5 people in our home would have been cruel. If any of those 5 people would have out to hurt people or do bad things to people. Okay? So that's the first step that you need to realize is that this is not me against you. Yeah, of course, people always in marriages, they're gonna have disagreements. You know good well, we literally just got off a cruise for our anniversary. I made sure that the children were in the best care possible. With someone taken there, not only with Harley, okay, someone in the door can make sure that they had everything they needed. Not a worry in the world. You know I've always done that. Security systems installed. Check the ring gap. Check alarm. You know me as that person, so until you put that in your mind, that's the first step. Because you can't be against your wife on this, and you can't be thinking what these people are thinking online that I'm this different, because that's not true. Without me and God, the children would not be in our home, and without you and God, the children would not be in our home because they were in horrible situations. The way it is, we need to figure out who can help us figure out the best way to get in. Whether whatever it is. Do you want me to give them my leg? You want me to give them my
No. Listen, I'm telling you, I told you this yesterday. I feel like this is all going to be my fault in the end, okay? Because I was gone when this happened. So don't sit there and offer your legs and arms up when it's my fault.
I'm not going to let you say that. Here's why. Okay? Let me tell you here's why. Because when you were in Oklahoma for 5 months, I had to be the one seeing and checking to make sure the kids were okay. I had to be the one driving, making sure this, that, keeping people, barely get time. I had to do that for you. I had to drive through the night to Orlando to catch planes, to a hurricane to get them to you in Oklahoma.
But you got to understand. Let me tell you how I feel. Let me tell you my feelings. What is one of the most important things to me that I always say? Protection, right? And I failed in that because I couldn't protect my son, and I couldn't protect you from getting your head smashed and all these other things. Okay, so that's how I'm feeling right now. But how do we get back to what we were with our 5 people in our family?
We are that. Why are we saying get back for it? That's what we are.
No, because I'm one person. Gannon's unknown. You and Harley bounced. Lena's with Landon. Okay, that's not 5 people. That's 4 people somewhere and 1 person unknown. So how do we get Gannon? How do we get Gannon back? Number 1.
Let me ask you a question, okay? We're gonna sit for a second here, and we're gonna say, all right, we're gonna focus on 2 separate things here. First thing is we're gonna come back to getting Gannon back and all that. But let me ask you what you just said. Let me answer to what you just said. You can't in your mind that that's what you want to get back. Is you now. Let me back up and say this. Heath and Harley didn't leave. This is what happened. Heath and Harley came back after they took absolutely everything from me. I went in. You were laying on the sofa, and I tried to talk to you. I said, come to the bedroom. Let me talk to you. I tried. The next day, you helped them. You did. Instead of just calling to say, hey, listen, they want to take Harley's car, and they want to take her. You didn't ever say that. If you could have been trusting and said that to me, you know good and well. A lot that I
Listen, you're right. Hold on. I'll stop you right there. All that's my fault. You're right. I could have stopped it. I could have said, no, leave the girls alone. You're right. Okay. Keep going. Tell me the rest of it.
So when I come back, okay, after all this, we had the most important thing that you knew I needed, the most important thing that means the world to me and all of that was our items, specifically my diamond rings were in that car. I tried to reach out to you to say, can you please at least ask them, can we have those things? You wanted nothing to talk to me because that means the world to me to have my rings on because I took my vows for better to you. And I tried reaching out for you. Hey, they have my ring, they have my ID. I didn't even have money because they have my card. You wouldn't even talk to me. So then, you wonder why? I said, it's my husband would not even talk to me. He would not even warn me that my child was the father to put in not me because I was yelling at Harley, stop the I told them I'm shooting right there. It's on camera.
Right. Listen. I'm sorry. That's my fault too. Okay. No, I want you to know all that. I'm telling you, all this is my fault. Okay. I'm acknowledging that. Keep going. I'm just trying to be a team here.
Then you tell everybody I leave. So when the truth is, you didn't step in any of that space. Hey, babe.
Okay. All right. No, I'm gonna stop you there. You told the world on camera you left. I didn't. So let's clarify that, and then you can go on. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why I wasn't. They asked why I was not out there.
Okay.
Listen to me. In the situation, I'm sitting here getting my things taken, and people think I don't have feelings. This girl was sitting up in her house when she went about your kids. She complained on her birthday, which was 4 days before. You think I was angry? You think I was sitting there mad, thinking you don't give a fuck about them? Yes. Call me good. I'll take the blame for that. I'll take the blame for being if you would let that bitch turn in our house the way she did our children. So I did. After those times that she came to our house drunk and I had to let her stay at 4697 Farmway Drive, and you fucked me out about it and told me I was on her team because she was drunk and I wasn't letting her high or whatever, and I was letting her keep those kids. That's why. Because that was just, I don't care what the situation was. Put us in a fucking ass in a hotel if you didn't give anything to our children. I don't care what the time was. Because that didn't do anything but put a wedge between us. So yes, when I came back that night, I had no other choice to get clothing. I had no intentions of getting but a few things of clothing. So then when I see this bitch or all the people, I'm not going to name any names, but you told me who are not, with my motherfucking clothes on, and then I see people, you can say in a time like this, you should worry about that. I'm not worried about the material things. It's the principle in my home. Because I don't disrespect people's homes. They disrespect me like that, there's no telling what they did to you or what it did to our children. That's why I was angry. So be mad at me and what you want because I took clothes from there because I didn't want them burned. I heard when I walked in that house the first time I did move, that shouldn't have happened, Albert. You know what, that bitch Veronica walk around and move like shit. That was wrong. Why was this bitch that when we needed
She's
help?
talking about Gannon's mother.
Where was she at, Albert?
It sounds to me like this is all the reasons why she did what she did.
We needed a babysitter. Where the fuck was she at? And you let her walk around and move her shit. And then you let her go downstairs and do what she did to Harley? Oh, that was it.
Who did what to Harley? No, I don't know. Who did what to Harley?
Why don't you ask the Veronica what she did to Harley? I mean, we want to, and my mother wasn't used to their word for it because she wanted to make sure we got her things. You ask her.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You ask Harley what that meant. You let that woman that didn't even step in to that motherfucking earth.
Follow her down. So, well, anyways, I don't know what happened. Harley can tell me later. I don't know.
Yeah. So my point is, you you wonder why I was like, well, what am I going to be here for? You had no business even let my sister even in one of our handguns. You had no business with that.
You better stop right there because no, I was in total control of those weapons the whole time. You will not do that to me. Go ahead.
You might have been in total control, but he had no business doing that. Okay?
Who gives a crap about that? Come on now.
Point is, Albert, you let these people come in during that time. The first few days, and you let them put you on things. And you can say you didn't, and maybe you were hurt, maybe you were upset, maybe your focus was on one thing. And I understand that. Not try to do nothing but say, okay, thinking about that in my mind, and I still love my husband, and I still know that he was not in his right mind there. But as it kept continuing, you could have stepped in and said right then, if you are not, or you are not related to me by blood, I know your sisters are, I know your mom is. If you're not Stauch and you're not related to me by blood, you need to leave this house.
Okay, all right. Teachers, no, stop. Listen, I'll tell you. Put all that on me. I don't care, okay? We can fight about all that for the rest of our lives. You're right. I let people come into the house that ain't got no blood relation to me. You're absolutely right. Okay, but the bigger issue here, and I've let you go on, so I'm trying to be respectful and let you talk and talk and talk, but all this is about you and your damn stuff, not a damn thing about Gannon. Yeah. Yes, it is. No, yes, it is.
No, you asked me how. I said we're going to talk about two separate things. That's what I told you. So that's the first thing. Now, the most important thing is Gannon. You asked me the question how to have everything back, American Dream, like you said, in December. You just realized where your actions could have been different. You realize your actions could have been different. So until we have actions back together and bring it back together as one, Albert, as one. You didn't marry me, or I didn't marry you in order to turn out that thing so that in tough times. That's not how it works in life. You know me better. I know you better. You know you've had to live with the past of the things that your father's done. I never once said to you, I don't trust you with my child, and I feel like you're bad around them. Never once.
Actually, you have said that. Which is bullshit, but go ahead. I'll listen to you.
That was it, Doc. You were talking about something Landon was trying to get me to turn on.
Okay, all right.
I'm talking about in our home. You know good and well, if I went somewhere and Harley was there, I was never worried for a second.
All right, so stop. You're not okay. Stop. Let me interject, okay? Because this is supposed to be about Gannon. This part one was no. Listen, please listen.
So we can go get Gannon.
Okay, the problem is here. You said until we have trust. The problem is we're not there yet. Okay, because a few minutes early. No. Listen. I'm gonna tell you why right now. Okay, No, I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why, and then I'll let you talk, okay? Please listen. I'm going to tell you why. Because, okay, I've taken the blame for everything that I'm responsible for in this situation, probably more than I should have, but I'll take the blame for all of it, okay? Quincy Brown's got the boy, okay? But the part that I still don't have trust about is when I brought up the fact that there was a puddle of blood in the house, you mentioned a head wound. You didn't even say a damn thing about that. Not a peep, Tisha. You blew right past it. So fill in the blanks for me.
No. What are you talking about, a head wound? I never said to you about any kind of head wound. Now, see, this is where you...
No, you did. You said in the bicycle incident, which you later told me was not true, but you...
I already told you I made that up because you would never believe anything I said.
Okay, so how did the puddle of blood get there? Because it wasn't there before we moved in. So, okay, tell me about the puddle of blood in the corner. No, you said the wall. You said there was something on the wall. Who cares what it was? You cleaned it. I don't know anything about that other than what you said.
We cleaned everything for when Gannon. Okay.
Yeah, and no, you didn't because we haven't talked about this. There was a puddle of blood the size of like one of those paper dinner platter plates. It's significant, and that was on the concrete, which means it had to be significantly bigger and more thicker or thick or whatever. I can't hear you. Hello? I can't hear you.
You're talking about something.
I'm talking about something. No, it was not already there. Okay, that blood was not already there. How did the blood get there? Okay, it was a significant amount of blood. How did it get there in the corner of Gannon's room, under his bed, which you told me the beds were pushed together? So how did the blood get there?
Are you done yelling at me?
I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling. How did the blood get there?
You can tell all the little police people that are listening.
Did Quincy Brown bang Gannon's head up against the wall or something? Did he bust Gannon's head open? Did he hit him with a 2x4? What did Quincy do to Gannon? What did he do to Gannon that put blood on the floor?
Because I'm not stupid. I know you have police there. I know you have people there.
You can believe whatever you want, obviously, because I've had so many freaking stories that you believed that were true to tell me, and then you always back off of them. Okay, so you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe. All I believe is what I saw. All I believe is what I saw. Blood on the floor in my son's room, and my son is missing. Okay, that's the two things I know. Gannon was hurt in my house.
I don't know. How many times do I have to say this to you? I don't know.
You don't know how he got hurt, okay?
You asked me 15 times the same exact question, and I'm giving you the same exact answer. I don't know. Then you try to turn it, and you try to ask me another way. And then
These attorneys are just scratching their head. They're just like, oh my God, this is not looking good. Look at her attorney's faces.
And I'm giving you the same answer. If you're so concerned about...
But you had no stop, because you haven't given me the same answer. It's been a different story every time.
Store on your ass. You store on your ass to go find him to see what he did to Gannon. You are too busy worrying about something that you think you can solve.
I'm still waiting on the address. You were supposed to give me the address. You were supposed to give me the address from your lawyer's people.
Me?
Yes, because you said they had it.
You know, FBI...
Now you're changing your story. You're changing your story. You called the police, not me. I wasn't there. I'll take the blame for not being there, for not protecting you. You called the police. Why did you call the police?
I am.
You call, actually, no, stop right there. You called the police and told him he ran away. Not that Quincy Brown took him. What the fuck, Tisha? Answer that for me. You know without a shadow of a doubt, Quincy Brown, and I believe you, Quincy Brown has my son, this motherfucker from somewhere up north of here, okay? But you called the police and said he ran away. Don't tell me you were freaking out. Okay, no, don't give me some bullshit. Don't give me some bullshit story, Tisha. Tell me the goddamn truth right now.
Sir, if you're not going to listen to my answer, then why are you talking?
I'm listening. This is it. This is the line in the sand. Quincy Brown got my son, and you told the police he ran away and there's blood in his room.
Guilty. Why would I call the police?
I said Quincy Brown was guilty. I didn't say you. I said Quincy Brown. Why are you talking about yourself? Why did you say if you were guilty? You told me you weren't the whole time. Why did you say if you were guilty? You said Quincy Brown, and I said Quincy Brown. You keep bringing it back to you, not me. No, I said there's blood in the room. Quincy Brown took him. You called the police and said he ran away. Explain all those things to me right now.
I mean, the dad is not wrong. He is not having it. He didn't believe her. He ain't having it.
Albert?
What?
Will you calm down? I'm going to answer your question.
He seems pretty freaking calm. Yeah, ask me.
I'm calm as a
Because we're not... Yeah.
I'm not stupid either. You fucking lied to me and you fucking lied to the police. I'm not stupid either. So you better get right.
I told the police when I got there what happened.
Man, you told them he ran away and the whole neighborhood was looking for a runaway for days and days and days. You're lying. You are now lying, and I'm calling you out. You're lying.
That is not true. That is not what happened. When they interviewed me, I told them exactly what happened.
But that's not okay. I don't give a fuck what you said. You told me he was a runaway, so I called, and I cursed the lady out on the recorded line. Told her to get there for my runaway son. Okay, you never once told me Quincy Brown had the boy and there was blood in his room. So you better get it straight right now.
When you stop yelling at me.
When you start telling the truth. Tell the truth.
This man
I'll
is
stop
not
getting
playing with
upset.
this girl.
You lying.
I told you the truth.
You are lying, Tisha.
You call me back.
Go ahead and hang up when you call me back when you got the truth. You're fucking lying.
Are you done yelling and cursing at me?
I'm done. Go ahead.
So, for a second, for a minute, I need you to just breathe. Because you're yelling at me. And I can't even answer a question when you're screaming. And every time I go to open my mouth, you're screaming and yelling at me.
Every time there's a lie, I'm going to call you out. So let's go. Let's see.
There's nothing further to be a lie.
Okay, I'm just going to warn you. I'm firing a warning shot right now. You lie, I'm going to tell you you lie. Go ahead.
Look, I haven't even said that. You're still running your yap.
All right.
You're still running your yap.
All right, I'm shutting my yap. Go ahead.
Still running your yap. If there was blood in Gannon's room, that would have been already from when he cut his foot. I've already told you that. Okay? I told you that his arm from him getting burned was bleeding some, and so was his foot. I've already told you that.
Okay, you're lying. You're lying. Stop. That's a lie. Change it again because that's a lie. Here's the game we're going to play. Every time you lie, I'm going to call you out. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a cut on your foot from a 2x4. I'm not stupid. You're lying. Go ahead. Change it again. You're lying.
You said a plate side.
A plate, a dinner plate okay, that's what seeped through, Tisha. That means there was a puddle of blood on the damn carpet to seep through the carpet, an inch of carpet pad, and onto the concrete pad where it looked like it had been sitting there for days, okay? All right, that's what I saw. So tell the fucking truth.
Maybe you should ask the people who were there living because I never was there and it contaminated the crime scene. Maybe you should ask them.
Tisha, guess what?
Good Lord,
Guess
this
what?
woman.
You saw fucking asses on the contamination.
All right, good. So,
Who did it?
all right, nice. Guess what? Guess what? You're just telling on yourself now. You're worried about you're worried about a damn loophole. You're trying to find a loophole, okay? Oh. Okay, there's another loophole. All right, there's another loophole. All right, there's 3 loopholes already. All right.
It's not funny to me that they left protection when a child missing. Maybe they contaminated.
That's fine. Okay, fine. All right. So that's
when I'm talking to you.
Landon, Lena, Veronica, and me. That's 4 loopholes right there. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you to quit lying. You just told on, hey, between me and you just told on yourself because you just said they contaminated a crime scene is what you said.
No, I said y'all contaminated me and y'all put it in there then.
Oh, we put it in there? Okay.
Wow.
All right. So you see, here you go. Here you go with the spin game. Oh, you were on the cut foot and the burnt arm. Now it's a spin game, okay? All right, keep going with your spin.
You said you know the answer, so I mean, if you know the fucking answer, I was going to you bullshit you said me.
Yeah, that's it's freaking. I know what the answer is. It's freaking Gannon's blood. It's Gannon's blood from a head injury. Now, how did he get a head injury? How did he get a head injury over there in the corner? I mean, you freaking told on yourself saying you pushed the beds together. You pushed the beds together. We've never pushed the beds together. You're lying.
Let me tell you something. If you went in somewhere where there was blood and you were allowed to walk in there, maybe you did it.
Oh, maybe I did, huh?
Allowed anyone to see this.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So you just said you walked in somewhere to see it. Did you do it? If you said that was the case, what you're telling me is kids shouldn't even been allowed in there.
Oh. I was in Oklahoma. That's what I got to say. That's my loophole. Okay? You want to try to pin it on me? Go ahead.
I was in there the other day.
Yeah, I walked in there and saw it after. Hey, you told on yourself because you. Hey.
And maybe you put it in there because you know why?
All right. Let's calm down. let's calm down. Let's calm down. Let's calm down, okay?
In there then.
All right. Hey,
This was the United States, and you put the walk in supposed to time thing.
listen, calm down.
Did you walk out? Did you walk in the room, huh?
What do you think is going to happen? Hey, what do you think is going to happen when they solve this crime? Okay, what do you think? What do you think? I don't know.
Me and accused me. You said you went somewhere. So who the fuck done it? Did she do it?
Just tell. Hey,
That if this was a crime scene, y'all were fucking allowed to be in there.
so, Tisha, okay.
Tell me better than this. Because I know you're pretty smart. Tell me better than this. So you admitted to me that you were allowed to walk into the crime scene.
No, I said I saw it. Don't twist my words. I saw it. I saw it.
Who else went in there?
Okay. You want to know? You want to know who else walked in there? You, Gannon with a head injury, Quincy Brown, and a puddle of blood walked in there. That's who walked in there. So what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen when they find that boy and put all these pieces together? Okay. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
If that's what you think.
You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. Okay, maybe this was a freaking accident. Maybe we can fix it. Okay, but the truth don't lie.
Accuse me.
I didn't accuse you. I accused Quincy Brown, and maybe there's a part of this that's an accident. Okay, by the
Head injury to Gannon Jacob Stauch. I don't know about it, or I didn't do it.
Or why is it an or? Why is it an or? Okay, you just, I mean, that's why I don't trust you.
Do it.
No, you didn't say and. You said or.
You're going to do this to me.
Listen, all of this stuff doesn't matter because by the time I saw a puddle of blood on the floor, Gannon was already gone, okay? He was already walking sluggish to the truck, okay? And he's God knows where he is if he's even alive. And that's what matters. Okay, I'm just
sluggish to the truck.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't see why he doesn't ask her why you have to pick me up in a rental.
Really?
Why would he be walking sluggish to the truck? He never does that when he has a tummy accident.
Can you determine sluggish from a video?
The same way you can determine a shadow means somebody's getting out of a truck. Okay, the same bullshit. Okay.
Any different than walking?
You can listen. You claim a shadow. You claim a shadow means Gannon got out the truck. We never saw him. We saw him walking to the truck.
Against Quincy Brown.
Okay, good. I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger. Gannon was walking sluggish after he had a significant head wound with puddle of blood on the floor. Okay, I'm telling you, he was walking sluggish because he was hurt, and there was a puddle of blood on the floor, and it's probably his blood. I haven't seen no freaking evidence, but I guarantee you it's his blood because it all adds up, Tisha. And he was walking sluggish because of that, just like I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger off. You hit the nail on the head, honey.
I understand, like you're talking. See, this is what's not making any sense. You're trying to say that he got hurt, but I don't even know that he got hurt.
Oh, why? Oh, I'm glad you caught yourself.
So you're saying he got hurt Monday morning?
I'm glad you caught yourself. Yep, I'm glad you caught yourself, though. Hey, listen, let's stop, okay? Because this is going nowhere. We can fix this. No, I want Gannon. I don't want you in trouble. I'm blaming Quincy Brown, okay? I'm blaming freaking Quincy Brown. I want my son.
Just failed to tell me how we were supposed to be backed away in our American dreams. And you start screaming.
No. Because of my son. It's my son's blood all over the freaking house. Okay, my son's blood. If it was Harley's blood, you'd be screaming too. You're screaming and it's not even your son.
You call this blood and it's Gannon.
I'm assuming who else's blood would be on the floor. Okay, good. Yeah, you got me. I'm assuming. I'm making a serious, legitimate assumption, putting all the pieces together that it's my son's blood. Layla, hey, it's Is Lena cut up? Are you cut up? Is Harley cut up? No, Gannon's the only one missing, and we don't know. So yes, I'm assuming. Okay, I'm not cut up. I wasn't even there.
I'm going to tell you this, Albert.
You can tell me whatever you want to. Now is the time when we fix this. Right now. Okay.
Okay, and I'm telling you right now. You seconds and listen.
All right.
And yelling back at me.
All right.
Gannon Stauch was not slugging other than his stomach must have hurt and his foot. Nothing wrong with Gannon on Monday morning. He had his sweat, was putting his sweat, and there was nothing wrong with him.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired because the boy stayed up tonight with his stomach hurting, which I messaged you about.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired for that part of it, but you can't assume that someone's sluggish and hurt on Monday morning. That is not true. Okay? Gannon was under my care and was fine. If he'd been sluggish and hurt getting in your truck, there would have been blood in your truck.
Wait.
Hey. You do that. People all online talking about he was looking like he was drugged. Really? Gannon drugged. I mean, he texted one, okay? His stomach was hurting. He had a lot of Miralax in the system trying to lean him out.
So you did get, wait. I want to stop you because you said you didn't give him anything. Now you say you did give him something. This whole time you didn't give him anything.
No, you're a fucking liar because I told you I gave it to him on Saturday night.
Okay, maybe. I don't remember that, but now you say you doped him up on Miralax.
I already told you this, so don't try to correct me and tell me I'm lying when I know for a fact. Okay? He was probably very tired. If you go back and look at your phone, I messaged you up until 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. Because we didn't sleep. I'm sure Lena went to school completely exhausted. So if he walked out maybe a little bit tired, you saw that, then blame me. Because you know why? We didn't go to sleep.
So now he is tired and sluggish, and a minute ago he wasn't tired and sluggish.
If you think that, then that's why.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to clarify because you said he wasn't, now he is. Okay. I can't hear you. I
said if he would have had his head injury that you're talking about, he would have had blood in your truck. He would have. There would have had to been something to him. This head injury you're talking about. Just stop. Just stop.
I agree.
Okay?
I agree with you.
Then there would have been blood all over your truck. Okay? That's just how it would have been. Like, I understand as a father, you are freaked out. Okay? I understand at this point, you're going to cuss out the world because it's about your child. I understand that. When I thought Harley was off that freaking grease boat, I felt that some spits out. I understand what we're saying when it comes to mode, attack mode, protect mode, attack mode. Okay? But you want to know how to get back to that, then you have to believe that when Gannon Stauch left that house that day, he was not in any shape or form had been bleeding or nothing other than him hurting his foot, okay, his stomach hurting. And you know what? I was going to leave him at home.
Wait, what about the burns?
You already knew this.
Okay, well, you said I'm just clarifying because you said in any way, shape, or form, and he had burns on his arms. Okay, this is my baby boy now we're talking about.
You said his head. I'm trying to clarify it.
All right, so I got you. All right, I got you. He didn't leave the house with he didn't leave the house with a head injury. All right. So did you bring him back and then he got a head injury, or did you bring him back with a head injury? Okay. Then he ran away. Did he run away, or did Quincy Brown take him with a head injury? Okay. What version of that is the truth? Because the boy was bleeding in the house. So where did the blood come from?
Albert, I'm gonna tell you once again.
All right.
You can say all you want to with these assumptions that you have. Okay? Gannon has already been bleeding from his foot. Okay? I had already cleaned it up.
Bean feathers. You better pass some of that catfish around, girl.
Did he bleed in the corner of the room? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
He had already been bleeding from his foot. We just at that point
I'm
in
eating
time
salad.
fixed the room. The only reason I put the room, cleaned it up, or whatever, was because later on I did that before you got there.
So you cleaned up the room before I got there? Okay, okay.
Fucking listen to me. As far as making the thing back up, fixing his Legos back right, I did that.
Cleaning the wall, right? Cleaning the wall, right? That was part of the cleanup?
Cleaning the wall.
You said?
Gannon and I haven't done that.
Okay, I'm just trying to put the timeline together.
You're talking about cleaning something prior. Like, it was prior to what you're even talking about.
Okay.
You're not
Very
I'm
defensive.
trying to understand because you told me you cleaned up the rape scene in his room initially, and now, you know.
Yes, my clothing, and I've already told you that.
Okay.
Okay? I've already told you this, Albert.
What about the corner where the blood was? Did you clean that up too? Okay, was that part of the cleanup? And that's fine if that was part of the rape cleanup. I mean, but was that part of the cleanup?
Okay, now you're trying to go up.
No, I'm trying to understand all of this. You never told me the rape wasn't true and the bang in your head wasn't true. You told me the bicycle wasn't true. You didn't tell me this part wasn't true. So did you clean up the corner too? Was that part of the cleanup? Because that's where the blood was. And like I said, that all adds up to an accident to me, and that Quincy Brown is responsible. Okay. And that you just got scared and freaked out. Or was it your blood from when you banged your head? I mean, what happened? What happened in that? I'm trying to figure it out. I'm assuming it's his, but if you banged your head that hard to pass out, you probably were bleeding too. Maybe you fell into the corner because the beds were pushed together. I don't know. All right, I'm just trying to understand. And then you cleaned it up, and that was part of the cleanup that you talked about. Just explain to me what's going on here.
It is embarrassing to explain to you, Albert. It's embarrassing.
It's me. It should be embarrassing to me, babe.
Don't call me babe, because you don't really want me as a babe. You're not trying to be loving to me.
I'm trying to find out what happened to my son. Everything else is part of the situation after we find Gannon. Whatever we decide at that point.
Gannon's blood.
In the corner?
Where else would have been on the road?
Okay, keep going. I'm gonna shut up because this is freaking me out.
Don't even start with the whole freaking me out like you care.
I care if I don't want nobody to bleed. What are you talking about? So you cleaned up your blood and Gannon's blood in the corner? Why didn't you tell me that?
I did. You just said I told you about the cleanup part, and I never about it. You're just like, it doesn't matter what I told you. You think it's funny. You just want to laugh at me. That's what you want to do.
I don't want to laugh. I don't want to know. I want to know where my son is and what happened. How did your blood get there, and how did Gannon's blood get there?
Listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
I've already told investigators that.
Okay. All right. Well, tell me, because I don't know.
You went on this no. If they let you in on this supposed crime scene that you shouldn't have even been on if it was a crime scene, then they probably let you in on everything. Okay, or they did things illegally, whatever they did. My point is, it is embarrassing to tell you that. Okay? Embarrassing. Okay? Because you know why? You're not going to take my side, so what does it matter?
I am going to take your side. I'm
trying to put me on trial. Have you been in the car to go find this dude? Or have you put me on trial?
time, listen, you told me you were getting the address or the phone number or something from the attorney's assistant. Okay? Okay, so why can't I have the address and go there and...
I'm supposed to be on the TV in a minute.
Okay, so I can't do anything because I gotta wait for the TV report, the breaking news story, when you have the information? Come on. Come on.
You don't gotta wait for the TV report.
Listen. Hey, back up.
She's protecting you.
No, all I know her is from the voice on the phone. Listen, what I want is what I told you I wanted initially. I want our 5 people in our family, 2 dogs, Christmas presents. Yes, that's what I want, okay? And if this was, I'm just talking about that's the last time we were all together, happy, enjoying it that I can think of that was true. I'm just talking about good times in our lives. I said that's the last thing I can think of, presents. What?
That starts with you. That starts with you saying, I want my wife, and my daughter here, and Lena here. Put this down, and we're gonna
Right, and we can fix this. Yes, our family can fix this. All 5 of us. Okay, maybe it was an accident. I don't know. Okay, all 5 of us can fix this.
Lena, that's how sorry that shit was. Sorry. That's how sorry that shit was. You could right now fix this. You could right now say, listen, my wife, my child, and my child, we're all going to be in this one location because our home is taken over. And we're going to write it down because we have to wake up every morning and write down any new detail as we are pursuing this person.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to do.
With you.
And that's what I'm doing with you. I'm writing down every detail. This adds up to an accident and Quincy Brown. No.
Not about your
No, you said we can get together, write down every detail. We're on the phone together, Tisha. We can write down these details.
The way you want to do it, right?
I offered you a meeting.
A meeting?
Yes.
Okay, make up your mind. 1 minute you offer me a meeting. Next minute you said, how do we have our lives back to where?
All right, and I also told you it starts with the truth, okay? You still haven't told me. Oh, yes, okay. How did the blood get in the corner? Your blood and Gannon's blood. How did it get there? That's the truth that we need, okay? How did it get there?
It doesn't matter what I tell you. You're going to call me a liar.
No, just tell me what the truth is. That it does matter.
You're going to
tell me the truth, and I won't call you a liar.
Told you.
Okay.
Liar. I can tell you that I freaking got hit with a baseball bat, and you would still be like, you're lying, and it'd be true.
Listen.
You that somebody, I can tell you that somebody was trying to stick something in my asshole, and get his asshole, and you would tell me I was telling a lie. You wouldn't care.
Actually, I would. If you told me the truth, I would absolutely care. Because if you got hit with a baseball bat, you wouldn't be talking right now. Okay? So that's why I just need the truth of how did the blood get there. Now we've established it's Gannon's blood.
I told you, didn't I?
Tell me again. You didn't tell me. You said if I told you this or if I told you that. You didn't tell me anything.
You are all over the place that you're that blind. If you're that blind to it, then that's on you.
So somebody hit Gannon with a baseball bat. Somebody hit Gannon with a baseball bat and then molested both of y'all. So so it's blood from his butt?
With a baseball bat, like you just as an example how you wouldn't believe nothing I said.
So somebody raped and molested both of y'all. And that's blood from his butt is what you're telling me. And blood from your butt.
You anything because I'm gonna relive it.
Well, Gannon's out there reliving it every day. I hope he's out there living.
But he's not, because you know why?
You're hoping he's not living? You're hoping he's not living? I said I hope he's out there living.
Oh my God! You just see?
No.
See what you did?
Yeah, I saw what I did. I took what you said.
He's not. I said I hope he's not living it every day, like as in living through someone hurting him. And you took that as me saying something different.
Why? But why are you so worried? Somebody did something to you and Gannon, this Quincy Brown guy. You're not going to be in trouble. You're not going to be in trouble, but you're talking about contaminated crime scenes, but I'm not telling you you're going to be in trouble. I don't even know. Okay? You're worried about all this stuff. No. You're worried about immunity. You're worried about contaminated crime scenes, but you didn't do anything.
I'm telling you, you didn't like that I came back with you when you said stuff like that.
No, you can come back with whatever you want. Okay? It's not a competition. It's not a competition. Actually, it is a competition to find that boy. I can't hear you.
It's the Constitution.
What Constitution? I can't hear you.
It's the law. If someone deems something a crime scene, there's not a person is allowed to be in there breathing, walking, anything.
Man, she did some
Why are you
research
worried
on
about
this.
that? Why are you worried about that? You're not on trial here. No, you're not on trial here. No, the truth is, well, how did the blood get there? Tell me, okay?
God, you're asking me again.
How did the blood get there? I'm not saying it's your fault. Listen, because you won't tell me. So I want you to acknowledge for me that if what you're saying is true, I don't know the Constitution like you do. Okay, you went to law school and all that stuff, right? So if the police allow somebody to go in there, that's the police's fault. Okay, that's not my fault. It's not your fault.
No. Do you ever let people talk to you?
Yes.
You should have been, like, this is why I told you all the time, you should have been a lawyer.
Right, okay.
You asked the folks, he's like, it. Now, and I get what I'm trying to tell him. You would not let someone answer you for nothing. Like, you will sit there at work and let people dog your ass, but you will talk shit to me.
No, I'm not talking shit. I'm asking you for the truth.
Doesn't even make any sense to me. You won't even like protect us in freaking Burger King. But you'll talk shit to me.
I'm not talking shit. I want my family. I want my son. He was bleeding when he left the house. You told me that. You told me he was bleeding. You told me he was bleeding when he left the house. You just told me that. There's blood all over the floor, and he left with Quincy Brown.
When?
I didn't ask you that.
I know that I'm getting messages. I know that I'm getting whatever saying something about money. I sent it to you. You didn't acknowledge that, did you?
I did acknowledge that.
Fucking me.
But you gotta understand. Okay, fine.
You believed 100%. Believed 100% that I did not hurt Gannon Stauch. You would not be interrogating me like you're a police officer.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, but I'm going to go over you exactly what I know from what you told me. I'm going over it. You called 911. You reported a missing child. Okay? Then when I got home, no, you called. Let me rephrase that because you said he was a runaway. You said he left, and the cameras prove he didn't.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. You said that. You told me he went to a friend's house. You told me that. Okay. He went to a friend's house and didn't come home. All right. You told me that. Okay. Then you changed the story to the cops and to me and everybody. Okay. Fast forward. Then I see blood. Now you've confirmed you also saw blood. Okay, and then I ask you to tell me the truth over and over and over again, and you don't. Then I even offer I can help you fix it. It could be an accident. Quincy Brown could be at fault. I could be at fault. Okay, you just keep going down this road, and how do you expect me? How do you expect me not to blame myself because my son's missing and nobody can find the truth, and it's in my household? Okay, how do you expect me
to tell you like? What do you want me to tell you?
Where the blood came from and how it got there. That's what I want to know. You did not.
We keep saying it.
You didn't say how it got. Or you didn't say how it got there.
You believed. Come on.
What? Say what?
If you get hurt, you bleed.
Okay. How you got hurt?
Common sense.
You got hurt and you bled and you and Gannon bled in the same puddle. There was one puddle, not two. There was one puddle. So you sat back to back and bled together? Is that what happened?
No, that's not what happened.
You didn't.
That's where you go again about interrogating.
I'm not. I'm trying to put together what happened to my son and my wife. So tell me, where's the second puddle of blood if you were both hurt equally? And you remember all of that now. Okay.
So I'm sitting back here as you try to put words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand. Well, tell me what happened there. Tell me where the blood came from. How it got there. Tell me.
I can only go on what I heard.
Okay. Tell me what you heard then.
I told you I am not. Until you guys can stop trying to make me to be the criminal when I'm not.
I'm not. I told you I'm taking blame for it. No, let's clarify. Let's clarify.
You got mad at me.
Let's clarify.
Judy for asking to clear your name.
Let's clarify.
Be stupid enough to clarify to you.
Because I'm not blaming you.
Saying that I'm clear.
Just
not a criminal. I didn't.
okay, you're right. You're not a criminal for hearing things. Nobody is. So what did you hear? What did you hear?
I did.
Testify to your husband about this. Our son. Our son is missing.
Did you just say that? You won't even let your wife and daughter and your other daughter be with you right now.
Because you won't tell me the truth.
You worried about family?
Just tell me what you heard, please.
Yeah, but you better believe Lena was with you. But yeah, Harley's supposed to be your daughter too, right?
You took Harley.
Right?
I want my family. You and Harley chose to leave, and I never asked you to leave. Okay, I wanted it the whole time.
If he was trying to worry about you, she was about you wanting to pay her car payment. You changed the clothes on her. Why?
Because I had to do that because I'm responsible for it. Yes, okay, but that doesn't matter right now. You can make the car payment all you want to. That doesn't matter right now. Listen.
But you want your family, right?
I can't hear you.
I said you want your family.
Yes, I do.
You want your family?
I do.
17-year-old who worked their fucking ass off to pay for the car?
Okay, and I work my ass off to be able to finance the car for her, okay? But you need to tell me what you heard. Because that...
But then you could have gave her the option to get it back herself and finance it.
She can get it back whenever they release it. She can get it back whenever they release it. All right, you said earlier, listen.
Yeah, we're treating her in that situation.
Yes, exactly. And a father, hey, don't tell me how a father is supposed to feel. You're talking about what you said is most important to you, which is things. You said that, items, okay? I'm talking about what's most important to me. What's most important to a father is his son. The most important thing to a father is his children. I want my son back, and you have the information, and you won't give it to me. You won't tell me what you freaking heard when he was bleeding to death.
You said the most important thing to you is your son.
And my son, my children. I said that, my children. My son is missing right now. My two daughters are not missing. My two daughters are not missing. Lena is safe and sound. Harley is safe and sound.
They need love and care.
Okay.
Just said you put Lena in the bed last night.
Right. Where's Harley at?
You wouldn't let her go.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. You won't tell me where she's at to protect her and keep her safe. She wouldn't tell me that. Tell me what you heard.
Albert, can I
Listen. You're worried about you now. You're worried about you. This is about Gannon. Gannon's bleeding to death, and you heard it.
Gannon's missing and you want to say something.
No, Gannon's
with the motherfucking FBI, but you ain't.
I'm on the phone with you. You want togetherness. I'm giving you that, okay? You said Gannon's bleeding.
Fucking FBI on the phone.
You said Gannon's bleeding. And
make this a priority then. You want your family? Do you mean that? You're not trying to be that guy to throw me under the bus?
All right, you want to get the FBI on the phone and tell them what you heard? I'll call that lady right now. And tell them you have the key piece of evidence. Amber, I'll call that Amber lady and tell her you have the key piece of evidence that they're missing. What?
Call her on that three-way then.
Caller on three-way? All right, I gotta go to my message and look up the number. Well, you can read the number to me. Hold on.
You called her.
What?
What did she say when you called her?
She said that you hadn't that. I don't know. Okay, no, I am telling you. She reached out to me and said, "I'm with the FBI. How can I help you?" That's what she said. We're to the point now where the FBI is involved. So if somebody's saying they can help me, then they can help me, and that's what I want. So I reached back out to her. You didn't message her. You lied to me. All right, I'm gonna add her in the call right now. You ready? And you better tell her what you goddamn heard, Tisha, about that boy bleeding to death. All right, I'm adding the call. Hold on, right now. 719-240-2516. All right, three-way is starting. Don't go nowhere.
This is Amber.
Amber, hey, this is Al again. I got Tisha on the other line. Can I merge you in? Tisha, are you there? Tisha, are you there? Tisha.
Yes, I'm here.
Amber, are you there?
I'm here. This is Amber.
Okay, Amber, Tisha, tell Amber whatever it is you got to say about what you heard when Gannon was bleeding to death. Because that's what you've been telling me.
I did tell you because Quincy was beating him up and hurting him.
Look how she just changed her pattern of speech.
Quincy was beating him up and hurting him. Yes, and I've been telling everybody this for days. Mm-hmm. So maybe because obviously I am FBI and not El Paso County. I'd like for you to kind of go through this story with me. I know it's awkward. I know it's weird. I know it's hard to talk to strangers, telling strangers things like this. But, every detail helps us. That's why we try to ask you as many questions as we possibly can. So I'm sorry that you're going to have to go through it. I've talked to different people, and no one has ever tried to help me. I haven't tried to not tell you anything in FBI. There were 3 people already called. Okay. Well, and I'm sorry that, here I am. I'm another person. I'm talking to you. I'm making you live something again. And I know it's a very personal situation, but I want to get as much information as I can from you because every detail does matter and it counts. So, I'd like you. Let me just call you back. Can I call you back? Phone. I'm going to walk and get someone's phone because I would like credit off of one thing so that if it's going to be a long conversation. Okay. Is it the same number? Because I text that 719 number that he gave me. Well, the 719-240-2516 that you guys just called me on is a cell phone. So, and I didn't receive any text messages. Okay. Because I'm on this text app. Please check my. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna walk and grab another phone and call you right back. Okay. Okay.
Are we gonna do a three-way again or what?
Hello.
Tisha. Okay, she hung up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone return at 10:45, we'll be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss a case among yourselves. Don't discuss a case with anyone else. With that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Allen, I just want a housekeeping matter. Yesterday, you referenced 4 phone calls, Exhibit 51, 52, which was just played.
Right.
And 53. I thought you also referenced another
Sorry,
one.
guys.
Yeah, that one's not admitted yet.
Okay.
Because
Should
it's
have the
only a
camera
call
up for him.
between the
I guess
defendant
not.
and Special Agent Cronin.
Oh, they do have the camera. Sorry, guys. Every time I do
Yeah,
that.
okay.
There we go.
And
Sorry.
that is Exhibit
Sorry.
333, Judge. And as far as timing, these last 2 phone calls are just short of 30 minutes each. So some questions in between them, and then those 2 recordings. So just to give you an idea on time.
Okay. When we come back, I take it then that you will have Agent Cronin back on the stand for a few minutes too. Are you going to play 333 next, or I don't know what the timing is?
Yeah, 333 is actually next. So I need to get her back on the stand, ask her some questions as it relates to that last call, then do a foundation for 333 and then go ahead.
Right. And that should, let's see, probably put us mostly towards the noon hour. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess then.
All rise.
All righty. So as you can see, I got the visuals a little bit better today, and they were much clearer. And we've got that. So that was good. I wish I had that on Monday when Harley was on the stand, because it just, to me, was heartbreaking. It really was. It was totally, utterly heartbreaking to hear her and to see her. I'm glad she calmed down on the stand and, you know, she stopped crying as much. But I have to be honest with you, it was the prosecutor that really had her at ease, because I think he kind of had everybody at ease. All I can say about today is another wow. Like, wow. This lady is not, she's not crazy in the sense of crazy, but she's off her coconut. She is a very manipulative woman. Not one time. We listened to literally like over an hour of this woman talking only about herself, calling the mother of this dead child that she killed. And she knew it at this time, right? She knew what she had done. Maybe everybody else didn't, or maybe they assumed she did, but she knew she did. And she's calling that boy's mother some of the foulest language on the phone to him and saying, how dare he have her at her house? Her son is missing. I don't care what kind of mother she is. She got her butt there. She's at least that kind of mother. She was there. And she's saying some of the most foul things off her coconut. She sure is. She sure is. But she is sane, without a doubt. She's so sane. She's manipulative. She is the master manipulator. She tries to make everything and try to guilt you. Do you notice how it's not just where she turns it on, but she literally tries to guilt that person for not buying her BS. And that is just, I mean, I don't know what to say. I really don't even know what to say. But I'm just like, I'm sitting here. I can't mute my mic, because if I mute my mic, you guys can't hear. You know, that's why you guys can hear me. By the way, I had a nice healthy salad today. Nice healthy salad, followed by a fattening Coca-Cola and a cherry Coke. And that's only because I'm out of coffee. I literally dumped the rest of the coffee I had and filled up the pot, and I'm probably stretching it. A half a pot. I have never made a half a pot in my life. But this, I think this really shows you, and I like that they're playing all these tapes through. I think by playing the entire tape through, it really does have an impact. It impacts the jurors, you know, because they're hearing how she is just trying her best to convince her husband to help her and to make this all go away. Meanwhile, she is lying to his face, and God bless that father. He literally was mocking her
he would not believe. He called her a lie. I mean, he did not. And she is steady trying to convince him. But when she's talking in these messages, listen to what she's saying to him. It took me a minute because I didn't catch it when they were being played for when he was authenticating his portion, that was his voice, that yes, he was on that call. Yes, this was a recorded call. You know, he was authenticating his portion and that's why they only gave us a small segment of each of those exhibits, because they didn't want to elaborate until their specialist, their law enforcement agent that was with him when these things were recorded and done, they wanted to make sure they were played while that person, which happens to be this law enforcement agent that was there recording this. So it was we didn't get to hear to this extent of what she was saying, but it was just a steady, constant manipulation of him. And even when he said, this is all about you, when are we going to talk about Gannon? And she's like, oh yeah, that's the most important thing. And she literally spent 2 seconds on him and went right back to her, right back to him. But if you listen to everything she's saying, I think she's explaining why she did this, how truly unhappy she was. And this is all in her mind, okay? I'm not saying that this should justify anything she did. A lot of people have resentment for the people that they're with, and they don't go killing family members, you know? So it's not one of those things. However, in this particular matter, you're seeing her say these things and constantly talking about how unhappy she was with him. And you're hearing him like, you're letting your wife in the house and you don't even want to be around me. And he's like, look, I never asked you to leave. You chose to leave. And it went right back to him because you had your ex-wife in the house. Her son is missing. I don't know if you guys, and maybe I have told you, when I was married to my husband, he had his daughter, right? His oldest daughter. He has another daughter in Virginia, but the one that I knew when I first met him was his daughter here in Florida. And she had just had a baby. My first granddaughter, I was there 6 months before I came along, okay? My oldest granddaughter. But, you know, because of her and because of the grandchildren, even Vince's ex and her husband, we would invite over here. When we went to the beach and stuff, we would invite over. When we had Thanksgiving dinner, we would invite over. For the sake of the kids, we would invite over Vince's ex that he had Deanna with. You know, it would be that was just how we rolled. And so to hear somebody having such disdain for a child's mother, I don't know. I just don't get that. I just don't get that. They're split up. They have kids. The kids need to, be around both parents because they're both. I've never understood that in relationships that are blended, where that person has had kids or from another. Like I don't get that part of it. Like I can't imagine, even if I disliked. Which, God rest Paige's soul, she was I guess you could say she did the best she could, but she was kind of a crappy mom. That's why Vince raised his daughter. So it's not like, so I can kind of get where you don't like how somebody acted with the kids or, even past abuse with the children and stuff like that. But still, you still want to keep that family unit because you know how important it is to have both mom and dad in the family. So, I think as step parents, being a step parent and not having that understanding, I think, you're going into that relationship already failing, in my opinion. Because you've got to have that communication open, especially with the kids, especially if they're younger kids, right? Because if they get hurt, if they are sneaking out, if you need to have that good open dialogue with the other parents, because what if something happens and this and your kid saying, well, I'm over at mom's house and saying to mom, I'm over at dad's house, where's the kid? So I just really think that if you're agreeing to be a step parent, right? When you say I do to somebody that's got kids, you're agreeing to be a step parent. And I think part of being a step parent is being responsible too. And I think having a good relationship, even if the spouse doesn't have a good relationship with the other significant other, you as a step parent should try for the sake of the kids, for the sake of the household, for the health of the family, should try. So at least there's somebody with some kind of dialogue with the other parents, especially if you're having to meet up and swap kids and all that other stuff. You don't need all that hassle. So it sounds like she was already a failure going into that relationship because she didn't have that, she didn't respect the other parent, whatever her position was, she didn't even, Albert could have lied to her about the separation or what really happened in that relationship, or he could have told her the truth. We don't know. But either way, she knew she was becoming a step parent. And as we learned from the daughter's testimony, they were in this house. They were all kind of together for the very first time, all 5 of them under one roof for the very first time. And it was a very stressful year. According to Harley, we all heard it. It was a very stressful year. And even when they were in, Charlotte, before they went to, so it seems like my understanding is they went from Charlotte to, or maybe they started out at Myrtle Beach and went to Charlotte, then back to Myrtle Beach. Then he was transferred over to Alaska. She kind of had a meltdown at Alaska. Then her and Harley came to Colorado, and Al and the kids stayed in Alaska. Then he finally shipped him and the kids came home. I think if I'm not, outside of me getting something right, I think that is kind of how the whole living. They were kind of all over the place, all over the country. But one thing they definitely said, or that was definitely understood, is that nobody was happy in Charlotte and nobody was really happy in Alaska. Hey, PB&J, nice to see you, honey. So I think that kind of, but it sounds like as far as this house in Colorado, they were all there. And it sounds like maybe it was too much for Leticia, or maybe she's so used to getting her own way that having other people come before her, she couldn't handle anymore. Because when she raised her daughter, she probably put herself before her daughter, and maybe that's why her daughter's so mild and meek, is because But I have a funny feeling as time goes on, and this will affect her daughter, and her daughter, hopefully, just has a great support system, so she doesn't start bending or leaning like the way her mom is. It just doesn't. Yeah, I think that it sounds like Leticia isn't ever happy. No, I don't think she is. But what narcissist really is happy, right? They only pretend to be happy. That's why everything has to be about them. They're never happy. So I don't know. I don't know. But I think what is so powerful about the tapes we're listening to is just how manipulative she tries to be. And again, it comes down to Al, just like he wasn't believing it. He has already made his mind up. But see, this is where the kicker is. When she was where she was, this is before they found Gannon. He was still looking for Gannon. He was, every time he got on the phone with her, and trust me, I'm sure he wanted to claw her eyes out, because he knew his son was gone and never coming back again. And he knew that something horrific happened, but he still tried to convince himself that it was just a terrible accident that she freaked out about. And I'm sure that's what helped him sleep a little bit at night, right? But it was shortly after that. We know that Gannon was dumped on the side of that road right about February 4th. And I believe he was found, if I'm not mistaken, bear with me. I don't have anything in front of me, but I believe it was March 22nd.
So he was out there for a significant amount of time before he was located. And then, you know, the autopsy came back. So you have dad this whole entire time knowing his son is gone, and he's finally come to realization that the woman that he's married to most likely did something with his son. He's trying to convince himself desperately that this was just a terrible accident that she freaked out on and is just too scared to admit. Then she's arrested, and Gannon is found shortly after her arrest, and she's been extradited back to Colorado. And when the autopsy comes back, he finds out that his son was bludgeoned, stabbed, and shot. Bludgeoned, stabbed, and shot. Definitely not an accident. So the little hope that he had that helped him sleep at night was gone. I doubt after he learned of that autopsy, he slept for a week. I can't imagine what he's going through at this time. I can't, it's got to be short of just pure anguish. Even in these tapes, he's talking about how he blames himself, and I'm sure that those statements were true. But he stood up for his son. He wasn't blinded by love. And he called her on her stuff. He was adamant. And you even heard him, like he was like mocking her. Well, when you lie, I'm going to call you a liar, you know? And you could tell that he knew she did something. But he kept trying to give her an out by talking about the guy. I can't remember. We heard his name 1,000 times, but for whatever reason, my brain is just hitting a blank. I can't remember what no, it's not Caesar. Sounds like we're getting back. Oh, maybe not. I thought I heard something, but it's not. But anyways, I can't remember the guy's name that she said, but she picked him off of the computer, or was running for one of the most wanted. He was a pervert, and whatever, and that's who she said was there. Anyways, she's sitting there trying to go through this and talking. Like, I can tell you, just from experience, she was not hard in her backside, and here's why. Because when she was talking to him, she was saying a-hole. You know what I'm saying? When you're assaulted like that, you do not reference that body part that way. Ever.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358.
I have never.
Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
There you are.
All right. Defense, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. And Agent Cronin, I just remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
The reason why I've got it on this panel, and I will change it around to the witness stand as well when the witness gets up there, is because I thought people would like to see how she's reacting while they're playing. Quincy Brown, thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. So I want you guys to be able to see her and how her reaction is. I mean, her attorneys have checked out. She's checked out. They know that this is not a winnable case. She's done. Put a fork in it, and they still have to keep going through the process. But you can tell on every one of the faces of the defense at that defense table that this will not end well, and I think they're all prepared for that. Actually, I think I might put this
All
up on
rise
the
for
big.
the jury, please.
I think I might put this up on the big screen, but I'll just mute it so it doesn't bother anybody. And then I can really look at her.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Agent Cronin. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. As it relates to that last call that we just heard, is it fairly consistent through all the different phone calls? Seems like she's more focused on herself than on trying to help find Gannon.
Yes.
Was it consistent that there would sometimes be nuggets of truth that she would give wrapped in things that were untrue or distracting points?
Yes, it seemed that at times when she'd be specifically talking about Gannon, she may tell you something to explain away evidence that was advertised that we found, or maybe hadn't been publicized that we had found.
So when you say hadn't been publicized, so pieces of evidence that only somebody involved would know about?
Yes, like the talking about the blood in Gannon's room.
Okay, that was never put out in any social media or in the media at all?
Correct. The blood on the wall or the blood on the floor.
Okay. And yet, was she then exhibiting some pretty strong knowledge of that blood being in existence in these phone calls?
Yes, she was providing explanations for why the blood might be there.
Okay. Was that similar to the board that was found up on the S-curve in southern Douglas County?
Correct. Talking about the board, it was in the news media that we were searching in that area, and that's when the discussion of the Craigslist looking for a bicycle story came about.
So another way of
I
trying
agree,
to explain
Tracy.
away why she would be in that area and explain why maybe GPS is showing her there.
Correct.
Okay. I noticed in that phone call, and want to have you comment on it, that in the portion of the phone call, the vast majority of it's just her now, correct?
Yes.
And then at the end, it sounds like there's a three-way call where you're actually brought into the call?
Yes, when they were talking about bringing me into the call, I stepped out of the room so that way I could take the call.
Seems like demeanor changed quite a bit. She's getting very confrontational with Al throughout that phone call, and then when you get on, very calm. What was your take on that?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to speculation.
No.
No, I understood the question. You were asking the witness what her understanding of it was.
Exactly. Yep.
The significant pause in her speaking when they hooked up the three-way call gave me the impression she might have been reluctant to speak with me.
Okay. Do you ever notice in your experience as a special agent with the FBI that when you're having interactions with people, when they find out you're an FBI agent, that they treat you differently?
Yes.
Is that sort of what happened there?
Yes.
I put on the desk in front of you People's Exhibit 333. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is 333?
It's a recorded phone call that I had with the defendant.
Have you had a chance to listen to the contents of that disc?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate recording of that phone call?
Yes.
And did that phone call occur on February 15th, 2020 at 1:17 p.m.?
Yes.
And at this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 333.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 333 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
I'm just going to play it.
Yes. And this one is the 27 minutes and 44 seconds.
All right, guys.
Go ahead.
And Judge, just before we start playing it, you can step down. As far as volume, I'm wondering if you want to inquire with the jury, is it too loud or too, I doubt it's too quiet, but I want to make sure that it's not too loud.
That's probably a good question to ask because the speaker is right next to me and there are parts of it that are really loud for me. But, oh, all right. You guys can hear it from over there. I didn't realize that. Okay. Is it loud enough? Let me ask. Is it too loud for anyone? No. Yes. It's a, maybe we can turn it down a little bit, or maybe I can turn it down a little bit.
I hope it doesn't affect our audio quality.
Okay, give it a shot.
Maybe not, because that's probably just in their courtroom.
This is Amber. Hello?
Hi, I'm calling you back. I had to give someone's phone.
Sure. All right,
27
Tisa,
minutes this one is.
Like I said, I know that this is an awkward thing for you to have to keep going through this over and over again. But I would like you just to kind of start me at the beginning of this whole thing and try to walk me through it as to what happened.
Well, she definitely hasn't asked for an attorney here.
Am I just supposed to start from Monday? Because I've already went through the whole everything else 15 times. And Monday is when, you know, I think, so is that where you want me to start from?
Yeah, sure. Start there. I mean, honestly, like I said, you know, we're in the detail business, so it's always every little detail you can think of. It may be a help.
Okay. So on Monday, we were going to go get a bike. Our agenda was to get a bike.
Okay. And I'm going to be one of these annoying people that I'm going to, you know, try to get as much detail from you as possible. Because like I said, so Monday you're going to go get a bike. Is this, did you get the bike from somebody? Were you talking to somebody? Where were you going to get the bike? You know, details about stuff like that.
I was going to get to that.
Okay, sorry.
I was just going to tell you our agenda before we left all that off.
Okay.
The agenda was to get a bike that day. We were going to trade in some sports equipment, and then just, you know, go shopping a few times, few places here and there, and then come back home. So then we set up the day that I was going to leave Dan at home because he stays at home sometimes by himself or whatever, like if we're at work and yada, yada, yada. But he wasn't feeling well because he had already hurt his foot. He had some burns from the fire that he accidentally said. And so I didn't feel comfortable leaving him by himself. Typically he does, but I didn't feel comfortable because I didn't want to get so sad about him being home, you know, by himself, if he needed someone, yada, yada, yada.
Sure.
So I told him, I said, hey, you have to ride with me. I decided to stay home with him that day because Albert was out of town. And I said, you have to ride with me. And he was like, okay, can I take my switch? He wasn't feeling that well, as far as like, he was not complaining with any kind of pain or like sickness or anything like that. He just kind of felt like, you know, down with it just because he stayed up the prior night on Sunday, probably till about 3 or 4 a.m. because he has a lot of problems using the bathroom when he takes his medicine and then don't take it, and he takes Vyvanse. So sometimes his stomach would get like really backed up. It had already gotten that way. So we stayed up a lot that night after I had the fire out. And he was in and out of the bathroom. So he was kind of tired, exhausted, a little bit, whatever. But I was like, hey, you want to just ride with me? So we did. But I think it was about like maybe 10 o'clock-ish or so when I set the alarm to leave. So I think we went to Dunkin' Donuts first. We went somewhere to get coffee. I'm not real sure. We got gas because there was no gas in the truck. I don't remember exactly where I got gas because they looked it up on my credit card, but I wanted the Exxon, but I don't remember exactly. So then we got gas, you know. Then we just went on our little way and we went to Petco, which was on Nevada. I think it was, I don't know the exit. I'm not real familiar to give you that quite detail. I just know it was the Nevada exit.
And is it easier for you to just kind of run through the whole story and then I can go back for the details, or is it easier for, if you know, in trying to think about it, if you can give me the details on the way? Because obviously we want to hit all of these points. Like you said, you went to Dunkin' Donuts, so I'd want to know where that was to get gas, where you stopped there.
I mean, yeah, I don't have access to give you like exactly.
No, and you don't have to give me the exact address because obviously I can look that up. Like the Dunkin' Donuts, which one was it? Do you know what the street was?
It was in Fountain, like the one near the house.
Okay, so Fountain near the house is the Dunkin' Donuts. And what street was that on? Or do you know?
I think it's like Mesa Ridge.
Mesa Ridge?
Or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys get up.
I want to say that the gas store was right across the street too. It was one of the gas stores that was in the area right there. I feel like it was the one across the junction.
Okay. So the Dunkin' Donuts near your house on Mesa Ridge, then the Costco across the street, then you guys hit Petco.
Not. I didn't say Costco. I said the gas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I can't read my own handwriting. My bad.
That's okay. Yeah. And then we went to Petco, and I went in Petco. He was gonna go inside Petco with me, but he was like, "Can I stay in the car and play the Switch?" And I said, "Yeah." And so I go in Petco, and when I was getting out the car, I was like, "Well, I probably should make him go in," but then I was like, "He probably don't want to shop with girls because he never like shop with me." So I was like, "Yeah, okay, he'll be fine."
Yeah.
I don't ever worry about it in the car or anything, but because he wasn't feeling that well, I did going to go like look and check and make sure like he wasn't, looking for me or wanting to go to the bathroom, like getting out or whatever. You know, just check at the same time. You know, if I go somewhere and I might say I'm in one store and go to the next store or something.
So did he go in with you at Dunkin' Donuts too then?
We went to the drive-thru at Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. All right, so he stayed in the car there at Petco. Okay.
So then we planned on going to look at some of these bikes.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, I have the information on my phone, so I don't know. Like, they have my phone, so it's in there.
So you said you were going to go look at these bikes. Were you going to a store? Were you going to meet, a specific person, or were you going to look at the bikes?
That's how I looked up a bunch of things online. So I had the people's information where they said they had emailed back and said just when you get close, you can come by and look at it.
Okay, so where all did you search online? Were you looking at, again, was it like stores, or you're looking at, was it Craigslist, or what was it?
It was local Craigslist to Colorado Springs.
Okay.
Like just Google Craigslist or whatever.
Okay. So you were looking up for Craigslist. Did you find, was it a lot of them, just a couple of them?
I didn't go to do it yet. That's why I hadn't got to that part to tell you that part.
So you're looking up a bunch of places on Craigslist as to where you might do it, and then did you arrange to meet somebody?
No.
Okay. So what happened next? You looked on Craigslist?
I didn't look on Craigslist that day. I had already looked prior. I was saying that the conversation back and forth was whenever you're in route, just call and someone to look at it.
Okay. Well, and
watching the thinker.
Okay, no, I got you. So you already arranged with somebody to go meet them. Who did you arrange to meet? How were you in contact with them?
I said prior, I had looked online on Craigslist to find some different bikes. On email, when you reply to Craigslist, you know how you have like emails? Okay, I got their information in my phone. I message, and they said, when you get close, if you plan on coming up, as in north, message whenever you wanted to come by.
Okay, so you were emailing with them back and forth, and they tell you to come when you get close, so they gave you their telephone number.
But I never told them for certain what day I was coming. I just had it all, hey, we're going to go on Monday to me and Gannon. There was no specific person that I was like, this is not even relevant to anything. I just wanted to let you know that was on our agenda.
Okay, well, and it's just we're trying to recreate every moment that we can, because you never know what's important. So you were going to make this plan to go talk to somebody at Craigslist. You were emailing with them. You're going to call if you get close. What happens next?
Then we were going to run out of time because we had already been in town for a little bit, and we had to make sure we were heading back to Atlanta.
Okay.
Because Atlanta was the office. So I ended up not not meeting with anybody. I just thought I would go another day. So that's why I said it wasn't really relevant.
Sure.
Really not put on the agenda.
Okay, well, and the last thing you had told me was you were at Petco. So were you just like hanging out in the parking lot doing that, or did you drive somewhere? Or
no, I bought things in Petco.
Well, yeah, it's just, as you were saying, you were kind of out and about, so I didn't know if you made another stop or what was going on there.
No, I went to Petco twice. So by the time I went to Dunkin' Donuts, the store, Petco twice, and I don't even remember if I went in another shopping store, because it's already been how many days.
What'd you go to Petco twice for? I mean, did you like go to Petco and then have to head somewhere else and then come back?
I mean, I always do that. Like,
yeah.
Go somewhere and I'm indecisive, and I go back and find something else.
Sure, I get that. But, so after you left Petco, where'd you head there?
Well, I don't know exactly. I just was different. I don't even know if I even did anything else. I feel like I went to the TJ Maxx, but I don't remember how to tell you where the TJ Maxx was at.
Okay. Well, I mean, was it still in Colorado Springs? It's on the north side, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. So, I mean, there's only stuff on the north side of us. So, I mean, I don't.
Okay. All right. So you were at Petco. You went probably to somewhere else, maybe TJ Maxx, and then back to Petco again.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said it was getting to the time. You're probably going to have to pick up Lena.
Yeah, we were gonna have to go home to get Lena. So we drove home. I remember I went inside the house. I get out. Walk inside the house. Dana walks inside the house. I was gonna work out, so I had put like my headphones on. I was gonna work out. So Lena got there. I remember like the 8 or something between there. Not really sure.
I guess I could put us back. Sorry, guys.
Between there.
But it's the three of you there at the house?
Sorry.
No,
the
Lena
two?
hadn't got there.
Okay, she hadn't got home yet. Okay.
Gannon went to his room. He was doing stuff and playing or whatever because he was going to have a sleepover, so he kept, moving his room around or whatever because he's always going to have sleepovers.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had my headphones, like, they kind of like smashed their head a little bit, so I put them back a little bit and was like listening and doing my thing or whatever. And then I heard something really loud. It sounded like something fell over. So you have to remember, it's upstairs, downstairs. Sometimes if you can like just walk loud, it'll echo and sound like it was stuff loud,
Mm-hmm.
One of the dogs started barking, so of course I went downstairs. Gannon had his door locked, and I knocked on it. I'm like, what you doing? And I need to tell you everything word for word he said, or.
Well, I'm just trying to get whatever happened. So, I mean, what was he saying to you? You guys are just trying to. I have 2 boys too, so I totally get that. There's the doors locked.
Yeah. So. He was saying he was trying to keep Lane out, and I was like, Lane ain't even here yet. Like,
yeah.
This thing going where he's been trying to build this like memory box, because I always told him I kept a memory box for my daughter, from like elementary, and then I also had one for my, growing up, and I gave it to my daughter as a box. He's been doing everything with these boxes where he even put pieces of paper and trash in there. Say you got the Nintendo thing that's like the cardboard, because you got boys, like the cardboard box that it come in.
Yep.
He would put it in. Huh? He was being all secretive about, like this. And I was just like, you're silly, I'm laughing, whatever. And then I come back upstairs, and when I come back upstairs, so like I had the garage open. At that time, I think I might have closed it. I'm not really sure. Every time I went back upstairs again, and then I heard another loud noise, and I was like, oh my God, Gannon, what is he doing again?
Mm-hmm.
And Lena hadn't gotten there quite yet. And then when I go down, I was. So, at first, all I remembered, was what he looked like or whatever. So I'll get back to that later. So I'm just going to tell you that I don't remember it. When I initially called the police, I thought Gannon was hiding.
Okay. Well, and we've kind of skipped a lot right there. So you heard somebody, or you found out somebody's in your house. Were you downstairs? Were you upstairs? I'm sorry. I think you're cutting out.
I'm sorry. I might have said it and it was going out. It's just hard. You're trying to get off the Wi-Fi or whatever.
Sure. So, yeah. So, you were in your story and you basically had said the last thing I was hearing was this, you're sitting there, you heard a loud noise downstairs, and then you realized somebody was in the house. So,
I realized somebody was in the house.
How did you realize somebody was in the house? Because it's like, if you're upstairs, I mean, you know that Gannon was downstairs. Did you go down there and see him?
But I just told you that. I said I went down there. And
okay.
Did you not hear me say that?
No, I'm sorry. It's probably cutting out. So you went downstairs, and what did you see?
Well, I went downstairs immediately, and I saw that this guy was standing at the storage room, which is in between Gannon's room and our downstairs basement.
Okay. And as you're looking at this guy, what does he look like?
He was dark-skinned, Hispanic, maybe mixed. I'm not real sure, as far as to give you a nationality. More darker skin.
Okay.
About 5'7", and about 108 pounds.
I'm sorry. Did you say 100?
Now, in my mind, I didn't just go over those. Stats. Originally, I got scared, and then I just kind of.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's terrifying. I mean, I can imagine it would be terrifying to see somebody in your house. So, so you had said he was about 5'7", 180 or 108? Did I mishear you?
No, 180.
Okay, about 180.
I say 180 because my husband is like 200.
Sure.
Like smaller than him, so that's why I would say 180.
Okay, and do you remember anything else about him, like his hair color, what he was wearing?
Yeah, he was very close cut beard.
Mm-hmm.
He had a tattoo on his arm. I don't remember what it was. I just vaguely remember that.
Mm-hmm. What was he wearing?
I don't really remember. I've had so many bad dreams that I've pictured so many different things.
Sure.
I don't remember.
Okay, and as you're looking at him, I mean, could you? Which arm was his tattoo on?
I don't remember.
Okay. I mean, was he facing you? Was he facing away from you?
Right. So he was coming out of our storage room, which I assume, I don't want to make any speculation, that's where he was hiding at. And now, so let me tell you what was weird about this, so that before I finish, when I got there, the alarm was set the alarm away when I got there.
Uh-huh.
When I left, but it was on arm stay, but it didn't dawn on me at the moment what arm stay meant, that someone, there's no
inferior motion sensors. I know what that means. I gotcha.
It didn't dawn on me that I didn't have to put the alarm in when I walked in. But none of this runs through my mind that, until in the moment, all this is running through my mind, which is why I was thinking, dogs, whatever. All this started happening in my mind, which is why the alarm didn't put it on away.
Yeah. So do you think that somebody reset your alarm? Is that what you're getting at?
Do what now?
I'm sorry. Were you thinking that somebody reset your alarm? Because you said your alarm's weird, that it was a stay instead of away.
No, you don't reset it. If you have, why is that ours was set up? Because of how that door didn't have a sensor on it. Like, say, for example, if I set it on arm away and I left for the day, in the dark, say one of them got out of their crate and moved, it would go to armed safety first.
Okay.
Somebody was like, there was already motion in there.
Okay. So when you left for the day, did you set it as stay or away? When you and Gannon left at 10?
Sure, I said it. I'm pretty sure I said it as on the way because this is something I had to like show later on. So we were talking about that was just, I'm not a positive if that's why. I'm just saying this was something later on that when we went through everything, that was what we noticed, that it went to stay.
Okay.
Anyway, so at this point in time, you know, I'm just like thinking he's gonna like just completely rob us because he had one of our sons. So at this point in time, I knew he had already been in our house somewhere, sometime, because in order for him to obtain a handgun, he would have had to already, you know, be in the house.
Okay. Did you guys normally lock your weapons up?
No.
Okay. Where do you normally store them?
They're all over the house. So prior to this happening, my husband and I went on a cruise. And so when we went on the cruise, we had hired a lady, and my daughter just to stay at home with them, but we hired a lady to come stay as well
Mm-hmm.
on Rover.com.
Yep.
And she just kind of stayed in the house. So when she came, I could see the handguns downstairs. And like Albert, we were talking about making sure we weren't just leaving them around the house, you know, even though she had been like checked the Rover and stuff like that. We don't want to leave them. Sure. So I had took two of the handguns downstairs. So that was the only reason the two of the guns would have been downstairs because we had just got back from our cruise and we had hid them down there in the storage room.
Okay. So he came out of the storage room with one of the weapons that you had previously stored in there, is what you're saying?
Yeah, when I say hid, they weren't like put away somewhere. They were just in the storage room. Like they were inside.
Okay. And which weapon was it that he had with him?
One of the black ones.
Okay. Like, was it a handgun, a long gun?
Yeah, a handgun. The big guns were upstairs.
Okay.
So at first I was in shock thinking, whatever you want, and I'm not gonna go through screaming what I said. I'm just gonna tell you because you won't understand me if I get like, you know, I've already done the phone like 4 different times telling people, so if I can't go through screaming and that again.
Yeah, and obviously you don't have to scream at me. I understand.
Yeah, no, I just don't want you like to think I, you know, word for word verbatim to tell you what I said and this and that, Manny. I immediately Gannon was in the room, like about maybe, I don't know, maybe 2 feet from his door or whatever, just yada yada yada, doing his thing, whatever.
I'm sorry. Gannon was in his room, or Gannon was outside of his room, so he saw this guy out there too.
No. Gannon was still in his room. I was just giving you a distance of how far, because Gannon's door was open at this point.
Okay. Okay, so you said his door is open, but you could see Gannon in his room?
Yeah, and I could see Gannon in his room.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't remember exactly what the guy was saying to me. I just remember I was like yelling, and Gannon was yelling, and Gannon saw that I was like freaked out and scared, and I told him he could have whatever he wanted. All this. So it went about 1 hour of us just sitting there, me and Gannon sitting in his room, as this guy was asking questions. He was asking, did we own this? Did we own that? All I remember was about weapons and did we know anything about these people? He said somebody named Parents, and I don't even know. I didn't have no clue who he was talking about, what he was talking about. My assumption was he had the wrong people that he was looking for because we haven't even lived there that long and I don't even know these people.
So what kind of possessions was he asking you about if you had? I mean, was he asking you about your possessions or somebody else's or what?
Yes, he was asking was there a safe, like your typical theft, you know, like things that a theft would want. Did you have a safe? Was there any money in the house? And I swear to you, we don't keep any, like, I swear to God, we don't keep any money in the house. We barely keep our cards on, you know. Oh, crap. This is at 2%. Hold on 1 second. in your car? Yeah, it says that super safe. One second, let me get in the car charger. Sure. It should be correct. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Do I need to turn it on? Yes. Thank you.
It's getting intense with the FBI agent, though. She's trying to keep it calm, but you can tell she doesn't believe a damn word she says. You can tell almost by her tone, but she's just trying to keep Leticia talking, but I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you aware of what happened with the way that phone call just ended abruptly, where she's not talking any longer?
Yeah, she had called back to Mr. Stauch again.
So there's another call after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at the beginning of this call, that's where that discussion comes in about getting a bike, and this would be up in that southern Douglas County, northern El Paso County area.
Correct.
Where that bloody board was found.
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier, but is this what you described as her explaining away why she would be in that area?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware during the course of the investigation that her movements around town and essentially across the country would be tracked using different methods?
Yes.
What methods were used to do that? Do you know?
There was the telematics on the vehicle, and then there was also a GPS placed on a rental vehicle that she had had.
And we heard about that from other folks earlier in the trial. What about phone records? Do those also give that information?
Yes.
Okay. You used a word that we haven't heard yet in this trial. Can you just tell us, just generally speaking, what telematics is? Not an expert description, just a general description.
Basically, it's tracking your vehicle's movement, sort of GPS on your vehicle.
Do new vehicles come with that sort of built into the software these days?
Yes.
Okay. In this particular phone call, we get a description of an intruder being in the house when she's describing going downstairs and there's some guy standing by the storage room. Remember
Yes,
that?
that's going back to her second story, which was the intruder in the house.
Okay. How many different stories have we now heard in this investigation?
There were multiple. I couldn't probably give you a number because some were major differences, some were minor differences.
This intruder version of the story, was there any evidence to support that some stranger had broken into the house and attacked her?
Oh, no.
Was there any evidence to support that some stranger had broken into the house and kidnapped Gannon?
No.
I want to next, Your Honor, we can have Special Agent Cronin step down and play that last phone call. It would be People's Exhibit number 53, phone call of February 15, 2020 at 1:49 p.m. So roughly 30 minutes after that last call started.
All right, Agent Cronin, you can step down. Thank you, ma'am.
And this one's 29 minutes and 34 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
I'm ready to beat my head against a hard surface. I can't stand her lies.
What is it? I'm freaking beat, Tisha.
What?
I'm beat. What? What do you want?
Are you guys talking?
I'm just beat. I'm just telling you I'm tired. Go ahead, whatever.
Are you tired?
Because this is freaking stressful. My son's out there missing, and I don't know what the hell's going on.
We have people who are looking for the guy now.
Okay, the Quincy Brown guy.
Why do you keep saying the Quincy Brown guy? Like it's a joke.
I'm not. No, I'm just. What did the FBI? What did the freaking FBI say? Are they looking for him now?
Well, I gave her my information.
Okay.
I also got a call at the same time, which the attorney said he had just talked to El Paso. And he was like, you do not need to say another word to them. So you need to hang the phone up because I've already clearly gave them this information. And at this point in time, he was like, if they're not reaching out to help you, then they're doing nothing to help the investigation. He said that he's getting back on the phone with El Paso. And El Paso is supposed to be doing the job because they're the lead agency, even though the FBI is taking over. FBI was working, they're not the lead agency. So he said to communicate with El Paso. And that's exactly what he did.
So the lawyer is communicating with El Paso.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to keep it all straight. But you did talk to the lady? That's what you've been doing the whole time? Okay. Okay, you talked to her?
Right. I talked to her, and then the attorney was emailing me back and forth because the lady, the investigative reporter, went back out there to his house, and he told me, do not say another word.
Okay.
Because El Paso is the lead agency, and they potentially be messing up the investigation. And at the same time, as much as, he's going to be wanting to find Gannon, he's also making sure that no one else is interfering. Because he said, if El Paso is a head person, that's who needs to be doing it. He's already sent the information to them.
Okay.
He also already forwarded the polls going out there to his house and everything.
Nicole?
That's the investigative reporter that we hired. Nicole. Her name's Nicole.
Okay. You hired an investigative.
Hired an investigative reporter. This is what whoever the attorney is in contact with. Investigative report, yes. I don't know if you hire them, I don't know if you pay them, I don't know what you do. I just know she's an investigative reporter.
Okay.
Why do you keep talking to me like that? Like, okay. I'm on trial with you.
I'm just trying to listen to what you're saying. So they went to find this Quincy Brown. Did they find him?
I don't know if they did. El Paso is in charge. They should be communicating with you, the father.
I haven't heard anything from these people. Have you talked to El Paso too, or just Amber?
I was instructed by the attorney that everything had been sent to El Paso, who is the lead agency, and I did exactly what I said I was going to do.
Okay.
And I was on the phone with her, and he said, do not say another word, because I paid for work. And he was on the other line when I called her, which is why I told her I'd call her back.
Okay. All right.
So do not say another word.
Okay.
No reason. You should be answering these questions that are not coming directly from El Paso.
Okay. Have you talked to anybody? But you said you forwarded the information, but have you talked to anybody at the El Paso?
When I talk to, if I have an attorney, do you think I talk to them or my attorney talk to them?
Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to piece it all together here. You're talking to this lady. You're talking to that lady. You're talking to Bethel. You're talking to Kate. You're talking to Amber.
The investigative reporter is for me. Like, they are on my side.
Okay.
The attorney, obviously, is on my side.
Okay.
So that's who the information will go through.
Okay,
We reported it.
Okay, now that you got people on your side, what can I do for you? What do you need me to do to help you get this information or whatever?
To help me get what information? I was that.
Okay. I mean, what can I do to help you? What do you need me to do? Just in general, nothing specific. What do you need? You tell me.
I need you to be with your family so that when Gannon comes home, we can all be together and stop putting me on a trial. That's what you can do for me in general. You can show me some love. You can show me everything that I'm showing you. I showed you love. I told you, hey, I missed you. I love you. Oh my God, I want to be there to hold you. I want to hug you. I want to do all these things to you. That's what you can do in general, is to treat me that same way back.
Right.
I don't know what you feel about those items, but I tried to be here for you, and that's what I want to continue to do, is be here for you.
Okay, well,
Also, let the attorney know that I would, because you have to hire a private person. They said that police don't even do that because it's not even admissible. You can hire a private person to administer a lie detector test if I wanted to give those results to you.
okay. So your attorney told you not to answer any more questions, but does that mean me? Because I mean, what if I still have questions and we can just work through those like we've been working through? Does that include me?
You told me if I called them late and if I reported everything, you told me that you said I will have a meeting with you, and your exact words were that we would go from there.
Okay.
And we would start trying to find Gannon. That's exactly what she said to me.
Okay.
We would move forward.
Okay.
And be looking for Gannon. That's what you told me.
Okay. So what about the meeting?
Okay. So here I am about the whole meeting.
Okay.
You're in this with me, and I'm in this with you or not. That's where I'm at with the meeting, because I have done nothing wrong. I am not a criminal. I'm not a monster. I'm not someone that needs to be.
Okay. All right. Well, all that being said, when can we meet and where can we meet?
The meeting will be deciding where we are staying at together to protect each other.
Okay, I didn't say what the meeting was about. I said when and where, Tisha.
The meeting. Okay, where are you staying? Why come we can't come stay with you? If you have a place to stay that you've already paid for, why are we sitting here having to be like, okay, let's stay at this person's house, let's go here to this hotel? Why?
Okay, all right, fair enough. Where are you at?
Just need the honesty answer. I don't need any more bullshit. You talked about honesty and what you wanted from me. Okay? So my honesty is for me.
Okay.
For me.
All right. All right.
Why come get our clothes? I know we can't bring them all because they're in storage. Okay? But why can we can't get together a week of clothes and we decide where our family is staying? Okay? And then we get on the mission, whether we got to get in the car, whether we need to start doing it ourselves, finding, whatever. That's the plan I expect to hear from my husband. Not just, like I'm some side piece that you're going to meet. That's not who I am.
No, I didn't say side piece and meet. I said meet up to talk about the truth. And actually, I mean, I told you initially, no, please listen. Please listen. I'm not putting you down. I'm not being mean to you, okay? Initially, we talked about what the standard was. And you know how I am about, my standards. The standard is the truth and a meeting, okay? No, I'm not. Okay, that's why I said, what about the meeting? That's why I started this conversation. Let's talk about the meeting. But then there's a truth.
You just said the meeting.
No, I know. No, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm trying to clarify for you, okay? There's another part of the truth that you haven't told me, like where you are. You're not in the north end of Colorado Springs, okay? We've established that. Okay, where are you? That's some truth that you can let me know.
Listen, I will tell you. But if this gets out, I swear, it's because you told it.
Okay.
To where we at and where we were at.
Okay, fair enough, and I'll stand by that. Okay, fair enough. If somebody finds out where you are, then you can blame me all day long and tell your lawyer that I'm some kind of criminal. Okay.
I'm not gonna tell them that you're a criminal.
I'm just saying. Okay.
They didn't stay America on the north end.
Okay. Okay.
We put it from one hotel. What'd you say?
I said okay. Okay.
We put it from one hotel to the next hotel. This is that point in time. I had no more money. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing at all. I had people reach out to me on Instagram, and they were like, "Hey, why don't you come here? Why don't you come here? I don't have a car. I don't have anything. Why do you think people are missing you, want to know where we're at? Because nobody fucking knows. We're nowhere near this." So Michelle, she reached out to me on Facebook. She's a girl that I always talk about when we go to Monument. And I would always pass by right the street. I say, "Hey, my friend Michelle says he sells cleaning products."
Yeah. Right. Remember.
Michelle living at large, saying all these, oh man, I'm going to Hilton. I mean,
All right, listen.
you haven't had anywhere?
Hey, listen, I'll get in my rental car and I'll come to Michelle's house and get you. Just send me an address.
And where are you taking me? Because I know you. You'll try to play me. And you'll try to be like, well, you know, whatever. So am I coming to stay with you? Or are you coming to show up with me? And I need the truth.
My intent would probably be just to meet. I don't know if staying together is the right answer now because of all the unknowns, okay?
Okay, well, if you don't want to stay with me, then that tells me that that's not in the, you don't want to be that picture perfect that you said back in December. That's not what
No, don't tell me what I want. I am.
Give me the damn real truth why you don't want me in Harley with you.
Because I want my son. Because I want my son. Because I want my son. The bottom line. And until we get him.
Let's not do this. Why would you punish me?
Why is it an if? I don't want to do this. I want to do this. You wouldn't tell me what you heard. You wouldn't tell me the whole truth for days and days, for 3 weeks now. I'm willing to meet you, to stick out the olive branch as an effort for peace. Okay, because yes, peace, because you haven't given me the truth until today. You've gotten closer to the truth. Okay, or maybe you gave me the whole truth today. I don't know. We'll take it at that. But I'm offering you a moment of peace, a time to meet, a time to talk. We can hug or whatever. Okay. I don't want to stay together right now because then it's going to be constantly on my mind. It's going to be a fight. At least this way we can meet and talk, and then we get time to cool down, think about it. That's what I've been doing every day, trying to talk to you and then cool down and then answer you on the email if I can, if I feel like it, and then give it another shot the next day. That's exactly the same model I'm trying to teach you. I'm not teach you, try to do right now. Okay, that's it.
It doesn't bother you that, hey, you know, I should be providing somewhere for my wife's daughter and my other daughter and my son to live while we're going through this.
Right, but we don't know where. It does. It does. There ain't no sugarcoating. It does bother me that my family got ripped apart when my son was taken away. Okay? Yes, it absolutely bothers me.
So if you know, okay, that this dude has Gannon, took Gannon, why are you blaming me?
I didn't blame you. No, listen, because the only reason, the only thing I blame you for, okay, the only proof I have right now to blame you for anything is you called in a runaway when you knew he wasn't a runaway. That's it, okay? We can move past that. You were scared, you freaked out. What? I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's it. Right, but you called in a runaway. Fine, I understand you were scared and freaking out. Okay, I'm just saying.
To hurt anybody.
Right, and I didn't want to get lied to. Okay, but I did. So that's something we got to work through, and that's what I'm saying. We meet, we talk, we hang out, grab a bite to eat. I don't know, something stupid, and then we take a breath. Okay, just like we've done the past couple of days, working our way up to a meeting now. Like we've been talking. We didn't talk for 2 weeks. Okay, it's baby steps here. You got to understand that my son is missing, and I've got to get through this little by little until he comes home. And that story, okay, the runaway story, the only thing that I know to blame you for right now, the only blame I point in your direction, okay, that caused a gap between us. And I've said that numerous times. There's a gap between us. And the only way to get back is baby steps, okay? And you've got to respect that. Okay?
You have to also realize if someone's terrified, they act in a moment, do what they think. It's scaredness.
I'm not
Don't you have compassion?
I do. I have compassion for that. Listen, I have compassion.
Rather sit in your room by yourself and not comfort each other every night. You were about that. And then when Landon comes back, you'll see her every day and not your wife.
But you got to have compassion for me, a little bit of empathy on my perspective, okay? Because of the runaway story, the cops, the neighborhood, everybody searching, spent days and days and days, and we lost valuable time trying to find Gannon because of that story. And now, okay, 3 weeks, no, now 3 weeks later, okay, I find out Quincy Brown, a sex offender, has my son. And the last story you told me was that somebody was trying to stick something up his butt. And now I got to think about a sex offender having my son, okay? So now you got to have some compassion for me.
I do have compassion for you. That's why I wanted to be with you, to hold you.
No, that's what you want, okay? What?
No, I just said that.
Having compassion for me is not telling me what you want. Having compassion for me is respecting what I need. And I need baby steps right now. And the next baby step is I'm willing to meet you. Okay? I'm willing to meet. That's the baby step. But, you know, you need to send me an address of where you're at, and I'll come to you and we can meet. And if that's unacceptable, then
you kicked me off the insurance and you got a car?
listen, I'm talking about baby steps to get us closer to Gannon and to family, okay? Meeting me is that next baby step. If you can't send me an address where you and Harley are, or at least you're at,
you got a car. Why?
I told you I got a rental car. One of my family members helped me out with the rental car so I could search for Gannon and I could do what I have to do, okay? But if you can't... If you can't, we can talk about all that. That could be part of our meeting, okay? But if you can't meet me, if you can't tell...
You just tell me why is this too late?
Okay, all right. All right, here we go. We're in a meeting. You keep changing the subject, so we're going to have to take a 3 or 4 steps backwards from this point, okay?
No, I'm going to do the meeting. I just want to know, did you let them take
Who take what car?
2 rental cars?
I don't have 2 rental cars. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You got somebody trying to PI me or something? What 2 rental cars are you talking about?
You said they had a rental car. You had a rental car.
Who's they?
You said Landon had a rental car.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Landon. Okay, listen, I don't know what the hell Landon's got going on. But Aunt Veronica's got all that money, and they went to Texas. That's all I know, okay? Whether they still got a rental car or not, I don't know. That's all been from her Aunt Veronica. I had to get my family to help me out, okay? That's all that matters here. So I'm giving you the truth. I'm ready for the truth about where you're at, the address of where you're at, so we can have the meeting. If not, like I said, we're taking some steps backwards, and we'll try again tomorrow. And that's kind of where I'm at right now in this moment.
Backwards, because if I just wanted to be with you, that would be that's like when you just told me to have compassion. So I'm just sitting here trying to talk to you.
Okay, listen, Tisha, listen. Here we are.
Backwards, when I just asked you, just tell me, are you trying to be with somebody else? Just tell me.
Am I trying to be with somebody else when my son's out there missing? So here we go. Change the subject.
Wow.
Change the subject back
Wow.
to Tisha now. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I want to know the truth. You never answered my question about what you heard. Okay, so I want to know the truth too. But you know what? I bent a little bit. I bent a little bit more, and now I'm bending. Now I'm bending again. No, listen. Now I'm bending again and saying. Now I'm bending again and saying, listen, I know you're just not going to answer my question, so let's meet. But that's
Okay, I'll answer your question if you don't yell at me.
Okay.
Don't yell at me and don't scream at me.
the question of what you heard.
When you answer a question, you let me answer it and stop interjecting and treating me like I'm a child with
Absolutely, you got it. What did you hear in the moment that there was bleeding and everything going on? What you heard? That was the question you didn't answer.
I'm trying to finish.
Okay.
So the police had left. I put Harley and Lena stairs in the room. Told them don't come out. Nothing terrible, bad, nothing had happened at that point in time. I was still terrified. If I mentioned to police, if I sent a note, if I said anything, I didn't know what was going to go on. I told you this 17 times. I told them this. You could ask me why didn't I do things differently? Fucking scared. Okay? Scared. Went back downstairs. Okay? always say is the code word. What is the word they always say that you all need and we picked up whenever there was trouble?
Desperado.
Right. I always pick with Harley about it. You ever hear that word? It's something me and Albert had each, right? She didn't catch on to what I was saying, which I can't blame her. She's sometimes ditzy. Didn't catch on to what I was saying. Nothing. I called you back. Called you back with him sitting there. He didn't answer. Not your fault. So now I'm in my mind thinking if I say to Albert a code word, he might at least think something. Anything. I don't know. You could have been on the phone. I don't know. All I hear is Gannon screaming. He's yelling at me to shut up. Jeffy said it in the worst way to know. I did hear a loud noise. I did Gannon hit something. I'm screaming. I'm sitting there trying to like make noises because if they're above me, then maybe someone will hear it on the wood pieces. Nobody helped. Nothing came. No one. No one came for anything. When I came back from hitting my head, which was hit on that wood piece that's in our storage room, Gannon was gone. I freaked out. I get in my car, which I'm sure that they've probably seen on camera. But I get in my car, drive maybe once or twice around the neighborhood, thinking, you know, what in the hell am I going to do now? Albert's going to fucking kill me. Everybody's going to kill me. That's all I kept thinking. And Gannon's gone. I haven't slept in how many days reliving how if I could have done something. I'm not going to fight somebody with a gun, with a knife. I don't know how they live. I don't know. And the only reason I could know who it was is I told you about the badge. More and more, I kept remembering, as I had nightmares every flipping night, who it was. Images in my mind, pictures, over and over and over and over and over, again and again and again.
Look at her attorney.
Can I do anything about it?
You just stare up at the ceiling.
It didn't matter whether I said someone was something happened. It didn't matter what I said in that moment. My mind immediately went to, oh my God. You hear about this? I looked on the news all the time. Shit goes down and you don't, like, in your brain, you plan if something was to happen, what you're going to do. And then you can't. Your body don't let you. I'm not a person that even remotely tries to be a badass with a gun. All it kept running in my mind. How am I going to go find him? How am I going to go do this? We got to get help, resources, and then if I say, you know, the fucker was in our home, all they're going to tell me is I'm fucking crazy. I need mental health. I need to see a psychiatrist. Just some fucking shit. That's all that's going to be told to me. So I went the very next day. So there was no wasted resources. I went the very next
Tisha, hold on. Listen, this is the worst fucking story yet. All right, I'm done with this shit.
Agent Cronin, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
I'm not sure as far as scheduling. We're pretty close to the new hour, Judge, and I was wondering if you want to have her come back. I'm not going to finish with questions before that time. I'm sure defense is going to have cross.
Counsel approach, please.
Well, I might as well go back to Leticia while we wait. We can see her. We can see her.
Agent Cronin, you can go ahead and step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 1:20, we should be able to start on time. At
1:20.
Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, we'll see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please.
Judge.
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the court. Is there anything else we need to take up from the prosecution?
Not at this time, Judge.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Curious about what all that was about, but 1:20. So we have an hour and a half. Let me get over here. We have an hour and a half before they're back. So I guess I think the first expression is wow. I really think that would probably be the absolute first expression is wow. Like, could she not hear herself when she was talking? You know, how did she lose her story? So, or like, she would tell like several different stories in one. It's like weird. I don't know how, like she realizes one story's not working, and it's like she just dovetails right into another and acts like she's nobody's going to notice or something. I just, like, I get his frustration, like, and all she wants to do is be with him. Like, this is, I don't know. That was a little, it creeped me out a little bit that his son's missing, and all she cares is it. And this is another thing. I don't know if you guys caught this or not. We'll have to go back and listen to it, and we'll have to remember it was today, April 19th. We'll have to remember April 19th. But there was a part where she was, it was one of the calls. I don't think it was the last call. I think it was the really, really long one, because I think the last one was like 20 something minutes. This one, anyways, he said something like, maybe it was this one or the one before. But she said, like, how do we get back? They were talking about how do we get back to them. Maybe it was the one before this. I can't remember. Maybe if I'm thinking of the right one. But anyway, she said something to the effect like, you know, you're home by yourself. You don't have your wife and Lena. And I'm like, wait a minute. That's your, I mean, granted, it's a step parent. I get that. But Lena is his daughter. So I'm like, it kind of took me back when I heard it. I'm like, did I just hear what I thought I heard? And sure enough, yeah, it is. I guarantee it. We'll go back and we'll play it. Hey, Wild Angel, nice to see ya. We're doing good. This, if you're just getting in, this is like we heard. I think these telephone calls. I think these telephone calls that they're playing on this. I honestly, they're enlightening. They're more so than anything else. I think that they're enlightening. We get like kind of a sneak peek in, right? A sneak peek into her when no one's looking because she thinks she's talking to her husband. I know in the back of her mind, because you've already heard her say it once before, that she thought he was with law enforcement. He's like, well, think what you want. I really don't care at this point. And he really was with law enforcement. But it's like, you know, she still thought, even though she had this idea in the back of her mind that he could have been with cops, she just didn't believe it. And she just kept going on and on and on. And all this stuff is being recorded. And she keeps changing her stories. And meanwhile, the whole entire time, like there's an FBI agent right by his side recording all of this. Literally all of it. So I don't know. It's bizarre to me. And for her not to think about that and just to keep going on. And none of these stories were good. You would have thought that at this point, when she was caught so many times, that she would have just sat down and wrote everything out as she's seen it, answering all these questions she keeps being asked, and really get, know the nuts and bolts of this lie that she's concocted. But she didn't. And so every time somebody threw a question at her, like she's supposed to be a teacher, clearly she has a way of critically thinking of what questions might someone ask. I mean, she has used Google in the past. Why isn't she using Google now to find out what's going to be asked of her so she can get her story straight? You would think by now she would get her story straight, and she hasn't. So she's still going through all these emotions, all these motions, and she's trying to see what story. I feel like she's bouncing stories off her husband to see if they jive with him. And like she got somewhere with the Quincy Brown character. So even when she finally broke and said that Gannon fell off the bike and hit his head, that was short-lived. And then she was back to the Quincy Brown because it was more believable for, in her mind, for her husband. So then she goes back to the Quincy Brown thing. Then she's even when he catches her in these stories, now he's pushing her to speak to the FBI. And I don't know, also, if you guys noticed, the FBI, did you notice how the FBI introduced herself and specifically said, I'm the FBI. I'm not working with the state or El Paso, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, or it was in her thing. I'm like, oh, because you cannot lie to an FBI agent. It is a crime. You don't have to commit a crime. If they look at you and you don't have to do anything, but if you're under oath and you lie to that FBI, I don't even think you have to be under oath. I think if you lie to an FBI agent, that in and of itself is a crime, even if you didn't commit a crime to bring them to you, that is a crime. So I just thought it was very interesting because she wanted her to know that she is FBI. And then she went on these questions. And the FBI agent is keeping a very subtle tone and letting her talk. But you can still hear, even as soft-spoken as the FBI agent is and making sure that the person that they're interviewing is feeling like they understand their position, they understand exactly that. She's telling her, a story to Leticia to show her that she identifies with certain things, like I have a boy myself or something like that. I can't remember exactly what she said, but she was saying comments that would help Leticia identify with her and let her know that she identified with Leticia. just for that bonding, you know, because you got to remember when you're in an investigation, when you're a detective or an FBI agent and you're investigating something, warm up to somebody and, you know, get on their good side, so to speak, but you need to be able to bond with them. You got to bond with these people, and you got to bond with them very quickly. And you're seeing some of those identifiers there when you're hearing this FBI agent questioning her on what happened, and, you know, saying, I understand, you know, but and she just keeps walking her through, but she's like, you know, but I'm in the business of details. She said that, the FBI. So she starts making her understand that, I know this is really hard for you, but we really need to, you know, I need to ask these questions. I hope you, you know, but really being soft spoken and having that bonding that they're having. But still, there was a couple things, the way the FBI said them, that triggered me that this was more of an interrogation. And it was like right before Leticia got off the phone. So when I was hearing it for the first time and hearing the tone, I'm like, ooh. And then Leticia gets off and I'm like, yep. Because she's like, okay, go on. And what happened after that? So it was just the way she said it, but it just gave you that you could feel it. Like it just had a different tone to it, almost more in line with an interrogator. And that's what I sensed. And if I sensed that, I'm sure that's what Leticia sensed. So she kind of got a little rocked and then tried to pick back up. And then all of a sudden her phone was at 2%. And then all of a sudden Leticia wasn't there anymore. So, and she was trying to act like she was trying to make sure the phone stayed on. Oh, I can get this charger. Hold on, click. You know, it's one of those things. And then she calls her husband back instead of the FBI agent, saying that basically she answered all the questions and all this. And meanwhile, she just hung up on the lady saying that her phone was dying. She was only at 2%, right when it was starting to get a little more tougher on the questions or requiring a lot more detail. And then when she was talking to her husband, she's like, oh, the attorney told me not to speak to them anymore, not to speak to anybody. And he told them that. I'm just like, that's not really what you want to hear from a significant other when your child is missing. That they shouldn't be talking to law enforcement or cooperating, and they already have an attorney. That's scary for me. I can't imagine. But he already knew she did something. I just don't think he knew to what gravity she did it at. I really don't. So I know we're going to have, we've got about an hour and a half, and I didn't even, everything I went over this morning and just dovetailing right into this, I didn't even think to have stuff. But we can go back because there is still some Wandra stuff that we did not finish yesterday. And it is that I don't know how many people were here yesterday to listen to Brandon. This is kind of the account of what happened at the Wandra's house the day that Michael Monkey Vaughn went missing. And we're still trying to, we're trying to get clarification from Fruitland Police Department. I'm hoping that they've already made a statement, but it doesn't sound like they're willing to really talk about this, Sarah Wandra being released from jail. I can tell you it's without prejudice. That means that this double jeopardy was not attached to this crime. And therefore, if they can get more concrete evidence, they're able to rearrest Sarah Wandra on that crime. So that crime is, even though it was dropped in court, they can pick it up at a later time. So I do want to make sure everybody is aware of that. This is without prejudice. Without prejudice is what you want to see on an order if you're planning, or want the opportunity to retry. What you do not want to see is with prejudice. That means you can't retry on that one again. So this is without prejudice. If they get more information, they may very likely recharge Sarah Wandra with that crime. But until then, we're going to go ahead. Let me get this pulled up, and we will, think there might be already one already open. Yes, there is. Oh, we can still finish. You know what? Let's finish the interview with her daughter. We had to stop that midway, and I thought this was a very powerful interview. I really did, and she was a very strong young lady. I forgot that we were in the middle of it this morning, and I forgot that we said we would pick it back up. But thank goodness I checked my tab and my messages, so I didn't forget. Which one is this? I reckon is thy question. Yeah, definitely not that. Ooh. Okay. Here it is. So for those that didn't have an opportunity to watch her daughter, Harley Hunt, on the stand, we watched a good portion of this morning. And they're going through the text messages with her mom and what is going on. We were at where the candles were, and I think that we're a little past that. So what we'll do is I'll just go ahead and start playing this, and I will be back with you.
Let's talk about that.
Actually, you know what? Let me back this up just a little bit. There we go.
I text her when I leave or I get off.
Do that pretty routinely?
Yes.
And how did she respond to you saying just got off?
She said yay.
Had you talked to her on the phone at any point up until this time frame when you got off of work?
No.
Had you had any idea what her plans were that day on January 27th, 2020, when you were at work?
No. I did get a text message though from Gannon's phone.
Let's talk about that. I approach your witness.
Okay.
I hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2. That's a plastic sleeve, so you can pull the contents out. And I'll ask if you recognize that.
Sorry, guys, I hit something. Sorry about that.
That you got indicating what it says here.
Yes.
What was your understanding of what this message meant to you?
That my mom left her phone at home, and if I needed anything to text Gannon's phone.
And does that help refresh your memory as to what was going on the 27th while you were at work?
Yes.
And does these messages accurately reflect the conversation you had with regards to these two phones back on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 204.
Defense. Exhibit 204 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so rather than publish it, I'm going to ask you to read it. The messages from Gannon's phone, is that in the meaning of Exhibit 204?
Yes.
Did you read the messages and at what time you got those from Gannon's phone?
At 10:37, he messaged, Tisha left phone at home. If you need her, text me. And then at 1:20, messaged, you okay, miss you.
Did you respond to that particular message?
Yes, at 1:24, I said, yes, miss you too.
So if you needed to get a hold of your mom, you knew you needed to call Gannon's phone. Is that what this is all about?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not where they were going or what they were doing when the message came in saying she left her phone at home?
At the time, no.
Was that unusual for your mother to leave her own phone at home when she went out running errands or to do whatever she was going to do?
Yes.
Why was that unusual?
She always brought her phone everywhere.
Did you think it was unusual at the time you got this text message from Gannon's phone saying, hey, Tisha left her phone at home. Call me if you need something?
No.
Why do you think it's unusual now?
It's just weird how this particular day she left her phone at home.
Did you say that because when you get off of work and get home, Gannon wasn't there?
Yes.
So how long did it take you to get home on the 27th, 2020? Do you recall?
No.
What happens when you get home?
When I get home, mom's upstairs, just have a normal conversation, and she tells me that she looked up on the internet how to like remove fire stains from the carpet. So she wanted me to go to the store and get that stuff for her.
Who did you see home when you got home?
I remember seeing my mom home, and then Lena came in after.
Did you see Gannon?
No.
Think anything unusual about Gannon not being home when you get off work?
I did ask her, I said, where is Gannon at? And she said that he was with one of his friends. And that she told him to come back by a certain time because we were going to dinner.
So if you text your mother that you just got off at 4:20 p.m., what time do you think you got home based on that text message?
4:50.
If we have People's Exhibit 47 that shows you getting home at 4:37 p.m., would that be about right?
Yeah.
Do you know that there's Ring video in your neighborhood and you see when cars are going? And
yes.
So if you get home about 4:37 p.m., where was Lena at when you got home?
She was outside playing. I remember her coming in with like a bike.
And what time, do you know what time she got out of school?
Elementary gets out at like 2:30.
She ride the bus to and from school?
Yes.
Would it be unusual for her to be outside from getting off the bus up until you got home from work?
Yes, because normally there's like a routine. Kids would come home and like get snacks, do their homework, and then they would go outside and play.
When you get home that day, what was your mother doing?
I don't remember. I just remember talking to her before I left.
You remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No.
Did you ever go down to the basement?
No.
Lena ever go down to the basement?
Not that I know of, no.
Your mother ever go down to the basement while you're
I know she did after, maybe, I'm not sure.
So do you remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No, it was very like brief.
If the video says it's about 15 to 16 minutes by the time you pull up and then leave again with Lena, would that be accurate?
Yes.
And again, for the record, that's People's Exhibit 47. So what did your mom ask you to do when you were home?
She asked me to go to the dollar store to get the items that she sent me because it was to clean like the fire that happened downstairs the night before.
And did anyone go with you to the dollar store?
Lena did, yes.
Whose idea was it for Lena to go with you?
My mom's.
Why is that, you know?
No.
And did she tell you exactly what you needed to buy at the dollar store?
Yes.
Do you remember what that was?
Looking at the messages, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I can just have a second, Your Honor. Remember getting a receipt from the dollar store when you went there?
I don't know.
Let me see if I can help you.
You may.
Again, People's Exhibit 197 and 198. Okay? You recognize those items? Let's start with 197.
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 197?
The items that I bought at the dollar store.
And is that a photograph of a receipt from the dollar store?
Yes.
What about 198? You see that envelope?
Yes.
They're writing on that envelope?
At the top?
Yeah. Is there like a label with some print on it?
Yes.
Does that relate to the dollar store receipt that we have a photograph of in 197?
Yes.
There's some scissors to your right on that table right there. Would you mind opening that envelope and just pulling out whatever's in there? Take a look at it to yourself.
I can just cut the top.
You can cut it. You know, it's okay if I open it.
That's fine.
Just for the record, I'll cut it open. Okay? Cut it along the side. Scissors back on that table. You just pull that item out of that envelope and take a look at it.
Wait, hold on. Should need gloves.
No, it's a. Do you want gloves? I guess I should ask you, right?
I don't know.
There's some gloves if you don't want to touch anything in there. You put gloves on.
Okay.
You do it this way. How about I pull it out?
Okay.
I'll show that to you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The receipt.
Is that the same receipt that we have a photograph of in 197?
Yes.
The same general condition it was when you got it back on January 27th, 2020.
Yes.
It's lawyer stuff. Bear with me, okay? Your Honor, I move to admit People's Exhibit 197 and 198 at this time.
That's no, exhibits 197 and 198 will be admitted.
Request to publish People's Exhibit 197.
You may go ahead.
Yeah.
As we're pulling that up, we have to mute the screen, Your Honor, so that we can pull up another exhibit. Thanks. Did your mom tell you why you needed to buy these items at the dollar store?
Yes.
Why?
To help with the fire that happened the night before. She said that she looked it.
Good news. Good news. Thank you.
That she looked up.
All right, bye.
Like looked it up.
So
Yeah.
she wanted clean
I gotta go.
where
They
the
can
fire
hear our
was? Is that what
conversation.
she told you?
Yes.
Is that what she told you?
Yes.
The Struther parents have been arrested. The son of the Struthers have been arrested. And two other juveniles have been arrested in Trent Lehrkamp's case.
Can you just read
Great
out the
day.
items that you bought there?
Elastics. Sorry, it's kind of blurred.
You could probably look at the one behind you. It might be a little clearer. Better?
Yes. Elastics, extra strength. EEO. I don't know what that stands for.
Odorizer, maybe?
Yes.
Buying the odorizer at the Dollar Tree that day?
Yes. Baking soda, baby oil, baby lotion, double bubble, trash bags, and cotton rounds.
All down there as well, maybe?
Yes. Yes, I remember I had got like lotion and stuff for myself there too. So yeah.
And so you and Lena go? Do you remember about how long you were gone?
No.
We can take that down anyway. What happens when you get home?
We get back. Time had gone by. There was like a specific time that my mom said that she asked Gannon to be home, and as time like approached, he never came home.
So, was there a plan for you guys to have dinner together or anything like that on the
Yes.
27th when you got home?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
She said that she asked him to come home by like 5 or 6 and said that we were going to go eat sushi. And then when time had gone by and he didn't get back, she was like, I guess he didn't want to eat sushi. And then after that, we started looking for him.
Did she tell you when he went to a friend's house?
No.
Was it unusual for Gannon to go to the friend's house and play and?
Okay. So her mom is telling her, you know, they're going to get sushi. I guess he wasn't back for sushi. And this was all before she reported him missing. She's having this sushi dinner. That's ridiculous.
Do things that normal 11-year-old kids do?
No.
So at that point, what did you think? I mean, was it unusual for him not to come home when he was told to come home?
Yes.
What do you base that on?
Because he's very specific with like time.
Is your mother pretty strict when it comes to following the rules around the house?
Yes.
And that way with you your entire life?
Yes.
Yeah, the other parents as well.
Yes.
You go over there, you're going to be home at a certain time, or there's going to be consequences type thing?
Yes.
And so, what was your mom's demeanor like? What was her expressions when she was telling you that Gannon was supposed to be home at 6 and he didn't come home?
She was worried. Remember, we got in the car and we drove to his friend's house. Lena walked up to the door to knock and see if he was there. They said no. And after that, that's when she started to get worried.
Guys, without Brett Buffington putting the light on that case, I don't think the parents would have been charged,
Yes,
and I
as soon as
think
she's
this would have
ready
been
to judge
swept under the rug. I truly do. That was an update on Monday, just to let you know when this was recorded. This is not live right now. This is just to remind the audience of the daughter's testimony.
We don't want to forget Aubrey's family either.
Just to get the testimony out there. So I'm here, but and
what
this
I'd like
is
to
a
do is
live
scroll
broadcast,
down,
but
if
we
it's
are
okay,
replaying a
Ms. Gratiano,
I agree, Ashley.
to
A past
January 27th.
interview.
At 7:02 p.m. Be the next one there. We go, keep going. Are you there? Do you see that text message in the book that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Appears to be a screenshot of something. Do you remember what that screenshot was?
Messages between her and Albert.
Now, at 7:02 p.m. on the 27th, were you out looking for Gannon? Is that when you and Lena were going to a friend's house to see if he's there, that type of thing?
Yes.
You know why she's sending you this screenshot? Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
I can't remember what's on it.
Okay. That's okay, Harley. We can move on. Why don't we scroll down, please? And then she sends you any luck at 7:08 p.m. on the 27th. You know what she was referring to with regards to that?
To finding Gannon.
Did she go out with you to look for Gannon at all?
We all went out together at first, and then I remember I took my car and drove down to his school to see if he was like at the park or something.
At that point in time, did you think he was out and about? What was going on through your mind? Did you think he had run away or what?
Yeah, I just thought that he had ran away or he was just at his friends, didn't want to come home.
Why did you think that?
That's just what I was told, so.
Who was telling you?
My mom.
Can you scroll down, please? And so you're responding to her. I couldn't remember the exact road that the park is on. Usually can just see with my eyes, but it is so dark, so I couldn't tell, but I'm at the school now. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And you're at Gannon's school at this point in time?
Yes.
And Lena's with you? Or do you remember?
I don't remember.
Can you say, if we scroll down, please? Look, OMG. And she responds, okay, anything. Do you know what's going on when this is being relayed to you?
No.
And then if we scroll down some more, please. You're asking your mom to ask Lena if she remembers.
No, Jesse,
any
she has never
cars.
been
Does that
found.
sound about right?
Yes.
Why are you asking her that?
At this point in time, I'm pretty sure we were like knocking door to door. We had got told that he was with his friend Jimmy or something. And Lena couldn't remember which house was Jimmy's house. So I was like, does she remember like any cars or anything that was there?
Did you see, because the next message is old station wagon. Did you see an old station wagon out there? Is that why you're asking your mom about that?
Yes.
So you're asking her to ask Lena if Lena remembers an old station wagon. Does that sound right?
Yes, because she had been to this kid's house before.
Okay, we can go ahead and scroll down. You're asking, or old cars. Is that the same thing? I mean, are you seeing old vehicles out in the neighborhood or something like that?
Yeah.
You ask about colors, and do you remember how your mom responded?
She said, no, but don't go there by yourself.
Can we scroll down, please? Keep going, please. And then she says, Connor's mom is on the way and she could go with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is there any reason why, or did your mom tell you any reason why she wasn't going with you to help look for Gannon?
She said that she was going to stay home unless like he came home, so somebody would be there.
Can you scroll down, please? And she's asking again, anything yet? And keep scrolling, please. To you say no, and then she says anything. And there's a time gap of a minute or 10 minutes, it looks like, between the anythings. Is that, do you remember that happening as you're out searching? She texts you to see if you're finding anything?
Yes.
If we can scroll down to January 27th at 8:43. Further down. She tells you that she's still waiting. Do you know what that was about?
Still waiting at the house.
So is that telling you that Gannon hadn't come home yet?
Yes.
You respond no. Why did you respond no to that? Do you remember?
From her previous message.
So what does she mean by still waiting when you said no? kind of confusing to me.
I had said no to her previous anything message.
Yes,
Oh,
Ollie,
okay.
Ollie, I can
Got
get
it.
that up before we go into before
And then you say
3:30.
look at the recent comment, and we can scroll down.
We'll go through the timeline.
Remember saying that?
Yes.
And you ask her, do you need me to get you anything? Do you remember that?
Yes.
If we can scroll down. He says, no, I may need to go to the store. Recall that?
Yes.
Do you know what store she needed to go to?
No.
And then below that at 6:21 a.m., which would be now the next morning, January 28th, there's a text message to you that says, don't answer the door.
Paola Miranda Rosa.
Yes. So we had made a post in our neighborhood Facebook group, and she said that a bunch of people have her address, so people might show up. So don't ring to the door.
While you're out on the night of January 27th, 2020, was there several people in the neighborhood looking for Dana at the same time?
Not like people how it was like days after.
Did the police eventually come to your house on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And do you know why the police came to your house?
To file a police report.
Do you know whether or not your mother had dialed 911 or called the police?
I remember when we were in the car when it first happened, she was like, what do I do? Do I call Albert? And I remember she called Albert, and I don't remember if she called 911 or I don't know.
Regardless, the police show up. Do you remember about what time they showed up to your house?
I remember they took a long time to get there, but I don't know what time.
Prior to the police getting there, do you remember your mom telling you to look at Gannon's backpack to see?
Yes.
You do that?
Yes.
What did you see in Gannon's backpack during this time?
When you open the backpack, you had a folder in there, and in the folder was a Swisher Sweets.
And what is a Swisher Sweets?
Like a cigar roll thing.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get back here. This is the story that doesn't make sense. What you're about to hear here is she's going to be describing, you know, now he's gone. So now they're searching around and they're going to look into this backpack. I'm going to back it up just a little bit because if you weren't paying attention, you're going to need to pay attention. This is how sneaky and manipulating Leticia is. She's setting this up. She even went out and bought a Swisher Sweet and stuck in this boy's backpack. This is a true story. So I'm going to go ahead and let this play. I know there's a lot of new people in here. This is the trial of Letecia Stauch. We are watching the Monday interview with her daughter because many people haven't watched it or want to be refreshed on it. We are playing it again because, you know, she was a very brave person in this story, and she was the one person that's been around her mother for a really long time. She knows whether her mom is crazy. She knows, you know, how her mom's behavior was before Gannon, before Gannon went missing. She knows her mom's behavior after Gannon went missing. She has a lot of great information that she holds, and only her holds because it was just her and her mom. So this was a very powerful and emotional interview. And so we're watching it again to, you know, get more information from it because quite frankly, there's a lot of stuff that even though I was intensely watching it on Monday, that it's almost like I'm hearing for the first time today. So every time that I'm watching this, it seems I'm pulling something different out of it. So that's why we're playing it now as we are going into these phone calls that were just played in today's trial, and more that's going to be played this afternoon in this trial of Leticia. But this is really painting a good picture of who Letecia Stauch really is, in my opinion. So I'll let you guys get back to this, but I wanted you guys to pay attention. I'm just going to back it up just a tad, and we'll watch it right from there.
And in the folder was a Swisher Sweets.
Oh, let me back it up just a little bit more.
In there.
Prior to the police getting there, do you remember your mom telling you to look at Gannon's backpack to see?
Yes.
You do that?
Yes.
What did you see in Gannon's backpack during this time?
When you open the backpack, you had a folder in there, and in the folder was a Swisher Sweets.
And what is a Swisher Sweets?
Like a cigar roll thing.
What did you think about when you saw a cigar in Gannon's backpack?
Wasn't like him, and I was like, I don't know how a kid got this.
Flash forward to when the police get there. Did your mom tell the police anything about a Swisher Sweet cigar being in his backpack?
I don't know.
You recall when the police were there that your mom bring you in to talk about this Swisher Sweet cigar? It's in the backpack?
I don't know.
You know that the police officers had body-worn cameras on and audio in there?
Yes.
That happened, that would be on those?
Yes.
Well, what did you think about the Swisher Sweet being in the backpack and your mother having you go search his backpack?
For one, I didn't understand why it was in his backpack, and it's not like it was trying to be hidden because it was, as soon as you opened it, it was right there.
So if it was Gannon's Swisher Sweet cigar, you wouldn't expect to find it. It would have been hidden in the backpack. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, yes.
But it was out in the open. As soon as you open the backpack, there it is.
Yes, like in the folder, yes.
You just have the moment here. Me. Do you remember texting other people, friends in the neighborhood, people that you worked with that may have lived in the neighborhood, about Gannon being missing? Can you or let me know if you've seen that?
Yes.
Were you doing that pretty routinely during this time frame, the night of January 27, 2020?
Yes.
Did you get any response from any of them?
Yes.
What was their responses?
Like praying for you, keep my eye out, let me know if you need anything.
None of them saw Gannon
No.
So January 28th at 2020, she's telling you don't answer the door for anyone. Do you remember when you got that particular text message?
What do you mean?
Did you read it as soon as you got it, or did you read it when you woke up?
Whenever I woke up.
Remember what time you woke up that morning?
No.
We can scroll down, please. She then sends you a text that says, I'm going to see if people are out looking. At 6:21 a.m. on January 28th. Now, if you see below that, it says read January 28th, 2020, 7:25, 22.
Yes.
Is that when you would have read this text message?
Yes.
And if we scroll back up a little bit, it says the same thing for the prior one.
Yes.
Does that help you recall when you got up that day?
Yes.
So what did you think about that when you got this text message? Don't answer the door for anyone. I'm going to see if people are out there.
I thought that she just woke up early to try to look for Gannon.
Up until this point, at 6:21, January 28th, to the point where your mother says that Gannon went to his house, had you ever gone into the storage room of your house?
No.
You know where the storage room is? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
It's where the furnace is and where boxes are and things like that?
Yes.
Did you ever go in there?
No.
Are you a light sleeper or a heavy sleeper?
Heavy sleeper.
If your mom was in the basement at 6 a.m. on January 28th, would you have heard her down there? But you heard her if there was objects being moved around within the basement.
No.
Did you see her at 7:25 a.m. on January 28th?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
Let me
Elizabeth.
scroll down and see if that helps us.
She was involving anybody and everybody that's willing to help. Not even help.
So at 7:31 a.m.,
unknowingly,
you send her, it looks like a screenshot. You remember what that screenshot was?
Yes. There was just people in our neighborhood Facebook group like saying things or posting like their ring footage. So I would try to keep her updated.
And is that if we scroll down some other screenshots we see, is that what you're sending your mom is what people are posting?
Yes.
And then you say, if we can scroll down some more, please. She's sending it see page. Remember that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Separate.
Separate page, as it says down below.
I think I just meant she is sending it separate.
Now, what was your understanding as to what was going on with Albert? Was Gannon's missing? It's been overnight. We're now on the January 28th in the morning. Do you know whether or not Albert was making arrangements to come home?
Yes, he was.
Do you know whether or not the mother was going to pick him up at the airport or somewhere else?
She was gonna. I think she was gonna pick him up at the airport. I don't know. Things had like changed so much.
I'm still trying to figure out what her excuse.
Did she go to pick him up at the airport? Do you remember?
Rental car the whole time.
I remember her leaving. Yes.
Did you talk to her before she left?
No.
We talked about your mother's vehicle, this black P1, earlier this morning. Where would she park this vehicle?
In the garage.
How would she park in the garage? Would she pull in with the front first, or would she back?
Varies.
The garage has got a lot of woodworking equipment in it and not a lot of room to park in there.
Yes.
You know how she parked in that garage the night of January 27th, 2020?
I think she pulled in.
Pull in, what is that?
Like, it didn't back in. She pulled straight in.
So the front of the car is going in first?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so do you know how it was parked on the morning of January 28th, 2020, before she left to go get Albert?
No.
You see it that way?
I don't know.
You don't remember or you don't know?
I don't remember.
But you knew your mom was going to go get him that morning.
Yes.
So
I believe her up until, up to this point. Like, I believe she doesn't know anything. She's in the dark. She's very confused. You guys have to remember, she was only 17 at the time, maybe 16 going on 17, and somewhere a birthday in there. I don't remember the exact, exact scenario, but she was still young and under her mother's care. And as a young something, an underage kid, no matter whether you're 17 or 12, something like this would be very confusing for you. You hear her mother talking. Her mother talks in circles. So her mother is intentionally confusing, as is. So just to give a little context to all of this.
as she's gone, Does she text you with regards to your white jet?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, let's scroll down and see if that helps refresh.
Oh, sorry. Every time I go back to it.
We can go down one more, please. So at January 28th at 8:44 a.m., she says, once shoes are at the front door. Do you take that to mean what shoes are at the front door?
Yes.
And did you respond? What was it? Did you know what that was about? Why is she asking you about shoes at the front door?
There were ring videos that people were posting. So we were trying to think like what shoes was he last wearing.
And then
if I took a picture, then she would know based upon what's at the door.
Okay. So if we scroll down, are those pictures? Is that a picture of shoes at the front door?
Yes.
That you sent her?
Yes.
And then if we keep scrolling down, there's a screenshot.
Yes.
Is that another screenshot from the neighborhood? People posting things on the Facebook page and things like that?
Yeah, and people, I think one of her friends were texting me and she saw this video as well and she sent it to me.
And then if we can scroll down at 8:48 a.m., she asked you if you're working. Were you scheduled to work that?
I believe so. I remember calling off one of the days. I don't remember which day.
And then you respond no at 8:48 a.m. Remember that?
Yes.
And then this next message, see, this refreshes your memory. Does she, we can scroll down, does she ask you to pull your car in the garage?
Yes.
What was that about? Do you know why she's asking you to pull your car in the garage?
No. In the next message, she just said there was like a lot of people coming, so.
Did you take that to think that she didn't want anybody to see your car out in the driveway, perhaps?
That or like, so there was space in the driveway for people to park.
Okay. Where was your car parked when you had to pull it into the garage? Do you remember?
I would normally park on like the side of the street or in the driveway.
Did you pull your car into the garage when she asked you to?
I think so, yes.
And do you remember backing in or did you drive forward in?
I don't remember.
It's on video. Would the video reflect that?
Yes.
And did you text your mom saying that your car is filled in? And we can scroll down to January 28th at 8:54 a.m.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
And then she responds, Albert said to tell Lena to work on her clothes. Did you know what that was about?
I think it was just like cleaning up her room.
You can scroll down. You can keep going, please. So your mom tells you exactly what you just said. Clean the room before everyone gets there, right?
Yes.
What was your understanding of who was coming to the house?
I know Albert was coming home. There was different like army people that were coming. I know some like family flew in, so.
People were coming out to look for Gannon, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when your mom and Albert came back from the airport?
Yes.
Were they driving the black Tiguan?
I don't remember what car they were driving.
You remember your mom renting a car?
Yes.
Remember what color the car was?
No.
Remember what brand the car was?
No.
Did you think that was unusual that your mom left in the black Tiguan and came back in a rental car?
I was told that they were going to be driving, searching for him, so she didn't want to put miles on her car. And Albert's truck, like, takes a lot of gas.
Who told you that?
My mom.
So did you ask her about it, or did she just volunteer that?
So there's some manipulation right there. There
I
it is.
remember.
Well, there's the answer I was looking for. What was she told?
Were people from the media trying to contact you on January 28th in the morning hours?
I don't know if they contacted me. I did remember, like, news reporters coming.
Do you remember telling your mother that the news reporters, or particularly KKTV, is contacting us?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling your mom that on the morning of January?
Yes, I think, like, she used my Facebook, so I think that's how they messaged me on Facebook.
During this time frame, are you also having FaceTime conversations and phone conversations with your mom, as well as text messaging?
I don't know. I don't think so.
If you were, would that be reflected in the cell phone records?
Yes.
You talked about soldiers or Albert's co-workers coming in to help look for Gannon.
Yes.
Did they actually come by in a silver SUV?
Yes, I remember people from his unit came.
And did you talk to them? Did you let them in the house? What happened with that?
Yeah, I think I talked to them.
Were you also texting other friends and people that you knew in the neighborhood about whether or not they'd seen Gannon during this time frame?
Yes.
Let's kind of jump to the afternoon of the 28th. Do you know whether that Albert and your mom were actually talking to detectives at the sheriff's office?
So we're just replaying because we're on kind of like lunch break with the courts. We're just re-listening to the testimony provided by the daughter about the mother. We started some of it this morning, going into the trial, the start of the trial. And so now it's the lunch break. So we're listening to some more of it. And then tomorrow, right before the trial, we'll listen to a little bit more of it, and then kind of so forth and so forth. So I just thought I'd let you know. I saw some of your questions there. That's all we're doing. But I'm right here. I'm right here. I already ate. I got another soda, but this time it's not cherry Coke. It's just regular Coke. And I still got a little bit of coffee and a little bit of water. So I'm doing good so far. And I ate. I got food in my belly.
During this time frame?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Told you that?
I don't remember. I just remember it being mentioned.
Do you remember a time in that afternoon where your mom kind of disappeared and you didn't know where she was at?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. What was going on and what vehicle was she driving?
I remember Albert was home and he kept calling her. And that's when the news reporter came in and filmed a video in her house. And something about they were asking her for like a hairbrush or toothbrush. That's why she couldn't answer or something. I don't know.
If we can scroll down, I know we're going to be jumping a lot, but down to 4:26 p.m. on January 28th. Are you there, Miss Hunt, in the notebook, or we can look at the screen if you're not?
Yes.
So at 4:26 p.m. on the 28th, you're texting her, where did you go?
Yes.
How did she respond? We can scroll down. You see that where it says, I will text you in 10 minutes?
Yes.
Do you know where she was at when she's texting you at this time?
No.
You know if she's in the rental car or what vehicle she's in if she's gone during this time period?
Do not know.
And then you respond with looks like a question mark. Or you said, I'm sorry.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Because I was confused when she said, I'll text you in 10 minutes.
And then if we scroll down, you ask, where's Lena?
Yes.
Did you know where Lena was at?
Yes. I said, never mind, she's here.
Okay. And she responds, if we keep scrolling, she was on her bed at 4:29 p.m.
Yes.
And if we scroll down more, she says, don't open for anyone.
Yes.
What's going on here? Why is she telling you not to open the door for anyone? Do you know?
I do not know. I just feel like there was like a bunch of like stories or like reasons why. Never like clear why I couldn't open the door.
At this point in time, on January 28th at 4:30 p.m., had you heard of different versions of events of what happened to Gannon at this point?
Yes.
What version of events did you hear? Let me ask you, did you hear this from your mother?
Yes.
What did she tell you happened to Gannon at this time?
I had heard first that he was at a friend's house and then he was missing and then that he must have been with his friend's older
now
brother.
At 4 o'clock, I'm going to have a delivery. So the doorbell.
And then that's when she kept saying to me, like, after all that, she was just like, they're trying to frame me and people were thinking it's me.
Who is she referring to? Did she tell you when they say they are trying to frame you?
People in the groups. Remember her mentioning like the detectives were being weird, asking weird questions of her.
At this point in time, did you ever say, Mom, they just want to find Gannon. We're trying to find Gannon.
Right.
Did you ever say that to her?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
Remember.
Did you have problems with confronting your mom on some of this information?
Yes.
Like why you have a rental car, where's your car, that kind of thing?
Yes.
At this time period, are you just going along with what your mom's telling you?
Yes.
So the thing I said earlier is I was wanting to know what she was told about the rental car. And she basically was told that the reason why she had the rental car is because of, for gas purposes. They didn't want to use his truck. She didn't want to put the miles on her car. So she just rented a car. That's what she told her daughter. I missed that yesterday.
You can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. You say at 4:30, if we can go down one more, where are you going? She responds, I said I would text you in in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Would your mom usually tell you where she's at, what she's doing under normal circumstances?
Yes. We had like 360, so I could always look on there too.
Do that.
It wasn't on.
How do you know it wasn't on?
Because it'll say like nothing found, or it'll tell you.
So while you're asking where you're going and things like that, you're looking at her Life 360 app to see where she's at?
Yes.
And shut down for whatever reason?
Yes.
Had that ever happened?
No.
You always been able to find your mom and vice versa. Does she find you, I take it?
Yes.
Based on this Life 360.
Yes.
Okay, we can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. Now you have the question mark symbol at 4:31 p.m. And she responds, something isn't right. I think they are hiding something.
Yes.
What was that all about? Do you know what she's talking about here?
She said that they were asking for like toothbrushes and like hairbrushes and stuff. So why would they need like DNA?
And you know that because lower in the text message, that's what she says, right?
Yes.
And did you help Albert get the toothbrush and things like that for the police?
I don't remember.
If we can go ahead and scroll down to January 28th at 4:33 p.m. You say, what do you think they're hiding? Did she respond to that text?
No.
And then if we scroll down, you have another question mark.
Yes.
And then at 4:50 p.m., you tell her, Albert said you need to go where he is at.
Yes.
Remember that? What was that all about? Do you remember?
I'm pretty sure they were both at like the police station.
Do you know whether your mom was at the police station?
I don't know for sure, but she said that she was.
Do you know that Albert was at the police station?
Yes.
When did she tell you she was at the police station?
I think when she got home.
And this was again on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, you say it's been 10 minutes. What is that in reference to?
Because she said that she would text me in 10 minutes.
And her response is, scroll down. Huh?
Yes.
Okay. H-U-H. And below that, if we scroll down, you say IDK. Is that for what?
I don't know.
EFT me and said you need to go there.
FT is FaceTime.
Okay. So did you have a conversation with Albert then at this time period?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that Albert was at the police station and your mom wasn't?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that they wanted your mom to go to the police station?
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, you do another question mark here at 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
Yes.
At 5:04 p.m., if we scroll down, your mother says, okay, I called them.
Yes.
And then she goes on to say, I'm talking to him to go. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not your mom actually talked to him or ever went to the police station on January 28, 2020?
I do not know.
If we can scroll down to January 28th at 5:22:53. You see that where your mom says Albert?
Yes.
You say to go where? What are you referring to there?
Because in the previous message, she said, I'm talking to him to go. And it was never clear what she meant.
And if we scroll down, your mother says, they said I have to go back to the place. Do you know what she's talking about there?
No.
Do you know where your mother's at 5:24 p.m. on January 28th, 2020?
No.
And if we continue to scroll down, your mother says they are treating us crappy. Remember that?
Yes.
And you, if we go to the left, say,
If you're not getting
what
this,
that means.
she's giving her a play-by-play of a police interview she's not even at.
It says emphasized in quotes, they are treating us crappy. Is that something you're typing out, or what did you
No, it's like you can hold down the message and choose like a symbol.
It's like a thumbs up thing?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
So you respond to her message somehow emphasizing they are treating us crappy.
Yes.
Were you being treated crappy?
No.
Were you under the impression at this time that your mom was being treated unfairly by the police?
Yes.
Is that what your mom wanted you to think?
Yes.
We can scroll down to January 28th at 5:27. Your mom's asking you, who is there with you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at this time, it's just you and Lena in the house. Is that how you respond?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, keep going, please. There we go. Back up. I'm sorry. She says, who was at the ring? And she says earlier. Do you know what that message was about?
No. And I said nobody was at the rink.
Did your mom have access to your doorbell camera on her phone?
Yes.
Wow.
So you say nobody's at the ring. And then if we go down to January 28th at 5:28 p.m., your mom is now saying, what did Albert say to you?
Yes.
You know what that's in context?
I guess when he called me.
The FaceTime that we saw earlier that you talked about?
Yes.
And did you tell her what Albert had said to you?
Yes.
Can we just scroll down, please? To tell you to come there, right?
Yes.
And then your mom responds, this is nonsense to come there again.
Yes.
And now you're texting her at 5:45 p.m. that someone is here with pizza. Remember that?
Yes.
Why are you texting her about that?
Because she told me not to open the door.
And then she responds, it's pizza. And you say, do I open?
Yes.
Why did you have to ask your mom for permission to open the door to get some pizza?
Because she had told me originally to, and she would have watched the camera. I don't want to be in trouble.
There are consequences for you. You didn't follow what your mom told you to do.
Yes.
You gotta let me know when I can go right up to noon, or
it's up to you. I was going to ask you to find a breaking point the next 5 minutes or so.
Okay, so they're and then we're getting.
Why don't we scroll down to January 28th at 6:12 p.m. and 55 seconds. Right there. Your mom says, what's going on there? Remember that?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, you say Albert's came and left. Well's back now.
Yes.
So what was going on with Albert? Was he coming and going from the house during this time frame?
Yeah, just like the police station or wherever he needed to go.
At this point, is your car still in the garage? You know.
Yes.
And is Albert driving his red Nissan truck?
Yes.
And your mom, you don't know if she's driving a rental or what vehicle she's driving?
Correct.
And you don't know where your mom's at still?
Correct.
Did you ever ask her, why don't you just tell me where you're at, Mom? I'm worried about you.
No. From her messages, I just assumed that she was at the police station.
And then if we scroll down, she asks you again. We can scroll down one more. She says, what's Albert? And she says doing in the correction down below. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then she tells you at 6:24 p.m. on January 28th, they are asking me dumb questions. You remember that?
Yes.
Now, do you know where she's at when she sends this?
She was at the police station.
And did you think she's there based on what she's telling you here?
Yes.
And then you respond, talking to the news because they're here. Is that when the film crew showed up that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
And were they in the front yard or where were they?
No, they came in the house.
How'd they get in the house?
I think Albert let them in.
Oh, so Albert was there at this point.
Yes.
And was he being interviewed by them, or do you remember?
Yes.
Then at 6:31 p.m., your mom asked, is he still with the news? Do you remember that?
Yes.
You say they're about to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
Does anybody else know in the house that you're talking to your mom via text while all this is going on?
I think so, yeah.
Did Albert know you were in communication with your mom?
I don't know.
And is that why he's asking you to tell your mom to come down to the police station, that kind of thing?
Yes.
You know,
this is a good time probably to stop for lunch if you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we should be able to start.
There we go. I'll have to get that smaller to move the cursor. Hold on. I have it up big because there we go. Can't believe that. Yeah, pretty much. That's right. We had the. It's when we were finding out about Sarah Wandra. We found out about Sarah Wandra on Monday, as well as the arrest of the people associated with Trenton Learcamp, whatever it is, which is good. I'm sorry, but I think they should have been tougher. And I'm still dumbfounded at how insensitive that prosecuting attorney was. He truly was. He was so insensitive. He acted like Trenton's life didn't matter. It was below his office. You know, it was, I don't know. It just wasn't well taken. I'm sure that's not what he meant. I'm hoping that's not what he meant, but it sounded absolutely horrible, especially coming from a prosecuting, judge. Or prosecuting attorney. It's just not well taken. I don't know what else to say other than that, right? So, all right, let me get this back up. And we only have about just a few moments. We're going to probably watch about 10 more minutes of this, and then we're going to go back to our live trial.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to court. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the examination of Ms. Hunt. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hunt. I kind of want to jump forward a little bit on January 28th, 2020. But before I do that, I think we left off somewhere around 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Up until that point, had you known where your mother was at?
No.
And I'm going to fast forward to now 7:21 p.m. Where.
Oh, it sounds like we might be getting. Let me just check this out real quick. Uh-oh. I don't know how that happened. Let's see. Oh, we must have got kicked off or kicked ourselves off by accident. Give me just a second. I was expecting to hear it in the background and I didn't. So give me just a second. It did drop. Okay. Thanks for the heads up because I thought this was on. It wasn't. Okay, it is now. So So we're not. We don't have any movement on it right now, but it is back on. We'll watch a little more of this, and I've got it so I can hear it. When we start hearing some movement behind the scenes, we'll break from this and go back to that.
Where you're texting your mother, someone is here. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was going on at the house, and why did you say someone is here?
There were detectives at our front door.
And did you see them out front, or how did you know they were there?
Yeah, I saw them out front.
And again, I'm going to scroll down. Your mom says who, and then you go on. What do you say after that?
I don't know, people with badges.
Imagine that's how you knew they were detectives, right?
Correct.
And did you know the sheriff's office was investigating the disappearance of Gannon?
Yes.
And so she responds, "Don't poke," and I think she corrects it if we scroll down and says, you say okay, and then she says open. How did you take that?
Don't open.
Did you open the door for the police?
No.
And I don't want to go through the whole text here, but did they ring the doorbell or knock on the door?
They knocked on the door.
And did they announce who they were?
It's not gonna remember.
I don't know.
Let's scroll down and see what you say. So now they're knocking. They're leaving, I think. Again, let me just keep scrolling down. She says, WTH, who is that? And how do you respond?
I responded saying, I don't know.
We can scroll down some more, please. Then you say their car is still here. And then what happens after that?
Someone called my phone, no caller ID, and left a voicemail.
So why are you doing a play-by-play of everything that's happening to your mom?
Because previously she had told me not to answer the door, so I was just kind of updating her with what happened.
And if we can scroll down a little bit further, do you get a voicemail from this call?
Yes.
Says there, I didn't answer, so I take it you didn't answer?
Correct.
And you say it was a defective. Did you mean to say something else?
I meant to say detective.
You must text like me with your thumbs, maybe?
Yes.
We can keep scrolling down. So they left the voicemail. Do you remember what the voicemail was?
I just remember them saying like, "Hey Harley, it's the detective. We want to talk to you."
Okay. And did you forward that voicemail on to your mother?
I did, yes.
We can scroll down so we can see that.
This is weird. This is the second
Going
time
down,
it's
please.
dropped on me.
All right, so we stop it here at January 28th at 7:32 p.m. Is that the voicemail that was left on your phone that you sent to your mother?
Yes.
And we can scroll down to the next one. She says, why do they want to bombard you? You know what she meant by that, or what that is reference to?
Yeah, I guess like, why are they showing up trying to ask questions?
We can continue to scroll down, please. What do you say in response to that?
I said, I don't know. How did they get my number?
How long were they out there? Do you remember? The police.
They were out there for a little while. It wasn't like a quick, like, here and go.
Okay. And so at 7:37 p.m., do you remember calling your mother and having a conversation with her?
Yes.
And do you remember about how long that conversation was?
No.
If the records indicate it was 10 minutes and 15 seconds, would that be about accurate?
Yes.
What did you guys talk about? Do you remember?
I remember she just said, like, don't open the door, like, you're a minor. They can't talk to you because you're a minor.
And did you follow what your mom was saying?
Yes.
Did you keep an eye on them? Were you looking out the windows to see if they were still out there during this time period?
Yes.
And did you actually try to call your mom back on a couple of occasions during this time period?
Probably, yeah.
Did she answer?
I don't remember.
Do you remember actually having a FaceTime conversation with her at 9:55 p.m. January 25th?
No.
Does that sound like something you might do if the police are outside and you're wanting to figure out what to do?
Yes.
And so, what did you eventually do about 10
I think she's
o'clock
getting the attention
PM
she
that
wants
night?
being between them.
Yeah, so
And that was a comment that we made.
sorry, now that I'm reading the messages, it's refreshing me. But she had called me and told me to leave the house. She tried to get me to leave Lena there, and I told her I didn't want to, and I feel comfortable doing that. So she told me to bring Lena to one of her friend's house, and that if I left and the detectives were there, to not tell them where I was going.
So I take it was just you and Lena in the house when the police were outside?
Correct, yes.
And the police get there at 7:21 p.m., is that right, based on the text messaging?
Yes.
And at 10 o'clock, are they still there when you try to leave?
Yes.
Tell the jury
Okay,
about
we're
that.
getting
What
back-
happened?
So, record.
I opened.
The jury has returned, or I'm sorry, the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Only thing, Judge, is that for our next witness, when we finish up with Special Agent Cronin, I'm going to be running our display computer from up here. And so I think you need to change something from there.
I do. So you're going to be hooked into the wire there.
It's hooked in now.
Okay. All right. And Special Agent Cronin, there you are. Right here. If you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. And I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Oh my God.
It's all plugged in.
Joe, do you think I know?
All rise for the jury, please. But we're still missing two?
No. I know. Working it. That's okay. We need a good old fashioned psych after each one of those, apparently.
It's good you have so much help.
All right, guys, we are back with the live stream of the trial.
Say, bring him in. Yeah, he'll hear it.
All right, Todd, go ahead and bring them in, please.
They're bringing in the jury now.
So we two cameras. Show Sherry. Back up.
That would be fine. All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, it has been a very hard trial. If you're just tuning in, this is the trial of Letecia Stauch. She's accused of killing her stepson. If you're coming in here for the first time today, please consider liking this segment.
People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the direct examination of Special Agent Cronin. That's where we will resume. Mr. Adam.
Special Agent Cronin, do you remember the portion of time when, in that particular call, Mr. Stauch was asking the defendant a location where he could go meet with her?
Yes.
And asking about, send me an address and I'll come up there?
Correct.
Do you remember how she responded with conditions before giving any information? Well, did she?
To say that I recall her saying that she wanted him to agree to allowing her back into the house.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is like she set conditions before she would give any information.
Correct.
Was that fairly consistent throughout this too, that she would do those types of things?
Yes.
There was mention of Michelle and Monument. Was there any Michelle that became of interest in this case, or any real person by the name of Michelle and Monument that was associated with this defendant?
No.
In that particular call, does she basically describe what happened to Gannon, but cloaked in all kinds of misdirection?
Yes, she had mentioned she was using it in the term of saying what she would do to Quincy Brown by saying she was thinking about getting a gun and shooting him or having a knife. And then when she says after the incident, she was driving around thinking, oh my God, yeah, Al's going to kill me.
So when you talk about the gun part, the quote, take a gun downstairs and light his butt up, she used a different word. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know that there, or was there evidence that Gannon
She's an
was
FBI
actually
agent.
shot in the basement?
Yes.
Do you remember when she described all she could hear is Gannon screaming?
Yes.
And then the next thing she remembers, according to her quote, is Gannon was gone.
Yes.
Were you aware at that particular time where Gannon's, whether he was alive or dead, first of all,
At the particular time,
of this call?
he was deceased at that point.
But at that time, his body had not been recovered yet, correct? So when you say that he was deceased at the time, when we go back to that actual call, had his body been recovered yet?
No.
Okay. Was that part of the reason for doing these calls, was to gain evidence that would potentially lead to Gannon's location and discovery?
Yes.
You mentioned at the very beginning of your testimony yesterday your experience, and you mentioned that you work with Fremont Correctional.
I work with the Bureau of Prisons, so it's the federal system.
That I said it wrong. The Federal Bureau of Prisons. Do you have occasion to interact with people that are dealing with mental health issues?
Yes, there's some inmates that have mental health issues.
Have you had experience dealing with people that have severe mental health issues?
Yes.
What does that look like from your perspective?
It's different. They may not have logical reasons for what they do.
Did this particular defendant appear to have logical reasons for doing what she was doing during the pendency of this investigation?
Yes.
In your observations of her, did you ever hear her say anything about having severe mental health disorders?
No.
Diseases?
No.
Did she have consistent personality traits throughout the time that you were able to observe her?
Yes.
During your observation periods with her through these phone calls, you mentioned also going to South Carolina for her arrest. Did you have personal contact with her there?
No.
Okay. Did you see her though?
I did see her.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you ever have occasion to hear her refer to herself by the name Taylor?
No.
Did you ever hear her refer to herself by the name Maria Sanchez?
No.
What about Jasmine?
No.
What about Harmony?
No.
Christina?
No.
Little Lucia?
No.
All right, my
Did you ever
food's
talk
here.
with a Spanish accent?
No.
What was, based on the time that you were with, not necessarily with her, but able to observe her, what is your opinion as to her sanity?
Well, I'm not going to allow it from this witness unless you can lay more foundation that she has personal interaction with the defendant. My understanding is that most of it was observed through a phone call, and she's not had personal contact with the defendant.
Well, I think that would be the basis of it, Judge. She was present for every single one of these individual phone calls, which is, I think, 16 total phone calls, some over an hour long, and then also observing her in South Carolina.
I just don't think there's enough foundation laid for that. I'm not going to allow it from this witness.
Okay. All right.
I have the other foundational questions, but I won't.
I've already asked those. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Just a few. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, sir.
Should I refer to you as special agent? Is that
That
your working title?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you get to view Miss Stauch when you were in South Carolina, special agent?
With her, I wasn't personally interacting with her. I just saw her after the interview that Mr. Grusing had with her.
So just like walking down the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Just for a few minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were with Gannon's father in the room during these phone calls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Allen had stated earlier you were sliding him notes back and forth about what to say.
Periodically, he did the majority of the phone calls, and he would have the conversations with her. It's just periodically, if there was something we wanted to know, we would give him a note and ask him.
Did what you were looking for as far as answers go change from the first phone call you recorded to the last one? Is the investigation involved, I guess, so to speak?
Our point was to try to find what happened to Gannon and get the straight story from her, because it did keep changing.
Okay. When did the warrant for the defendant's arrest go out?
I couldn't probably tell you the exact day
as
to when that happened.
How long after the warrant for the defendant's arrest went out was it before she was apprehended and actually taken into custody?
Probably within the week, if I would imagine. But that's just a guess. I really can't recall. We got the warrant, and then a team of us had to travel to South Carolina to arrest her out there.
By plane or car?
We flew by plane.
If you had a defendant on all these phone calls by, I guess some of the phone calls we've heard were, I keep pointing there because that's, I'm used to looking at, but my speaker is, but if you had these phone calls from February 15th, 16th, 17th, mid-February 2020, you've got a defendant who's telling a lot of different stories, admitting that she knew there was Gannon's blood, admitting that something happened and Gannon was possibly dead. Why not make an arrest then, mid-February?
It's not really our decision. It would be the decision of the district attorney to determine when we have enough to get an arrest warrant.
Okay, so that was the call of the DA?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just a second, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Special
Mr. Allen?
Do you remember if the arrest warrant was issued on February 28th, 2020 at 1:26 p.m.?
I don't remember the exact date, so I can't confirm that.
Okay. What day did you travel to South Carolina to effectuate that arrest?
Again, I'm sorry, I don't recall the exact date as to when we did.
Okay. Was it early March?
Yes.
Which would be very close in time to February 28th if the arrest warrant was issued that date?
Yes, sir, it would be.
Okay. We've already gone over this with another witness, but from your perspective, what do you have to have before you can determine that somebody's able to be arrested?
Well, we'd have to have probable cause that the person has been murdered. So without Gannon's body being found, we don't know that he actually was murdered at that time.
The lack of a body, can that cause difficulties in both the investigation and then ultimately the prosecution effort?
Yes, because if he'd actually been kidnapped, we wouldn't have a homicide investigation, obviously.
Have you been involved with other no-body homicide investigations?
Yes.
Are there inherent difficulties present because there's no body?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Special Agent Cronin? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Johnny Grusing.
And last name again?
Grusing, sorry, Grusing.
Would you guys like it to be larger
Mr. Grusing,
for
if you would
the
step forward
witness,
and raise your
or
right hand,
would you
please, sir.
do you like this layout, or do you want it all on her? I'm just curious.
Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Jonathan Grusing. Last name is Grusing.
Mr. Grusing, what do you do currently for work?
I am Director of Safety and Security for Douglas County School District.
How long have you been doing that?
Not quite 2 years.
What did you do before that?
I was a special agent with the FBI in Denver.
How long had you been with the FBI?
Almost 25 years.
What kind of training and education did you have that allowed you to do that job?
I got an undergraduate degree in management, Texas Tech University, got a master's degree there as well in business. I worked in Dallas for 4 years while I was basically biding time to try to get into the FBI.
What kind of experience or positions, I should say, or roles did you play with the FBI?
So I was a special agent the entire 25 years. For my first 2 years, I worked terrorism matters, and for my last 23, I was primarily violent crime matters.
What kind of cases did you work on as far as violent crime investigations?
Up until 2006, I primarily worked kidnappings, fugitives, bank robbers, some federal jurisdiction crimes, like if there was a homicide in the prison. It was mainly that until 2006. And in that year, I was assigned a serial killer case. It was an informant of ours who the FBI did not know he was going around killing people and enjoying it. And I spent 15 years working that case. And that got me working closely with the profiling unit, which is called the Behavior Analysis Unit. I worked with them from 2006 until my retirement.
What is the Behavioral Analysis Unit?
It is a unit of supervisors with the FBI. They've also now incorporated homicide detectives, other federal agencies like ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And they are basically a consult of experts in different categories. Like we'll have cybercrime is a new one, terrorism or threats, crimes against children, and crimes against adults.
How is, I guess, either that discipline or that unit, how is it used in criminal investigations?
So for my serial killer case, since I had never worked anything like that before, they consulted with me of how to approach someone like that, how someone like that functions, and how we might be able to find his victims, because we just had missing people at that time. So they taught me how behavior works. I went to a lot of their in-services. I eventually became the coordinator for Colorado as an arm for the Behavior Analysis Unit to both assist local agencies in some profiling type matters, but also to hook up local departments with the profiling unit. So I was basically an extension of them to Colorado. And following that case in 2006, I kept getting assigned other cases where I could utilize the profiling unit on whether it's missing children, missing adults, strange homicides, serial rapists, those sorts of things.
I guess, how do you use that behavior patterns, or however you want to use the term, in trying to determine or help you as you're interviewing people?
So, and attending a lot of their in-services, but even more so in working with people who did awful things, took other people's lives. The profiling unit had taught us that people follow a certain pattern of behavior. And knowing that pattern assists us in how to approach them and possibly get them to talk to us. It's not an accusatory manner. It's more of a manner on where we try to think like the offender, someone who's done an awful thing, and try to help that person wrestle with what they've done, and even almost explain to them what they've done and assist them in moving forward. So it's looking at the crime as best we can from the offender's viewpoint and trying to understand that person.
Does thinking like the offender work in a generalized sense, or is it better to know something about the investigation itself and things that that person may have been doing or saying while the investigation is unfolding?
Yeah, it requires a lot of homework. That's what they taught me, because when we would send a case to the profiling unit, they would digest it completely. It's not some magic formula where they know how people think. They would read the entire case reports. They would ask a lot of questions of the investigator, and then they would just give the investigator some thoughts on how they might move forward. It's not, they would never dictate, this is what you should do. They would say, here are some considerations you might have in dealing with the person like you're dealing with today. The transition for me out of the FBI and really towards the school district was in 2013. This was after the Sandy Hook attack on the first graders. I started getting yearly training, and it was more in depth on pathways of violence. Because we as the FBI were trying to prevent school attacks in particular. So every year we would do more in-depth study on behavior patterns, and we as people, how we go down a pathway of violence before we do something. And so that got me talking to a lot of school districts for the next 8 years or so, which eventually led to the job that I'm doing today.
So when you're talking about pattern of behavior, you're not talking, then it doesn't sound like a generalized pattern of behavior. This would be a very specific pattern of behavior for a specific person in case.
Yes, they call it the pathway of violence, and both the FBI and the Secret Service have studied that for years and years.
What do you mean when you say that phrase, pathway of violence?
It means that we as human beings exhibit almost predictors before we do something we're going to regret later. It starts with a grievance. A grievance means something that you perceive is done wrong to you. And so then you have to wrestle with how you're going to deal with that. And you have an idea of how to deal with it. And that sometimes for us is not a healthy idea. If we have stabilizers in our life, we'll go back and figure out a better way to deal with things. From there, we go to planning, and that's if you're going down an unhealthy or a violent pathway, you'll start planning what you're going to do. You take steps of preparation. Then you do what's called a breach. A breach is that you enter into almost a point of no turning back, and then you do an attack. And we studied that for years and years to try to prevent school attacks. And that's what I still do today with the school district. If we see a student or even an adult struggling with that pathway of violence, we try to find out what that grievance is and if they're on a pathway to harm themselves or other people.
So in your experience, have you actually seen this pathway of violence go all the way through that pathway where it does lead to some violent act?
Absolutely.
How did you get involved in the investigation of Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
I had been assisting the Colorado Springs FBI resident agency. It's a smaller satellite down here I was stationed up in Denver on numerous cases if they involved missing adults, missing children, just to come in and assist them with whatever help I could give from the profiling unit. And the supervisor, John Cronin, had asked me to come assist with the Gannon Stauch case.
What was your role in the investigation?
I didn't come in till about a little over 2 weeks later, and the investigators, both FBI and El Paso sheriffs, just asked me to listen to one of Leticia's phone calls to, I believe it was Al, and see if I can assist, because they had no idea where Gannon was, and to see what we could do as far as where do we go from here, because they believed that she was misdirecting the authorities and wasn't assisting in the investigation. So after listening to the phone call, I spoke with Al, the dad, and with the investigative team and said, I do believe if we don't accuse Leticia of killing Gannon, that she would continue to talk with us and maybe give us clues to what happened to him.
So did that become a strategy for you as you proceeded to help out with this investigation, to not accuse her directly?
Yes.
Why did you believe that if you avoided making an accusation that she would continue to speak?
She had already shown a propensity to change her story to fit the facts of the case. And I had seen that in prior offenders as well. And I figured that if we could just keep just like yes, you may.
I don't know what they're going through right at the moment, but they're having a conversation at the with the judge. Sorry, I'm trying to. And what you guys heard, that was my Walmart delivery. I was lazy this week. I was out of salad. I had eaten the last bit of the salad I had in the fridge, so I had to order something because there was no way I was going to be able to get out tonight and get it. But I broke down and bought some donuts. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. I just happened to tell the whole world. But there's only 207 watching, so we'll see how much. If people start teasing me about some donuts tomorrow, then we know they were here. I wonder why they went to the, I don't know why they went to the judge either, but it's obviously something, this is maybe they're trying to exclude him as an expert witness, if that's what the state's trying to do. I'm not sure. Not sure. I should have probably, hold on.
So, Mr. Grusing, so we were talking about that pathway of violence and how you used your experience to guide your strategy with this particular case. What about this jury's heard a bunch of phone calls already, heard testimony that you were involved with the planning and carrying out of these consensually recorded phone calls. Was it also part of your strategy to get her to just keep talking because she would give information sort of on the margins?
Yes, she was the last person to be with Gannon, and she was our best source of information. So we being the FBI, had different teams looking at computers, phones, cars, her travel, but our best source to find out what happened to Gannon was to maintain communication with Leticia, and that was my goal, was just to have Al keep talking with her so we could find out what happened to him.
On all of these recorded consensual phone calls that involve Mr. Stauch and the defendant, is it fairly consistent that the defendant would show more concern for herself than helping find Gannon, or what might even have happened to Gannon.
Yes, it was.
Was the defendant at the center of her own universe in that regard?
She was.
Did you have, prior to the phone calls, had you ever had any interaction with her before?
No.
During the phone calls, did you have any chance to see her?
No.
Did you eventually have a chance to see her?
I did.
What was that?
It was once an arrest warrant was drafted, and we being an investigative team with El Paso County Sheriff's Office and FBI on March 2nd, arrested her, and I spoke with her in South Carolina.
The person that you went there to arrest and then interview, is she here in the courtroom?
She is.
Will you identify her, please, by pointing to where she's sitting, describing what she's wearing?
She's sitting at that table wearing a red shirt.
Between the two defense attorneys?
Correct.
All right, at this time, I'd ask that the record reflects he's identified the defendant.
The record is so reflect.
Mr. Grusing, was it also consistent that this defendant would mislead the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Give us what you mean by that.
Well, in her conversations with Al, she was pretending to be in Colorado Springs when we knew she was in South Carolina. Her stories changed, and it really affected the law enforcement response for her to say Gannon walked away to a friend's house versus being abducted, or something that would cause a greater and more intense law enforcement response initially. And then, as I'm sure the jury's aware, the stories kept changing.
How does that dynamic, where the last person to see an 11-year-old child alive is giving these sometimes very wildly divergent statements as to what happened, how does that affect the investigation?
Well, it makes it difficult, but someone like Leticia can't help but giving out facts in the case while she's making up these stories. The stories are to avoid punishment for her possibly being responsible for what happened and being found guilty. And in my experience, that is what, both in my experience as an interviewer with the FBI and what I learned from working with the behavior analysis unit, that's what we as human beings do, is we fabricate and we misdirect to avoid punishment.
Was it consistent in this case that different times during these recorded phone calls that she would try to shift blame to other people?
Yes.
Did that include Al Stauch?
It did.
Did it include Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mother?
It did.
Did it include Landon's ex-husband, Mike?
Yes.
Were there other people that she would try to shift blame to that were known entities, known people that were real?
Yes.
I want to jump into now, I'm sure everybody's very excited about this, but some more of these recorded phone calls. We've previously had admitted and published a number of these phone calls through prior witnesses. But before we jump into that, how were you involved in this specific process of preparing Mr. Stauch for these calls?
So I would meet with Al along with our team in the morning early before we knew the phone calls would happen. First of all, to check on how he's doing, see if he got any texts through the night, and then to prepare him mentally for what would be a very difficult day of getting news stories of what happened to Gannon. And to watch him was difficult on us as investigators because Leticia was describing a lot of trauma happening to Gannon through this. It's forms of blood gushing and injuries to face and knees, and it just would keep coming, and it was difficult for him to take that in as Gannon's father, but he maintained a very even keel, and I think we were able to help him do that. It was very difficult for him not to accuse Leticia But Al was also able to refrain from doing that as well.
Would you see physical reactions in Mr. Stauch as these descriptions are coming out?
Yes.
Was it important while you're doing this with Mr. Stauch to protect the viability of the investigation, meaning instructing him that he couldn't talk to people outside the investigation about these calls?
Yes, he knew that, and as far as I know, he adhered to that.
Okay. So I want to jump into People's Exhibit. Hold on just a second. People's Exhibit number 54, which was previously admitted through Mr. Stauch's testimony. It's a pre-tell or these consensual calls that was recorded on February 16, 2020. Now, this one is 4 minutes and 23 seconds.
All right. I think the witness can stay in the stand for that one. And from the podium?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello. So I just got off the phone with your girl Nicole, and then I talked to the investigative reporter. You know what I found out? I found out where Quincy is. So we're making progress. His family at the house believes he's been in Mexico for over 2 years and hasn't been back.
Yeah, no, that's not true.
How do you know?
Oh, okay, whatever. If you're not gonna listen to me,
I did. I listened to you.
and make up these stories. Really?
No, I listened to you. I listened to your contact of Nicole. I listened to her, the person she sent, okay, who was the investigative reporter that you were referencing. So all that was true. So thank you for telling the truth on that, okay? The part that's not true is Quincy Brown. He's been in Mexico for 2 years. Quincy Brown is not involved in this.
Mexico? He got gone. Mexico.
That's what his family said, that's what his family said.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the family said Mexico?
Yeah, because they've been looking for him too, believe it or not. Go figure.
Yeah, sure.
So why the misinformation? Why are you telling me not true? Okay, the news people said this was misinformation. That's why they're not running your story. Okay?
I didn't kill him.
Yeah, you did. You gave him Quincy Brown. You gave him misinformation. You gave him a story. Okay?
I didn't give it any news story.
Yeah, Nicole's a news person. You know that. You called her and did an interview with her or statement or whatever. So yeah, you did give her misinformation. That's what they called it. That's what they called it, Tisha. Call them back and cuss them out. Don't talk to me like this. You gave them misinformation.
Okay. But that's who the ID said. That's what it is.
Okay, that's who the ID said, and somebody's took his ID from 2 years ago and is now.
Maybe you need to figure that out because it's not Mexico.
So that's what I'm doing, trying to figure it out. Okay, and you're not working with me here. You said you want to be an involved parent. I'm just blown away because you say you want to be an involved parent. You sent me a picture of this dude. Okay, where'd you get the picture from? Okay, so Nicole sent you the picture. You've also got messages from this dude. Okay, and he never says who he is.
So there's no Nicole because she was trying to stay herself.
I got it. But it never said, "Hey, this is Quincy. Send me my money." You know, I'm the guy.
That's what he looks like.
Okay.
And he's Mexico.
For two.
He's a stupid Mexico. That's okay. That's you want people to.
Okay, but you said that he wasn't in Mexico. Now you're saying he's in Mexico. They said he was there for 2 years.
Okay, I said he was back and forth to Mexico. So should be an indicator to you right there.
Yeah, but you know what? But you could check it out though. Check it out, though. He's been wanted for over 2 years. If he came back and forth across the border in the past month, they would have stopped him because he's a wanted man. Okay.
No, they would.
And you just said it's perfect that Gannon's in Mexico. That's one of the worst places on the world right now. For who? What's wrong is my son's missing and you keep lying to me. Okay, that's what's wrong, Tisha. That's what's wrong. Okay, fine. Give me my son back. Tell the truth. Give me my son back. Where's he at then? Who has him? You haven't answered not one of my questions.
Do that.
Well, guess what? I don't want you to call me back because you're not doing nothing but lying to me and sending me in a different direction than what you know is the truth.
Okay, whatever. Good for you. Thank you.
Yep. All right.
So, Mr. Grusing, just a couple of preliminary things. There was a word of Nicole in this particular call. Were you aware of who Nicole was?
Yes.
Who is that?
She was a local news reporter.
Okay. And then Quincy, we've had some prior testimony on this from other folks as well. But this is that Quincy Brown?
Correct.
Any indication that he was involved in this case?
No.
What is important from your perspective as an investigator with your years of experience regarding this particular phone call?
Again, Leticia is not taking any responsibility for Gannon being missing. She actually, as Al was able to catch, was almost relieved or pleased that he might be in Mexico, that might even be a possibility. And we had already found out by this point that Quincy Brown was he was a fugitive on a wanted page. And like I think you'd said prior testimony, it had already been vetted that he was in Mexico.
Okay. When we talk about misdirection, is this an example of that misdirection as applied to the investigation by the defendant herself?
Yes.
Next, want to jump into People's Exhibit number 55, another one of these recorded phone calls admitted previously under Mr. Stauch's testimony. This is 18 minutes and 42 seconds long, and it's occurred on February 16th, 2020 at 2:34 p.m.
And you said 18 minutes?
Yes, sir. A little over 18 minutes.
Mr. Grusing, you can go ahead and step down and sit in the back. While this is played. Are you still playing it from there?
February 16th.
Are you still playing it from there, Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is about that other. Yeah.
What?
Do what?
What?
I'm just trying to help get to the bottom of this, teacher, like you said in the message. Like, I'm just trying to do this for Gannon.
Yeah, but this whole time, for 3 weeks, you've been just like all these people. So you know what? I'm be just like too. Full of speculation, full of lies, full of craziness. I'm be fucking crazy as hell, just like them.
So you're starting that now?
The truth, huh?
You're starting that now is what you're telling me?
No, I'm telling you. No, that's just what, I mean, that's how you treated me.
No.
That I've been sitting there playing into your game and all the listening and people. You think I'm silly?
No, I'm just trying to like I said, I'm just trying to get to the truth and get to Gannon. I mean, you think I'm stupid.
And you wanted to get to Gannon?
Yeah.
And you think I'm not going to be a fucking crazy ass? You think that for a second? You think I'm not smart enough? Oh, I invested a lot because, oh my God, I worked at the ground you walked on.
Okay, but that being said, why would you give me Nicole's number?
I don't.
Okay. No, well, that's fine. That's fine. We're miles away from that. So, but
miles away from what?
Miles away from the truth. First of all, because this Quincy guy's been gone for 2 years. The news said that, not me. Okay. All right. The news said that. They also got a confirmation from the sheriff. Okay, that this guy was not involved. Period. It's misinformation.
That's what they say then. They have the answer.
Okay, well, but between me and you, why can't we just move past Quincy? Okay.
Because you're not trying to move forward in your life with your wife and your family. And as long as you treat me like that, act like that, I'm going to be the same damn way.
Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out.
Be like shit.
Okay, all right.
Do you think I'm supposed to come be your hero?
Okay, hey, listen. I am trying to get past that point because Quincy being involved in this.
You don't have anywhere to live in those schools? You still been laying up in a hotel?
Yeah, but you had me believing Quincy until the news in the El Paso told me it wasn't true.
No, you don't care.
I do. No.
It matters to you.
Okay, so you've been telling me stories this whole time? Is that what you're telling me? You've been lying to me intentionally?
No.
So you gotta know. I think you're freaking out because I don't even have to tell you. You know that Quincy being not legit anymore is not good for you, and it's not good for Gannon.
Okay.
All right, so listen, I want to start over with this, okay? I want to start over, and no, I got you, and I want you.
If you had me, you would have dated me for 2 weeks.
Okay, but listen, when I started talking to you on the phone, the most honest you've been to me in this whole freaking process is when you asked me and you showed me that you cared and love for me. You asked me, you said, Albert, do you love me? And then I answered and I said, yes, right? No, listen to me. I said yes, okay? I said yes, and what you said, okay? But you said, if this was an accident, will you stand by me? And I said, yes. I said, I will stand by you if this was an accident.
Many people, did you start texting and telling them that I'm lying? I just want to know because this is where I know. This is why I know you never were trusted through the whole 2 weeks.
Who was trusted? I didn't get on the phone and text nobody about this. And I know you're surprised by that. You can be, okay?
Whatever. You ain't told a soul about no names or nothing.
The only person I've been talking about is the fact that Quincy Brown, with this, whatever Nicole Fiaro told me, okay, that the El Paso County Sheriff, you said, Paul, I did exactly what you said. I trusted in you. I got in touch with them. So you don't even want to talk about Gannon. You're not talking about Gannon. You're talking about you, okay?
No, this is not about
It is about you. That's not true, Gannon. Because you're somewhere. You're healthy and talking to me. Gannon's not. That's why it's about Gannon. Okay. All right. Like I said, I want your honesty. The most honest you've been.
You even understand any of it. If I try to tell you that your baby mama has something to do with it, you're not gonna believe me. But she did.
Okay, then let's prove it. Give me the proof.
So you fucking laugh at hotels with her?
I'm not. I haven't once. I told you that. I don't care. You could accuse me all you want to, like you've done for 5 years. Okay. I don't have nothing to hide.
You won't even tell me anything. You haven't had the decency to tell me anything about nothing. You started kicking me off, kicking me out of the car, but you saw that every day, though, didn't you?
Not really, actually.
You know, because she's your children's mother, right?
Yep, absolutely. And you have information that you're not telling me, and you have the chance to show that you're better than her. Okay? If she's involved in this, let's take her down. If she's
you go make a statement that you are standing by your watch and then see what you did.
Okay, if you sit right here, do that. Okay, if you sit right, no, absolutely not. I'm not putting you down at all. You told me the closest we've been to the truth. I'm gonna keep saying this is when you asked me if I loved you, and I said yes. Okay, and then you said if this was an accident, and then you said stand by me. Okay, so I think that's the closest to the truth we've been. That something happened, it was an accident, and that's the most.
Happened, it was an accident. Where the hell did I put Gannon? But you think what the rest of the people think? You think it was an accident that I heard and did away with it?
Listen, hold on. And I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I'm not worried about Gannon right now, okay? I'm worried about you. I'm worried about standing by you, The only way you're gonna I'm not telling you what you want to hear. The only way to move forward with this is that it was an accident, which I think is the truth, and that you freaked out. And I told you that over and over and over again. Accidents happen. People freak out with accidents. They will understand that. Okay, but the fact that you sent me on a 3-day chase of Quincy Brown, which is misinformation and not true, okay, that's not good for you. What is good for you is that we can make it through this going down the road of an accident. No, I'm telling you the truth.
Thank you, Penny.
Don't make it through. If I had to save Gannon's life in a fire, you'd still be
Erica, I don't think I said hi, or Connie. I don't think I said thank you to you.
You saved his life from a fire?
If I didn't, God knows, because I couldn't figure out where the hell the fire was coming from. You haven't dumped on you for a second. That put on fire, Gannon would not be alive.
No, I said you that from day one, that you did what you had to do there. But how did you save his life? Okay, what was it from? The accident of the candle that Gannon did, or what? That's what.
Now, had I just laid back down, because I had already cut the darn alarm off.
Yeah, but you're a good person. You're a good mom. That's what good people do. Okay, so that's never been in question. Okay, the fact that you're a good person, that just comes natural. Okay, the fact that what happened subsequent to that, what happened after that, was just for made the accident 10 times. It compounded it 10 times, 10 times, 10 times, and now it's got way out of hand. But that's the only way we get out of this, is to figure out what the accident was and go from there. I can't hear you.
Somebody says we don't have any food.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I see. All right, thanks. That's really great, right?
Boy, she is in raw form.
Albert?
Yeah, I'm
I
here.
just realized I had a mistake.
Told you every single day.
Shoot.
I woke up every single day and told you. I want to tell you that I'm this bad person and something bad. I want to tell you all that. I do.
Why?
Because that's just what you think. You have trashed me to everyone.
I have not. Prove it. I have not trashed you to no one. I have not put anything out in the public intentionally so we could get to the bottom of this, me and you, okay? And here we are trying to get to the bottom of it.
You had your family thinking I'm a murderer.
My family's not even here. I'm all alone again. I told you that. My family just wants to find their nephew, their grandson, their cousin, okay? That's what they want. How about Lena, their brother? Lena's losing her mind because her brother's missing.
You think I don't want to see Lena?
I didn't say see Lena. I said Lena's freaking out because Gannon's missing. What are you talking about?
No, I said I do want to see Lena.
I didn't say you didn't want to see her. Why? Where did that come from? I said my mom's worried about her grandson. Okay, my siblings are worried about their nephew. Their children are worried about their cousin. And then I said Lena's worried about her brother, and you said you want to see Lena. Well, everybody wants to see Gannon. Everybody. Okay, everybody wants to see Gannon. And if it was, and I'm trying to get you to understand that if this was just an accident and it got out of hand and you panicked or whoever panicked, okay, that's something we can make it through. Okay, you can make it through that. No, fine. Gannon panicked. No, I'm not blaming you. I said it was an accident. Accidents really have no one to blame. If an accident happens.
Okay, I was trying to be a cool parent. I already told you that. We pushed the bed together. You were talking about sleepover.
Okay.
We were just acting crazy. Okay, I already told you that the bell busted his lip in his nose. That's where the blood came from. Don't you think that there's some crime scene to kick everybody out of the and that's not even. Nothing happened to you, Gannon. Deadly, hurtful, anything like that. No. I'm sick of it. People won't even move past that.
Okay, so there was an accident with Gannon. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. So what next? What I mean, that's what I. Okay. Okay.
Feeling horrible. He's absolutely feeling horrible because we had a fire, we had to run out. He's thinking, and whatever you're going to say, you're going to be like, oh, whatever. You're not going to let me just tell you and be genuine. Let you just be like, baby, how can you, like, even deal with this? Because I'm dealing with it hard and comfort each other. You're not going to do that. You think it's not killing me? Do you think that for a second?
No, I know it's killing you. I know how you are when, because you're a good mom and you're a good person, and when things don't go perfect, I know how you are.
Albert, do you love me?
Yes.
Tell me the truth. Are you going? Don't say I'm going to make no promises. Are you going to make this right? Stand by your wife?
I told you that the other day. I will stand by you. Yes.
And I said, are you going to make this right?
Yeah, we're going to make this whole situation right.
Thank you, love.
About our family.
Absolutely. That's what this is all about, is our family. I said that from day one and every day. This is about our family.
Okay? He just shot because all he kept thinking about is how he was supposed, I don't know what, somebody was supposed to be sending him for online on Amazon. I don't know what promises people had made. I don't know about any kind of promises that people made about coming in March. I don't know about any of that. I just know he was upset thinking, A, he was not going to get any of those promises. He was upset about the whole camera thing. And he kept saying to me that he messes up everything. Say that to me. And I get saying that's why I didn't let Gannon go to school. He felt horrible with himself. He felt really bad with himself. He was very upset. So we go on our same trip. We went on everything like we did all that. All that true. We did all that. We go to Petco. We did all that.
Okay.
Then we leave. We go. We're going to meet somebody about the fight. Then ends up when I realized that I didn't think somebody was following us. That's the God's trick. Because when I got on, they got it. I got a turn, they got it. Where God thought somebody was following us all the time. Anyway, so I realized that I didn't have phone or directions, so I turned around. Come back up to Petco.
I agree with you, Jules.
Go back in the Petco again. And still playing the glitch. He's still whatever. So back to stuff for a second. If you think for a second on some videos, might have been whatever, he busted
This chick just keeps talking and talking and talking. Don't she know she has the right to remain silent?
Did you?
I mean, obviously not.
Okay. And then I was sitting there feeling so sorry. He didn't have that first. It was therapy. They were a little bit bumpy, but I was able to jump on it and put it out. So then we go back to Petco, and I said again, hey, we are going to have to hurry up, get back, and get Lena. Albert, when I got back, Gannon was not in the car. I didn't even know that he wasn't in the car.
From when you left Petco?
Feel horrible because I feel like one of those people that didn't realize that they left their baby in the car.
Oh, Lord. I think this
Do
is
you realize
story
how
13.
People want to know why I look around everywhere, why my GPS went everywhere for me, because I tried looking. Now I have to sit back and have people fuss at me and say, first of all, where's Gannon? I don't know. I told you this from the beginning. I don't know. I don't. You think it's not driving me insane? I don't know.
CA.
He's always just so quiet. I wasn't even thinking. And then I go into tantrum. Thinking surely he's gonna be home. Surely, because he was talking about a friend with a car. That car. Surely, maybe he thinks he feels horrible.
Yeah.
Gonna call this person or do whatever, and he'll be back home. That's it. And you think I don't have to live with this every single day? Hello?
I'm here. I'm just listening.
He's over it.
Now you're just listening. I give you what you want, and you're just listening.
Well, what do you want me to do? You want me to pick holes in it? I promised you I'd listen. You asked me to listen. I promised it.
Oh, so now there's holes to pick in it?
That's not. Yeah, I mean, I can if you want me to. Do you want to do that?
Keep picking it.
All right, listen. I'm done. Okay, because we started off talking about an accident. Okay, now basically we got another Quincy Brown. So what's this guy's name? Okay, when you come up with that, when you come up with the next person's name, you call me back. All right.
Look at her attorneys. I mean, it's not funny, but
If you would resume your seat, the witness
I
stand,
mean,
and
it's
be sure
just
that you're still under
that
oath.
ridiculous. Just that ridiculous.
One of the benefits of doing it this way is you get your steps in while you're still testifying.
Appreciate that.
The whispering that we hear in the background, is that you and Al just conversing and you giving him tips on how to go forward?
Yeah, one of us on the team.
Okay. The accident suggestion, do you remember that at the very beginning of this where Al suggests, was there some accident kind of thing?
I do.
What was the strategy behind suggesting an accident?
By now, we as a team had been able to shoot down the Eduardo story, and now the Quincy Brown story, because we had put him in Mexico, Leticia knew that that story wasn't going to be able to move forward with Al. And as you can see, she wants a relationship with Al, and we decided to do both the accident scenario and remind Leticia that she's a good person and a good parent, and see if she would give us something else as far as a clue we could move forward with.
Is that essentially building an escape hatch for her to take that gives her potentially some less exposure?
Yes.
Did she take advantage of that?
She did.
Okay, in what way?
She described, again, more injuries to Gannon about, I believe it was busting a lip. I couldn't hear if it was a nose or something else that happened in the house. And then that's why she would call him out of school. She also continued to blame him, though, as a victim, of saying he was scared, he wasn't acting rightly, and a lot of those sorts of responsibilities landed on Gannon. And then she calls him out of school, but now she has him being abducted, it sounds like, from the Petco, and now we don't have a new suspect to chase.
Is this a new development in her evolution of stories that now an abduction, kidnapping has occurred outside of the home?
Yes.
At Petco, I should say.
Yes.
Because there had been the previous one of Quincy Brown up northern El Paso County, correct?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to jump into the next phone call previously admitted during Al Stauch's testimony. This is People's Exhibit 56. It's from February 17th, 2020 at 11:49 p.m. And it's 43 minutes long, so that may get us to a good break point after that one's done.
That will. And
All right, guys, let's listen to this lady try to convince him her 150th time with her 530th
Playing now
lie.
People's 56.
We're going to put the big screen back on her. I want to see how she acts.
Doctor and all that other junk.
Guess these things take a while to get started. I have no
Should we call her?
idea.
Yep. I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Jennifer. I saw your second gifted membership. I don't think I thanked you for it. God bless you.
Hello. What's up? Huh? What for? Yeah.
I've already told you this, but I didn't have a period and I'm 5 weeks pregnant.
Okay. How'd it go? Was that you messaging me this morning from another number?
I know, just blame me for whatever.
No, I'm just asking. That way I know for sure. Huh?
I don't know, Albert. I don't know. Just blame me for whatever.
Oh, it's not. No, we're not playing the blame game. I just wanted to know because there may have been some details that I wanted to talk about because it was obviously relevant to what the things we've been talking about over the past couple of days. So.
Yeah, you were all like you were just calling to anything nice.
Keisha, you know what my mind's on. My mind's on Gannon, okay? And I told you I'd stand by you if we got to the truth. So, I mean, that's what my mind's on. My mind's on the truth about Gannon.
I've given you the truth. I've given it to you, and then I've given you 15 different things that were not true, just to prove a point. Call it what you want. Call it CC or stories or lying or whatever you want to call it. And so text people and tell them how horrible a person I am, and I'm just lying. You're backing me in a corner. I hope that when you say something to people, I hope you know they're posting yourself online.
When I say something to who?
Anybody. Unless it's probably like legitimately people that you are blood related to, or they send it to anybody or anyone says anything, send it to their best friends in kindergarten, they're posting it online.
Well, I mean, I haven't said nothing to nobody, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm just telling you, that's me. If there's some people calling you or something, that's probably how they got your number. But your number's online everywhere.
I know it is. I mean,
people posting messages that you supposedly sent people. Just so, I mean, you know, whoever you be talking junk to or whatever to, people are putting it out there.
well, good for them. I mean,
I'm just telling you that to not to talk bad to you or talk about you or nothing. I'm just telling you that. Brian and I was getting accused of being with Mike, messages made up on being with Mike, all kinds of stuff. Like anything you can know that. I'm just telling you that. These people are nut jobs.
yeah. So back to what you said a second ago. You told me that you made up all these stories to prove a point. Why would you tell me all these different stories? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I mean, what point is there to prove other than the point of finding Gannon?
Because I cannot give you, no matter what I give you of how Gannon is missing, I can't give you the answer of how to get him.
Why? But you told me.
If you guys are there to question me, let's call Jose Baez law firm.
I just just want to know why you told me all these different stories, but you're telling me that you've given me the truth so many times, but then you say it's a bunch of different stories. So I don't understand what you're trying to say. I mean, the only thing okay, go ahead.
Not walking you through any more stories or truths. I'm not doing that. Because it does nothing for me but it makes me unhealthy, make me stressed, and I'm not in a position because I'm not eating to be like this. I'm just not. And then if you guys think that you're going to get me to kill myself or this is something I didn't do, you guys are all wrong. So the point on that is, if you're going to call me, not to stand by my side, not to make any kind of statement to say that these people need to stop threatening your life. But you're not going to call me to do any of that in your family. And of course, I'm just going to sit there and play into your game. It's treating me like crap, which you've done. Why would I treat you with any?
I didn't hear what you said. You broke up. Why would you treat me with what?
I said, if you're not treating me with compassion, kindness, with any kind of support, with any kind of help, you're not treating me with any of that. Why do I have to owe you any kind of the same respect back?
But I've offered that to you. Okay, I've offered that to you. I said I'll stand by you once we get the truth. Okay, that's what I've said the whole time, and I've told you that you can survive and you can get through this. Okay, it all comes down to the truth. That's the important point.
To get through something, for y'all to think that I'm gonna make up something and get charged with something that I didn't even do. I'm not doing that. If you just think that.
I mean,
You call even with things like, oh, you're a teacher. You never even said kind words to me about anything like that. Anything that I didn't think that was all a played up thing.
You can listen. You're welcome to think whatever you want. I mean, you said you've loved me numerous times over the past couple of days, and I've replied with the same thing. Yes.
If you called me to say that to me, if you called me, I woke up in the morning, said, be kind to me, I love you, and it's nothing. Have you said anything to me?
I have, but the problem is what you're telling me is finding Gannon is conditional on what you want and what you need. That is what you're saying. The truth is conditional on that.
Do you not think if I knew for a second how to get Gannon, it would not be waiting on you like,
Well, I don't know the truth on that because I know what you've said, that an accident happened and that you panicked, and when you panic and bad things and things get out of control or whatever you said, they go downhill.
You didn't accept the accident about jumping on the bed. You didn't accept it.
I accepted that there was an accident that happened. You're absolutely right. I accepted that an accident happened, and you panicked.
That's not what you see. That's not what you accepted. I told you the truth. You asked me about the bedroom. I've already told you this.
But okay. Let's accept that accident happened, okay, for a moment. Okay, but you keep putting somebody else into the picture, okay, and that is absolutely bad for you. In the context of an accident or in context of anything, if somebody else comes into the picture and you keep going down that road, if I'm sitting here and poking holes in it, okay, which I don't want to do, but it just doesn't jive with me. What do you think law enforcement's going to do? Okay, because
I don't think about what law enforcement is going to do. Because Home Device is going to whistle this thread. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about law enforcement because I didn't do anything wrong.
right, because it was an accident. We've established that. So why would Jose Baez have to rip anybody apart if you were involved in an accident?
that anything was an accident other than what you asked me about the work. And I'm going to keep telling you that 14 times, and then you're going to get mad. Help me, scream at me, hang up the phone. Help, it's not a good enough answer.
But you did tell me there was an accident. You told me there was a fire, there was burns, there was a candle spill. You told me he accidentally stepped on a piece of wood.
You already knew all this.
Right, but those are the accidents that you said happened, that he got injured somehow from these accidents. That's what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
About him. I've already told you about this. He had a hard time just being basically a boy, barefooted.
Yeah, I know it. And he freaked out. I got it. He freaked out after the accidents happened. There was a couple different accidents that happened. He freaked out, got overwhelmed. Then what happened?
He never had that many accidents.
I agree. Okay, I agree. That's a lot in like 12 hours. That's a lot of accidents in 12 hours on one little field. Okay, whatever. I'm just using that as a random guess. Okay, I don't know the exact time frame.
Me explaining anything to you, if you want more statements or whatever, they know I've listened to you who I have as my representation in a pre-investigation. Listen to that to you. I'm not going to sit here and walk down 15 more phones again with you for you to hang on, yell at me, scream, and
I'm your husband. I'm not the sheriff. I'm your husband, and it's my son that's missing. Yes, he does. A father does. A father does. Okay. And once again, I'm trying to do this because I'm feeling the guilt of not being there to help him through all these accidents. Okay. So I'm trying to do what I can outside of the law enforcement. Okay. Because you don't freaking trust them anyways. And they've screwed a lot of this up. So I'm sitting here trying. Do I trust him? Not based on what I've seen. So that's why I'm going straight to you, straight to the last person that saw him.
I'm not. If I would be the last that saw him, then I would be the person that has him.
So who was the last person that saw him? This is.
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you don't know who it was?
I don't know anything. I just told you. I don't know anything because I've been emotionally beat down.
By who? By who? Who's emotionally beat you down? Hello?
Understand. As a parent, you know that 100% of your mind is focused on someone that God gave you the ability to bring into this world. Okay? If anybody knows that, I understand that.
But you're contradicting yourself because you told me.
Okay.
No.
I'm not even. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I couldn't even finish the second part sentence without you attacking me.
Okay.
But I also know that you should be, under no circumstances, be warned with me. That's what God intended you to be. Be warned. And that's what. That's what you're supposed to be doing. And that includes, I haven't even talked to my husband in weeks. Been there to comfort him, even there to comfort me in this situation. So, no. I know that God says we put him first. Then we put everything that moves happen, and I'm not going to apologize for that. I've given you information. I've given you a set of information that's actual truth, and it's still not good enough to us. You know what that is? Because I'm not doing it. You don't care. You're not going to be as a parent and accept tell you to accept. Because other than me trying to come up with stories to keep someone else looking bad, protect the child, then I'm still that. You should have my back no matter what. You should have my back to the point where we together were talking with these people and demanding a better answer, but you have not. I don't know what people live today. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know where you're at. As far as I'm concerned, you may not even be here. I mean, it's on mine to Zero, Texas. I don't even. Also, the late to say, you are my teammate. No, you're going to go up to me. I'm not favoring on any of it. I'm not. This is a dude that tells me exactly where candidates right now. That's going to vote for my family again. This is a two basically put on me. I don't know what he's at. This ain't going to be on the You have been married too long enough to know that. If any situation, whether this out or not, whatever it may be, but I have felt truth and nail, maybe not the best at being like, oh, you gotta cut, or whatever, maybe not the best in that aspect. But as far as protection, that would have been, we should have been seen before you get away. I just remember telling us that. No one. Anytime anybody does this, anyone in our family, it's about me. Who can say stuff? Me. If I could give you an out, I would.
All right, can I talk now? Huh?
Sure, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna. I know you don't want to hear this, but I'm gonna walk you back through where I'm at, and then I'm gonna let you know how I feel. Okay? All right. I fully believe that something happened. It was an accident, and that you panicked. Okay? And that you keep putting somebody else into it, and as long as you do that, it just doesn't look good for you. And I'm trying to be by your side when I say that, okay? And I've said this over and over again that you can get through this, and if you give me the truth, okay, I'll stand by you. Okay, but here's where I'm at. Here's my feelings on it, okay? You just need to hear me out, please, okay? All right? I know that you did something. I know that you're responsible, okay? And I hope there was a good reason for it. But the problem is it's clear to me that I can't get it back through you, okay? I had serious hope that, you know, we could stand by each other through this. But you know what? I'm past that point now. After all these lies, and you just admitted that you lied to me for a reason to prove a point, I don't have hope for us. And you know what I'm worried to death about? I'm gonna have to testify eventually about this, and I don't know what I should say. I have no clue what to say about this. Because now I'm put in a position of the truth of my wife. And I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say when I get called up there to testify eventually. What's
You just put your conversation to please like
I absolutely said that, and I want you to know what you think I should say when I get to have to testify, because I'm gonna get called up there to testify in this situation. I don't know. I'm hoping it doesn't come down to murder. I haven't seen my son in 3 weeks. Nobody can find him. Okay. Or maybe it was an accident and somebody just panicked. But I don't have it. I'm farther away from the truth than I was when I started talking to you after 2 weeks. You were the last one to see him, and I just don't know what I'm going to say when I have to sit on that stand and freaking cry in front of the world about my son. I don't know what the hell I'm going to say. Other than that, you freaking lied over and over and over and over, and then never told me any element of the truth. So what should I say? I mean,
Okay, I see her. I see him now. I'm just curious because it had been a while, and she was looking like she was trying to put her head on the table.
hello? I guess I lost you.
You're saying, so basically now you're saying someone's been proven.
No, I said that could be the worst case. I don't know for sure because there's no body, there's no evidence, there's no nothing. I mean, what else do you want me to think in this case? Okay, you're the last one to see him. You're the last one to heard him talk. You're the last one to anything of Gannon on this earth, to my knowledge. Okay, no one else. What else? What do you want me to say, teacher? What do you want me to think? I'm as serious and freaked out as I've been this whole time. All these freaking injuries in that short time period, accident or not, you had something to do with it. Okay.
Yep, he's absolutely right.
I mean, how else? All that put together, how else am I supposed to look at it? Just like you always put me on the stand and questioning me for stuff you think I do that adds up. Okay, that's what I'm doing here. There's no other way for me to look at this other than you're involved to some level, if not ultimately responsible. So you tell me what I'm supposed to say, what I'm supposed to think. You can say no all you want to, but all you've done is lie to me and make up people that are in Mexico right now. Tell me the truth, Tisha. Tell me what I'm supposed to say. Tell me how to stand by you.
You've already said what you think is in your mind and what people have put in your mind.
Yeah, it's not about what I think, though. Okay, I'm asking you how I can stand by you, what the truth is, so I can stand by you through this.
I'm just what you put that in the cage or something. My own husband has just said, I would if someone. Listen to what you said.
That's not what I said. Okay, you said that, not me. I said you're responsible. You're responsible to some degree. That's what I said.
We're worried about you testifying, is what you said.
Yeah, absolutely.
For someone, what you said.
Because I gotta get up there. I'm gonna have to get up there on the stand and look you in the eye and tell them you lied to me and told me 15 stories, and that when they ask me what I think, I'm gonna tell them I think you're responsible. I want to know what you think I should say. That's where I'm at right now. I told you that.
If that's what you feel, your heart, then go with it. That's all I can do.
That's not, I'm asking you to convince me. Tell me otherwise, Tisha. Convince me otherwise. I'm begging you. I'm on my knees begging you to prove me wrong again. Okay? Prove me wrong. Tell me right now. Prove me wrong. Give me what I need. Give me the facts of the matter that prove that you had nothing to do with this, or that was an accident, you freaked out, or something. I'm here theorizing all these different stories.
I want to really know that there's an accident, and then you still think I just murdered someone over an accident?
No, that's not what I said. If it was an accident, that explains it. You killed him, that explains it. I mean, it's pretty simple. Okay, it was an accident. Okay, an accident.
Nothing with that. You just double questioned. Stop like yelling at me. I said, and you just said that you was doing basically on the fan. It's what you said.
No.
No, you said that they asked me what I think. Situation, okay? So you're telling me that you're going to simulate what you think happened. You just told me there's no this, there's no evidence, there's no what.
No, all right, you're right. Back off of that. Back off of that. I will tell them this. I will tell them this, that my wife had the opportunity to tell me the truth, but she chose to lie to me repeatedly, make up fake people, Uncle Matt, Eduardo, freaking Quincy Jones or whatever his name was in Mexico, okay? She told me all these stories to get me going in 17 different directions that I still don't know the truth, and that I know for a fact she was the last one to see him in our home.
I'm going to let you just be like, I'm going to let you just have that opinion because that's.
No, stop. No, that's not an opinion, okay? So I stated all the facts, I dropped the mic, and I'm out, okay? That's what that is. I got nothing else to say about it other than you lied to me, and you're the last one to hear my little boy cry and little boy say I'm bleeding and to see him live and well.
God, they did that video. You're an idiot. That video like that. Oh my God.
Okay, then tell me something that's truth. You didn't deny it. You didn't deny. Okay, fine. I'm sorry I said that. Okay, maybe it is edited, but you didn't flip out when I said you're the last one to see him alive. Okay, you flipped out when I said he said that he was bleeding. So explain that to me, Tisha.
As far as I know, he was alive. I'm not going to say any differently because I'm not going to be a parent.
Okay, you still didn't answer the question. Now you're telling me your opinion. You told me not to give opinion. Now you're giving me opinion. Okay? I said you're the last one to see him alive and or in the house. Okay? Because you are. So now fill in the blank. No, that's not what I think. That's the truth. And you haven't denied that one time.
You think that I'm not going to say anything because
well, you freaking jump on me when I say he's in the video. He said he was bleeding. You said they edited that. So which you can't have it both ways. You're gonna deny it. You're not gonna deny it because you're denying stuff you think is not true.
I've already said what you just said.
That you're the last one to see him.
That I am not the last one to see him.
Then who is? Yeah, you told me Quincy Brown. We proved him false. Okay. That was easy. All I had to do was call a reporter, okay? I didn't have to have any evidence. I just called a reporter, and she said, yep, he ain't been around for a while. He's been gone a minute. Okay, so who was it?
You've already said that it was no one else. So why does it matter?
But you just said it was, so I'm asking who it was.
I am not listening.
See, here you go again. You can't spin me, teacher. You can spin Facebook, you can spin the media, but you can't spin me, all right?
Facebook.
If you look.
So many times I ain't been on there.
Yeah, I mean, fine. But you can't spin me, I'm telling you. You should know that by now.
I'm not trying to spin you.
Hey, you know what? What about the blood in the corner? Okay? That came from Gannon knocking his nose. Yeah, the corner of his bedroom where you push the beds together. What about the blood?
You're grasping.
I'm not. I saw blood, okay? That's not grasping. I saw it.
Oh, hold on a minute. Tell me again you saw it.
Saw what?
Tell me what you saw.
Oh, you recording me now? Go ahead, just tell me. I'll say it. I saw it. Blood in the corner of his room. Record me. I don't give a fuck, Tisha. That's my son's blood, and I saw it.
Okay, you proved it, A, that you saw it. B, you proved it identical blood.
So how to get there, Tisha? You prove that.
that a fact?
I saw it. You tell me whose blood it was. You were there.
So there we go.
You were there.
What?
You were part of the crime, so you tell me.
No, I was not. There was 18 people in that house.
There was 18 people when Gannon got hurt and these accidents happened, and then he. Okay. All right. Now, see, I told you you can't spin me, Tisha, but go ahead. I'll listen to you spin. Go ahead, spin it around.
I'm not trying to spin you. I'm not trying to spin you at all. I'm saying what you. I'm just trying to get the facts from you what you're saying. One, you tell me that all you and whoever else was in the middle of a supposed crime.
No, what you're doing, no, hold on, no, stop for a second. What you're doing is you're not focusing on the crime, you're focusing on the people here helping to find Gannon, okay? Like, that's gonna fly. You're gonna go up there and say, no, you're bullshit, these.
They're gonna rip you guys this theory apart because it's a lie.
Okay.
You contaminated the crime scene, supposedly, is what you said.
Okay, so whatever.
That's what you said.
But what you said was it was Gannon's blood, so I'm going based off the facts that you told me.
You said, I never said that.
Yeah, you did. No, you said it was yours and Gannon's blood, okay? That's what you said. That's exactly what you said. That's what you said.
You was finding Gannon's blood on any concrete.
You are lying.
I never told you about any concrete.
Okay. You're lying.
You said you saw it.
That's going to be noted, okay? I'm writing down notes right now. You're lying. Tisha lies again. Tisha admitted at the beginning of the conversation she lied 15 times.
As long as you and whoever else you had in this home were in the home in the middle of a supposed crime scene, they're going to rip y'all to shreds.
Why would you even say that if it's not a crime scene? You told me it was an accident. So is it a crime or an accident?
You said it was.
You told me it was the scene of an accident. So is it an accident or a crime scene?
Let me ask you this question then. Okay. This was a supposed thing.
I can't.
This was a supposed scene. And then you saw that you have not came out so differently. You done up a talking shit about, okay? So then your friendly neighbor that fucking got paid money who released the video that says Gannon didn't come back is the house of crime scene.
You're the one telling me it's a crime scene.
You told me it was.
You told me it was an accident, and now you're telling me it's a crime scene.
So that question.
Great question.
How in the hell? Our home, a supposed crime scene, when you guys have done nothing but portray the wall.
Hey, do you want me to tell you what I think or what I know? You want me to tell you what I think or what I know? I am. Do you want the what I think or what I feel or what I know for sure?
Whatever you want to give me.
Okay, what I think is that you did it. What I feel is that you're involved. Excuse me. I think and feel is that you did it. What I know is that you're involved somehow. Okay, that's the bare bones where I'm at right now. I have nothing else. You're involved to some extent. Gannon getting hurt, whether there's an accident or not. There's blood all over the place down in his room. However, I saw it. Who gives a crap at this point? Because the boy's out there hurt. Okay, what I feel like and what I think is that you did it and you're trying to hide it. And you dumped his body somewhere. That's what I think. Yep.
He was reading his phone.
That you are saying, you're serious, right? You were telling me that supposedly you think that there was some accident that someone got hurt really bad.
Yep.
Inside of Gannon's room. You know, Gannon walked outside to the car, okay?
I didn't say you killed him in his room, okay? Why would, I mean, I already told you, and you told me I was stupid for saying this. I think an accident happened that you're involved with, and then I made the assessment, and everybody who saw the video online made the assessment. Gannon was walking kind of sluggish to the truck, and you told me I was a fucking idiot for saying that. Okay, but it makes sense if he had got hurt, okay, lightheaded, queasy, I don't know, whatever, and now he's having to walk to the truck so you can take him somewhere. Okay?
Okay, then we're taking someone to do what?
You tell me.
No, you You said you were going on your theory, so I want to hear your theory.
Okay, you want to hear my theory? Okay, you took him somewhere. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna tell you what I think. You went around town acting all normal, left your phone at the fucking Petco on purpose, okay, and took him out somewhere, God knows where, and left him there. And maybe whacked him over the head with a 2-weapon or something. I don't know.
Damn.
Took him out by somewhere you said whack somebody in the head. So I committed a murder. Is what you're saying?
No, because he could have just been knocked out.
What?
You could have knocked him out with a 2x4, not killed him. I mean, if he died, I guess that is murder. I don't know. You're the legal expert here. So, actually, let's back up a second, because here's where I'm at. You're lying, okay? Are you lying to cover yourself? Are you lying to cover for Harley? Which one is it?
Harley?
Yeah, which one is it?
First of all, you have to be at work doing all y'all's episodes.
So you're lying for yourself?
I'm not lying for anyone.
Okay.
I'm lying for a soul.
But you have this whole time. The first thing you said this morning to me, one of the first things was, I've lied to you repeatedly. I've lied over and over and over again. And I had a point to do it. I had a reason. So what's your reason for lying now?
I'm not lying.
But you've been lying the whole time, so how do I know that?
Exactly what happened from the beginning.
Yeah, but you just said they were lies. You said all that was a lie. Now it's the truth.
It's like it, so therefore, just make up all your stories. So now you got this theory of some 2x4.
No, that's just okay. But see, you're still not telling the truth, because you said you told everybody from the beginning. The first story from the beginning was Gannon ran away. Okay, immediately proven false. Second story, you got raped in Gannon's room. So proven false. So you've been lying from the beginning, not telling the truth, and you're still lying. So I mean, what's the next lie, Tisha?
I haven't lied.
So now you're lying about saying you were lying? What, I mean,
the beginning is what I'm talking about. You just are never going to believe it.
I know he didn't run away.
Why not just okay then? If that's what you think, you are entitled. You think you know. In your opinion, you are entitled to that. You are. Think for a second that your own wife, sometimes you actually need to get mental help.
I probably will need to get some after this. You're right. My son's out there missing. My wife just admitted to me today that she's lied to me for 3 weeks now. Okay, and you did lie from it. You lied to me from the beginning. All these stories, you said you had a point. Okay, you still haven't told me what the point is. So now you're lying again. And we've narrowed it down to the other person. It's either you by yourself, you and Harley, or Harley had some involvement. Who are you lying for?
Really?
Yeah, really.
So that's what you think? You think that that's what you would do when somebody was at work?
Look at you. So you're defending your 17-year-old, and all I'm trying to do is defend my 11-year-old. Please.
You said you're defending your work.
Oh, don't even start with me on that, because I begged you to let me adopt that child for 5 years, so you can shove that one up your ass right now, okay? You can go ahead and shove that one wherever you want to shove it. But you're just disrespecting me. Why don't you just respect me and tell me what happened to Gannon? He's a freaking 11-year-old child out there all by himself somewhere. He's with somebody that he don't need to be with, and you're the only one that has the truth. You. And you admittedly, yes, you did. You said you lied over and over and over again.
With somebody you don't need to be with. You just said that, but then you told me that. No one else is involved.
So which one is it? You tell me. You keep.
You are. You think that I have involvement human? That's what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you were there. Gannon's missing. We can't find him. Okay. Nobody would stick to the plan this long after the whole world's looking for him. Okay. So it's you. You're the only one sticking to the plan. You're the only one in the spin machine. You're the only one lying. Everybody else is trying to find the truth. Everybody, Tisha. Even Landon, the one that you think I'm hooking up with. She's just trying to find the truth about her baby boy, okay?
I'm glad you get to spend the rest of your life with Nancy.
Yes, I mean, whatever. If you think that, that's fine. Like you tell me, you're entitled to your opinion, but there's a fact here that you were the last one to see him. I wasn't there, so I don't know anything. You know everything, and you're lying repeatedly over and over again. You didn't get raped. Gannon didn't run away. There's no Quincy Brown, Eduardo, Uncle Matt. No high fives. There's no Gannon jumping in his back. Okay, what there is blood in his room. Okay, he's gone, and we can't find him. That's what, and you were left with him and didn't come home with him, okay? And you still haven't filled any of the blanks. I mean, there's facts out there, okay? There's facts out there, and you won't even tell me the truth. You keep lying to me, making up some bike bullshit, okay? Gannon fell off his bike and busted his head and needed 911. Are you serious? And then as soon as I say that, we go back to the house. I mean, I don't even want to do this, okay? You're just going to continue to lie to me. Why am I even wasting my time? So when I testify on the stand, that's what I'm going to say. My wife had all the information. She chose to lie about it. I have nothing else to say. Okay? That's where I'm at. All right. Have a good day.
Damn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. What's the plan for when we come back?
Continuing with this, Judge, we still have 3 more phone calls potentially.
Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we'll be back. I think he said 3:30, I believe is what he said. Let me pull this over here. My eye is watering for some reason, and I don't know why, but it's really bothering me. Anyways, just more of the same. More of the lies. You know, this is 3 weeks later. She's not being truthful. He knows she's not being truthful. You can't fix it. I mean, he's calling her out every which way, and still she's nothing from her. It's the craziest thing that I have ever seen in my life. Got my dinner done, went back to pick up some barbecue sandwiches and hush puppy. Oh, that sounds good. Send some over here. Born Betty loves hush puppies. Hush puppies. We actually have some pretty good seafood restaurants that makes good hush puppies. I don't know what's wrong with this eye. It just won't quit watering. It's like it's not really burning, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on with it, and I'm not wearing contacts. So, anyways, but we're seeing a lot more of the same. Just the very manipulative, conniving, and I think the one witness kind of hit the nail on the head. She really wanted to be with Albert. For whatever reason, I'm unsure why she, I guess me personally, and maybe my audience can help me. I guess I'm still unclear on what the motive was behind it. I mean, I think we're assuming that she just must have had a snap break. But I'm not, they're doing a great job. They're doing a great job. We all know, at least in my mind, she's guilty. That's not, you know, whether she had a reasonable excuse for doing this or not, I still believe she's guilty. But I think my curiosity just needs to know the true motive behind it. Was it because she was jealous that Gannon, when Gannon's dad came home, Albert, that he would spend a lot of time with his son? It seems like he was very fond of his son. And not that he wasn't fond of his daughter, but let's be honest, guys like little boys, they like somebody they can go, play baseball with, or show how to play football, or be a coach to, that moms are moms, like, and it's not that dads don't like, the girls or whatever. It's just that they now have something, someone to share something to teach somebody, someone something that they learned. Whereas a girl, most fathers think of them as a delicate flower that doesn't need to know how to turn a wrench, so it's not that I think that he loved his daughter any less. I just think, he had a different type of love, as many parents do. He has a different type of love for one as he does, as opposed to the other. Not that it's any less. It's just it's a different relationship, because they're unique people, and we have different relationships with everyone in our life because they're unique people. We don't have a one size fits all for everybody. I still think we have the same personality, integrity, but I just think we tend to gravitate toward different people for different things, for different things. So I don't know how to explain it. Probably going to be butchered up anyways, but I think my audience gets what I'm saying. He loves both of his children, but it's his son, and it was his sister's older brother. It's like it's like the perfect kind of family: older brother, little sister. That's kind of like the hallmark, right? But she seems like she's been in a defensive mode since the onset of this. But I think he came to reality when she was just kept lying and changing her story that she did it. And now he even told her that, I don't know if you just took him out there and took a 2x4 to the back of his head. And and that's how he felt. He's like, this is there. I think at some point he realized that her actions aren't actions of someone that there was an accident. She was being resentful and combative and defensive. She wasn't being remorseful. She wasn't, like, especially if it's an accident, she wasn't acting like she is just truly, truly sorry, that I think most of us, if there was an accident that happened that took somebody's life, our hearts would be broken. That, a mistake that we made could have hurt somebody to the point of death. I think most of us would have that heart-wrenching, heartbreaking feeling if that were to happen. And you're just not really seeing that kind of emotion or behavior with Leticia. That's really concerning for me. And then, of course, her courtroom behavior is very, very odd, but very, very telling. And then you couple that with what we're hearing on these tapes, and you kind of see the given up phase of the defense, and you're looking at that table, and you're looking at three people, two attorneys and one defendant that has just given up. There's nothing left. Like, she's kind of toast at this point, I would believe. I think they've made enough of a case, enough of motive, means, and opportunity. As we are right now. I really honestly believed they stopped the case right now and went over to the defense side, and the defense presented their case. I guarantee that if the jurors went back there to vote, even after the defense puts on their witnesses, they're going to come back guilty. I think everybody on that witness stand, has already made up their mind. It's going to be a huge hurdle for the defense to overcome, because I can tell you that I don't think anybody on that jury really has pity for her. I mean, they're watching her behavior. This is not behavior. I mean, think about it. Let's just put this in perspective. Okay. Say she didn't do it. Let's just say she didn't do this even though her story is doesn't hold water, she knows what happened, but it was an accident. He fell off the bed. He broke his neck. Let's just say that was the case, which it's not, because the autopsy proves that it's not. Think about it. She wouldn't, I don't see her jumping. She's already got a daughter. So I don't see her just deciding right then and there to, not call for help. So that was telling in and of itself. And then, Gannon having all these serious injuries. And many people have spoken in here and said overkill. And I have to agree with that assessment from the audience that what she did to this boy was definitely overkill. It was very, very personal. Very personal. So what would trigger or elicit that response in someone? And some people in the audience had said that it's possible that maybe he found out something about her that he was going to tell her father or his father. A few people in the audience had stated something on the lines of, maybe he was going to tell his dad about the abuse he was going through with her. And we also heard Al, just before we went on break, talking to Leticia, and he also brought up, Leticia, this is a lot of accidents that have happened to my son in a small amount of time. I think he referenced 12 hours. And I'm thinking, you're right. There was a lot of events and a lot of accidents that happened to Gannon leading up to the whole candle incident and beyond, which is leaving me truly to believe that she's attempted to try to hurt him in the past, was just unsuccessful or couldn't get the will to do it. And something, maybe it was the soiled pants. And again, even if it wasn't him going in there and soil, and not changing his pants and, playing the game, it also might have been something else too. He might have went in there, took things off, cleaned himself up, and left that there for her to clean up or something. And that might have set her off. But I feel like something set her off. Something, not that anybody deserves or provokes, but I just think there was that perfect storm when everything got together. But then a piece of me is looking back on a lot of the stuff we're hearing, and it kind of sounds like there might have been more of a plan involved in all this. And I'm listening to it and I'm thinking, well, that's awfully convenient, or wow, that's a coincidence. I find myself saying that, so far throughout this trial, a handful of times now, which leads me to believe was this planned a lot longer than maybe even law enforcement knew. I don't know why I'm kind of getting the undertones of that, but I am. And she was most definitely shunned him. Yeah, it seems like that. And I found it awfully bizarre. We were watching Harley's testimony during the lunch break. We talked for a little bit, and then I turned her testimony on so we could hear it. And she said something there before we rolled over into this live, and it was that nobody stayed in that basement that night. This is the night that the whole candle incident. So this would be the day that they went hiking, and he soiled himself, and they were back home, and he somehow kicked a candle over. It was that night. And she testified that when she got there, she saw Gannon in bed, but she only saw his head. She said goodnight to him, but she can't recall if he spoke back with her. But she did say she found it odd that her mom wanted her to go down there and wanted her to tell Gannon good night because she's never done that before. And she never has ever told, from her knowledge, ever told Gannon good night since her and Al have been together. So yeah, I can kind of see the whole, she shunned him. Her relationship with Gannon does appear to be very cold and callous in nature. Y'all are just amazing. Thank you for lifting me up today. Oh, you're welcome, honey bun. We know you're, having to deal with a lot of emotions, I'm sure. So you're welcome, love. Let's see. Even if Gannon fell off the bed, or whatever, she should have got him help and called 911, of course. And that's why I didn't, Mr. Quinn, that's why I didn't think that it was an accident, because she is a mom. She's raised a daughter. Her daughter's 17, maybe, 16, 17, around this age group at this time. And so she's had to have had, accidents and injuries over the years, even if it's not serious, like, broken bones and stuff like that. I mean, I have to think that a child has, hurt themselves and a mom's kind of panicked a little, so she's already been mom. So I don't think she would have scared very easily in calling for help. It would have been almost like a second wind, in my opinion. So I do agree with that. I don't think, I think she would have called for help, if it was an accident. But when we hear the severity of what Gannon went through, it breaks my heart that this woman, that's something that a woman is capable. I think that's it, that a woman, and especially a mother, is capable of such, like, this is disgusting. Like, this was violent, but it just violence toward a kid. I guess I don't know if I'll ever understand the violence. I mean, don't misunderstand me. I know there are some kids that can just get on your last nerve, and, I talk about, some experiences I've had with my grandkids, and I know the wanting to pull your hair out moments, but I also know, I can walk out the door, they're going to be fine. They're safe in the house. I can take a breather. I can just step out the door. It's just, I don't understand hurting a kid. Like, I've been absolutely to my wit's end. And the last thing I ever thought about was hurting a child. I don't think I'll ever quite understand that. And I don't think I'll ever quite, whether they're my kids or not, or somebody else, they're still a kid, they're still a kid. Like, they have a lot of growing. And I get that some kids are a little more rotten than others, but you do your best. You try not to raise mass murderers, you try not to murder them, I'm being light with it, but it is true. It's you never know what you're going to get, and you do your best. That's really, that's really it. There's everybody wants to know secret sauce. There is no secret sauce. It's do your best, and instill into your children, leave the place a better place than when you got here, and prepare them for life. Life is no picnic. But with this chick, but I keep wondering, because, we heard that statement from Harley about Leticia's sister, and how she came to help her until she talked to the prosecution. And, it's very obviously she was using gifts to try to manipulate her niece into doing what her and her mother wanted her to do, which is, help her mother and lie about what happened. And, she's dealing with her own stuff. Like, she was with her mom. Like, they were really considering charging her with accessory after the fact of murder. or to murder. That's a serious charge that carries serious weight. So, and this is nothing that she did. This is all her mom's doing. Again, she's a young girl that's underage, that's in her mother's care, and listening to the mom telling her stuff, and it's her mom. She has no reason not to believe her. It's her mom. It doesn't look like she came from a really crappy family. It seems like her mom had a good, she seemed well-mannered. It seems like her mom at least knew how to raise her and raise her well, which is crazy because her mom is just something else. But to think that her mom's sister, her aunt, is also like that, very manipulative. And it saddens me that they thought so little of Harley, that she literally had nothing. And they were more concerned about their family member that killed a kid than they were the family member that truly is struggling and just trying to have a better life. That's what really just burns my grits when it comes to Leticia's side of the family. Clearly, the aunt could afford to help her niece. Her niece didn't ask for any of this to happen. And her niece was just trying to not have a handout, but a hand up. And the aunt was only willing to help as long as her niece was willing to do what Leticia needed her to do. And as soon as that was over, no, it's not over yet. As soon as that was she went and met with the state and the prosecutors, those benefits that her aunt was giving were cut off.
We'll recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch, record should reflect the jury have returned to the court, or is not present in the courtroom. Do we need Mr. Grunsing?
He's here, Judge. He's in the back. One thing I would just wanted to give the court an update on. We've got 3 of these phone calls left. I'd like to get these done before the end of today.
Okay.
And so I'm not going to necessarily call Mr. Grusing back up to the stand between each phone call. The next one is 22 minutes. Then we've got a 58 minutes, and then we got a 29 minutes, which should be about right.
It'll be pretty close.
It'll be really close. But then that will allow us to jump into his interview of the defendant on Friday morning.
These guys, and I can't.
And again,
About 5 hours.
Sorry.
that one is.
Okay.
Yep.
Is this 58, 59?
So 57, 58, and 59 are the last 3.
Okay, and
Okay,
they've
maybe
already
not.
been admitted, so you can go ahead and play them.
They have been.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And then do all your questioning in one chunk.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
All right. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
And I'll just make a brief record of the dates and how long each call is.
That's fine.
I think if Shane knew about 31,000, he would.
I think it would. Charlie had to. That's such a.
Yeah, let's keep that.
Yes, it is.
Let's keep that between us.
I can take it anymore.
Maybe he's one of them.
Yes,
Not Kay. For sure. I don't know about shit.
Is WebEx on, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering if he was going to come in wearing a Hawaiian flower shirt today under his robe.
All right, over the jury, please.
With it. With TC.
Yeah.
Why not?
All the old guys like ice cream.
I just don't see why she just doesn't settle
and just get a plea deal and call it a day, or at least attempt to.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury had returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good news is we have more phone calls to listen to. Bad news is only 3 left.
Okay.
So at this particular point, Judge, we'd like to publish People's Exhibit 57, which is a recorded phone call February 17, 2020 at 2:24 p.m., previously admitted during Al Stauch's testimony.
All right. And can we let the jury know how long that was?
It is 22 minutes and 18 seconds.
Podium again?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
I didn't get anything question mark.
Oh, I said, did you want to talk about, like, did you set up an appointment for this? How much is it going to cost?
No, here's my approach on it. My approach is, if you don't, in my opinion, and this is how I want it to be, so there's no, like, question or anything. If you don't control the aspect of it as far as validity, checking out, like, it's like you will try to take it and say that it's not what you do, or I want to prove 100% to you. Because I know you're hurt, I know you're upset, but those things are not true, what you said. They're just not true. And I don't care about a court of law, because you know why? My attorney was shredded apart. I'm worried about my husband knowing that I did not do such a thing.
All right, well.
Because I care about you, and I feel like if you know that that's the truth, that I did not, then everything will be okay.
Yeah,
I mean, right? I mean, if you know for 100% that I did not hurt a child, kill a child, kill a 2x4, whatever you may say, would it not make you feel a lot different right now?
Yeah, I told you I'd stand by you with the truth, And I pulled up that link, and I mean, they got 5 stars, so that it looks legit on the surface. And yeah, I mean, you hit a great point there about I am about validating things and looking into things. Part of that process would be getting some questions answered that I want answered, right? I think you can assume that, right?
Okay.
All right. So that being said, as I was waiting on you to get back, I wrote down basically 3 or 4 questions, and I want to pose them to you now, so that way I'm not surprised when I go in there. Okay? Are you willing to do that with me? And then we'll.
You're not surprised, or
Neither one of us, so you know the questions and I know the questions.
oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So I'll ask them, and you just give me yes or it's just simple yes or no questions. Okay? And then. So you're not, once again, trying to be fair to you and fair to myself, that these are some of the questions that I want answered. Number 1, do you know where Gannon is? Yes or no?
Yeah. I mean, but this is the questions I'm going to prove to you, right?
Yeah.
You understand?
Right. You can answer them now, but then you can answer them then as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was Gannon last with?
They don't ask questions like that.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It's yes or no. Do you know who Gannon was with last?
Okay, so you're going to want to be careful with do you know who Gannon was with last? Let me explain.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You cool.
More specific approach to that, because you need to say, do you know a description or have a picture in your mind of who Gannon was with last?
Okay.
Think of that.
All right. How about it this way? Were you the last person Gannon was with? Okay. Well, that leads into
Ask the question of what else.
right. Yeah, I know. And I'm not gonna want to be the one phrasing the questions. I'm just telling you questions that I want answered. So you answered the question was, were you the last person Gannon was with? And you said no. Okay. And I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to go take that down a rabbit trail. Okay. Did you accidentally hurt Gannon?
No.
Did you murder Gannon?
No.
Okay. Well, so, I mean, that's kind of just some of the questions I'm going to want answered. So when are you going to be able to do this? I want to get this done as soon as possible. I'm ready to do it tomorrow. I think because of the publicity of this case, they'll squeeze you in and make an appointment for you tomorrow. If we go up there and, call them and say, hey, listen, this is the Gannon Stauch case. We need a polygraph ASAP. Let's do it. I don't know. When's the earliest you can do it? I'll just take money out of the bank account and I'll pay for it.
So can you get me just like 2 or 3 times or days and times that they have available? Send them to me and I'll give you exactly which one will work best.
Nope. Leticia, this is
I don't have a way around.
okay.
I'm gonna help people out so that I can have food and a place to stay.
Okay. And
I the one said to do this.
But I'll even come and get you tomorrow morning. I want to do it like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll come and get you at Michelle's house, okay? And I'll bring you to this place. It's Michelle, right?
I'm not at Michelle's house.
Okay, where you at now?
I'm staying with random people that reach out online. People that are following the case.
Okay, well, send me your location through your phone, or send me an address or a 10-digit grid coordinate from Google Earth.
You're gonna pick me up?
Yeah, because I guarantee you they will squeeze you in tomorrow. Because this will be another star in their cap, a feather in their cap.
Right, because it's about some publicity for you.
No, not for me. I want the truth. And you know what? Every minute, every second we sit here and talk about this is another minute that Gannon is danger.
I told you I would do this and gave me person.
All right, well, tomorrow's the day. Okay, if not, then you're not serious about it. That's just, and I'm.
I've already told you yes. I've already said yes.
All right, then I'll set the appointment. If it needs to be the afternoon, fine, whatever. But we'll do it, okay? Tomorrow.
I've already, I don't know why you keep saying that. You think I'm change it. I've already said yes. I also want to know what I need to be, because I saw where somewhere online it says something about eating and drinking.
All right, I'll answer that for you, but I mean, why don't you plan on like a 6-hour window or something, okay? And then I'm just going based off generalizations, Tisha. Come on now, I don't know the answer to that. You can Google it just like I can. I'll call them and I'll find out. And I'm just saying, plan on if you think you're not supposed to eat for a while, then don't eat for a while. I mean, it's not a big deal. But I'll call them and I'll set it up for tomorrow. Afternoon, whatever. You just let me know where to come get you, or let me know, just be there if you don't want me to come get you.
Okay, so you had good questions that you wanted, and so now I have questions.
So now I'm taking a polygraph?
No, you're not taking a polygraph.
No, okay.
I'm asking you 4 questions.
All right, go ahead with them.
When you get the results that say I have passed this polygraph test,
Okay.
what is your course of action?
These are yes or no questions, please.
Okay. Is your course of action to be with your wife, get married, and your daughter, and the rest of our family back to normal and figure out who has Gannon?
No.
But that's not your approach.
You said once you answer some polygraph questions, once we find Gannon, okay. No. Okay. All right. No. I didn't. All right. Yes or no questions. I didn't do this to you. I took your yes or no questions.
Once the polygraph test comes back and shows you that I'm telling the truth to the questions, that I had nothing to do with Gannon in any kind of way, being hurt, taken, whatever, are you going to be with your wife?
Nope.
Really?
Yes or no questions, please.
Still gonna do it. I just want you to tell me why.
Because the key to standing by you is the truth and Gannon. So,
If I pass a polygraph test and you know I didn't have anything to do with it, I'm trying to understand here. Why would you say no to being with your wife if it's proven on the test that I didn't have anything to do with it? I just want to know the truth on that. I'm still going to do it so it can clear my name. I just want to know the truth from you.
I'm waiting for the next yes or no questions.
Come on, man. Just be real with me. This is not a time to play.
I'm not, Tisha. You got to understand. There's two. Listen. There's a lot of repair. I'm trying to. I'm gonna bend here again. G's the most important thing, but there's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of damage. Okay, from this situation, and I'm not here to argue with you. Okay, but there's a lot of damage from all the lies that have been told that it's gonna take some time to work through. Okay, I said I'll stand by the truth, and I'll stand by you with the truth. Gannon's the priority. All right, what's your next yes or no question?
Do you have any intention of being back with your wife and family?
No.
He's being
And
honest
it's the
with her.
same answer, same response as I gave you last time.
He wants nothing
Gannon's
to
the
do with
priority
it.
right now. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I respected you and answered you. No, hold on. I respected you. I didn't put you through the Inquisition. I gave you 4 yes or no questions and I left it at that. You're not respecting me in that way. So I'm going to go back to question 2. You said you were not the last person Gannon was with, so who was? Okay, I answered your questions. No, you got 2 or 3. All right. Okay, well, see, this is why I don't believe you. I'm going to be straight up with you. I want to do this polygraph thing. I'm willing to do it, and we're going to take it at face value. But you're not respecting me, but expecting respect in return. You're expecting to play by the rules. You're not playing by the rules.
Why?
No, I said there's damage.
The truth?
I said there's damage, and we got to repair it. That's all I said. I haven't said anything about anybody to anyone in the media, social media, nothing. And if you got something else, then it's false. So.
Okay, the next question. Have you filed for divorce?
Nope. Let's see, here you go again, not playing by the rules.
You said yes or no. That's what I said.
Yeah, but you got to put me through the Inquisition, but you're not answering my question. Who was the last person Gannon was with if it wasn't you? Because these are going to be the questions you're going to have to answer. I mean, I'm just going to be straight up with you, whether you answer them to me or not. Yeah. Well, Mr. Hotshot Baez will. Okay. If you don't. So, I mean, we might as well do this peacefully between me and you and figure out where Gannon's at.
I've already agreed to this. If I'm agreeing to this, hey, I'm going to have to do it. And I have no idea where Gannon's at. Why are you still being adamant that? That's my point. I said if you control it. Because you'll still swear up and down.
No, but listen. No, but this is pre-polygraph. Polygraph, I won't even be in the room. Probably not even in the building. I'll be somewhere else, so you're not under any pressure. Okay? That's how those things go. It's all you and the guy asking the questions.
That's the one he does because they interview me.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I won't be there. Okay? I'll pick you up, take you, drop you off, pay for it, but then I'll bounce. Okay? But you need to answer me this. As your husband and as the father of the missing child, but I still am I not? Okay? Point is, who was the last person that had Gannon? You said you weren't, so who was? Hello?
I'm going to fill that through the function.
There you go.
Let's rephrase that in a yes or no question. Because I'm connected to because no matter what I said to you, you're going to yell and scream at me, hang up, act crazy. You legit told me all in one day, I'm a murderer, a killer, told me Harley has involvement, then told me this, told me that, then told me you don't have intentions. When you find out the truth that your wife is not involved to be with her.
Okay.
She brought this to you one day.
Okay, but did you murder Gannon?
Like, that's just what your mind is saying.
Hey, did you murder Gannon? Did you kill Gannon?
No.
Okay, then it went back to what we said. It had to be an accident. That, I mean, so you accidentally hurt him. That's, I mean, there's it's either or. You said that already.
What did you ask? That's one of your questions, ain't it?
Right.
One of your questions?
Well, no, that's two questions, but it did.
Here's where I have the problem.
Okay.
I will pass it, and then you're going to come back to square one and still accuse me. Because you're going to say this damage and all this, you're going to accuse me of somehow still being involved. That's what you're going to do. Right now, you can't accept. You have the nerve to say to me, I am not going to be my wife and family at all. Hardly. If Gannon showed up on the doorstep today, you still going to say that to me.
Yeah, fair enough. But you know what?
Because you're so fucking pissed.
No, I'm not pissed. I'm hurt. My son's missing. I'm hurt because my son's missing, and he's hurt. Okay, because I saw his blood, and I know that if you thought I knew who took Harley, and she was missing and hurt and raped and all these things that have been alleged, okay, if you thought I knew that, you'd want me to tell you too. Okay, you admitted you were not the last person that Gannon was with, so that means you know. You at least a description, at least a name or something, and you're not telling me. And you need to put yourself. Okay, but that description was Quincy Brown and 15 different stories, and you already told me. You already told me. Yeah, it was Eduardo, the Mexican guy, right? Our Uncle Matt. Here we go again.
Why don't you ask me legit answers?
Right.
Legit answers
Right.
for yourself.
Did you kill Gannon? That's a legit question.
No.
Okay. Did you accidentally hurt Gannon?
Asked me like 15 times. Like, so you can go ahead and get this out your system because I'm a.
Well, okay, fine.
Tonight you're going to be like, wow, pass the test.
Yeah. Okay. But the bottom line is.
Grace the girl call my line to do it.
Yeah, let's call her. Let's call Harley Povich too. He'll help.
Call him. But you already said tomorrow, whenever you're calling this thing, you've already said that. You said you wanted to go between me and you because this is for you.
No, you said that. But the truth is, you won't tell me who because there is no who, and the who's you.
Okay, so here you go again. You are not even trusted, and that's why I said you control who it was because you're not even trusting in a lie detector.
No, you sent me a link and you said no to the FBI, which if I had a choice, it'd be the FBI. The like.
Join the police department.
Okay, then I don't have control. Or I don't have a say so. This is where we always get to in our relationship.
Colorado Springs.
I did. There's FBI in Colorado Springs, and you got her number.
You just told me you were going to call the other people. I'm not doing the FBI because they're police. I'm doing a license.
Okay. So listen. Listen, if the who Gannon was last with, if the who is not you, then who is it?
The same damn question.
Because you never answer it. You never answer it.
You already made it clear that I'm not your wife. You already made that clear.
No, actually, I actually, and I quote, I said, "You are still my wife." I just said, "We are in a relationship right now because of all this." That's what I said. To be clear.
You're telling me. I mean, I posted something to you. I'm a piece of crap. That's what you're telling me.
Hey, guess what? So this whole back to this whole lie detector test bullshit. If you're gonna pass it, who gives a fuck? Who gives you the lie detector test?
I don't want the police involved because
The police are already involved. What are you talking about? But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Trying to prevent it from just picking anybody else besides a police. Because I want someone who has no reason at all to be involved or anything so that the validity of the test is complete.
Yeah, okay. You think the police care about you or me or anything? All they care about, whether they're doing right or wrong, all they care about is doing it.
I'm agreeing. Like, I looked at it and said, yes, okay, wait.
Yeah, fine. Let's do it. And I told you to let me pick you up. You won't tell me where you are. I told you all these different things. I tried to do one tomorrow. You said 3 days from now. 9 a.m.
3 different times is what I said.
9, 9:30, and 10. 9, 9:30, and 10.
They had available.
That's what I'm gonna tell them. Okay.
You call me back and tell me what at times they have available.
Hey, all right. So listen, when I call you back, while you're waiting on me to call you back, I want you to think about this. All right? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? What happens if you fail this polygraph test? Then what? Okay, but you need to think about what if you fail.
I need to think about that. There's no doubt in my mind. Trust me.
Okay.
I would be adamant to you, telling you, calling you back after you said those things to me. Do you think I'd be wasting my time to try to prove to a man who was fucking just treating me like this?
Hey, you were also adamant about Quincy Brown, remember? Until the news reporter, not the polygraph, the news reporter shot that full of shit.
To the person that I care about, the person that I love, was Gannon.
You care about Gannon?
He knows that.
You care about Gannon, or am I the only one you care about?
Of course, I care about you first in order to care about our children.
Okay, so if you truly care about me, okay, if you truly care about me and all this stuff, listen to me. If you truly care about me and want all this stuff that you tell me every day that you want and send me all these pictures, if all that really means anything to you, first of all, you sent me a picture without your ring on the other day, so that's bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. Second of all, yeah, then you told me you were wearing them, and then you sent me a picture without them. So, anyways, so
I said I didn't wear my ring.
Oh, okay.
But the police confiscated it, and you won't help me get any of them back because they're in the car that's in your name, and you probably already have that.
yeah, I wish. I'm still paying on it, by the way. I don't have it, so just so you know.
Totally glad to pay on it. Her car.
And not have it, right? Okay. Anyways, if you really cared about me, if you really cared about, let's cut this shit off because this is ridiculous. If you really cared about me, you would have lied to me 15 times, and you wouldn't be lying to me now. Okay, and that's it. I think that's good.
Your Honor, the next one is People's Exhibit 58, which is February 19th, 2020 at 12:11 p.m. This was previously admitted during Al Stauch's testimony, and it's 58 minutes and 41
Yeah,
seconds.
the father wasn't on board with this. He out the gate, he knew there was something up with his wife.
Yeah.
He fought for his son. He's a good dad.
And Your Honor, I wanted to just give the jury just a brief snippet of that. The first 6 minutes is that same sort of, you can't really tell what's happening. So I'm just going to move it forward to the point where you can hear it.
Hear any objection from the defense? Okay.
No, I don't think that's Harley. Harley was there the one day, and I don't think she's there.
He reworded it to know personally because, like, basically it was just saying, you know, if I know someone personally, then that makes a publication.
So I don't understand what you mean by that. You had him reworded, or he reworded it?
No, when you're in there talking to someone, that was the question I said. like one of the questions that you wanted.
Yeah.
I said to you that I would have to say, certain things. So then he worded it as, personally, he's involved your stepson's disappearance.
Right.
And I said no. I was telling the truth.
So what do you mean by that?
Albert, there's nothing I mean by that. What I mean by that is, I can come to y'all, which I'm totally fine with, having an attorney, showing this to law enforcement, whatever. But at this point, I'm just going to show it, get it verified, not see it, but hear it. And that's all I can do for now, because anything else I've done, I've been turned into being a full person. So nothing else I can do can help, because I'm just not a valid source or person that anyone wants to care about, help, information, nothing. And that's been proven.
What do you mean by that's been proven? I thought you gave them information that they're using in the search.
Hey, I did. However,
So that makes you be valid if you gave them information and they're using it. Yeah, sure.
no matter what information that I give them, they would not be searching places they are based on that information. You keep the normal law enforcement agencies, like the little girl in South Carolina. They took those steps immediately. They shut off the neighborhood. They shut off any crossing intersections. They even went as far as, because it was an easy section of crossing over, they shut off the state line.
Okay, but where did you say for them to look if they're not looking where you said?
They don't care what I say, Albert.
I care.
They want to hate me.
I care what you say because I don't. I don't want to hang anybody. I just want Gannon back, so I absolutely care what you said.
It's been a hard month for everybody, right?
Right.
I mean, this time last month, we were getting ready to get off of cruise boat. Having the time of our lives, right?
Right, but yes, and Tisha, I know that. We were on a cruise and we had a good time, but that you totally skipped past my question. Like, what did you say? Where did you say for them to look?
They didn't ask me anywhere specific to look. I'm telling you that the law enforcement in South Carolina took those approaches based on what was told to them.
But what did you tell them? You're telling me what they didn't do. Tell me what you did. I don't care about them.
I already told them for witness state. I'm not going to go through this again with you.
You're not going to tell me, but the father of the child.
You do, and it wasn't enough for you.
No, I did not know. You've never told me.
Oh my God.
No.
You told me nobody else was involved. You told me I was making up stuff. So I'm not going down that route.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about any of that. None of that matters. The other person, none of that stuff matters right now. I want to know where you told them to look that they're not looking.
I never said I told them to look where they're not looking.
But you said, yes, you did. You said you gave them information that they're not using.
Albert, based upon my statement, they would have took the same methods that the police department took in South Carolina in that situation. They would have immediately stepped in and shut off everyone. They found a witch hunt for one person, and look where we're at. We're at Wednesday, February 19th. Wednesday, February 19th.
You're telling me, yes, it's 23 days now. You're right. It's 23 days. Where did you tell them? What information did you give them that they're not paying attention to, like in South Carolina?
That's not what I said. There you go then.
But that is exactly what you said. You said you gave them information that they're barking up the wrong tree and they're not doing like they did in South Carolina. That's exactly what you said. But what does that mean?
They won. They should have shut the neighborhood down.
Why?
They won.
Why?
Okay, see, everybody.
No, but that's what. You're telling me what should have happened, but not the information.
Giving it to you, and you haven't supported me. You've told everybody the complete opposite. All I have to, I like how you're sticking by me.
I can't hear you. What? Why should they have shut the neighborhood down? What's in the neighborhood that matters?
Nothing.
Then why should they have shut it down? That's
That's just the process that they should have done.
What about all this stuff they keep finding and asking me about is from the house?
What stuff?
Just all this random bullshit. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, tell you keep saying the same thing. You said random bullshit, but you won't tell me.
yeah, but you know what?
Ask me a question, I'll tell you if I know what it is.
How do I know somebody's not taping you right now? Because I've seen all these pictures and all these things that they're asking me, is this Gannon's? Is this from the house? And that, if that gets out, then I mean, we might never find Gannon.
Albert, I never took people. Right.
I couldn't hear you.
People called my Facebook. This guy, they even found one of them. The FBI found one person who did it already. And they're probably going to get in trouble for obstruction. But the lady that Amy Bowman has been talking to has already been on this and got one person doing it. Oh, and they're going to come after a lot more. So I haven't went and posted any of this stuff.
Well, listen, I'll tell you one thing that I've seen that is almost absolutely from my house. Remember that board that I was making those those shoe compartments out of?
Board?
Yeah, the particle board, the big sheets of it that I was gonna make that thing for Harley for her shoes. Remember that I made the one in painted gray? You know what board I'm talking about? You know that big sheet of wood? Yeah. So they got a piece of that from the house they found somewhere.
Piece of particle board? I mean, what does that mean?
That's what I'm asking you. What that means? Why a piece of wood from my house is found out in the middle of nowhere? And I see a picture. And I see a picture of it. Okay. I mean, they didn't tell me where they found it. They just said, "Does this look like it's from your house? Does this look like it might be Gannon's?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it looks like it's from my house. I got all kinds of stuff like that at my house."
Albert, I haven't even been there, so I don't know anything about any wood.
Tisha, you know all the wood at the house, all that stuff.
I understand. I know the wood. But you guys watched me leave. I didn't leave with any wood.
Well, there was wood in the back of the truck. A whole pile of wood in the back of the truck.
But was there big particle that you talking about?
No, it wasn't a sheet. It was a piece of it that they showed me a picture of. Just a piece.
Then I mean, I don't know. I didn't get rid of any of your board or anything like that.
Well, what did you get rid of anything?
No, I didn't get rid of anything. Nothing. If someone has took something from your house that you've been there, then someone took it when all those people were there. I haven't even been there and touched board, nothing.
So, okay, if you didn't take anything like that, board, wood, anything, and get rid of it in that area, why were you in that area?
In what area?
The area where the truck was seen at, the area where you were searching. I'm guessing, I'm assuming this picture they showed me came from that area.
That they're searching?
Right, the area you talked about, that bike accident or whatever, that area that you went to and you told me you went to, and you also told me you told them you went to.
You gotta say the names of the areas. Are you talking about County Line Road?
Yes, County Line Road and wherever they're searching at. I don't know the exact areas.
County Line Road.
Yes, why were you there? What purpose did you have to go to Petco and then to go to County Line Road and then back to Petco?
Because I was gonna go. Gannon was asking about the castles. Because remember the time we went riding and there was castles and his grandma, okay, just left?
was talking about the castles.
Castles.
Remember, like, we took the back road, she was with us one time, and it was like these old little castles.
No, my mom was never with us when we did that.
Well,
Never.
you said something about grandma would like these or something like that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so that's what we were talking about. I said I was taking the back road because you could take that road and drop off. Because if you go back and look at the traffic cameras, 25 was pretty busy. So I took that road. On that back road, I said something. I was like, hey, I was like, here one day. He's like, oh yeah, about the castles. And I couldn't find the road. But the castles.
Okay, I mean, so you went to look at castles, then what?
I drove up towards going to Castle Rock. I got that road. I think it turns into like, I don't know, what is that road? 105 or something.
I don't know what that back feed is. That's on their end.
25 from there, which wasted a lot of my time.
Why couldn't you figure out to get back to 25?
I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know how to get back to 25.
You didn't have GPS?
I didn't have my phone.
Right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I have my watch.
Okay.
But the problem with getting it on my watch is that you can't hit the start. You can't hardly get the words in where you're going. It don't work if you do it on your phone.
Right.
I should know this because my watch is good. People are making this big deal about freaking phone or not. The watch is gonna beep the same way a phone does. So I want to tell them, get the fuck out of here, dumb.
Yeah. Right. You're right.
I mean, I'm not stupid. Like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I just have one phone, but I got a fucking watch with me. I'm not stupid. I didn't have to get too high.
So you just went out there to ride randomly to look at castles?
That is not what I did. I was going to go to Castle Rock real quick.
Okay.
I've already said that. So if anybody put any kind of boards or something out there, whatever the hell it was, maybe it was somebody who was around everything.
So somebody was in the house and they took the board and took it out there where you were at? Because
Unless someone did that, I didn't take any boards. Unless something fell off the truck.
okay. Why would something fall off the truck if it was all down in the truck?
I'm just saying to you. I mean, I don't know.
So did y'all make it to Castle Rock?
I just told you that I didn't know how to get back to 25.
Okay, but you had to at some point, right?
Some point I did. Yeah, I don't remember when because it's been freaking how many weeks.
Right. Okay, so no. Hold on. One more question. No, you're right. I'm not. I just want to know where Gannon got out the truck. Because
where did he get out the truck?
yeah, it was not at the house, so don't say that. So where did he get out the truck?
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, tell me.
He got out the truck. Wherever you think over there. And y'all are over there doing all of your searches. Keep searching. Okay? Keep searching. That's what the kid does nothing but making a witch hunt. And in all these areas.
Okay. All right, you're right. So you're saying he never got out the truck. So I need to call them back and tell them to look for him in the truck.
Again, what do you mean look for him in the truck?
Well, you said he never got out the truck.
Gannon was laying down playing the switch in the truck. So, I mean, I don't know what the question is. I haven't done anything to Gannon.
Did Gannon throw out that board, or how that? You said it may have flew out. Did Gannon throw it out? You think?
Albert, if there's a board or something, it could have been. I don't remember, to be honest.
You don't remember how it got out of the truck?
Lord, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it got thrown out. I don't know. I really don't remember.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember. I don't understand. What does the board got to do with anything?
What? I don't know. I don't think they would show me a board if it wasn't relevant. I don't know.
Then you just said they showed you a board that just comes from your house. So this is what I don't. You talk about you don't. No, I recorded you. What you said or listening, whatever. Supposedly, this is what blows my mind. This is like what blows my mind. Okay. Police in this country, in departments, do not call people and give them videos and give them evidence. They don't. Because if they do, they know the stuff can be thrown out for that. So I don't believe for a second that police are calling people, telling them. I don't believe that. Unless they're just ignorant.
But how would police know if it's relevant, or if it's my wood, or if it's my Gannon's sock, or whatever? They got to ask questions.
Okay. So they had to, was the socks. Now the sock been thrown out.
I mean, yeah. So, how did the sock get thrown out? That's another question.
Okay. Well, I mean, how do you know it's in a sock?
I mean, socks are socks. I mean, you know, I don't know. Unless they got DNA off of it.
Okay. Then if they got, then they should say to you that this is in a sock unless they knew for 100% it's his sock.
What about maybe or maybe not? I saw a picture of carpet from the house. Yeah.
So carpet.
Yeah, the same.
So carpet.
Maybe. Yeah. I didn't see. No, I saw a picture of it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't say it's in the woods. I'm just saying maybe I saw a picture of the same carpet that's from the house. So.
Carpet that's from the house in the woods.
I didn't say in the woods. I said I saw a picture that looked maybe not is the carpet from our house.
Okay. So what was it? Was it like big piece of carpet? What?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, come on. I mean, I saw a picture. I mean, there wasn't a ruler next to it or anything. Okay. I mean, I've seen 20 to 30 pictures. I mean, I'm just, maybe even more. I just remember, I remember a board. I feel like I may have seen it, but the carpet's been all over the story anyway. So, I mean, I could be put, like you said, what?
Do you talk about the carpet piece that was taken out of the garage? Is that the carpet you're talking about?
I don't know.
That's the only carpet that would have been taken out the garage, and again, it got blood on from his foot. And I already told you this.
And you said he cut his foot on the wood, or your Facebook also said he cut his foot on a tool. I don't know.
I don't know if it was a tool or what. He was looking for that daggone thing that you have.
What thing?
Thing that has the little holes in it or whatever. You can like slice stuff.
You were looking for something to slice stuff? What do you mean by that?
Cut the wood with stuff.
Cut the wood with stuff with something that has holes in it. Is that what?
Like bridges.
Bridges. Like to make the wood smooth?
It has a handle on it. We were looking for that because we thought that has a little handle on it or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
Yeah. You know when the dogs eat the carpet, eat the piece of wood on the side of the thing?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like shake that down so we were looking for that thing.
Oh, yeah, the like hand plane or whatever that I make the wood smooth with.
The dogs have eaten the side in the kitchen. So I was trying to get the two. I asked him, do you know where these tools are at? We're both trying to figure out. And we're trying to get the Yeti down.
Did you ever find it?
The piece?
The wood. I mean, not the wood. The plane. The thing with the handle on it.
No.
But I thought you just said that's what he cut his foot on.
I did not. I said he was going to get that and step
Did you, so, are you gonna send me the results of this, Polly, or not?
I'm not gonna send them to anyone. I would like me to let you see them.
You'll meet me, will let me see them?
I to let you go. So when I have this thing with Daisy Grace people, because they're going to be verifying the validity of it, they are going to have all this ready so that the public can hear it. So I tried to talk to you first about it. You didn't want to talk to me. You didn't want to say anything. And then you whatever I get it, you're angry, hurt, got all this going on. I get it, okay? So then I put that in front of me. I did. I'll do it this way. He did. And go from there. But then I get on the phone with you, and now it's like stops and this and that and who knows what.
Right, now you know how I feel.
There's all these things, right? All these things. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, what did I do? What did I do wrong?
I didn't ever say you did anything wrong. The only thing I would ever come to the conclusion was that it was an accident. But
All the way blatantly the other day.
no, I asked you. I asked you.
Okay, well, listen. You guys are still reviewing time for the wrong person. Still doing stuff. And they're not gonna find me putting anything somewhere for what you guys think. But whoever's listening, you're not gonna find that. Because I didn't do that.
But what did you do? Hello?
What?
I mean, if you didn't do that, what did you do? Or, I mean, who is the person that did something? That's the missing link here to Gannon.
Y'all didn't want to listen the first time. So
Listen, I'm all ears now. I'm sitting here in Starbucks making a fool of myself. Okay? Because I'm sitting here trying to hide in the corner so nobody's looking at me. Okay? I'm listening now. Tell me, what happened? What did you do, or who has Gannon? I mean, if you love me like you say, you'll help me stop having to look at all these pictures and hear all the stories and watch the news every night. Okay? That's love.
love is also when I tell you that you listen instead of just being like, oh yeah, that really happened.
Okay, I'm listening right now. You got my attention right now. You might not
Start cursing me out.
No, I won't. Not in Starbucks. I'm not doing this.
95% of everybody that takes a lie detector test who lies fails. Only people who are like schizophrenia and things like that have problems with it. Okay? I get it. I clearly answered the truth. And again, you said I haven't seen this, but you're about to because Nancy Grace, okay, is having someone verify so that it can be done. Okay? So it's coming. All right? Yes, but if it was fucking bullshit, right? All right. So, with that being said, the questions were asked. Am I going to tell the truth? Yes. The truth. It accidentally hurt me in any physical way. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. I mean, did you inflict any harm on him in any way? No. Tell the truth. So,
Did they ask you if this was an accident?
if what did you accidentally? That was the first thing I just said to you. Hurt him in any physical way.
Did they ask you, did he accidentally hurt himself?
give you a certain trophy. But then you got to go into that and being like, are you involved in your stepson's disability?
Ask you, was he injured?
Albert.
Not if you did it, but was he injured? Did they ask you that?
Okay, so this is why you're going to always have a problem with everything.
No, I'm just asking you the questions because you won't show me the results. If you
I begged you. I begged you to feed me. I begged you to just spend one night with your wife and you could just see everything. I begged you. You're darny like a piece of crap.
Listen, tell me now. I'm listening, okay? Just tell me now. Just tell me everything. You're talking about Nancy Grace and lie detector test. All that doesn't matter to me. Okay? You came up with the idea for a lie detector test, and I said, yes, do it. Okay, but now you won't show me the results, but you said it was for me. So listen. No, you did. You did. You said it was for me.
You lied to me and told me you were going to meet me, and then I get dressed and everything, and then you ignore my emails that night. You think it's not hard on me that I got to know my husband is fucking another bitch?
You think it's not hard for a father not to know where his son is? I mean,
I know it's hard, but you didn't deny that one, did you?
no, there's no reason to deny it. It's just not true. I'm not playing that game. But there is a truth here that you're ignoring, that Gannon's missing, and you have information, and I'm listening. I'm listening. You said you did.
You guys, I've given it to you.
I'm sick. Listen, I'm sick and tired of being alone, and the way for me to get past that is for me to get the information I need, and I know you have, and I'm listening. And I'm not going to judge you. I just want the information. I don't care what happens. I want my son. Okay, I really don't care. If you're not guilty of anything, then you're not guilty of anything. I that's not what I'm worried about. I really don't care. I don't care who did what. I just want my son home with me now. That's what matters to me. And I've even offered to help you, to stand by you. If you just tell me, I can't hear you. I didn't say you did it. I just said, tell me the information. So no accident, you covered it up. So you didn't do anything.
I don't think
There's
she
no
took one,
accident.
Jules.
So I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. I hear you in the background.
I said, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
He said, there's no accident. Do you think in your mind that I'm going to tell you an accident happened and I panicked, didn't know what to do, and just threw him inside the room?
Okay, if that's not the case, then so it's kind of two options here. Either something happened on accident or something happened on purpose. Okay, either he hurt himself or you hurt him. I mean, you kind of got to paint the picture for me here. Either you killed him or it was an accident how he got hurt. I mean, those are the things that you got to decide and how you approach this. Okay?
Either of those. Do you see what I'm saying?
But the part then fill in the blank. He obviously got hurt. You told me that. Okay. He got hurt
Did you hear her?
somehow.
She said, do you think I just threw him on the side of the road? Did you hear that?
Albert, I've already told you. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you again. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to tell him a lie. This is a stupid fucked up story. And we're back with blaming it on someone else again. That's what you're going to tell him.
No, listen. I honestly, let me back up. Let me start over. I really don't care if you tell me the truth or not. I'm past that point. I just want to know how I can get Gannon home.
How do I know how you can get in home if someone else is involved? How do I know that? This is where you have this disconnect with me.
Tisha, you gotta understand.
Until you can stand there and you need to be at the, you should be self-investigated. Why would you do this? Listen to her.
I've told them that. Okay, I told them that. I told them that you're a school teacher, you've been babysitter. I mean, why would all these people trust you with their kids and then you do something like this? But the disconnect is, you know something, if not who. And I don't really care who. Okay, I just want to know where Gannon's at and how we can find him. So you can tell me you can throw out any random name, Johnny Tremaine, if you want to, whatever kind of name you want to. I just wanted to point to where Gannon's at. I mean, the truth is, okay, go ahead, sorry.
What's the truth? Go ahead.
The truth is so far beyond me right now. The only truth I care about is where Gannon is.
I don't know where Gannon is. So no matter what I say to you, you're still going to get the same answer in the end. I don't know where he is.
Okay, so how do we get to who took him?
You know, we should have been doing this like 3 weeks ago.
I've been a week now talking to you, and you still won't tell me this. You say,
Albert?
I don't want. Sorry.
I told you. I went that way. I already told you. I told the people I went that way. Me. Innocent people don't tell people where they went. They just don't.
Listen, just give me something. Just give me a guess. Like I said, the truth is, the only truth that matters is bringing Gannon home and where he's at. Just
Yes, Albert.
yes, absolutely.
Gannon is not Colorado.
Your guess is that he's not in Colorado.
Correct.
Okay. Why? What makes you guess that?
Because Tisha didn't hurt him.
Okay.
Didn't dispose of him.
Okay.
Anything like that, okay? So Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have ran up all these places where y'all think I've been or whatever, and you haven't found Gannon. So where's the connection to put those two together?
So if you had a guess, where would he be at? Like if you said you guessed he's not in Colorado, I don't disagree with that because they've looked and searched for 3 weeks and not found a damn thing other than some random pictures of some bullshit, okay? They haven't found Gannon. So if you had to guess where he's at, where do you think he's at? Hello?
Yes.
Answer my question. If you had to guess where he's at, you said he's not in Colorado, or you guess he's not. Where would you guess he's at? Your best guess.
Probably somewhere, I mean, scary as it sounds, probably not even in the United States.
What makes you guess that?
I don't know. That's my guess. I don't have a reason for my guess. That's why it's a guess.
I just don't. That doesn't make any sense, especially because I'm talking to myself really. I mean, if that's your guess, then that's your guess. I mean, do you think Landon took him to Mexico because you keep saying, or out of the United States? Because you keep saying she's involved.
It's perfect. I'm not going to ever say anything else.
No.
Not your wife anymore.
Oh, listen, she's not my wife, so you're my wife. So I hope you're not talking bad about yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, you can me all you want. That's the truth. But I mean, it just you guess that he's not in the United States, but you keep saying she's involved. How could she get him out of the United States? Hello?
I don't care what you can tell me, until I'm blue in the face. In my opinion, she's involved, in my opinion.
Okay.
And her deal went wrong. And now she is losing her mind and wanting to do everything she can to keep the finger pointed at me. Wow. That is what I feel. Because she wanted a plan. to get the kids back, for Gannon to come back. Oh, you're not being safe by letting them stay home alone. That was probably going to be the first thing. You had him home alone or whatever. That's exactly what happened. And I'm against the world trying to prove it because I don't even have my husband on my side for it.
But I've told you all along, I'll work with you. I'll stand beside you. Yeah, it is. It's working together to find Gannon. That's the only thing that matters right here.
Well, you work with her.
Yeah, and I mean,
Aren't you staying in the same hotel with her?
nope,
Their pictures still have your foot shoes all in them.
we're good. Because I'm there with my daughter to put my daughter to bed doesn't mean anything. I told you the whole time I was in a separate hotel room.
Ew.
Well, no, that's her daughter too, so we split time, and I don't have to justify myself to you about that. It's her daughter, it's my daughter, and we're splitting time. We're helping take care of, because guess what? Guess what's going on with Lena? Her brother's missing. Have you thought about that?
Lena?
Yeah, and Lena's brother's missing, and she gave her statement that said, "I love you, Bubba, and I miss you. Come home." Okay? Yeah. And and I could take that down a rabbit trail, but I don't really want to do that right now because I don't want to piss you off.
Take it down a rabbit trail.
Yeah, you want me to?
Really? Why would you take what a child said down a rabbit trail?
No, not what she said, what another child said about it. But I don't even want to go there because I'm not trying to do that.
Look, okay, don't do that because you know why? You picked your biological children mean the most to you. And obviously,
So do yours. So do yours.
that's just life. Okay? That's fine.
And there it is.
Okay? So there's no beating these kids up over this.
Okay.
I did not want Harley to stay there with you, with Landon being there.
Oh, yeah.
I would have, so that she could have stayed in her home, stayed at work, everything.
Yeah, okay.
As long as I was able to know she was okay every day, but I was not doing it with Landon.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, that's a rabbit trail I don't want to go on because I don't want to bring an innocent child into this, like somebody else did. So, but
Well, that's the truth.
well, there's a lot of truths involved in that we're not going to get into right now. But you know what? Something that's been bothering me from the day Gannon went missing. Okay, that text that was sent to me from his phone was complete bullshit. Okay, the text he sent to me about bath salts and all this shit. It sounds like a great story to me, but it's not Gannon. Okay, yeah. Okay, so my question is, what?
Now you're going to get Mike's theory. Oh, here comes Mike's theory. Go ahead.
Mike's theory? What is Mike's theory? Let me hear it.
Mike's theory is that I gave Gannon bath salts.
No, I was never even going there. My question here is that absolutely wasn't Gannon sending those texts. I know. Okay, so my question is this: did you send them, or did somebody force you to send them, or somebody else was involved and they sent them? I mean, tell me about the bath salts because that's not Gannon.
Okay.
That's just not Gannon.
And I didn't send them either.
Okay, so who did?
I don't know.
Did somebody force you to send them?
I don't know.
You just said you didn't send them, and I asked if somebody forced you to send them. You said you don't know.
Listen, you're not getting anything from me, okay?
Yes.
Until you are on my team.
Okay. I'm trying to be, but you're not working with me. This is not like every single other situation in our marriage, okay, where it's like I give in 100% and then you give me a little bit here and there. Just like with the money. Remember, I had to tell you how much I loved you and put your picture on Facebook for you to tell me about the money that you took. Not Facebook, but Instagram. Remember that $8,000 or $9,000 that you took. But it's the same thing you're trying to do here.
Picture on Facebook?
No, Instagram. I said Facebook, but Instagram. You're the only one. When you took the money, it was like, oh, you don't love me. You're hiding me. But the point is here, you're trying to get me to go all into you without anything from you. That's just not how this works. Okay? It's just not how it works. So in this situation, it's not money. It's not clothes. It's not an item. It's not a picture. It's a person. Okay? So That's the buy-in. The buy-in is the person. You give me what I need to find Gannon, and you got a little bit of buy-in from me.
I already passed the lie detector test, and you already told me you still didn't want nothing to do with me. So
No, you didn't. You told me you did, but I haven't seen it. You won't. You'll show it to Nancy Grace, but you won't show it to Al Stauch.
you to me, you wouldn't.
I've asked you to meet. I've asked you to show up. I mean, wait, hold on.
You like at least spend time with your wife is what I said. That's all I said. And like you went on this thing, like, and you know that it bothers me because I'm like, I know that you are sitting over here getting. This is exactly how Leonard wanted it.
No, hold on. Let me tell you. The buy-in here is also that the poly. That's bullshit. You didn't come to Denver and do a poly. Okay. I set it up and my card never got charged.
Yeah, you told me you could give him the name, so I scheduled my own.
Oh, okay. So now the story's changing. Again.
Chase, I paid $500.
Okay. Send me the credit card receipt.
Please, God, you did it.
Give me the results and give me the credit card receipt showing that you did it.
So,
Boom.
I will see. I will meet.
Listen, Nancy Grace might believe it, but I don't believe it.
Okay, fine then. Fine. But if Nancy Grace don't believe it and she and her crew don't verify it, and she's never herself, so now you're saying she's a liar?
It's like, what's your future?
Is she a liar?
Yeah, say to get back together every night to do stuff.
Is she a liar?
I don't know nothing about no Nancy Grace. I don't even know how that's even relevant. Okay.
Okay, here, right here. I'm attending to you.
Let me ask you this. While you're sending that to me, you want a future with me?
Yes.
What is our future going to look like without Gannon? Answer that for me. And think, before you give me some bullshit, think long and hard about what our future looks like without Gannon.
I don't believe Nancy Grace believe this chick, but hey, who knows? I've heard stranger things.
Well, I don't have any involvement in Gannon, and I feel like that proving it with the polygraphs, answering questions and trying to get people on the right track of looking, the future should be together. It definitely takes a lot help from Jesus Christ. And praying that every single day, as hard as it may be, that it'll be one of those things where people come home or whatever.
But he can't. You said come home. He's not a runaway. Somebody's got him, is what you said.
Okay, that meaning that there's been plenty of times that people have done this, and something happens to someone, they take them and tie them up in basements and all this stuff. And then there are good stories to this. There are.
You're not convincing. I asked you what our future looks like without Gannon, and you just went on some tangent about you didn't do anything.
I said that means we're supported and we work together to keep every effort in finding Gannon. If it means we have to join organizations together to help other people find their children while we're searching for Gannon.
That sounds like Don Wells.
Everything we do, from building
atrocities
stuff
in North
or
Korea.
setting up monuments or things like that, for people to come and be like, hey, can you help? Like, we have help.
Okay, all right.
That's our future, because that's a greater plan that God could have.
Okay, fair enough. So our together starts now. It doesn't start when Gannon doesn't come home, okay? Our together starts now. So start with the bath salts. That was bullshit, wasn't it?
No.
It wasn't? So Gannon sent that to me about bath salts.
Okay, so are you?
Because no, but I want you to understand why I ask you that, because we know the friend was bullshit because he didn't leave to go to a friend's house. Okay, and the bath salts were directly involved with the friend because the friend asked him about the bath salts. So if there is no friend, then there is no bath salts.
There is, and here's why.
So there is a friend or there is bath salts.
Oh.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
The bath salts were involved in the spot. When I talked to Gannon, and clearly said that they had talked to him about bath salts at school during his doing that drug thing, right?
The one that happened weeks before he went missing?
Right.
Okay.
He said he already knew about bath salts during this time. He already knew. He knew what they could do, dangers, and things like that. However, someone did tell him that if they could bring bath salts, because it's part of this challenge, that he would get to play with them. He didn't. Gannon didn't want to do anything with bath salts. In fact, I even showed Gannon how bath salts can be good. Meaning, I said, when you went and did your bath bomb, if you would have put bath salts in there, it kind of helps you breathe a little. It helps you relax. Gannon didn't have any intentions to go eat or snort or whatever bath salts. Or at least not from my opinion, I don't think he did. I think he just sincerely wanted to play with whoever this was.
So so this was, when did they ask him about this?
About
the bath salts. When did the thing come up with the friend? Because another thing about Gannon is he, like say the puberty class, as soon as he hears something, he comes home typically that night and talks about it. So he waited 2-3 days to talk about it.
And talked about the fear.
Came in what? I can't hear you.
He came in immediately and talked about Friday. Immediately.
To you?
When he came in.
Okay, and you didn't mention it to me Friday?
But he said when he was talking that they're not good for you.
Right.
There was he didn't say anything like, hey, I'm about to go get sauce.
Right, but you're a good mom. Why would a good mom not tell, her husband, father of the child, that day, hey, Gannon asked about bath salts. We probably need to address this, because you usually do that. So I didn't
think about it.
You waited till he was missing to text me about bath salts?
No, I sent what are you talking about? I sent you sent me the message about bath salts. And I said to you, I said, yes, he came in last night. Go read your messages.
Okay, but last night from that message, the message was Monday. Okay, so you just said last night being Sunday. But then a second ago, you told me Friday. So did he?
Talking about it.
Okay, but you said he asked you Sunday. You just said he asked you Sunday.
Sunday, did we have any?
Come on.
Having any or different?
Come on, Tisha. So Friday, he comes in and asks you about it, and they're bad. And we all know how he is about bad stuff, okay? He hates it. His mommy does bad stuff. He thinks Mike does bad stuff, okay? So Friday, he tells you guys have the conversation of bad stuff, bath salts. And he still comes back Sunday and asks you if you have any?
The bad stuff was not just bath salts. It was in general.
But you just said it was.
He was telling me about the things that people were talking about, because apparently his class is a halfway decent class, like good kids. Okay, but when they go outside, in which one of the moms, I know who she is, if I could show you a picture, her little boy is in the opposite class that Gannon's in, and he's just a nightmare. Okay, so I guess on recess or outside, they have conversations about this. And all he was talking about is the people that were talking about bathing. He didn't say to pressured him that they could hang out and play just to see. Peer pressure. Gannon had no intentions of doing nothing but playing at somebody's house.
Whose house?
I made that clear to you. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's all. That's not like Gannon either. So do not tell us.
Well, that is the truth, okay? Because you can sit here and say some things are not like Gannon, but we've caught him doing certain things, okay?
Like what? When?
He will catch children do some things, and we have to be like, can't always say in our life, that's not like them. But we instilled in them and hope that they make the best decisions when they are crossed with these things. But the past sauce has completely nothing to do with what Gannon was going to do. Gannon was not going to go do anything bad with bath salts.
But hey, listen, I don't. My battery's getting low, so I just want you to know that if my battery cuts off, I'm not changing my theme here. That together, one of the first things together is you give me these polygraph results, okay?
And I agree that you can meet me when I need it.
No, you send it to me and then I'll meet you.
I am not sending it to you.
Okay, then we're not together. We're not together in this.
Oh, what happened?
I am not sending a copy.
Tisha, I need you to send me a copy of the polygraph results, or you don't. It's not clear to me that we're together in this.
That's the end of that one, obviously. The next one is 29 minutes. I think it's up to you. I mean, we can start it or do it Friday.
Do it on Friday.
Yep. Third. We might have more votes if we asked other people.
All right. With that, again, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our evening break, and I'll see you on Friday morning. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Stay offline regarding this case. You can still go do your Amazon shopping. Just don't start looking for anything about this case. Let people help you avoid any exposure of opinions or anything like that. And we will see you back on Friday morning at 9 o'clock. All right, the jury, please.
So no court tomorrow. It's Thursday. Wait until a jury leaves. Make sure that they have no
Thank
additional.
you, ma'am. Be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
What's your courtroom going to be like tomorrow? Can we leave stuff in here, or do you have folks come in?
We'll cover it first. Most of it.
Probably the first case
No,
of the afternoon. We have I have suppression hearings on a homicide tomorrow afternoon, so there will be people here. They may or may not have other evidence for that suppression hearing. I don't know.
Okay, we'll get stuff out of the way then.
Yeah, I think if you push it more to one side, I think it'll be okay.
Okay.
We're going to put all of ours on that back
That's
table.
fine.
You think that'll be fine?
Yeah, it should be. It's the Haas case, Dennis Haas. I don't know if you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So it
Just move all of our stuff up.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody from your office. So something happens to your stuff, you'll know who.
Know who to go after.
That's right.
There you go.
So let's see. It's everybody else's. Let's see
yeah, it's just WebEx.
everybody else is WebEx.
Yeah.
So it's just people from your office.
Okay.
Okay. So everybody on Friday morning.
Yeah. All right. All rise.
All right.
Well, that's the end of that. So we'll leave the rest of this, the video of the daughter for tomorrow. We're not going to have a trial tomorrow. We're not going to run 12 hours like we did today. I'll get much needed stuff done. Hopefully find a dolly. I tickle myself every time I say that. I don't know why. But it's been a long day, so I'm going to rock and roll. You guys are going to have a lovely evening. Thank you guys for being with me for a long time today. Great hearing. All I can say is, wow. Like, I mean, after like one or two calls, I'm sure those attorneys are just bashing their head against the table saying, why didn't you just shut the F up? Just shut it. Like, shut the trap. She just kept going on and on about these different stories. And oh my gosh, that was numbing. But to think of how many stories she truly came up with, that woman has a gift of storytelling, let me tell you. And she went into some elaborate detail about, you know, what transpired and kept changing it. It's like I said, you would have thought early on, much earlier on, she would have just sat down and realized this is going nowhere. She needs to think about what she needs to say. And she didn't do that. She didn't do that at all. So, what is it? Court is Friday. We'll be back here. Well, we'll be back here before Friday, obviously. We'll have coffee club in the morning. We'll watch a little more of the video of her daughter. We're not going to take too much time because obviously I've been doing this for several days. And so tomorrow will be a nice refreshment just to get some things done around here. So it's good. But I'll see you guys in the morning. God bless each and every one of you. Have a wonderful evening. And thanks for hanging out with me. Good night.